Hello and welcome back to the DPC Chinese region day number 2. We have 3 series on the plate for you guys today as the best of the best in this region battle out for those all-important DPC points, a slot of major, and a bit of money as well. And joining me to take you through today's games, we have our lovely panelists, B-Cop and Black. Guys, it's a very exciting day, and I think we all know, we got 2 interesting games, which should give us some indicators of how strong certain teams are, and then we end the game on a big one. And I mean, I'd ask you which one you're looking forward to the most, but I'm guessing it's going to be that last series, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the last series, IG, RNG. Should be a fun one. It's good to see some teams get a couple extra reps in, though. LGD plays a little bit later today. Should be fun.
Yep. Black, I mean, out of LBZS and Phoenix, who are going to be playing today, who would you give advantage to? Because I think everyone's kind of viewing them as the underdogs, or do you think we're going to find that out today?
We're definitely going to be finding it out today, but LBZS is back again. The first time we casted them, they were a little bit underwhelming, let's put it that way. So I'm actually quite excited to see what sort of improvement they made, because making it back to the upper division is not an easy task by any means. So they must have made significant improvements, right? So very happy to look forward to that.
Absolutely, but of course, they have been a little bit picked apart as well. So let's get into the first series of the day. It's, of course, Vici Gaming versus LBZS, battling it up in a best of 3. That'll be an opening series of the day. And this one's going to be an interesting one. Both these teams have been through a lot of changes, especially LBZS. I mean, B-Cup, you know a lot about this team and where they come from. Well, at least we know Katyu. At least.
Yeah.
We definitely know Katyu.
we got Katyu. He used to be a newbie staple. Played with every newbie team there was. Newbie Miracle, newbie Boss. What was the third one? It was like newbie Mr. Game Boy. They had some weird ones. It was
Game Boy was.
That was an interesting one. But he used to go by Cat Feces. He came onto the scene playing Night Stalker all the time, and he's still a good look. He's a bruiser, and he looks like that in his picture. He looks like he could be a bit of a club bouncer.
It's kind of like the Shiro of the +4. Like, he's not one of the best yet, but you can see there's a lot of potential where maybe down the line, he will be like the next FY. That people will be like, wow, this guy is insane. Which some of the people are already saying, because he does have some moments of brilliance every now and then.
Yeah.
But he has been around for a very long time, and for the Chinese region especially, if you're playing in these tier 2 teams for a long time, usually we do expect them to, have a trial, have a season, have a shot at one of the bigger teams, because that's just kind of how the region works, right? They're always giving new talent a chance, which is why this region has turned out to be so strong. Why do you think we haven't seen that from Katyu just yet?
I think it was his timing with Newbie. He spent a lot of time there with the lower teams, Newbie Young and all that. And then I think when he got his chance to finally get that main roster spot, it didn't really last too long. It was kind of like quickly given and quickly taken. And I don't think he really had time to shine. And I don't think he's really had this moment to show us what he's got on the big stage. And being here in the Division 1 is definitely an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it might be with a bunch of young guns, but maybe that is where he's going to shine. I mean, he's had so much experience playing with these, newer players that this could be a great opportunity for him to really shine. But of course, it's going to be tough versus the likes of Vici Gaming. I mean, this team has been through a lot of changes, though. Ori moving away. Then they've got XM at mid. They've taken Irving actually from LBZS as well. So, maybe, I'm not saying it's a grudge match. I'm not saying they want to draw blood. I'm not saying they want to fight each other and beat each other up. They definitely do.
I think every team does. A little bit of that.
For sure. But it's like whenever you play against your ex team, there's always like something you want to prove, right? Like, yeah, I belong here, like in the big.
I mean, the vertical
league.
step.
Yeah, like it happened to me too, where it's like, I play against my ex team, like, yeah, I'm gonna put in like an extra 10%, instead of 150, I'm gonna be 160.
You work on 150 scale?
Yeah,
Just all the time.
of course. But only when it's really important. Like, that's the thing. When you play non-important tournaments, it's always 50, so you can do 150 all the time in big tournaments, right? It's like the.
Not sure that's how that
That's
works.
how it works. That's exactly how it works.
Let's move on. I mean, I think the big thing about Vici Gaming, though, the thing which a lot of people have been talking about, is the fact that, like, Vici, they got rid of PYW and DUI, and these guys were huge. Like, these guys were, like, I don't know. To me, that was Vici Gaming, that support duo. But why do you think they've gotten rid of them?
It definitely seems like
Did they leave or did they
trial.
get removed?
not entirely sure. They both went to XG, so
I'm pretty
maybe
sure
were
they
just-
left,
Were they
right?
following paparazzi is the real question. I think it
yeah.
might have just been
Which wouldn't be
end of
surprising,
contract, right?
Because like paparazzi, like I want to play mid lane, which I'm actually really good at. Just nobody knows. Now he's tearing it apart. But it makes a lot of sense that a support duo would want to move together, right? We had the same thing with FY and Fenrir, where they like moved together to all teams all the time, just because they had so much
Right.
synergy between themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's but we have to see. VG Gaming obviously it's a big loss. Also Ori, who is now back in shape again, but
Looked real good yesterday.
but you have XM to replace him. He's also a household name.
Yeah.
Coming from eHome, very strong player.
Talk to me a bit more about XM. You know, what makes him so good?
Well, in eHome, he was pretty much the standout player a lot of times, right? He was the guy who like really carried them on their backs, like with his DPs. And also his co-op is super good, which especially now in his meta, I think it should be his meta to shine, right? Like,
would
the
think
heroes,
so.
the heroes he plays are pretty meta right now.
It feels like it's a lot of his comfort heroes are definitely in it at the moment.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
for sure.
What is his leadership ranking at this point? I know Paparazzi's first by far, but he's still in the top 10, I believe, last time I checked.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, XM is a beast in the mid
Yeah.
lane for sure.
He was one for a really long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was really, and then Nothing to Say was like always second. I think they always had this like fight between first and second.
Yeah.
But now Paparazzi's like, yo, I'm here.
I'm taking
Get
it
out of here.
Yeah. I mean, when you move to mid, though, like it's it's a huge boost in ranking, isn't it? When you're in these top.
Yeah,
Top rank.
for sure. It's like really easy to make a lot of things happen in matchmaking games when you're playing middle for sure.
Right. Well, I think the one more change to talk about on VG Gaming then has to be the new supports coming in then. YDS and Victoria as well, coming across from C-Deck, getting their opportunity to shine on this big team. I mean, when you think about these two players, what kind of heroes and what kind of dynamics do you think about? Are they very active or...
I think Victoria's a little bit more active than you'd see from a 5 position. He's got a lot of experience under his belt. He played, I believe, with
He's
like
pretty seasoned, right?
LGD and
Yeah.
CDC and was it one of the OGD Forever Young? Was he on that squad?
I think he was.
Yeah,
but
he
very
he's played
briefly
a
though.
lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
he has played a lot, and I just feel like he's never really found his footing after coming off of those teams. Like CDC, they were a big team back in the day. It feels like stature has kind of fallen. You don't really think CDC when you're thinking the top bunch of China, and now it's he's finally got himself again a foot in the door in the tier 1.
Yeah, excited to see him play.
Yeah, he should be very interesting. I've always liked what he's done. He gives me a lot of X Nova vibes, and again, given an opportunity, it's time to shine.
Absolutely. And what about his partner then, YDS? What does he bring?
I haven't really watched too much of YDS, but he was also on that CDC squad, and that team kind of did struggle. But I don't think it was off the back of them. It did feel like a team that just was outclassed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this just happens a lot, right? Like, honestly, also just like you, I don't have too much information about him, but, a lot of post force, especially from China, they always seem to be doing a lot of work, and they love their Earth Spirit, so I'm sure he's also an Earth Spirit player. It's probably like,
what he is.
when you join a team in China, you have to go through the Earth Spirit trial. It's like, they put like these dummy targets, hit this guy with a roll 10 times in a row. If you can't, you're out.
Is it varying distances as well?
Yeah, of course, like, and different speeds,
Wow. Tokyo drifted.
Intense. Yeah, I don't think I would pass that at all. So overall, we've got this new Vici team, and they're kind of like a mixture of very experienced players and some newer players as well. And that often seems to be a mixture which can either absolutely like demolish or doesn't really do well at all. There's no middle ground with this, is there? And I don't know. I'm interested to see which way it's going to go. I mean, what do you guys think? Is this a recipe for success when you look at it on paper?
I'm a little afraid because Puyo was also pretty new, right? And now, like a lot of the guiding stones of the team, they're kind of gone to other teams. So on paper, this team, like it still has some experience, but when you compare it to some other household names in the scene, they have like a lot of just, green players now, younglings, freshlings, and it can be amazing. Gives you like a fresh wind. But it could also turn out to you just get completely demolished now. Like I really don't know what to expect from this new VG. It could go either way for me.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be, now that Ori's gone, Puyo is going to take a little bit more of a leadership role.
That's the thing though, can he? Because he's also pretty new, right?
Yeah, but he used to be the leader of King Gaming Luminous. Like, he was on that team for a while.
As a one as well?
Yeah, back when he was going as Erica, which I think it showed up as, it's
Erica,
going
yeah,
back
yeah.
as Erica.
That is so tough though. Like leading from a core position is fundamentally so much harder because you have to play your lane perfectly, then you have to keep looking at the minimap anyway to not get ganked while making calls for your team. Like, that is a lot of work. I remember Ramses did it in VP, but only for a very brief duration because it's just way too taxing.
Right.
Like, his own performance suffered a lot.
It definitely feels like it could be either Erica who takes over, maybe even XM is going to be the shot caller, because he is a guy who likes to move around the map a lot and play those mobile heroes.
Especially early on.
Yeah.
He plays with his pucks and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be XM making the moves, but yeah, we just don't know.
How about
Especially
Victoria,
at-
though? He's very experienced.
He's
Maybe
got
he can
a lot
do
of time. He could definitely
Yeah.
show us something, and it would be interesting to see him in a leadership role like that.
Xiao Ma,
yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we have no doubts about who's taking the leadership in LBZS, I don't think. And I'm pretty sure it's definitely going to be Catchy, right?
I
Like,
hope so.
it's like four
yeah. relative
rookies, you know? We've seen Velasquez around a tiny bit. And then Catchy, this guy is just like a wedded
in.
veteran. Yeah, he's just like
Just go in.
battle scars.
Kind of like
Let's go.
LBCS in the first season, right? It was pretty much the same thing. But
Just
now
go in.
it's going to be... yeah, how much better did they get? Like
Yeah, I wonder if it was like a vertical move with all these changes in the
you
roster.
think you just went like... "Meh."
I think maybe a slight change.
Alrighty, well, we do have the draft just around the corner, which means we need to introduce our drafting experts. And we have Lizard over on the drafting panel to help us break down that draft. How's it going, man?
The budget drafting expert is here. I expected that intro. What happened?
I didn't want to throw you under the bus like that, you know, it's the first day.
So he
Had a
does it
rough time
himself.
getting here. Yeah, you know.
Let me just do that myself.
Yeah, I'll just do it. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. You guys have made some pretty interesting statements about both of these teams. Like, do you feel that LBZS is definitely the underdogs here? Do you think that they're the newer ones? Because like the changes on Vici Gaming are huge as well, right?
Yeah, I think the changes on Vici are massive. I think the only thing that's really driving them to the favorites is name value. Vici is like, oh, it's Vici, it's LBZS, they have to be the favorites.
Is
but
it still Fenrir coaching them?
I think it is.
Because
I
then,
he's
because I
definitely-
think there could be a very big difference. Just
Yeah.
having a really good coach can set a team of especially younger players apart from a team. With
Yeah,
no
a lot
coach.
of coaches left like in the last season. Their contracts expired. Like you talked about PYW and DY, like their contracts expired. I would recheck a little bit to see if the coach is still there.
Alrighty, well, we do now have the draft underway, so let's get into game number 1, Vici Gaming versus LBZS here at the China DPC. And LBZS starting off with a very interesting but very catchy opening, that's for sure. We've got the Night Stalker and the IO.
The budget expert did some work, and LBZS is actually one of these rarer teams that opens up with an IO at the moment. So we'll see that on the position 4 and the Night Stalker as well. They're staple, they'll play. Meanwhile, that Prophet in the region and outside of the region is extremely popular, right? So Vici Gaming go with the DP plus Disruptor opener.
Yeah, very versatile. On the DP can go many lanes. And I love the IO Night Stalker pairing because Night Stalker, his biggest weakness is the first 5 minutes, and IO can just sustain you through that. And then after that, you're gonna be a happy little stalker or big stalker. Yeah, that sounded wrong. I didn't know that. But you get the message, though. You get the message.
Pretty scary once the night starts, right? Like,
Yeah.
The attack speed is insane. The bans, when we are talking about them a little, if we want to talk about them a little bit, the Queen of Pain Puck, these two heroes gotta go versus XM. They banned out the Queen of Pain. That Prophet has been picked up, so perhaps you don't have to ban out the other one any longer. Meanwhile, Spirit Breaker and OD. Like, are we gonna see these heroes
At all?
at all?
Just
I
for
don't know.
Fate's banned all the time.
Apparently not.
Can you play against them? Do you just have to ban? Like,
What happened to like Quap 2, like first pick bans, and it was never picked because like a pick win lane lose game kind of hero, but now it's like first ban.
it's the shard, right?
Shard's so
The
good.
shard's so good on her.
Yeah.
More burst damage on a hero with already ridiculous amounts of burst damage. And
The silence
Vision
as well
fun,
comes in
yeah.
handy. Like,
What happened to Spirit Breaker, man? Like he didn't get changed for so long, and now he's just perma picked and banned.
I think it's the change in which he's able to flash farm now, right? Like
Extra damage.
extra damage, you can pretty much charge into a creep wave and kill it off with one charge. So even as a
pretty
position 4, you'll always find farm, which makes it a much better hero.
do you like this Disruptor pick into the Night Stalker and the IO?
They have been picking Disruptor quite a bit on this side, on the other, on the LBZS, Bane is a popular 5, so it's something that comes to your comfort. But versus Night Stalker, it's not that bad until he gets BKB, right? Once he gets that BKB, then the game becomes a bit harder.
Yeah, I also like the pairing with the DP, because once DP pops Exorcism, he's like, oh my god, get out of here, and then one guy gets glimpse back, which can then lead to like a very easy objective, whether it's a tower or Roshan.
Yeah, kinetic field as well stops them running away from the ghosts, right?
Yep, yep.
Have you seen any brutes I mean, from all the 2 series, I don't
Yeah,
think
we
there
Banned
hasn't
out
been
a
any
ton.
brute.
From the 5 games we saw, there was no brute yet. No.
It was banned though, wasn't it?
It was banned,
all
yeah.
the
A
time,
second
like
phase
3
banned
games,
a
I
lot.
think.
Well, while you guys were casting, analyzing yesterday, I was too busy crashing my car in the mountains. So
Well,
didn't catch every single game.
Yeah, Liz has been on a journey, you know.
Yeah, it's been a long way.
When you first look at him, you kind of say like, oh, he looks fine. Then you look into his eyes, and they're just haunted.
I'm just broken.
He's a broken man.
I'll need a couple of days. Pangolier though.
Is he broken?
Yeah,
I mean, he is for sure.
do you think that Pango is broken?
I think he's so strong. Like his W is just too good, and his ult is too good. Everything is too good. But that's the thing right now in Dota. There's so many strong heroes that, you know.
Yeah, and instantly Bane. Like we mentioned, Disruptor on one side, Bane on the other, and now you have a reason to pick it as well.
Monkey King. Wow. Okay.
It's a lot of comfort for Vici.
Yeah, it's literally what they pick on LBZS. This is their full comfort zone. They're not really going away from it. Also makes perhaps Vici kind of hesitant on picking Raid King, which is something that they love to pick, right? They love their Poyoyo Erica Raid King, so
Yeah.
you can still go for it, obviously.
Yeah, would still be good.
You're asking earlier about Fenrir, by the way, and he's on a competitive break right now, and Lycas is their coach instead, who's a name I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, he's new. I was checking before. I wasn't really sure if. There you go. The Raid King is picked up.
Yeah, this is straight comfort from Vici. Every single pick so far.
I feel like both teams are going full comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that too comfortable? I mean, we've seen a lot of people pick up
Can it
Monkey
be
King
too
as a-
comfortable? Do you ever complain? Oh my god, this chair is too comfortable. Get me out.
But I need to do stuff, yeah, and Vici need to win, so I don't think they want to get too comfortable.
Nice save there. Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay, I
thanks.
see.
But I mean, as long as the comfort makes sense, I think it's still okay. Like as long as you can justify it. And I mean, Wraith King against Monkey King might not be the best, but it's not like terrible.
Yep.
The lane against Night Stalker is pretty decent. But yeah, I don't see how they pressure this Night Stalker. Like he should have a pretty free lane with that IO there.
Yep. They're banning out now the Lina to. The hero overall is really strong at the moment, and versus DP, it's probably one of the better laners on the mid lane, right? So.
Yeah, Quap and DP are out. So, sorry, Quap and Lina are out. So, DP should have a pretty good time. They banned Viper actually. Okay. Yeah, against the Monkey King. So they're looking for an offlaner. That's what LBZS thinks.
Yep. Pango, I guess you could still play it on the offlane, right? But Vici, I believe they have drafted recently that Viper. Just for the break, if nothing else, it would be, like you said, versus Monkey would be pretty solid.
Also pretty scary, like to put Pango against Monkey. Monkey has just a free lane there.
Yep.
Why do you think this region doesn't seem so interested in Snapfire when a lot of the other regions do?
They used to, right? At TI, they first faced
Yeah.
it like all the time, and then now they kind of tapered off.
Do you reckon they just figured it out in like scrims or stuff in the downtime, or?
Potentially, but like, I mean, in Europe it's like super popular, right? Thunder like first picks it whenever they can, pretty much, because
Yeah,
it's
I
such
mean,
a strong hero. I believe it's a very strong hero, but probably like with DP, like Disruptor makes a lot more sense, just like team fighters, right? So Snapfire, like you want to have heroes that are in the front line and can kind of help you protect the DP.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense.
Snapfire is the most picked hero in the Div 1 DPC across all DPCs.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong hero. I don't know.
Actually beating Bane by like quite a few picks.
LBZS can pick up a mid laner that you can have some sort of a glass cannon here, right? Or a playmaker that goes in. These 4 heroes that they've got already are like, it's 4 heroes that do a lot for a team, right? So you're not really stuck in this. All this last hero that you're picking has to do is have a decent lane versus DP if you want to.
I feel like it needs to be something a little bit more active though, because Night Stalker is a little bit greedy. Like I feel like Puck could be really strong. Keep them in the Monkey ult as well.
another way of dealing with the Pangolier as well. So something for Vichy Gaming maybe outside of the box, like a Venomancer versus Monkey would be pretty good. But and then you put the Pango on 4, right? You could crush that lane. Monkey hates playing against him, but the hero itself perhaps isn't in the best spot. Oh, Phoenix. Oh, that's a switch up. So it will be the Pango offlane most likely, right?
Phoenix is very strong though. Like against Night Stalker, no matter what it's gonna turn today.
Versus Monkey as well, it's not
Monkey
bad.
as well.
Prevents you from getting those stacks.
Versus Lash too, but against IO, I think it's always so risky. If anyone's just on top of the egg, overcharge, gone.
Especially when you have heroes that can get on top of the egg very easily, right? Like you have this Monkey that will be able to jump on top of it. You have Night Stalker that can... Well, he can't really fly because it's day, but you can always count on 2 extra heroes to be there with overcharge.
Yeah.
Alrighty then, guys. What do we think's going to happen in this game number 1 then?
I'm going Vichy.
Going Vici?
There's nothing behind it.
I think it's just like
going
Didn't watch the draft. Wasn't really paying attention.
I'll be honest. No, I was looking at the draft. I just was going to go Vichy from the beginning anyway. Make it easy on you guys.
I feel like both teams have super cookie cutter drafts, and I just gotta go with who I think is better individually, which is VG.
All right. Any support for the Sunny boys?
Ah, man, I'm here on the draft panel. I need to go with the draft, so I'll go with Richie.
All right. I'm
switch
going LBZS. Why not? Because, you know, as the name suggests, show me what you got. I believe that's the rough translation, and I want to see what they've got. And I also want to see what our casters have got, as we have our Cryptic and Neff for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And yeah, I kind of agree with the panel here. I'm a little bit, you know, in favor of Vichy Gaming, but what do you think, Neff?
Draft or because there's such a big organization?
I think a little bit by draft, but something that was so weird that they did point out, you know, like both teams kind of ignoring some of the more meta picks and going for ultimate comfort this game. Like these are very
too comfy.
Yeah, like Lizard said, you know, are they gonna fall asleep in their chair? Who knows? But yeah, it's interesting. I'm excited to watch this game though. I mean, both of these teams first game here in the CNDPC Division 1. But yeah, a lot on the table for both of them.
It's crazy seeing the Phoenix come out last there. Like they mentioned, the Snapfire a lot of the time is picked up as a counter to that, but it's been kind of ignored here in the Chinese region, it feels like. But Little Shredder usually goes right through the egg, so it's a pretty common counter, but no one seems to really evaluate it at the moment.
Yeah, that and something that I also noticed completely ignored in the draft was the Mars. This is a hero that is pretty much a staple of the Chinese region.
Yeah, all
as
these
well.
players play it as well.
It's just Snapfire and Mars both ignored in the draft, like one of the most competitive openers.
Yeah, you're mentioning that to me. You just like, oh, every single time if Snapfire and Mars is still there, I'm going to pick that duo.
Yeah, it's just wild. But a little bit of a pause here to start the game, so we'll see as we jump in just a moment. But God, I said this yesterday. Dota is such a beautiful game, and you know, I'm a big fan of hats. You know this. Mm-hmm. He's rocking the new Disruptor Immortal set from the new cache.
Speaking of beautiful hats and whatnot, do you see the little ticker at the bottom of the screen talking about some of the fun facts? Apparently, Year Beast. Some people have saw in the files of the game. It's got like hero icons and
some voice lines. Yeah, that was data mined a little bit ago. Mm-hmm. Whether or not it's going to be a thing, you know, we'll find out.
Yeah, I had one person tell me that it was going to be the next hero, and I thought they were joking.
Well, so that's one of the things. Like, a lot of people are like, you know, we want less humanoid heroes in Dota. Like, we've been getting so many humanoid style.
Yeah, I want weird monsters.
Yeah, give us another Venomancer or a Broodmother. You know, give us another like weird creature of some sort. And yeah, Year Beast is definitely a weird looking creature.
Not Year Beast, Primordial Beast.
Primordial Beast. Yeah, sorry, not to be confused.
You don't want to get your beast wrong.
Yeah,
no,
I look silly, and being a Beastmaster player myself, I look quite silly.
Yeah, is why you always summon the hawk instead of the boar.
Yeah, no, I don't make those mistakes in F1.
Right,
it's far too good in this game.
But hopefully we get this pause resolved fairly soon. I mean, I am excited to see Phoenix come out again without anybody to, you know, keep the egg alive. Though again, it's beautifully paired with Mars a lot of the time. We were casting, I was casting Perfect World League. Wait, were you there? No, it was Drag and Drop.
No, it was Drag and Drop. Yeah.
Yeah, a Perfect World League about a year ago. Phoenix Mars picked up like basically every single game, and China kind of had their own meta at the time where they picked up Centaur a lot of the time to counter that out, either to get on top of or away from the egg, but. No big solutions to the Phoenix here. Means it was too good of a pick to pass up.
Well, I mean, they still have a few heroes that can get on top of it, right? The Monkey King, quite good at doing so. You have the IO Relo as well. Like Lizard was pointing out, I was like, you almost always have a solution to at least get to the egg if you want to commit for it. But one thing that was really strange is, they were talking about, Wraith King is definitely a comfort pick, but into the Monkey King, it's typically not good. Now, we saw yesterday.
It worked out fine.
It worked, yeah. The Monkey King ended up getting destroyed by the Wraith King, as he gets too many items.
Those donks. Jumps on top of someone, half their health gone.
Yeah, he was doing a incredible amount of damage. So it wouldn't surprise me if, it ends up going that way again, like the Wraith King just getting too farmed. But the IO, pretty good at helping amplify the farm speed of your core, right?
Yeah. A lot of time you can be able to get around the map fairly quickly, but a lot of your farm speed on the Monkey King and whatnot is going to come down to how quickly you can get a Maelstrom completed. Monkey King isn't the fastest farmer. A lot of the time he's forced to put extra points into his Primal Spring in order to speed up his farm, and of course that makes you a lot weaker in the lane. You don't have the extra kill potential from the points in Jingu Mastery or the bigger crit from the Boundless Strike.
Yeah, I mean, his lane's actually pretty good, though, right? Like, he's up against what's going to be, like, the Phoenix Pango. It's not that bad. Like,
you actually do struggle against the Phoenix. Just never get your auto attacks
yeah,
off.
you
You're
struggle
trying to build
against
up
Phoenix.
Jingu stacks up.
But we'll see if the Bane's able to help out enough in that lane. I think it will be able to. And another thing they pointed out in our lovely panel, I mean, super smart guys, right, obviously, is the fact that Night Stalker really weak the first few levels. IO kind of mitigates that and then just leaves the lane. As soon as it becomes first night, I was like, all right, peace. I'm gonna go stack, amplify your carry's farming potential. Which honestly, this time it actually might be the Lesh cleaning up a lot of the stacks early on.
Yeah, it's going to have to be because again, without that Maelstrom, Monkey King can struggle to find anything. Leshrac does clear them out pretty quickly. All of his abilities.
Finally, going back into the game, or not back into the game. I guess going into the game for the first time here. Very excited. So for those of you who are just joining us, it is Vici Gaming versus LBZS here, the first series of the day. We're just getting underway.
Both teams smoking up in the mid lane. I mean, we've seen First Blood happen a couple of times before the lanes have even started. I'm wondering if we'll see that again today. Of course, the goal right now is to run down the mid lane as quick as possible, place the ward, then try to counter out any sort of body check anyone does for that mid observer. But if you got everyone sitting on the high ground, you turn around, you give your mid First Blood, and suddenly they have a massive advantage of the lane.
Yeah, a lot of those times, what we've been seeing is it's pretty much never worth it to die for a bounty rune, right? Like if you go ahead and hand that First Blood over, especially to an enemy mid laner, you're sacking your allies mid lane pretty rough.
Yeah.
So a lot of times we see the teams just kind of trade the 2-for-2 bounty runes to start out, unless they get a very cheeky smoke rotation. But both teams kind of sitting in the mid lane under some wards, so they have all the vision that they need. Obviously, Night Stalker.
Even more vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
I think there's I think Bane has got a little bit of extra night vision. I think he's 1200.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
He's in my nightmares constantly,
Yeah.
so.
Again, I'm tired of seeing this hero. I don't like Bane, don't like OD. Any hero that just removes someone from the game. He's so good at the moment, though.
He is way too good. Second most picked hero in the DPC and one of the highest win rates, so.
Yeah.
So he's doing something right. I mean, it actually won all 3 of its games yesterday. Bane. Like, it was picked 3 times yesterday. I think it won all 3 games.
Very cool.
So.
Yeah, it turns out, just taking 2 heroes out of the fight for extended periods of time, pretty good.
Or more if you have a Grimstroke, which we saw a few times.
Yeah. So, or the beautiful Nightmare save. Even a single second of invulnerability on Nightmare can change everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see the mid lane matchup here of PP versus XM. Obviously, Death Prophet versus Lesh. The panel was talking a decent amount about how Death Prophet's lane should it be pretty solid. A lot of the direct counters to this hero were banned out. So XM got to be pretty happy about this, and it is one of his best laners.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
They were
super happy.
Saying that one as well. We're looking over a couple of stats before this one. So the fact that it is so good inside the current meta, gets to play this against a Leshrac is pretty neat. I actually prefer Leshrac to the Death Prophet. I think that Exorcism is just a very weak version of Diabolic Edict with a big cooldown. I'm sure that's the incorrect way of looking at things.
That is 100% wrong. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna.
I mean, it's just so much easier to commit a Diabolic Edict onto the tower.
Oh yeah, for tower pushing, Leshrac is one of the best in the game, right? Exorcism is just one of those team fight abilities where you see that and you have to make that decision of can we even take this fight, Yeah.
But then Diabolic Edict is just back up again.
It's quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leshrac, one of the things that makes him so strong out of the mid lane is, right, you leave the lane for a few moments. A lot of these other like flash farming mids that want to just clear the wave and then go jungle and come back, Lesh punishes you super heavy for it, especially if you want to rotate out of lane as well. Your tower is just going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many different ways he can play. He can either go for your tower, he can secure himself CF with the Earth Splitter and Lightning Storm. He can clear out camps once he's got his ultimate. All these things just make him so good. Too many tools.
But we can see this offlane here for Vici Gaming. Of course, we were talking about the Phoenix Pango up into the Monkey King. He's going to have a little bit of a struggle up against the Phoenix, and actually manages to dodge out that damage a little bit. But once these Fire Spirits are off, he can get aggressive in the lane again. But playing really well here on the side of the Radiant.
Yep. I mean, anytime you try to turn things around, it's all based on if you can get your Jingu Mastery stacks, if you can heal yourself back up. With the Phoenix Spirits on you, with the Disarm coming out from Pango, it can completely turn around how far forward you think you get to play or how aggressive you get to play on either of these heroes. And it's all RNG based on the Pangolier. So you have to leave a little bit of margin for error if you try to commit onto Irving here.
And they were talking about it earlier, Irving obviously being, you know, previously on LBZS, so he's going up against his old team. Black it had a
grudge
very
match.
grudge match. Yeah, Black was talking about how, you know, he's gonna give 160% this game instead of 150. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, anytime you're going up against your old team, you got something to prove, right?
No, exactly. It's not me, it's you guys. You were the issue. My favorite narrative in Dota.
Yes. As far as CS goes, though, lane's pretty even. It would seem like no one's really falling too far behind. The DP definitely performing well in mid, as expected.
Yeah. Leshrac a little bit further behind, but of course Leshrac does have an easier time pushing the tower the moment Death Prophet tries to walk away. Down in the bottom lane, I mean, Night Stalker is generally a pretty weak laner. You can secure yourself a little bit of CS with your high base damage and your nuke, but they struggle to harass him out given the fact that he's got, you know, a decent amount of HP regen, plus it's amplified by this IO down here.
Top lane, this might be first blood. Swashbuckler comes through. Is he going to burn down? He does. Ends up going the way of the Phoenix. So again, this offlane we're talking, it's being played very well by Vici, and they go ahead and grab themselves first blood for the bird.
I mean, you'd much rather have it on the Pangolier. If you get him some early items, he can do a lot in these team fights, and I do think that Blank Dagger and Roll Up is going to be pretty crucial this game. Bottom lane, though?
Getting aggressive here, but Erica might regret that. Has to back off a little bit. Molasses here on this Night Stalker does a lot of damage with the help of the IO, and it's only going to get worse in about 40 seconds here once we hit that first night.
Yeah. And he's trying to pump as much damage as he can to the Night Stalker before the first night comes around. That way he's able to waste a little bit of that duration that he has where he feels super strong. But Wraith King, up until he's got, you know, his armor items, Night Stalker's going to be able to punish him super hard. Again, high base damage. Once he's got Hunter of the Night, tons of attack speed. So he'll just crush him. And you saw just a second ago, the Wraith King, when he got turned on there, he melted pretty quickly because he had no armor. One of the lowest, carry melee heroes in the game. He starts with 2 base armor.
Yeah. And the Night Stalker base of like 6 or something, so
yeah.
You know, you don't trade super efficiently. And he's topped back off, ready to go back in. I'm sure here now that we are hitting that first night time. And
yeah, I do think that Snapfire would have been good for like several reasons. I mean, against the Wraith King, it feels amazing with little Shredder plus Orb of Corruption and, well, that's not what it's called anymore. Blightstone.
Blightstone, yes.
Orb of Corruption.
There's Orb of Corrosion as well, but yes.
And Phoenix Egg as well. So Snapfire would have been kind of neat, but they had picked both their supports
Looks
fairly
like
uninteresting.
bottom lane, yeah. They're going to go ahead and get aggressive here onto the Wraith King using this first night, but a TP in here from Disruptor hits him with that Thunderstrike. Going to push him off the tower, but these heroes, I mean, they regen back so quickly. They just want to go back to the tower, pop a little bit of a heal, but XM mid lane pops that Exorcism, now trying to trace down Detachment here on this Bane all the way to the Roche pit, but it's going to be PP who finds the Phoenix here underneath the tower, burns him down with that Pulse Nova, and XM finds the trade, so a 1-for-1 on the supports as they rotate to the mid lane.
It looked fairly funny as he swoops around and then wakes up the Nightmare from the Death Prophet as he comes back in there. But you do end up getting punished for that. You're underneath the tower, you're up against a Leshrac, and if you don't have your escape ability, Leshrac is going to very easily be able to run you down, as we just saw. But we're talking about the stacks on the IO. The moment that you know, he leaves the lane, he's already got a couple built up. Leshrac is going to very much enjoy those the moment he goes up for that bounty rune. I think he might wait until 7 minutes. That way, you know, he drops a couple of neutral items for his team at the same time he clears the stacks. Just maximize that efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, another rotation in here from the Phoenix, but PP he's fine. He's got an Arcane Rune. He's near his tower. XM doesn't have that Exorcism anymore as it has expired, so
Yep.
just trying to protect the DP here.
It looks like he might go for those stacks right now rather than waiting. Yeah, he's clearing those out alongside the IO. Yeah, I guess he's got the Arcane Rune right now. Doesn't want to wait for that to expire. Get the most out of his mana while he clears that one out. So no neutral items for him. He's going to have to wait a couple of minutes. Up here in the top lane, Monkey King, he's doing decently for himself against the Pango now, but Phoenix did have to move around and rotate. It means he's got a little bit easier time trading where he doesn't have to worry about that minus attack speed from the Fire Spirits.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing really well in terms of like finding farm in these side lanes, but a nice rotation into the top. He's going to go ahead and hit him with that Urn, and Boundless Strike does come out, but he has no way to sustain himself. Rolling Thunder even gets dropped, but unnecessary, as it's going to go the way of the Phoenix.
He's having a good game, minus that one death of Dio, you know, died to Death Prophet to get that kill. He finds 2 up here in the top lane so far. He gets to build big items on Phoenix this game.
Yeah, you know, very interesting. We're going to see this like potentially early Vessel coming out from Irving on the Pangolier. I mean, something you absolutely need when you're playing against a hero like Io, but it's also really good against the Monkey King. Bottom lane, Dark Ascension is going to get popped here. They're just going to be able to punish that Disruptor for showing his face here. And now Erica underneath the tower. Does he be a little bit careful as PP's rotating in as well? Nice tether to the other side of the tree line, and Erica will have to level that Reincarnation. TP in from the Death Prophet. Question is he going to make it in time? Pangolier stunned up on the backside. XMM, he is going to be able to help trade for that Lesh Molasses. Will be able to fly away. The Exorcism doing a lot of work. Almost clips the Night Stalker there. Taking down to the Urn. 11 HP is going to make it out and TP home.
Very close. XM came in a little bit late there. I wasn't sure if his teleport was on cooldown as they were diving the tower, because they're pretty far back, but it was a pretty long TP as well. I think that one ended up being like, what, like 7 seconds or something?
Yeah, I mean, everyone TP'd in. Like, the Pango TP'd in, DP TP'd in.
Yeah, and the DP just came in a little bit too late with that Exorcism, so ends up going down a lot of heroes there, and Night Stalker does get out. Nice play there for LBZS, but got to maximize the last of this night that they have here. Otherwise, you know, the game starts to turn around the other way.
The fact that the Death Prophet survives, though, and finds the kill onto the Lesh is pretty huge, because she's still very far ahead of these other cores, like up to 4,600 net worth now here just before the 10-minute mark. And they are going to try and commit to take this bottom tier 1, like you were saying. They really need to use this first night, and looks like they're just going to go ahead and sack the tower.
Yeah.
Start pushing top.
Yeah, they really want some extra map control with this first night, especially considering they already committed Dark Ascension. So, XM trying to shove in the mid lane, but without Exorcism, she's not going to be able to push that quickly. I think at this point you're just waiting for Night Stalker to farm before you can make any plays of your own. And LBZS, they're going to be playing this fairly quick. In fact, Monkey King went for Overgrowth in this game, which is a sign that he wants to be active.
Oh, Bane gets the deny on mid tower, but top lane you've got Irving and Erica going for another tower, so it's end up going to be quite favorable for VG Gaming here as they take 2 across the map, and the mid tower obviously the big one.
Yeah, that one much more important.
Bottom lane trying to find the Monkey King here. Glimpse just off the mark, though, for that kinetic field, so he will just walk away.
You see Kagome, I just think of Inuyasha every time. Not you? No?
No, I do not.
Stay on topic there, Far.
Yeah, no, you're good. We do have a smoke up from LBZS, though, as they are heading top lane. And it's going to be found by the Monkey King. Grabs Erica here. Relocate coming in, though. In comes Irving. Can he actually do anything here on the Pango? He may just have to TP home. They're just kind of juking him out. No, he doesn't, yeah.
So he just rolls on out.
Yeah, nice reload in to have that a little bit of extra damage necessary to bring down the Wraith King. Obviously, Reincarnation still on cooldown from the bottom dive, right?
Yeah, I want to take advantage of that. The fact that, you know, a level 1 Reincarnate is just awful. Best. And they're going to be looking for make a play of their own. They know that they just used Relocate, but Night Stalker does have Dark Ascension back up. They could look to turn things on them.
XM does have those boots of travel with Exorcism back available, and they're going to run right into Molasses. Pops the Arcane Rune. Exorcism comes out as well. Glimpse pulls him right inside the kinetic field, and he is all alone. Going to be an easy pick off here for the side of Vici.
He chose to just let himself die there. I mean, he could have popped the Dark Ascension to try to get away, or he could have popped even the Crippling Fear in order to delay the Disruptor a little bit if he stayed on top of him, but I guess he didn't want to commit. It means that they plan on turning this fight in the bottom lane. They fortified up, they positioned a couple heroes down here, and they will have the Dark Ascension when he comes down.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this tower should fall, though. XM with the catapult, it's just going to fall too fast. They are going to TP in the Bane, who does have the Fiend's Grip, but it doesn't make it in time.
Yeah. If the tower was still standing when Nightstalker was up, I think they would have taken that fight. But they needed just a little bit longer, which is the tier 2 there. They weren't ever going to be able to catch them. They would have seen that Dark Ascension just like TP'd out on the side of the Radiant. So they get control back of their jungle. The fact that they get that tower makes it a little bit more difficult for them to invade. And I guess they get back to this farming game. They want to be able to take this late. They see that they're making aggressive moves and not building the most farming items.
Yules catches the Death Prophet. Glimpse going to send him back, but the Dark Ascension comes on in. Nice Crippling Fear trying to bring her down. Pops an Invis, staying herself alive, and there's going to be the egg. He just go ahead and Fiend's Grips him, but you're still stuck inside this Supernova. And XM will find the kill.
Nah. And once that Supernova came out, they were forced to just get back. Nightstalker all of a sudden crippled and weak. He gets a bonus damage still from his Dark Ascension, but he's not moving very quick anymore. And, you know, it was an awkward move from the Disruptor, though. His Static Storm and Kinetic Field ended up not actually trapping anybody, so they got to continue to run at them. And they expended a lot and just lost the Bane. But honestly, with how much they used there on the side of VG, I think LBZS the next minute or so are going to be looking to make a play of their own.
Top lane making another push here. It's going to be the Boots of Travel in for the Death Prophet, and Exorcism back off cooldown thanks to that Arcane Rune used bottom. They could try and put some pressure on the tower with it, but in come the TPs. Wukong's command comes through. Nice Boundless Strike onto 2. Detachment puts him under. Split Earth connects, but again, he's still got this Reincarnation, but they don't even get the kill. Armlet toggles perfectly out of there. So a big commitment from LBZS, and they actually find nothing.
All right, surprised that Naze Armlet toggled there by the Wraith King. If they commit any further forward than that, suddenly they're all slowed and they're going to be able to turn things back around. Like you mentioned, the Arcane Rune on the Death Prophet, Exorcism being back up, made it a little bit scary to go too far past the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, nicely done there by Vici Gaming. I mean, they're just slowly inching their way forward in this game. I mean, we saw yesterday how strong this Wraith King can be as it goes on. Molasses going to catch another glimpse into XM's Death Prophet, trying to just TP home, and it's just that simple.
Just TP out. When in doubt. No, that one's going to frustrate them a little bit. Death Prophet not going to change up her items. It's my favorite thing is, you know, watching a kind of frustrating play happen and see some of these items change immediately afterwards. You know, like a Yule Scepter or a BKB after you go down.
Yeah. I mean, the Kaya Sange are going to do a lot of work for the Death Prophet this game. One of the things that Death Prophet, like, desperately needs is to just tank up, right? Like, this is a hero that is super item dependent.
And not get Fiend's Gripped.
Yeah, not get Fiend's Gripped, exactly. Luckily, they have a lot of answers to the Fiend's Grip. You have Pango's Rolling Thunder, you've got the Disruptor, Glimpse, as well as the Static Storm, so.
Static Storm people drop on Bane's pretty often just because it comes out instantly. No cast point, no travel time, just drops on the ground, you know, denies them a lot of space in a team fight.
Smoke up from both teams here, and they are not going to connect on these as they are both checking the opposite side of the map. Mid lane, we just have Monkey King trying to farm up a little bit here. Still a little bit behind the Wraith King, but...
Yeah, and he's going to be, I mean, he doesn't got the boys to help him farm.
Yeah, the good old skeletons.
Yeah.
Those are just... I remember when that got added, everyone was like, why does he need this? Why does he need to... Why?
He's got the fellas.
He's got the fellas. Oh my god, have you seen Wraith King's new taunt, by the way?
No, I haven't.
Very good.
Yeah.
It lasts an eternity. It's like the longest taunt in the game. I swear. I don't know why it's a thing. Exorcism gonna get dropped here by XM taunt top lane. Yep. And they're just gonna go ahead and work on this tier 2.
With them already set up underneath this tower, I'm not sure they'd be able to defend. So it looks like LBZS just gonna sack this one.
They're trading mid, right? That's the idea. But TP is coming through already. As Exorcism is alive. They have the Death Prophet.
They're still fortified.
TPing on the front side, and Boundless Strike's gonna find the Disruptor, though. That is a big one. If you can get him, put this Split Earth off the mark. Molasses pops the ultimate. He sees all these extra heroes and says, all right, never mind, let's get out of here. So they don't even get the trade.
Well, they just lose their tier 2 up in the top lane. They're going to be able to grab Outpost. They didn't get them on the way there just because they knew defending that mid tower was so important. It gives them so much access to the rest of the map. They need to keep this one alive. I mean, if you have it up at like 20 minutes into the game, it just becomes impossible to take Roche fights, you know, take fights in the enemy team's jungle. everything is just...
Set up back in the mid lane. They're going to use the Edict here to try and finish off the tower, but the fortification comes out still. Dark Ascension still providing a little bit of vision before it expires. And
yeah, now they're going to finally get back. Tried that that trick, just hiding in the trees, diabolic eating down the tower, hoping they don't notice.
hey, don't mind your tower dying.
Back when the tree line was a little bit different, you could do it with like almost every tower in the game.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I remember playing these old in-houses and people would just do that level 1 big Leshrac and try to take the tier 1 towers.
Classic.
Yeah.
Irving here does have the Spirit Vessel on his way to the Blink Dagger, so he is quite farmed on the Pango. I mean, he's the furthest behind any of the cores, but he still managed to come out pretty far ahead against a Monkey King lane, right? Like, you would have expected him to have a much more difficult time.
I mean, Phoenix did help against the Monkey King a little bit, you know, not being able to get the Jingu Mastery stacks off. Usually when you see like a melee hero matchup against a Monkey King, you just get completely shut down, but not in this case.
All right. Jungle items coming out for both teams. We hit that 17-minute mark, and Detachment playing some nice deep wards into the jungle there. Did get a D ward in the process, and they're just going to do it right back to him.
But the Observer's still standing. Death Prophet didn't manage to scout that one out, unfortunately. So both teams have good vision of the Radiant Team jungle. And it looks like they're setting up around the Roche pit here.
They're going to wait for the next Exorcism to do this. I'm sure it's coming off cooldown very soon. Kinetic Field there, going to give them the vision of the ward. Yeah, just comes off cooldown, so XM has that. And removing that ward there on the high ground gives them a pretty big advantage, because they have a really good ward placed deep into the Dire jungle there, right? So if they do try and make that rotation in towards Roche, it's a little bit more difficult.
Well, they still have vision now. There's one down right beside the Roche pit, even though they dewarded that one up on the cliff. There's one just outside
you're
the
right,
pit.
just outside the pit, yeah.
That's how they get you. You think it's safe to go inside the Roche pit all of a sudden. But they do back up just because they knew that Observer Ward is. If LBZS are able to predict the fact they're inside Roshan, they do have a pretty easy time taking a fight. You can get right in there with a Leshrac at the moment, given that he's got his Black King bar, and of course, against a Wukong's command, when you're fighting in these close spaces against that or the Night Stalker Crippling Fear, it just becomes impossible.
Yeah, I was going to say the LBZS lineup is quite good at fighting in the Roche pit. You have the Leshrac, Night Stalker, and of course the Monkey King. You don't really want to deal with that.
Yep. Monkey King's finally starting to catch back. Actually, he's still sitting kind of far behind. I mean, he's clearing out creep waves a little bit fast now that he's got his Maelstrom and, you know, maxed out Jingu Mastery and whatnot, but he's still a little bit tricky for him. Wraith King pretty far ahead at the moment, and I do think Wraith King has an easier time this game as position 1. I think he's going to outscale a Monkey King, even though, like we talked about during the draft, like we talked about yesterday, Wukong Command is a pretty good tool at dealing with the Wraith King. Is, you know, when he gets back up, he's sitting underneath all the monkeys.
Yeah, what we saw as the solution yesterday is he just always saved the BKB for that reincarnation, and they didn't have anything like a Basher or an Abyssal Blade to hold him in place. They didn't have any BKB piercing disables. The difference this time is LBZS actually has the Bane.
Yeah. Have you seen the Ultra late game Monkey King builds, by the way?
Well, I mean,
where you go like Arcane Blink, Refresher, Divine Rapier.
Oh, yeah. Very
that is hilarious. So I think Monkey King will eventually outscale it, but that's like 50, 60-minute stuff. You have all those items. Wukong's command just comes out so quickly with that Arcane Blink.
Monkey King's following this courier to find the Death Prophet, and he will get the vision. Cancels the stun right into a Fiend's Grip. Relocate in as well.
They use
betrayed by your own friend.
And everything dropped there. I mean, I don't think they need to use so much. To relocate looked a little bit unnecessary, but they wanted to be certain that the Death Prophet would go down. After all, it's been a little while since we've seen a kill on him. We're 20 minutes in, and it's 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, both teams like just trying to pick up what farm they can around the map. Neither team wanting to try and make the play around Roshan either, and that's where we'll probably see our like next really big engagement. But for now, both teams want to get these BKBs. They want to get these like really important items online, and we see the first one picked up here by the Leshrac and the Night Stalker. And we know Monkey King is almost to his. Once you have all three of those, we should see LBZS should be taking a fight, right?
Yeah, I think LBZS they're going to get stronger than VC in a little bit. Then I think they'll start to go VC's favor, and then finally towards like the ultra late game, we have that Monkey King build I was talking about. LBZS will be on top again.
To the Roche pit they go. Exorcism as well as the Wraith King is a lot of physical damage. He's got the Deso completed, and Doesn't look like LBZS are aware. There it is. The scan does come out. They still have Night Stalker's Dark Ascension, but it's too late.
It's too late
Yeah.
already. They don't even go for that. Everybody stays where they are. They decide to get a little bit of farm and try to push out the waves a bit in preparation for this Aegis coming at them. But they're going to look to push high ground with this one. They give it to Death Prophet, which is a little bit strange. As you know, when she goes down with Exorcism, she suddenly doesn't have it back up when she gets taken down with the Aegis. But she is the building hitter. She's going to be the one sitting on the high ground. So at the very least, she can do some damage to the tier 3s, then get back with this Aegis.
Yeah, I feel like that Roshan kill is like the consequence of committing so heavily for the Death Prophet bottom, right? Like you were saying, like they dropped a lot of spells. They had no relocate. They dropped Fiend's Grip. They dropped Wukong's command. And yes, they get the Death Prophet. She just respawns and is like, all right, I'm just going to go Rosh now. Sounds pretty good.
Thank you. Oh.
4 minutes left on that, so Death Prophet should be able to farm up to like a next big core item. We've been seeing that a lot, right? First Aegis doesn't really seem to be like an objective Aegis.
No, even second Aegis is an amazing. Second Aegis was awful for a little bit there. They finally ended up nerfing that one though. It was Aegis, Shard, and Cheese. Remember?
Yeah, it was way too good.
I mean, they were talking about ways to make Roshan better because second Rosh was like, yeah, it's whatever. It's just a second life, but now it is pretty game changing. Well, it was pretty game changing up until it's good enough now.
Yeah, it's balanced. Bottom lane, I see a Nightmare here onto that Disruptor. Relocate in as well. He's going to be able to glimpse it, but he's got the BKB there from PP, and Fiend's Grip right onto that Wraith King. And he's stuck inside this Wukong's command, but do they have any stuns to follow it? I don't think so, and in comes Rolling Thunder from Irving. The roll-up, he gets the BKB off, though, on the Monkey King, able to try and disengage, just going to TP home. And he will make it. The rest of the fight, though, you need to be careful. You get turned on. In comes the Night Stalker. The BKB up in the skies, trying to chase down the Death Prophet. And now turning his attention towards the Phoenix. He's got the Aegis, but he's got no help after that. And a couple quick auto attacks. They will find the first kill, the Split Earth. It's available if he can time it. And Glimpse, it actually cancels his animation. Very well done. XM, though, still taking a lot of damage here from the Night Stalker. Nice Wraithfire Blast to peel him off. And Kinetic Field making even more space. A Yule's there, but Dark Ascension has expired. Your Molasses Night Stalker is not nearly as scary. He gets the blink out to safety for the moment. Both teams need to be careful, though. Nice force to have safety. Monkey King on the backside comes back on in with that Boundless Strike. Ends up finding another 2 kills for the side of LBZS in a fantastic fight from them.
That looked so dicey for them for a moment there, but that was such a... I mean, they stuck around a little bit too long at the end. It was such a clutch glimpse there, not being able to connect with the Death Prophet with that Earth Splitter on the way out, but it didn't end up being enough. They've just got such overwhelming force to be able to continue to run at you, and once these ultimates are on cooldown on the side of VC, suddenly they can't take a fight anymore. These extended fights very much favor the Leshrac and the IO. They just have so much sustain and so much DPS over a long period of time in these team fights, so the fact that it went on so long, I think VC should have just tailed it out of there.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I was kind of with Vici on this. I was like, all right, Night Stalker's ult is done, no big deal. We can go back in, and then you're like, nope, Monkey King's here now.
Yeah, Monkey King. Leshrac is still dealing out damage. IO, despite relocating back up to the top lane, he TP'd back down again. Like, everybody managed to get back in the fight. The fight was so long, and against LBZS' lineup, you don't want to take long engagements like that.
Yeah, really well played by them. Now, breaking the game wide open, a 5K gold lead, really the first substantial lead of the game. It's been so close. 6-9, very nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pleasure to be here with you, buddy.
Yeah, of course. I can't miss the opportunity. Come on.
Wouldn't be right. But, you know, Aegis not getting much use out of that. I thought they'd start to do a little bit more damage to these tier 2s, you know, even chip away at the high ground there with the Death Prophet as they took the first tier 2 a little while ago. They're playing the map super well, but LBZS now feels a little bit stronger.
Smoke right in the triangle, and they're going to run right into Erica on the Wraith King, but he gets the blink to the low ground, so just barely escaping there.
Yeah. And then, of course, pretty dark on the map for them. They don't really have vision of that many heroes, despite having...
It's surprising Molasses wasn't leading that charge, right? Like, if he was in the front, they see the Wraith King from outside smoke vision, right? But PP just got maybe a little bit too aggressive there, and they're actually smoking up on the side of Vici Gaming instead. They want to contest this top tower push, potentially, and yeah, Death Prophet TPing in from bottom, so they're ready to fight. They want to go. We're placed up here on the high ground. Erica's just going to run in.
Yeah, he's confident. He's got Reincarnate. He doesn't have his BKB yet, so if he goes down the first time and he's underneath a Wukong's command, he does just get melted.
Oh, they see all the... Dude, it's so spooky watching these like
creeps
smokes, and you're like, you don't know where they are.
Yeah, and you see like the corpse of the creep as you go.
Oh, there it is. Oh, he takes into the tether stun. Nice shard there. They will find only the IO for their troubles, so
Donk down. He's been killed by the one true king. He's got to win this game or his IO bones are going to be harvested.
Big Erica fan here. Yeah.
Oh, nice pick off there onto the IO. Unfortunate that he blinked right in. He wanted to be able to get a bigger target than the Wisp, but unfortunately, tried pretty good. Remember when it just was a part of the ability to begin with?
Yes.
You remember damage reduction on overcharge?
Yeah, that, IO has been nerfed, what, like probably 30 times and is still a phase 1 pick.
And banned. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been banned out like most of the matches that we've watched.
Quite a good hero.
Yeah. I think it's just like broken by concept.
Exactly. Like there's certain heroes in the game where you're just like on just their kits in general are so difficult to balance around. Like Batrider being one of like the best examples. It took them like 6 years to make the hero not broken.
Flaybreak Stun was my favorite.
Oh my god. Okay, Wraith King's doing a lot of damage now. I just saw him one-shot an Ancient. That does not bode well for the side of LBZS.
Yeah. You didn't see him donk that IO earlier?
I mean, I did, but like, it feels like it's getting scarier. I mean, Leshrack's really the top of the net worth by a pretty big margin here, and a lot of that thanks to the IO just being able to run around with him. But Erica finds the IO on the backside, loses half his health right away. Nice heals to give him some space. Glimpse pulls him right back in. The King claims another.
The same moment he threw the tether out onto PP, he got glimpsed. Like, the glimpse ended up connecting, so he didn't go anywhere. You could not even see it. He's trying to get out of the
literally didn't see it, so I'm glad you pointed it out.
There was unfortunate timing there from the tether coming out. Otherwise, maybe he gets out of that one. But, you know, he has a lot of spells to worry about in these team fights. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like, God, it sounds ridiculous, but Black King Bar come out in the IO this game.
I mean, you need something. He could just go for the Ghost Scepter, right? Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of spell damage as well. Ghost Scepter, yeah, it's actually pretty good because the Wraith King's getting on top of him. That's the issue. That's
Yeah.
where the majority of the damage is coming from. Yeah, I like that idea.
Monkey King on his way to a Eye of Scotty. A couple really good item drops there. Elven Tunic as well as a Quickening Charm, but
But he does farm much slower, and as we can see, like that's part of the reason why Leshrack is farming so much and is so far ahead. Is your position 1 isn't eating up that much farm on the map.
oh, they're gonna find XM. Fiend's Grip comes out right away. The Wukong's command. He's got a DD rune to boot. Gets the Force Staff safe for the moment. XM gets the BKB off. He's ready to go. He's gonna turn it around. Erica comes in with his own. Rolling Thunder from Irving. Now he's gonna cancel it. They will just disengage on both teams. They're quite low on both the Death Prophet and the Wraith King. They don't want to risk it.
I do think there was a little bit of a mistake by the Monkey King there. He didn't chain up his stuns properly. He was trying to burst down that Death Prophet as quickly as possible during the Fiend's Grip instead of maximize the stun afterwards. So he stacked those, allowed him to get the Force Staff off and BKB eventually and get out of there. So
Great
slight
Force Staff
mistake.
from the Phoenix, right? Like this, it's such a good Force Staff game against Monkey King as well as the Night Stalker.
What
So
he used those early kills on is just after he's done his boots, he just queued up that Force Staff and went, okay, I guess I'm keeping you guys alive if I'm getting this gold. Don't get to spend this on myself. Would be nice to build with Midas. Remember Midas Phoenix? Every game.
yeah, I don't want to remember those days.
He doesn't even have hands.
Yeah, where do you? He just carries it in one of his claws, you know.
Yeah.
Tries to put it as a boot instead.
Anything he perches on turns to gold. All right, we have a Nullifier being worked on at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually a really good Nullifier game, and they're gonna smoke up again here on LBZS. I mean, they don't have the Fiend's Grip. It might be coming off cooldown soon, but you still have that Dark Ascension, and he's gonna go ahead and pop it as the smoke breaks, finds the Phoenix on the backside, Crippling Fear. Gonna slow him up, but he gets the dive out thanks to the Force Staff. I mean, kind of fake hype here. He's definitely still dead. There's no way he's getting out of this one. Irving, though, rolling in, and Death Prophet considering coming into the fight as well. Erica trying to find this IO, but won't be able to do so. And now Molasses gonna find this Pangolier. Yule's gonna buy him a little bit of space, but then comes Eric on the backside. The mech gonna be able to keep him alive for the moment. Irving with the roll up, but can you keep the eye alive? Absolutely not. And the Death Prophet just gets crushed under the damage here of this Monkey King and this Leshrack detachment coming in as well. Still doesn't have that Fiend's Grip available, but Wraith King's second life doesn't matter at all. He's just surrounded by the side of LBZS. Now, in comes the Disruptor, drops that kinetic field, trying to give himself a little bit of space, including that Static Storm. In comes the Egg, in comes the Exorcist, and you come a little bit too far, Monkey King. They drop the Sentry. We'll be able to keep him alive for just a little while, but it doesn't end up mattering. They find themselves the big kill. Glimpse finds PP as well. They turn it around completely here on the side of Extreme. Yes, Lesh will grab the Phoenix, but what looked like a terrible fight, they end up trading even.
Yeah, just going a little bit too far in the end. Detachment was doing so much work in that fight. He ends up getting the Fiend's Grip off into the Death Prophet initially. He sleeps the Phoenix in the backside of the fight just by like going so far forward while everybody is ignoring him, so he's not able to get the Phoenix Egg off. But I think that they overestimated just how far forward they could go given how well that fight was going there. They end up turning things around at the very end.
Yeah, I want to look at the replay
yeah,
here.
Watch Detachment though.
I thought the fight was just over here. I was like, yeah, there's no way Vici want to take this fight, right? But they still tried.
They dropped the Psychic Headband for a little while, just sitting on the ground. So we had to go back and grab that one.
I mean, once you have this Dark Ascension up, it's so difficult to play into the vision. And Vici Gaming, yeah, they baited out a little bit here. They get the buyback out of XM here, right? But
there's Detachment. He gets the Fiend's Grip off under the Death Prophet underneath Wukong's command. And while the Sun Ray's coming out, interrupted, so no Phoenix Egg to help that Wraith King when he gets back up with the Reincarnate.
Yeah, and then you have the Death Prophet rejoining the fight, and then it's completely different. Roshan here attempted from VG Gaming, but going to get pushed out a little bit as I think we see Dark Ascension. I see a Night Stalker flapping his wings over there.
Yep.
Yeah. Got the Nullifier completed now, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, it's going to be very easy for him to jump the back line here. I don't think... Well, it'll stop the Force Staff as well. That one works a little bit weird. It dispels you every so often on the game ticks.
Oh, he goes in, Nullifier up on the Phoenix. Can't Force Staff this time, but now, can he actually finish him off in time? It doesn't matter. You lose Detachment on the backside. He's going to buy back into the game. Wraith King going to lose that Reincarnation, coming back for his second life. Pops the BKB. They take down that IO. Irving still rolling around in this fight, but that BKB is about to expire on the Wraith King. In comes the Supernova. But it's not in time. You lost the big one. Your carry is down. There's the Supernova. Does pop, stunning up 2 here. Can they actually finish off the Monkey King, though? That is a huge kill. Jumps forward. Irving, he might have the damage. Burning him down is going to happen. And Detachment able to find a trade there on the backside. Fiend's Grip grabbing that Death Prophet. And PP still dumping a lot of damage out in this fight.
Amazing job of stalling that one out. Nice Stalker into zoning both supports on the back line. He does end up going down for it, but... did his job there, and Death Prophet, like you said, dead without buyback.
Oh, he's searching. Will he find him? Oh, what? Oh, what? What is? Why is he Sunray out? How does that happen?
Ooh.
All right,
he's got the schmoves.
I found a new juking spot, I guess.
Now everyone's gonna be looking at that one after this game. That juking spot's gone now. He pulled that one out when it mattered, though. Manages to stay alive. That is a clutch right there.
Yeah, Lesh still doing pretty much all of the damage here for the side of LBZS. I mean, he is just doing so much work. And Night Stalker with that Nullifier almost takes the Phoenix down. It'd be a completely different fight if that Phoenix falls before, he's able to get that Supernova off.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they don't have an amazing way of jumping the back line at the moment. You go that far back, you're not pumping out damage to some of these other heroes. You do have to be concerned about the Wraith King and the Death Prophet. So... You see, they're playing the fights decently well, and they did manage to take out the cores. That means despite losing a fight around the Roche pit, they didn't give up Roshan there as, the right clickers are down.
Yeah, very good point.
Well, they don't lose too much, and the game's still relatively even. I'm glad it's picked up a bit, though. We saw not too many kills the first 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, definitely picking up steam now. 16-17, 2,000 gold lead here for LBZS, but the game's still very even. The smoke comes through. Molasses with the Dark Ascension, ready to go, jumps in. Actually, his blink gets canceled by a little skeleton, but they still manage to find Erica for the moment. He gets the BKB off that Nullifier, not going to connect. The Glimpse sends him back, so he's going to be out, no problem at all. The question is, can they stop the Roshan from happening? Is they're going to go right into the pit? A lot of damage being dealt already.
They've got that tier 1 tower, that means, I don't know, TP to the tier 2
It's not going to be in time. They grab it, Aegis as well as the Shard. Going to go the way of LBZS, a beautiful, beautiful rotation. Death Prophet, obviously being dead there, is what does it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she was still gone for another couple of seconds, so even if they booked it over there, they wouldn't have the DP, and they just would not have had enough damage to take the fight around the pit, unfortunately.
2 Cloak of Flames on Leshrac. That is a feels-good item.
Yeah, that and he's got the Ignitum Shard as well. I mean, that's super good against the Wraith King. You drop a stun on him, he gets back up, stunned again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Against all these heroes, they try to get in assists. So he's got a lot of survivability. Cloak of Flames plus an IO on your team. And we've talked about that in some other broadcasts we've done. It feels so much better playing Leshrac with a hero that can keep you alive. You know, in the SA, it was really popular for a while, the Abaddon plus the Leshrac. Just so you're able to get in, dispelled as soon as somebody throws out a stun onto you. So IO works, you know, somewhat similar. You help keep him alive, and you can get him out if it gets a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just this hero who just runs in, right? Like, if you run in and you're not tanky or you don't have the save, it can really backfire.
Yeah.
But top tier 1 tower will go down, obviously giving the fortification back on over to VG. So they're going to go ahead and start pushing the tier 2. LBZS, they finally feels like they have a really solid lead now, right? Like the VG Gaming managed to pull back the first lead, kind of evening out the game, but after this Aegis grab, LBZS are in a good spot.
Yeah. And he's got the Arcane Blade queued up next, or no, it's got the Refresh Orb just for the double Wukong's command, it looks like. I don't know. I really like the Arcane Blink on the Monkey King.
Yeah, double BKB, double Wukong's command.
He just comes out so fast, the Wukong's command.
It's instant, basically.
Yeah.
It's what, like a 0.3 second cast or something?
Yeah. But how do you feel about... I know I'm supposed to be the analyst here, but how do you feel about the Aegis being on the Monkey King instead of the Leshrac?
Good question. Thank you, Caster Neff.
You're welcome.
No, it's... I actually think it's correct. Like, he's going to be the one who's going to, like, blink in, drop the Wukong's command, and having that Aegis is...
Well, he's got the leveler. I suppose that's why.
Yeah.
He's
he does
leveling.
have a leveler. Yeah, that's important.
Yep.
But yeah, I feel like the Monkey King's going to be going in very aggressively and like rely on the relocate from allies to help him. In comes the roll up, able to stun up 2 heroes now. The backside of the fight, though, just being completely disrupted thanks to the Night Stalker and Erica. He's trapped. His first life is gone. They did commit the Fiend Script for this BP. He's going to pop that BKB. Trying to this round. Boundless Strike catches him. He's stuck here all alone. Pops his own BKB. Night Stalker on the backside. Ticks down over to XM. In comes the Wukong's command, but they just walk away. A lot of work being done here by Irving on this Pangolier. The question is, can they get away from PP here on the Lesh, doing some work, but he's not the one with the Aegis. He needs to be careful. In comes the IO. Can he actually save him? It doesn't look like it. He just gets burnt down. Blink forward from Erica's gonna be able to find the kill. Now feared away up here on South thanks to that Spirit Siphon of XM. They end up going 3 for 0.
Using their save at the beginning of the fight just to get the Monkey King out of there, and he had the Aegis. I feel like it would have been a little bit better to have him drop, so I wasn't able to contribute too much, and everybody's position was a little bit awkward. And you do have these very big team fight abilities. It's hard to fight into the egg. It's hard to fight into the Death Prophet ultimate, and you know, Irving zoned everybody out as they were dealing with the Leshrac and whatnot on the front line too. Pango putting in a ton of work in that team fight.
These fights are so bizarre because like every single fight there's like multiple heroes trying to jump the other team's backline, and then they just start running away from each other, and you're just like, I don't know where they're going.
It's happening at 2 times. We need like we got multiple screens here. We can follow.
But yeah, Night Stalker just like runs the backline, tries to find Phoenix. You have the Pangolier who's just like pops Rolling Thunder, tries to find, I don't know, Bane, Io, and then Wraith King's like trying to find Io. It's just, the targeting is very interesting, and they're just gonna go right onto the high ground, tier 3 tower, taking a lot of damage here. It's actually just dead. Yeah. That is a lot of damage.
That is Leveler, Assault Cuirass, and Desolator on the Wraith King. Tier 2 towers pretty quickly.
That's pretty good.
Good.
Pretty good.
He's got the Titan Sliver in his backpack as well, so we can swap that one in and out. Ooh, the Witchbane? You give that to Pango?
Yeah, you could, huh? I mean, he's got Cloak of Flames. He's feeling pretty happy about that one on his way to a Lincoln Sphere, it seems.
Oh, no. Pango, he's going to take the Timeless Relic instead. Extra spell damage. I don't know. I really like the Witchbane. I think it's one of the best items in the game.
I find it relatively underwhelming for certain drafts for some reason. But
I mean, you're playing against the Leshrac. I mean, that guy's all mana.
Yeah. This game, pretty good against the Leshrac, which he actually has a Timeless Relic. That's very good on this hero. Spell Prism going to drop as well. Probably send that one over to, like, Night Stalker.
Bane?
Maybe Bane, yeah.
Yeah.
Either or. Both are very good with it. If there's no other good item for the Night Stalker, then...
Yeah, Timeless Relic's too good on the Leshrac to pop or to pass up, but...
Okay. Yeah, considering his current item is the Quickening Charm, I'm going to guess he's taken the Spell Prism.
There you go. He finds a Witchbane of his own.
Oh, blink in. Wraith King might regret that decision. Nullifier, he pops the BKB, trying to just walk out of this Wukong's command, and it's actually working! He's going to be able to survive. PP pops his own, just be able to try and disengage Fiend Script there onto that Pangolier, but doesn't end up lasting all too long. Quickly cancel it, and now the Supernova very aggressively placed here. They will be able to take down the Bane. Io trying to get out of here. Rolling Thunder number 2 gonna get canceled. IO glimpse back into the enemy team here. They're gonna find themselves a quick 2 kills on the side of VG Gaming. XM doesn't seem satisfied. He wants more, man.
He moves very quick. He might just find it. He's got a flicker as well.
Oh, unlucky flicker. He tried. He went for it.
Yeah, a good attempt. Oh, he gets silence off though, and he's forced to BKB. All right.
Okay.
I mean, they don't have the exorcism here, but we saw how quickly that Wraith King tore through the tier 3 tower last time. They're forced to buy back now.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith King's almost here. You've got the refresher that was popped on Irving, so Rolling Thunder back off of cooldown here.
Middle barracks are under attack.
And yeah, I mean, what do you do at this point? You don't have Wukong's Command, you don't have Dark Ascension, Fiend's Grip is gone. Like, every spell that you had on LBZS is just gone, and VG Gaming,
Your Rex is gone.
they've just got the damage.
Yeah, they melt that one, and you know it was unfortunate they took that fight around the pit, but they go, okay, well, I guess everything's on cooldown. We're feeling incredibly strong. Wraith King takes these in no time at all. Still has Reincarnate, so they can't commit onto him. So there it is, tier 3 tower, taking down VC Gaming. They're in very good shape at the moment.
We talk about like the Monkey King matchup into Wraith King being like, okay, yeah, he'll just, you know, if he dies in Wukong's Command, the benefit is that Wukong's Command is still there for his second life, but they can't even kill him the first time.
Yeah.
Like, he's able to just BKB and walk away.
Yeah, he
and
was in such an awkward position in that triangle. Like he was between a bunch of trees, had to walk in a straight line like, through like the entirety of the Wukong's Command.
And he still gets out.
Yeah, he still gets out.
yeah, so just really, really well done here by VG. I
He
mean,
needs more damage.
yeah.
It's as simple as that. People aren't really afraid of the Wukong's. Like, Pango is just rolling right through it without a care in the world as well. Like, you need to have enough damage to prevent him from wanting to do something like that. But you don't have the items. Your damage items right now are the Eye of Scotty and the Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't. You have a Blink Refresher BKB. Your Monkey King does not do damage.
Yeah.
Right? Like, normally you would see, like, an Abyssal Blade or sometimes you see, like, the Monkey King bars. Like, you just don't have, like, these really heavy right-click items.
Yeah, and you need to go the Maelstrom this game because he wanted to be able to farm. And he's going to upgrade that one to the Mjolnir, but Arcane Blink coming out after that. So he's still pretty long time away from doing damage. Your attack speed's going to go up, but your Wukong Command isn't going to be doing that much more.
He really needs level 25.
Yeah. Really needs level 25. Needs a Divine Rapier, man. Divine Rapier and Arcane Blink.
I think once he has level 25, like this like refresher BKB build is going to really pay off because you have that extra Wukong's Command ring. But at the moment, that current Wukong's Command it feels really underwhelming.
Baby ring.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels really underwhelming. Like you just kind of walk away and you're not really all that worried. And he kind of has to rely on his allies to do the damage. And honestly, it's really just been Leshrac this game, right? He is the primary damage dealer for LBZS. And if he's not getting on top of these heroes, not able to control them, they just don't find the kills.
Yeah.
Roshan still not up for another minute. VG Gaming here smoked up, trying to sniff out the sign of LBZS.
They got vision of one here. They see Monkey King down there, so they figure, all right, not everyone is going to be together. We can take a fight without having to worry about Wukong's. They get the D-Ward and the outpost, and I think they'll probably start to take a little bit more control of the map. Like you mentioned, like setting up around this Roche pit is going to be the next objective. This is Roche number 3, right?
Yep, third Roche, so Aegis Cheese, potentially a Refresher, or the Aghanim's Blessing. So all very important. I mean, either of those items are very happy to get on the side of
You
VG.
just give the blessing to the Disruptor. It's so good.
I mean, he's almost got an Axe. He was only about 1,000 gold
Oh, okay.
away, so he is very close to it. All right, we're going to see a smoke up here from LBZS. They start moving their way towards the pit. The Disruptor, though, with that ninja gear, actually pops a smoke. Irving, he gets the stun, the chain stuns onto the Monkey King. He might just be dead before the fight even starts. Save for the moment thanks to the relocate, and now Wraith King turning his attention on over to the Lesh. You have lost the Bane. He gets his BKB off, trying to disengage Molasses. A lot of vision being provided here from him. Refresher comes out. Irving, second Rolling Thunder, trying to chase down the Lesh, and there's the stun from Erica. They get the kill. He's going to buy back into the game. Disruptor, you're in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. I don't know how you ended up over there.
Then you go right into the Roche pit, but with Leshrac coming back, they're going to be forced to back up. Dark Ascent is still active as well, and you know, Leshrac just dying there. You're forced to relocate the monkey out at the beginning of the fight. The same thing has happened twice now before the fight really begins. They just have the favorable initiation off on the side of VG and end up winning the fight because of it.
And it's Irving, man. Just the Rolling Thunder into the roll-up. Wraithfire Blast, they had everything. Your XM takes a Wukong's Command comes out. The second Boundless Strike to secure the kill. And he's got another Wukong's Command to follow this. So just trying to make this barrier for this Roshan number 3. The buyback comes in from the Death Prophet. Rolling Thunder comes through from Irving. BKB going to be able to keep this Monkey King alive for the moment, and Roshan's going to fall. And comes Erica. The stuns, though, come through. Who's got the Aegis? It's going to be BP on the Leshrac, and Wraith King, second life, not going to really matter all that much. Surrounded by the heroes on the side of LBZS. In comes the Death Prophet, takes a lot of damage, but will pop that BKB, try and disengage. PP low inside the pit here. Still has that Aegis to work with, though.
And everyone, they end up getting out at the end. You end up having to buy back on several heroes on the side of VG, and you don't get anything from it. You didn't stop them taking anything inside that Roche pit. Aegis and Cheese both going the way of LBZS, and I feel like it was a bit of a...
Oh, look who's got the Axe Blessing there.
Oh, I missed that one. There you go.
Pango sniped it.
Yeah. I was thinking about who might take it on the side of VC if Disruptor already has his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I'm really curious who's going to grab it. I mean,
I think Pango already activated it.
no, Pango didn't. At least from what I saw, he didn't activate it, but either
Oh, no,
one.
you're right.
But yeah, there's a lot of really
Wraith
good
King?
options.
Wraith King, maybe?
Wraith King or Phoenix, potentially. XM's is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Remember when everyone was building that item?
Yeah. Okay, they do just put it on the Disruptor, and he's like, all right, I can go for an Aeon disc now. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Oh, he's got a Blink Dagger queued up. I mean, again, it is like the biggest thing for him, even though he did have the point booster. You can use that for something else now. But yeah, Monkey King, he did do a lot of damage with that refresher. He's got that extra ring, like you mentioned, at level 25. The only issue is, these rings coming out faster. You can solve that problem by building the Arcane Blank, and then he builds, his big damage item, which is going to be Divine or, well, probably just a Divine.
It is a scary game to build a Divine Rapier still, though.
Yeah.
Like, if that gets handed on over to the Wraith King, he's probably one of the best Divine Carrier Rapiers as there is.
He's not, there's people worse than him. It's just hard to get him twice.
Yeah. A little bit of a desync there, but continuing to farm up. The game is still so even. I mean, it's 23-22, only a 2,000 gold lead here for LBZS, and the only team to break high ground so far has been VG Gaming.
Yeah, the most net worth advantage has ever been in this game is like 6,000, which
Yeah.
isn't that much. Now that we're 48 minutes into this one.
In for the long haul today.
Yeah. I'm for it.
I am too, yeah. I mean, these teams are very well matched, it would seem.
Well, Panel didn't seem to think, you didn't seem to think so either. You went into this game with that VC, very easy game for them.
No, I did not. I don't know what you're talking about.
They dare pick, the Sunshine Bird against the Sunshine team.
That is true. That makes a lot of that does
The lore just checks.
seems a little sus.
It's nice to see, though. Oh. Pressure Orb being worked on by the Death Prophet. She realized, after that last team fight, she had to buy back in, and then her damage was a little bit underwhelming. She would have taken down that Leshrac fairly easily as well. She got the Aghanim Shard, which is a huge pickup on the DP once you have like space in your build for it.
Absolutely.
That fear is very big.
Man, dude, all of these jungle items fit these heroes really well. Disruptor loves having this ninja gear, right? Just being able to sit under smoke away from everyone else.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught out.
Ooh,
And that's exactly.
a big pick-off, actually.
Oh, the Eagle song.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Swift
It's
Blink?
his Swift Blink, yeah. It stops his Swift Blink. He has the recipe and everything.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes with that one. That's rough. And they might look to, they've got the Aegis for another minute and a half here.
I think this would be the time you want to start pressuring, right? Like, you don't have the Swift Blink. In comes PP on the backside. He finds the Disruptor. Can actually finish him off. There's going to be the Nullifier preventing that Force Staff. And Chain Stun's going back the other way, though, thanks to Irving. Lesh, like you said, going to pop that Aegis, but Wraith King is stuck inside the Wukong's command. They drop that Fiend's Grip as well. Can he actually get out of here? Absolutely not. He is just stuck inside the base, dead for 125 seconds. Buyback on cooldown for another 4 minutes. So LBZS might have just turned this one in their favor finally, as they need to be able to get some of these lanes of barracks.
The entire team zoned away from the Wraith King there and just sat underneath the Wukong's command. This is what they picked the hero for. This is what they were waiting for. And, with these buybacks on
Oh, they
cooldown,
go
do
in,
this
they
with
get
their
the
time.
Hex, they find the Death Prophet, they have the damage, not able to force staff him out. Phoenix drops an egg on the backside, stuck inside the enemy team though. They just take down the egg. Another hero without buyback, and they will be able to just play really aggressively with this Monkey King, the BKB, keeping him alive. PP just jumps right back into the enemy base though. He's gonna find the Death Prophet, another dieback. It's gonna cost him his life, but The damage is done. Dark Ascension coming through as Molasses, able to rejoin the fight. Second Rolling Thunder here from Irving, able to try and chase him, but the cheese gets popped by the IO, healing him all the way back up.
And Irving against the world.
It
65 seconds without this Wraith King. 5 seconds until they've got Disruptor back, but Irving can't do this by himself. Just going straight for tier 4s here. I don't know how they're going to hold.
It's going to be really difficult. You got the Static Storm, you're right, with the Aghanim Scepter. It might be enough, but the Nullifier comes through. They've caught the Pangolier buybacks right back into this game. But you got no spells left. Irving jumps in, trying to get on top of this Pangolier, but there it is, the Wukong's command around the throne, and LBZS will take game number 1 against everyone's better judgment, I guess. Everyone thought this was going to be VG Gaming, but they've done it. Surprise of the day.
Congratulations to Nomad for predicting the Sunshine Boys here.
True.
LBZS.
Nomad was right. Everyone else was just left.
Yeah, we should put him on the analyst desk, take him off the host role, put someone else on
Yeah,
host.
we got to swap things around,
Yeah,
really.
we'll change it just for Nomad. But
Yeah.
beautiful game there. I mean, going for that crucial timing there. They end up getting the Eagle Song, stopping that Swift Blink. They realize buybacks are on cooldown. They've Aegis for another minute and 30 seconds. And they finally got that timing that they were looking for and that team fight that they needed. Wukong's command with the entire team zoned and the Wraith King finally going down.
Yeah, it was honestly a perfect kind of, like, everything came together finally for LBZS. Like, they get this fight where PP just is like, he's like full suicide mission, dive into the tier 4s, pushing out all these other heroes. Meanwhile, Wraith King has no help at all.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what they've been trying to do the whole game. And you know, that refresher, level 25 Monkey King, that was like a timing that we knew was going to be important. It finally comes together. It was fantastic to watch, and LBZS, honestly, they really deserve the game.
Yeah.
So, but to break down the game a little further is going to be our panel. So we're going to send it back to them and have them break down what we just saw.
Hello and welcome back to the panel indeed, where the Sunny Boys have done it. I believed in the sunshine, and it paid off big time. I mean, these guys put in a great performance in game number 1, very much impressing us, and a really nicely played in first game from them. Thoughts, Black?
I am both impressed and disappointed. Very impressed with LBZS. So obviously they made a lot of improvements as we have expected, because they came back from a lower division to the Division 1 now, and they look good. Like, the fundamentals are there, the map movement looked pretty crisp, but at the same time VG looked like nothing like they did before, right? It's like a shadow of the former selves. You can really see the disconnect happening a lot, and potentially like the lack of an in-game leader as well.
Could you highlight some moments where that really came into effect?
At a lot of these Roche fights, it's just like one guy jumping in alone, and then after he's dead, then 2 people jump in afterwards, and then they die, and then they buy back one after another, kind of trickling back into the fight, but it's already too late, and suddenly you gave the enemy like 4 winning conditions. You know, like any of those heroes that dies, you just lose the game right there. And yeah, like it just really feels like they don't have this one person that really makes like these critical calls. You know, like they're like, yeah, we should be here, but I'm just gonna do it at my own pace. You know, like no sense of urgency really.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel like, I don't know, because the IO kind of got away with murder in a lot of these fights, right? Like, it's actually quite rare these days where you see these relocate saves, because, you know, it is much easier to cancel than it used to be. And we saw like 3, 4 of these coming off in critical moments onto the Monkey King in these fights. I mean, how are they letting, how a team like Vici letting that happen?
I think it has to do with the sloppiness too, and like it didn't feel like anybody really had a focus on the fight. It felt like 5 different players kind of doing their own thing. It never really felt like one big unit, and it just, you know, when you're up against 5 individuals who aren't really connecting, then I feel like that gives IO an opportunity to just do whatever he wants. He's just away from the fight, and, you know, yeah, Poyoyo is going for him, but the rest of the team is just off and getting beat up on the other side, and it's really not looking cohesive right now for VG.
But still an awesome performance from Salad, though. I mean, that was some neat IO gameplay, wasn't it?
It was, but honestly, like LBZS as a whole played really well. Like the Leshrak hard carried them through the mid game, and then late game the Monkey build finally came online with his 25 and the Refresher Blink build. that is getting very popular in China now. But I think they all definitely carried their own weight this time.
Yeah. No, definitely agreed. And yeah, just generally like super impressive from a team coming in, because often with these tier 2 Chinese teams, there's like 1 or 2 players which are shining more than the rest and kind of, doing the heavy lifting. But this was a full team. Like these guys looked like a full team ready to go and ready to work together to get the win.
Yeah, actually it happens quite a bit. Like when you have 5, well, I don't want to call them like no names, but like people that aren't really known to the public. That's how you reach like the upper division, the highest level of play, right? Through teamwork. Because if you were like super individually gifted, you wouldn't be put in that position to begin with, So you have to grow together and get stronger together, and they definitely did that throughout the last 2 seasons. Like they look nothing like the old LBZs. However, we might be overhyping them a little bit, because it might just also be that VG is just completely lost right now, and they need some time to figure out their own play style and drafting style. Because now even Fenrir is gone, that we just figured out. It's yeah, like we'll have to see how they go.
Sure. Looking back at the draft, though, is there any problems which made themselves more obvious in the game, which were maybe overlooked a little bit?
Honestly, I do think VG had all the tools they needed to win, and it showed many times. Like even when they were like 10k behind, they still took some team fights convincingly, right? It just really felt like they're super disconnected. Like in this fight was, I think, the only fight in the game where they play it really up to their strengths. That they kite around, the enemy team runs away, you glimpse them back in. Wraith King is hitting the back line how he should, and things just went how they should. But in most of those fights, like here, completely disconnected. The Wraith King is doing 1v4 on the back line. It's like, oh, I have no buyback. I'm getting completely destroyed here. Team, like what's happening?
There is nothing that team could have done right there.
Yeah, like that's what I mean by disconnect. Like, he jumps the back line while the entire back line is getting gone on by the Lash Shark already.
Yeah.
Where's the communication?
And like earlier on in the game, the Monkey King versus Wraith King matchup didn't actually come into play that much. As I was talking about in the draft, how we see this as an answer, and I think it wasn't the case in the mid game, because it was hard for the Monkey King to be in the right position. He was getting bullied a lot, and staying in the fights against a DP and a Pangolier is very, very difficult. Where Phoenix as well, of course, a lot of area denial, and that was kind of working well against the Wukong's command and stopping him from getting on top of that Wraith King corpse and setting it up. But then later on in the game, everyone's squishy, right? Like past kind of 40, 45 minutes, everyone's squishy, right? You can take most heroes down, and the Wraith King was getting torn down pretty quickly, and that's what allowed them to be able to set up with the Monkey King, and that's when that Wukong's command actually came into effect and really bullied that poor old Poyo Wraith King into the ground and set them up for the victories in the Super late game there. So, but of course, VG Gaming never wanted to get to that stage, so it wasn't a factor in the draft. So I can completely understand now why they did that. But yeah, overall, nice game. I mean, are you expecting this to be a 2-0 after seeing this first game then, or do you think it's still much more even?
I think LBZS, like, they looked good, but there were definitely still some things, like, they had some sloppy fights as well, right? That gave Vici an opportunity to come back into the game. I think if Vici play a little bit cleaner, a little bit more cohesively, I think this game has a little bit of a different story to it, and Vici maybe get the win. But I guess that all depends on how Vici's going to play, right? Like, I guess every game does, but, like, we'll see if Vici can really put the tools together, because if you're coming out of this game, do you even see that if you're playing the game? Like, we were just 5 different players?
It's hard to say. I mean, usually it would be like the coach's job, be like, what are you guys doing there? Like, how are you just going in one by one? What is happening there? Where's the communication? Like, you gotta like wake them up, It's an early day for us, but it's like about noon for them in China, right? So
That's still early for a game.
yeah, exactly. Gamer time, it's still like, it's basically 5 a.m. for them. So
Sleeping.
No,
the coach gotta be like, time to wake up. It's DPC time, guys.
Start ringing the bell.
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Let's get out of bed. Yeah. I love the name changes as well on LPZS as well. It was so funny listening to our Cryptic, doing a great job hyping these fights, but then just yelling, PP's got the H. I was like, oh, God. I mean, credit. They didn't crack up at all, but that just sounded so silly to me. And
PP is a great name.
It's one of the better ones.
it's definitely my favorite.
It's up. It ranks up there with cat feces.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
Cat
I think
you.
LBZS, when it comes to name game, is just like top. You've got
Pet-
molasses and salad as well.
It's a salad. If we were talking about it, just come up with any word and you can make it hype. Or any letters together.
But
PP, just
that's,
what-
that's how a lot of Korean pro players also get the nickname, right? It's
just anything.
innovation. It sounds super cool.
I mean, I can understand that with like detachment. You know, it's kind of like a pretty edgy name, but like I don't think
It's very
salad
edgy.
sounds cool. Like but it does because it doesn't sound cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a bit different like that. So yeah. What are we expecting coming into game number 2 then? You know, we're expecting them to go down a similar route in terms of drafting for this like massive team fight on VG Gaming. Do you reckon that's their take on this series, or do you reckon they're going to move in a different direction now?
Get that IO banned.
Get the IO
Get
banned?
that out of here.
Yeah. I mean, they do love it. They do first ban it, but we do have the draft just around the corner, which means we need to bring in our drafting master. Is of course Lizard, the man who loves heroes, loves picks, loves bans. How's it going, dude?
The drafting master. I love bans, and B-Cop has a pretty good idea. This IO might be the one to go out, might be the hero to be banned out by VG Gaming. Makes their game a little bit easier. Strategic approach from LBZS obviously has to be completely different if they don't have the IO.
I think we need to get him out of here. He just agreed with B Cop.
Oh my god.
I don't think it's allowed.
Hey, I shoot a lot of shots, and one of them's got to be right eventually.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not
Well, let's find out if he is correct as we go into the draft for game number 2 between LBZS and VG Gaming.
And he's right.
Let's go.
Beacop God. Round of applause. Round of applause.
Some space at that draft panel desk right there. I'm eyeing it up.
What's really interesting though, you were right. OD was banned out, but Spirit Breaker is still in.
Uh-oh.
And LBZS, they had first pick and they didn't get it. So this looks VG Gaming. I would grab it. Would you grab it, Black B Cop? Get it?
Don't worry about that. Beacop.
I'll say yes for sure.
I grabbed it the entire time already. But they banned it last game, so they obviously put a lot of importance into it. So I would not be surprised if they pick it up in the first two.
Maybe Bane. That's also an option.
Yeah,
Right.
or both.
Or both.
Imagine having like 200 stuns and 2 supports. I heard stuns are really good.
They just like
What's
their
happening with DP in China region? Like everybody first picks it. Yesterday I was like first picked every game too.
It's not as popular anywhere else.
It is not. Like in Europe we see it sometimes. Like we saw like a post 4 DP from Tundra in one game, but it's one game. It's not like first pick every game.
Doesn't feel like it warrants a first pick.
Yeah, honestly, in the games that we've seen it, it looked alright.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what it was. It was alright. It wasn't like, wow, the DP's going in. We got an ultra kill. The backline is not safe at all. What can they do?
It wasn't
the
like your
menace.
first pick. Like you were just. I feel like your first pick has to be like
Yeah.
big impact. It just doesn't feel like that kind of hero.
I mean, at least it's still versatile.
Yeah, it leaves them options. But like you could still get it second phase, right? I don't think that's anything that's going to be banned in those first 5.
Probably not, right? Like that profit just isn't as contested, but maybe it's something. Obviously, it is something from the scrims that we're not seeing these teams, even though they've played only Hua Invitational. There was one more tournament. It's mostly for the lower ranked teams. The other tournament that is.
Yeah.
And these other ones, they're just scrimming each other and figuring stuff out.
Yeah. What is
You're
that?
not seeing.
Ogre Monkey King. That is that is some unusual stuff.
I actually had to do a lot of scrolling to find Death Prophet in the contest rate, and she is not a contested hero. Like
No.
25 pick bans over the entire Division 1 DPC season. Look, that's nothing. That's lower 50% for sure.
Yeah,
So
but we got like half of them almost in the DPC in China now.
yeah.
Yeah. Ogre, however, has been contested in other tournaments as well, in other regions. Like the hero is strong in the lane. Bully, you get that Monkey King Bloodlust later on, which is nice as well.
Some people even like to play when you're offline, get that Midas, you know, juicy money.
Some people.
You mean ice?
Dude, I've been spamming it on pubs too. It's so annoying when you don't get the double Midas or triple.
You grief your pubs?
It's not grief. I'm owning with it. Like you stun people and you ignite people and you run around and do it again.
You get a ton of farm from that Midas. Then
You do.
it's one thing.
And XP.
Yeah, no matter how bad your game is, if you get that Midas, you're like, oh, here we go.
But you're also not a Mars. You're
My
just
Pulse
an-
5s
yeah.
agree with you for sure. All right, Draft Master, talk us through these bans.
Yeah, so far we have the Viper, the same ban versus Monkey King we had in the first game. The TB and Morphling just deleting some of VG Gaming's core positions, that position 1 for Erica, and we'll see if they opt to go for Raid King. I really don't think I'll agree with Black. I don't think that their draft was the problem, was the issue in the first game. The stat profit plus rate king combination on 1 and 2 is extremely strong together.
Because they're both dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Important to get that
one is a raid.
thematic synergy.
Yeah.
That underworld synergy.
Yeah, where was the partner? Bane is kind of like a ghost kind of dude, right? He's pretty
he's-
dead.
He's the incarnation of nightmares.
He's like a spirit-ish.
But he doesn't have to be dead. Maybe he...
Pangoli is alive, though.
Pango is alive, but I think
Very
Bane
alive.
as well. He's not dead. It's just a species of Banes.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
dude that really likes nightmares. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a
Dude.
dream catcher incarnate.
Dude, I would love to look like that. It's so cool. Like, imagine you go into a bar, like, oh,
I don't think you're getting served.
I'm Bane
I
Elemental.
don't think you would like being. Like, you probably get locked up. I don't know.
But then you just put him to sleep, nightmare.
Okay, yeah, fair.
And
fair,
then you
fair
walk
enough.
away.
Can't argue.
Then you call Gengar.
Float away. You don't walk anywhere.
Actually,
around.
Gengar. Yeah, Gengar cosplay.
Pangolier is the answer to the Monkey King once again. You know, this hero hates being disarmed, so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, we did see the Pango Phoenix in the last game. Maybe they go for the same route once again. Just copy the draft. Just instead of the Disruptor, have the Bane, and that's it.
Dude, VG didn't look really good, but Irving on that Pangolier tried really hard to carry his team. And
Yeah.
he almost managed to do it, but...
Oh,
Yeah,
he's playing against his old team, right? Like he's the guy who came across from LBZS,
Yeah.
so you know he has to make a statement. He has to roll all over their faces, be like,
But like that's the thing. Like he was by himself because he was trying to carry so hard. There was a couple fights. He started with the Rolling Thunder and nobody was near him.
Yeah, a little over-ambitious sometimes, but you know that happens.
They had some problems. Like you'd see a couple of eggs as well, and then Rolling Thunder isn't there on time, and he dies. So they definitely don't look as gelled as in the first 2 seasons of the DPC, but it's not the same team.
Yeah.
Right? And there you go, the Lina and the Spirit Breaker now. This time around, I really like LVZS's draft so far. Lina as an answer to DP as a hero in whole
Yeah.
looks pretty solid.
But why didn't I ban Spirit Breaker when you have Bane? It's literally the best hero against Bane. Like, you can't grip anyone. You charge you can't grip him.
maybe they just forgot. I mean,
Maybe, but first game they banned it. So,
yeah, I know that. Well, that's what I mean. Like it's banned so much that sometimes
I mean,
I don't know.
potentially.
It,
Maybe
it
that's
could
the-
also be one of those things, like, let's see if they even play it, right? Like, the hero is banned all the time. We don't know if they even play it. You ban out Yayo instead. They don't first phase it.
he yawned. Who was saying they were tired? Oh no, that's an LBZS player. Never mind.
Yeah, it's like,
My bad. My hot take is gone.
it's okay. Now it's a cold take.
It's cool
Wait,
take.
Do you see some trees outside their window?
No, the trees don't exist.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I've heard of birds not existing, but trees not existing is a new one.
I heard birds are spies.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
They're literally just spies.
But some trees are also spies.
Shout out to...
Although if birds were spies, then Phoenix would be able to go
Jenkins.
invisible, and he can't. So
By Glimmer Cape you can.
yeah. Oh,
Just
all
gotta
birds have-
do the Harry Potter style, you know, whoop, and you're gone.
that is a noise from the film. That's dead on, isn't it?
Talk about a great
He puts
Christmas
that on.
gift.
Let's talk about TA for a bit.
Yeah, this should be your safe lane TA, right?
Yeah, probably.
We're gonna have a safe lane TA and DP mid, most likely.
But it could be and like he likes his TA as well, right?
Okay.
And they could do like offlane DP and like a 4 Pango if the
Yeah. The lane itself, it doesn't really change as a whole ton, right? Later on, TA versus Lina, if you do lane her, like, you're fine. But during the laning stage itself, it isn't the best matchup. It is skill based, but Lina can do just fine there early on.
yeah, for sure.
They've done-
I'm worried about a Spirit Breaker because even TA is not that good against Spirit Breaker. They have nothing that's good against Spirit Breaker right now. Only like a Yule Scepter from the DP maybe.
Yeah.
Like you really gotta address that hero actually. Like if you don't address Spirit Breaker, he's just gonna cause so much chaos.
It's just gonna be like 3 Lincoln spheres on their side at some point.
It just wastes 20k gold, no
Yeah,
problem.
you just that's what teams are doing at least. Like if you notice the
Yeah,
way
but they always lose because
they
of
always lose.
Yeah.
They always go for Lincolns. I'd rather lose than get charged all the
that.
time.
I know, man. So
The-
wow.
Yeah, they get Veno to.
Dude,
crush
how
the TA,
annoying
right?
is this lineup?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's very annoying, but it's very cookie
is.
cutter looking as well, right?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like,
it's extremely annoying, but
All right.
something's missing a little bit. Maybe a little bit of team fight.
Question
They
for
do have it.
B-Cup, all right? As a play-by-play caster, how do you see these team fights going for LBZS?
Oh, the
tapping
Venom,
into your specialist knowledge.
the Venom Ward.
Yeah, cast it now. Tell us what's
Hype up
gonna
the Venom ward. Drops down the ward. I can't believe it.
It's applying poison touch to everybody.
I know that's slowed. Ooh.
It would probably just be me talking about how Bulldoze is broken.
So you're just saying Spirit Racer's gonna run in and Vici are gonna panic.
Yeah.
All right.
Level 4, that ability is so broken.
It is so hard though for them to cut the backline in this game. There's Spirit Breaker running through, there's Venom Wards everywhere, you have like Wukong's command. Like how do you jump on this Lina without just getting like destroyed yourself?
It feels like how you jump into these fights at all. Like
Yeah.
you're just still
There's
locked
just
out.
so many holes in this draft.
How about like a good old
VG game.
Storm Spirit now? Let's go for VG. Wraith King again? No way! How?
Wow.
We wanted some mobility to get into the fight, and they picked the most immobile carry. Like, yeah, we got Wraith King again. Why are they like they're not going out of the comfort at all?
Yeah, they fall back on that.
Wait,
Wraith
that is
a lot.
Vici on the right, and he was yawning again. They're all yawning.
He's yawning. Yeah.
What's
he's-
happening?
Early, man. It's
I told you, game
7 in the
hours.
morning over here as
Yeah.
well. 8, 7.
5 a.m. basically for them
Yeah.
in
yeah.
a clock.
Goodness me. Well, I mean, there's no way I'm voting for Vici Gaming, seeing how we just saw 3 yawns in a row.
There is
I mean,
three.
that's cursed. That is cursed.
And they
So-
also picked Wraith King last again.
Yeah. LBZS, they're the Sunny Boys. You know, their logo is the sun. If the sun's out, they're ready to go. Sun's out, guns out. Let's go. 2-0. Lizard.
B Cop.
Black.
No man.
I already said it. You
Oh.
can't- it's
Ricky. No, I do think that I don't like what VG showed me in game 1, so I'm gonna go LBZS as well.
All right, LBZS. B Cup.
I'm gonna go Vici again.
Vici, you believe they can pull it out the bag?
Yeah, no, I gotta have faith.
Despite being asleep, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
you know, you do your best. work when
Venomancer
you're trying.
is a menace. Then you have Alina that's unanswered. LBZS.
And the cow.
And
Yeah.
the cow.
Hey, it feels like they've got a lot of control into a Templar Assassin as well, right? Like,
Yeah, have fun playing TA this game.
Yeah, with the-
or Wraith King.
with a Spirit Breaker and
I'm
Venomancer.
slowed.
What is that?
Oh, I'm Gale. I can't move.
Beautiful acting there. That's exactly how it's going to go. Alrighty, guys, let's go into game number 2. It is LBZS versus Vici Gaming here in their second game of this best of 3 series. Take it away, our Cryptic and Neff.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We were losing it over here. That was quite the panel segment, I'll be quite honest.
We don't have a lot of people throwing.
Okay, we're just going right into the action. You know, why not? XM falling low. The question is, who gets the first blood? The deny!
The Bane gets the first blood.
Okay, we just there's no room for error here.
Yeah, you're never gonna cast Venom as Gale for the rest of your life after that one.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Beautiful deny there by the Bane. And not detachment this game, but I do like what the panel was talking about. You know, you have a couple of issues here. You have all these heroes that struggle to get on top of the backline. You're playing against Alina. Everybody is going to need a Blink Dagger, and you guys and us are going to need to keep your eyes peeled for these heroes moving around the fights.
Yeah, I honestly do kind of agree with them. Like, you have a really difficult time here on Vici Gaming, like taking any fight into LBZS. The Venomancer just makes it so difficult, and I feel like they outscale them too, right? Like, yes, you have the TA, you have the Wraith King, but these heroes don't have a good game. Like, we talk about the Space Cow a lot, right? Big Cow fast.
Big Cow fast, yeah.
This hero is ridiculous. There's a reason it's been banned in nearly every single game so far in Division 1, and it makes it through, and it's, like Black was saying, it's borderline unanswered.
Yeah, it's unanswered, and I think the Venomancer amplifies the issues that you have from the Spirit Breaker. Like, you're trying to get on top of heroes in these team fights, you get shoved back and stunned by the Greater Bash that comes in. You're slowed by the Poison Sting, you're slowed by the Gale, you're not going anywhere. And, you know, with the Gale on you, you're not blinking anywhere either. It ends up taking on you every 3 seconds, disabling your Blink Dagger. So, VC, they have their work cut out for them. I do agree with the draft that I prefer LBZS's lineup here. It is very annoying to play against.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not playing this game.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm just casting it instead of having to play it. Yeah, absolutely. XM in the mid lane, gonna do okay here on the TA, but it's still definitely Lina favored, right? Like, is this not still like a pretty solid lane for the Lina?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it used to be a little bit more favored towards TA. They were talking, Black was talking about this one yesterday, but we saw just earlier, Lina absolutely crushed a Templar Assassin in the lane. Went pretty far up with low HP, but knew that he did have refraction off a cooldown, so he's going to be kind of fine. But
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll
No
be,
light strike array either.
yeah, but the bonus attack speed you get from Fiery Soul, you'll be able to burn down those refraction charges fairly quickly and move over to the creep camps, clear out the small, and then back in the mid lane. You just farm faster, you deal more harass. So Templar Assassin does have work cut out for her, but doesn't clear his stacks as quickly on this arena.
Now top lane here a little bit over confident there maybe on detachment. All right, I don't know what this club is. It's just a drill that's going to pierce the heavens, I'm sure.
Beautiful.
No, I've never seen that club before. That thing is awesome.
I mean, you've watched Gurren Lagann. Surely you've seen
I
that
mean, I
clip
wouldn't
before.
make the reference, Neff, had I not watched it. Thank you.
You've got a poster in your background in your room.
I do have a scroll for it,
You
yes.
have some taste.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
I'm surprised it was you made the anime reference first in the second game.
Yeah, I had to do it at least once. Erica bottom lane, galed up, hobbling away. You know what? Black's impersonation actually pretty accurate now that I see it. Yeah, that was pretty close.
Yeah, the moves that everything you're doing. He's limping.
Pretty accurate, yeah, I would say.
Yeah, and again, it is miserable being slowed that much, then stunned up, pushed back away from your target by this SB as he charges you. Still level 1 though, so it doesn't have that greater bash just yet.
Your only real answer to the Spear Breaker is like Nightmare, but you just have Bulldoze.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter all that much. He's like, yeah, cool. I'm back in the action. Here we go. Gale's going to connect with the Bane. Brain Sap.
Might have
Give
a
him a little
TP.
bit of sustain. Nightmare comes through as well. But overall, I mean, these trades are pretty much always going to favor this Dire side, right? Like, LBZS love doing this. Venomancer is just... He's like one of the kings of trading, right?
Yeah, you get one auto attack off onto someone, and suddenly they take like 180 damage just from that passive that you have on them. Plus, they're slowed. So anytime you go up on them, you want to be fairly certain that you're going to be able to trade like for a kill or favorably. Any passive trading, definitely Venomancer favored. Top lane we haven't talked about too much. Looks like it's going reasonably well for the Monkey King. Both heroes just kind of farming away up here.
I mean, honestly, it should end up being fairly even. The Ogre Magi can always put his body in front of the Monkey King here in this lane, and stun up the Death Prophet, make space for him to get away.
Yeah, he's going elsewhere right now. Instead, he's rotating for these 4-minute runes. He realizes XM is sitting pretty low on mana, but didn't manage to catch him out before he went for that bounty rune.
Taunting up onto the high ground, finds the TA. I mean, your refraction does not really matter, so he has to just wait for that Ignite to expire. However, with the Pangolier rolling on in, they might be able to, grab the Water Rune. He ends up grabbing it himself on the Ogre, so denying even more regen on over to the TA here.
Does get salved, though, by the Pango.
Yeah.
But if you can, make the lane even worse for Templar Assassin who's losing, you can really shut her game down. Unfortunately, you're just a little bit too slow on the Ogre Magi.
Oh, toggling this Nightmare back and forth, having some fun with it, but Molasses does have the wards out, so it's hard to chase. Very hard to chase. Of course, still has the Gale. I will say, okay, I always talk about hats. The new Venomancer Immortal might be one of the best ones in the game. It is so good.
I like the Plague wards on him, like those custom ones. It's one of the few hats that I do enjoy. But Immortal, it's one that changes them around like that one, right?
Yeah, it's like the full Aztec snake version, right? They gave them the headpiece a couple TIs ago, and then they released the new one, which...
I think it's fitting.
Yeah, covers the rest of the slimy slug.
Thank you, Slimy Slug.
Yes, of course.
Ogre doesn't really care. He's able to play pretty far up, but again, not much kill potential in this lane. When you're playing against, anybody who limits how much you can attack, the Pangolier, or like we saw last game, the Phoenix, and you're playing this Monkey King, your Jingu Master isn't nearly as scary, so he doesn't get to play too aggressive here. He's put 2 points in the Jingu Master, despite the fact he's playing against a ranged hero, though. So he's thinking at some point he is going to be able to get on top of Irving.
Nice dodge there on that Crypt Swarm.
Yep.
I think that's only possible because they increased the duration on it slightly, right?
To 0.2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mid lane XM getting charged. I don't think he's going to follow through with this one, but okay, maybe he
does
will now
follow
that the
through.
Laguna connects.
Radiant's middle
No refraction for 6. XM needs to be careful here. He's going to find that Spirit Breaker, making his way over. Does he get bashed? No, right
No,
up onto the high ground. Nice placement there.
Yeah, beautiful positioning. The oldest trick in the book, and unfortunately, you do pay for that one,
Yeah.
First Blood.
First Blood ends up going the way of the TA. I mean, yeah, that was so smart.
mysterious.
Not so smart from the Spirit Breaker, though. You're pretty far behind the tower. You knew we were coming. I guess you figured, all right, we did see him use Refraction. It was on cooldown, but You just have to put yourself beside a cliff there.
I really thought the Lina would have like rotated over just to throw like a Dragon Slave or something, but it was just too far away. The creep wave was like kind of pushing in her way. So
Yeah, you don't want to dive the tower as well. Someone rotates in there, you get stunned underneath the building. Lina does end up going down.
Is under attack.
But Templar Assassin actually at the top of the net worth by 300 gold now after getting that first blood. So a lead that Lina was grabbing for herself inside the lane has kind of been negated by that misplay with the Spirit Breaker.
that and this hero just like leaves to go jungle, right? That's pretty much the standard, right? You push out the lane and then you go clear up camps and has really no desire to continue staying in lane against this Lina who has so much damage from these spammable spells.
Yeah, but you know, we talked about that. You do get punished for that every time you leave the lane in order to go jungle. It gives Lina the opportunity to, you know, either clear out the wave faster than go to the camps or do a little bit of right-click damage to these tier 1.
3 heroes here top, scouted by the Monkey King who's just hanging out on the trees. Irving will get level 6. Found the strike being pump faked. He will connect. PP on the backside, drops the Laguna Blade and a Dragon Slave. They find a very quick kill. Nightmare will put the Lina under so that they can disengage, but a great rotation to the top lane here from LBZS.
Yeah, ended up getting her with the stuns in the middle of the cast animation for the Exorcism as well. I think it would have been worse off if she committed the Exorcism there, though.
Absolutely, yeah. You never feels good to like drop an Exo and then just instantly die.
Yeah, really slows down your game.
You also just needed to take towers, right? And I'm assuming this Monkey King's not going to be staying in this top lane for too much longer.
Well, I mean, LBZS's lineup is very annoying to play against from the very beginning of the game. So I do think they struggle to fight into them here. So I think that if they have the opportunity to farm rather than fight, they're going to take that opportunity on VC.
Actually charging bottom here to the Wraith King. It is going to get scouted by a ward, but the Monkey King sets up the first stun for the moment. They have the slow from the Veno, but is it going to be enough? Absolutely not.
Playing fairly defensive, and they look to punish that rotation. They go to the mid lane, they take the mid tower like you said. I thought they would play defensive, but when they see that opening, they just went for it there.
Yeah, they needed to use this Exorcism and puts it to really good use, actually, as they grab the mid tier 1 tower, and no one on the side of LBZS really able to contest.
Yeah, but you can play some deeper wards off of this one as well, get vision of where the Spirit Breaker is about to rotate, and then your game becomes much easier.
Radiant's bottom tower.
All right, they might trade towers here in the safe lanes as Molasses as well as the Monkey King are down here. Able to do this pretty quickly thanks to the Venom wards. I'm not sure. I mean, I would guess at level 7 he's probably got 3 points in the wards at this point. But
He's got 2.
Oh,
He
okay,
started
2
putting
point. Wow.
with 3 points into his pass. I mean, he's playing against a melee hero. He just clicks the Wraith King every time he tries to get close to the wave.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Yep.
But almost to his Vessel. I mean, that was the thing that's really impressive. Like, he's got the Vit booster as well, and he's on his way to that Vessel. And once you have
like
it,
more damage over time.
Yes. Dude, I remember when Vessel used to have like the AoE healing reduction aura that stacked with the Venomancer healing reduction, and you just like walk around in fights, and you're like, oh.
Those been all the Spirit heroes are picking up, like Ember Spirit, mid lane, Spirit Vessel. It was like every single game.
That was the best item in Dota.
Yep. I miss those days. Well, no, those days weren't great.
No,
you
they
think
were not.
back, it like none of the patches were good.
That's just the nostalgia hitting you, Neff.
Yeah.
It was not fun.
Yeah.
Salad top lane. Just gonna high fives. Oh, they actually did it at the exact same time. That was nice, you know. No one was really left hanging there.
Impressive. But not much going to come of that one. Again, surprised that they managed to take the first tier 1 tower. It actually had 1,000 net worth, despite the fact that LBZS have an incredibly annoying lineup. Ogre Magi does struggle to make it around the map. They do move kind of slowly. Monkey King farms a little bit slower than Wraith King, as we've seen. He's kept up decently this game, though.
I like to refer to this area as the no fun zone.
Yes. Where he just has a million wards and he'll scout you out coming towards him, and also you'll be slowed.
A support walks up onto the high ground to like see, oh, I'm gonna go place a ward, and you're like, nope.
I guess I'm turning around.
I guess I have to leave now. Top lane. Invis Rune getting put to good use. Charge comes through as well. Salad clips the Bane, actually, but now they do have to be careful. Fiend's Grip is available if they want to try and commit it here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Is Irving going to rejoin this fight, drop that Spear and Siphon, and Salad ends up falling. So really good turnaround there from the Bane. Nice bait overall.
Yeah, only 1 point in Bulldo, so unfortunately, by the time the Nightmare expired, it ended and ends up getting caught out. But pause coming out. Gives it time to break down the overall state of the game and talk about Templar Assassin a little bit. She's actually sitting at the top of the net worth. I mean, we discussed how far back she was getting zoned by this Lina earlier, but now 400 ahead
This hero farms fast, man. Like, especially after that first blood that you got, you're able to recover your lane really well. And they don't really have a hero that was like ready to invade like her area of the map, right? Like they were a little bit slow on taking towers. They managed to actually grab mid tower and the top tower on the side of VG Gaming. So LBZS a little bit slower to actually taking away the map from the TA here.
What do you think the TA said?
Wait, what?
Oh, you went. TA said that they zoomed in on there.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah. It's. I think it's the new set, right? I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good, really good cosmetics for Templar Assassin, though.
One of those heroes. Waiting on my Morphling hat still.
Oh, you mean the remodel, right? I mean, I'm sorry, the Persona.
Persona.
Erica top lane gets found here. Gale does connect. The question is, yeah, you don't want to bash him to the low ground, so they will just find him. Doesn't want to bother putting a point into that reincarnation yet. So they will just settle for that Wraith King, able to make it out on the Bane here.
Yep, a little bit too far away from the rest of your team, so if you go down there, you lose yourself twice. Just not worth committing that point. Same sort of thing that you see on Abaddon, so you do die, but at the very least, you get the chance to use it on a fight. You might actually be able to turn around later.
He's actually feeling pretty comfortable here on the Monkey King bottom lane. He actually manages to scout the Pangolier. Question is, will he be able to stay on him? Doesn't look like it. Maybe you get the charge. He's getting pretty close. Smoke up here, though. VG Gaming, the Bane, and the Death Prophet trying to connect to the bottom side, I would see. If they could find this Monkey King, it would be huge. Fiend's Grip, I don't think it's available for... it's going to be close coming off cooldown, I think. Hold on, we got a little bit of a bug. I don't think Weaver's in this game. That's
No, Nick Assassin not here either,
Yeah.
in fact.
probably just a typo.
Yeah, probably. There's been a couple of bugs in the You're so happy with that joke.
yeah.
But there's been a lot of bugs in Agnem's Labyrinth, apparently, speaking of.
I mean, there's that mode is really fun.
Yeah, it
Despite like, I mean, a lot of people, they don't really enjoy some of the custom games that come through. But Labyrinth is fun. It's a good one.
I was playing it like 12, 14 hours a day when it came out.
Oh my god!
I just sat in my chair. Thanks to Valve. Well, I got up every so often. I had to get myself food.
You don't have to lie to us now.
I just sat there for 14
I know
hours.
you didn't move.
All right, looks like we're back in it. But yeah, I'm just really impressed with the amount of farm that Templar Assassin has had. And, I was losing the lane at first, but managed to recover pretty quickly. And
Spearbreaker might actually break the smoke here in a really good position here behind this tree line. He is going to find the Pangolier, drops the Wukong's command and to the Boundless Strike. Nether Strike comes through as well. They will find the kill. Exorcism gets dropped. They don't want to run into the Wukong's command.
wow, they're just sitting at like half HP right now on the Bane. He didn't have Fiend's Grip off the cooldown. There it is.
Yeah, I
just
knew it was
now coming
close.
up. So might have been able to take that fight if they did have the Fiend's Grip, but you don't want to chase around the trees with that Wukong's command. The positioning of it was just fairly nice.
That Bane got ignited and lost like 2/3 of his health.
Yeah, that's what happens when they all land on you there. If you've got no Dispel, Ignite is actually a little bit scary.
Is under attack.
There's a lot of Dispels in Dota now, though. Used to be very few.
I really like this Ogre set. It is nice.
I am not a fan of like the hero in general. All right, there we go. We're gonna zoom in. Thank you. Production.
Thank you. Yes, it looks so good. It really does.
The drill or just like the set in general?
I mean, he's got the tier 2 Arcana, right? So
yeah, this is clear abuse of that chicken that he's riding on. Well, he's got to upgrade as well. Man, plays a lot of Ogre.
yeah, I don't think the chicken knows any better, at least.
Yeah.
So a life of servitude to the Ogre Magi.
What a life. What a life. Well, looking to set up another kill down here in the bottom lane. I mean, Pango's not an easy hero to grab with Bane behind him, but they scout this one out.
Yeah, they got the ward on the high ground there, and Bulldoze, yeah, helps out, but not when you're permanently stunned here by a Pangolier. Perfect wall bounces. Ends up handing it on over to Erica. Well played there. Yeah, nice tip.
Yeah, activate that Bulldoze. You only end up taking extra hits from that Rolling Thunder there. Oh. Nice grab. And this does favor VG. LBZS, they have a very annoying lineup. They want to be able to run these heroes at you. The longer this game takes, the more farm the TA and the Wraith King are going to get. All these heroes scale fairly well, and the Venomancer does scale a little bit better after they change his ultimate around to be like percentage-based damage, but Ogre Magi not so much.
On They are going to find the Wraith King bottom. But yeah, it's so difficult to actually connect onto this hero without having like the Lina there. And she's just kind of farming up towards that BKB. We saw the Boots Travel come out already a little while ago. Molasses does have the Spirit Vessel on his way to that Yules, which will help out a ton.
Yep. Yeah, the Yules Scepter are fairly big this game in order to you know, get some of these heroes off you, reset the team fights, or even stall that a little bit while you wait for abilities to come off cooldown. So, Venomancer they're going to struggle against. But the big thing that they are waiting for, I think, is the BKB on this Lina. You know, you don't want to just get run at and blown up, or you know, as you're trying to chase heroes down, suddenly have Bane drop his Nightmare on you.
Might regret this one here on Detachment. Rolling Thunder comes through, sets up for a Wraithfire Blast, and Wraith King should help make quick work of this hero, and he will. So another kill going the way of Erica. Now 2-1. On his way to the Shadow Blade, actually.
Yeah, I guess he's going for Silver Edge this game. I mean, it will let you fight into the Monkey King. There's a lot of heroes that passives that you want to disable, but the Monkey King is a big one. If he doesn't have Jingu Mastery, then there's no way that he's fighting into you. And it's an amazing item to begin with. It is such a huge damage boost. Despite the fact that he has a crit on his own on his first hit, a lot of Wraith Kings build this item. They need DPS.
Yeah, it's worth it. I mean, it's just a really solid item. Charge coming bottom here onto Erica, the ward. Gonna scout that one out. They actually TP down here as well on the Ogre. It looks like they're going to cancel the charge.
Yeah.
He's just playing in a really safe spot right now.
Yeah. One thing that is interesting about him going Shadow Blade rather than Blink Dagger, though, is like they were talking about that during the panel. They needed someone to be able to jump Lina on the back line. It looks like Wraith King isn't going to be that hero. In fact, XM still doesn't have a Blink Dagger either, as Dragonlance is now going for Hurricane Pike. So they've got confidence that they're just going to be able to out-damage them in these team fights so hard that it doesn't matter if they get kited.
I mean, you're going up against Veno and an Ogre Magi and a Spear Breaker. Like, your Blink Dagger is almost never happening, like in these fights, like right, like until you have BKBs and you have to blink like before the fights even start. Like it's very difficult to get that spell to get the Blink Dagger off here.
I'm interested in this tactic against it because again, it's very obvious that you have to jump the Lina on the back line, but they've just chosen not to buy the Blink Daggers against this. We'll see if this one ends up working out for him. I'll be very impressed if it does.
Ooh, Gale off the mark, swing and a miss. Bane though
Dire's middle tower
is up here. Does need to be a little bit careful. Gets the Nightmare off onto Molasses. Charge in from Salad. Has the Nether Strike as well. Will set it up. I hear the Rolling Thunder. Is it going to be able to join the fight? They get a quick kill there. A trade 1-for-1. In comes the DP, the Exorcism, making quick work of these heroes. They will be able to find that Venomancer as well as Detachment here. The question is, can they get more? Wukong's command? Ooh, swing and a miss on the Boundless Strike. So a 3-for-1 trade. Great rotation top here from VG Gaming. Is they're going to try maybe go into Roche with the remaining time here on the Exorcism?
They don't have much time left. They'll have like, I don't know, 10 seconds of it, but and the hero's going to respawn pretty quickly. But they don't have much on the side of LBZS either. They committed a lot for that.
They got a fast Roche team. Oh my goodness. That Deso double Melt Strike. You got a Wraith King as well. That is super dead. Age is going to go the way of XM here.
All right, I underestimated the matchup. Maybe this tactic's pretty good. Forget about the Blink Daggers. Just go all in on the damage.
Yeah. It's looking pretty good.
Due to neutral items now dropping, Philosopher's Stone. The Monkey King, that'll go over to probably the Ogre Magi, who, you know, doesn't have... I feel like the Ogre Magi isn't an amazing support this game. The only hero I really like it paired with is the Juggernaut. That, you know, Bloodlust obviously doing a lot for him with his low base attack time. But with the Monkey King, it's not amazing because Monkey King isn't really a hero that farms a ton. He's kept up with the Wraith King reasonably well this game, but now finally starting to fall off.
It's kind of a little bit of deja vu here, I think, right?
Yeah.
The Wraith King pulling ahead here in the mid game, but does need to be very careful. As this goes late, I mean, we saw last game what that level 25 Wukong's command looks like, and I'm sure he's definitely going to want to go for a refresher again, right? You're against TA, you're against Wraith King. Both these heroes do not want to fight into that.
That was 50 minutes. I mean, with the aggression here from the side of VC, they're not looking to allow them to farm to 50 minutes here. Tier 2 tower just taken, 18 in.
I mean, Aegis, Deso, DD here on XM. You can try and look to pressure the high ground.
Already as well.
Molasses. Oh my goodness, he almost dies. 3 side blades in a row.
Get him out of it.
All right. Okay, a little bit of a stylish play there.
Yeah. If he actually died there, that'd be absolutely insane. I think the TA just goes high ground at that point.
You actually probably could if he didn't have buyback.
Yeah. Double damage.
That was a huge part of the high ground defense.
Yeah. Needs to be dropping these wards. High ground is a little bit difficult to take, you know, with Wukong's demand, Lina spamming other spells.
Boldo's going to move that spell on the backside. Bane! I mean, he just died before the fight even started. Erica now bashed up thanks to Nether Strike, held in place. There's going to be the Wukong's command. They have the Boundless Strike. They do, holding him in place. His second life not going to even matter as they manage to find themselves 2 nice kills here. Irving forced to back out with the hands of XM.
Yeah, very clutch play there by the Lina, managing to find the backside of the fight, get the Bane. I mean, that hero controlling people up is...
Shadowblade.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, they don't need Blink Daggers around here. They go Shadowblade, damage item. Visibility equals invincibility here.
Yes, they certainly do in my pubs, I'll tell you that much.
What is this Sentry Ward you speak of?
It's actually unpurchasable.
Yeah. Well, you know, with so many Shadowblades in the game, the Sentry Wards are going to start to become unpurchasable. There is
That's
a hard
true.
limit of them.
That's when you just buy a gem, right? You're like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm tired of your shenanigans.
Or if you have control of the map, you end up just buying a gem anyway. It got a little bit more popular at TI, and I think we've seen it more commonly picked up, even when people don't have invisibility. If they have complete map control, they just buy a gem so they don't have to spend so much on sentries.
Yeah. So one thing they did talk about in the draft is the fact that when you're playing against a Spirit Breaker, you pretty much have to have a Yule Scepter. It removes Bulldoze so you can actually CC down the Spirit Breaker, and it is going to be the Death Prophet that picked one up, and now going for the BKB. So giving her a little bit more survivability in these fights, as well as, like we said, able to maybe secure kills on the Spirit Breaker if he gets a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, it's good for a number of reasons. I mean, you can dispel the Spirit Vessel on you as well. So
Yeah.
BKB will do that, so he can save the Yules just for the Spirit Breaker once he's got the Black King bar completed. So, just call out. Templar Assassin. Tied with the Lina now. So Lina's managed to catch up a little bit after the last team fight there. And now actually working on Eye of Scotty.
I actually really like this. It's so good against Death Prophet and TA. Like, this Lina will be able to sit so far back and just jump this damage in, and the slow that you get against ranged heroes is pretty substantial. And Death Prophet specifically, you know, Exorcism does give you a little bit of bonus move speed, but the haste talent obviously no longer there.
Yeah, so. You know, running down this Lina or getting away from the Lina just going to be impossible once that Scotty's completed. And, you know, taking up a little bit also helps for when they eventually get Blink Daggers. TA clearly has her queued up after the BKB, after the data list, of course.
Yeah.
Eventually, you want that one completed to be able to jump Lina on the backline because they do recognize her as a problem now. But the builds that they've gone so far are working out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I really like XM's build here on the TA. The Pike completed onto the way to the BKB.
Yeah, you want to be able
really
to
good stuff.
You know, get out of the Wukong command if that Venomous Gale comes off onto you.
Yeah.
Not so easy to kite around once they have that completed.
Tier 1 tower bottom, easy take here for the side of Vici Gaming, and they've still got some vision here in the jungle for LBZS, so if they tried to go for more, you will be able to see it, but they will just back off, continue farming, and Erica's going to head top and run a little bit more there. Aegis expiring now, though.
Yeah, I think it's very funny, the Skeletons contesting the farm of XM over in the jungle. Oh no, sorry, can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Uncontrollable, what can you do?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Summons more right beside her.
So, similar build as well from the Monkey King as last game, just going for the Eye of Scotty himself.
Yeah. Hasn't used his BKB yet, though.
Something's a little bit interesting, though, is your Lina has one queued up, so I'm wondering if they just maybe haven't communicated this factor, because
It's good on
having...
both heroes.
I mean, is it worth having both, though?
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's not like an Assault Cross situation. Like, you two are going to be hitting different targets a lot of time in the team fights, and you tank up quite a bit.
That is a lot of gold from Plague Wards.
Ooh,
418.
Killed. Yeah,
I like that graphic. Well done.
yeah. Notch on, you know, her clothing every time she takes out a Plague Ward. 118. I'm not sure if you've seen the new feature on Dota Plus. You hold down Alt and you can see how much a creep wave or a camp is worth.
Yeah.
I wonder if it works like that for like a group of Venom wards.
Huh. That would be interesting, yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet. Test it later. Between games, very important information to know.
Yeah, this is just detachment. Oh, the Yules doesn't come out. Nice TP home.
Yep.
5K gold lead here for Vici Gaming. A little bit of a lead. I mean, last game, the game was almost dead even the entire time.
Biggest net worth lead at any point last game for a while was 6,000.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
We haven't hit that threshold yet. But, you know, they took that mid tower fairly early. They punished that rotation down to the bottom lane with the Exorcism and the Death Prophet, which was, you know, what gave them control of the map, what allows them to have this net worth advantage now.
Has fallen.
So,
LBZS seem a little lost here. Like, it almost feels like they don't know what to do. Like, you've got this Wraith King, the TA, just taking tower after tower, and they haven't even had to commit the Exorcism.
I think they planned on playing a little bit more aggressive and having more control of the map, but, you know, losing that mid-tier 1 fairly early on made things a little bit more difficult for them.
I'm just going to smoke up here on Vici Gaming, see if they can find someone. Into the enemy jungle they go. The Wraith King with that Shadow Blade is going to find Molasses, and with the Rolling Thunder perfectly timing that stun, he has no chance of getting out of this one. Eul Scepter just kind of delaying the inevitable. Does end up dropping the ultimate for some reason.
It's kind of just like, I'm teaching you what happens when you go on me. It's a skunk situation.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So, I think they're more than happy about it. He's got reincarnated as well, so they couldn't really commit onto the Wraith King. Hero's gotten a lot more popular recently. People are playing it fairly well, too.
Temple's defense.
His hero is super strong.
Yep. We can control the Roche Pit area, and we're going to figure out when it's going to respawn in the next couple of seconds here.
Tower is under attack.
There's 52, so time for Venomancer to come back. I'm not sure enough time.
Oh, they
for
got a Nightmare onto Lina bottom. Bean's Grip. Oh, he whiffs the Wukong's command, and they're going to be able to stun him up, though. So PP able to get out for the moment. They take down the Bane. Still alive, though, on this Lina. The rest of the team rotating on in. It looks like it's just time to disengage. Detachment will be able to TP home. Lina will do the same. So almost, that could have been a real sketchy situation. If the Ogre was not there, that Lina certainly dies.
Yeah, that Boundless Strike being off the mark almost cost them that Lina. Surprisingly tanky. I thought she would melt a lot quicker to that Wraith King. Being on top of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nice turnaround there.
Get the Exorcism as well, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
They do see the Monkey King, though. Scouting by the Trap and the Ward. Wukong's command not available. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder into the Wraith King, and now that is a fantastic kill. Mid lane, trade for the TA, though.
That is definitely worth it.
That is really good, because Roshan, it just respawned.
Yep. This Templar Assassin, way bigger part of the team fights. In fact, she doesn't have buyback and Monkey King does. Instead, they're going to turn their eyes towards this mid-tier 1. They want to be able to get control of this map again. This tower is a major in the ass.
If they scout this Roche, they can go for it, but instead they want to just smoke and maybe find someone out in the jungle. They're going to actually run head on into the Bane here. It gets the Nightmare off. They get woken up, though, thanks to that Ogre Magi, and a quick kill there for the Lina.
That is a lot of damage.
Gale, oh, it clipped Irving. He's going to have to BKB, but
doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got the Scotty. Gets broken, stunned up, though, thanks to the Wraith King. Salad, can he actually get a bash, though, is the question. BKB going to come out from Erica. They will disengage.
Just barely manages to escape that one.
If that Spear Breaker gets the bash.
Yeah, the Spear Breaker gets the bash, you are absolutely dead. But stunned up there on the Lina. She's not able to keep those right clicks going. But we see how scary that Eye of Scotty is, and I think that's part of the reason why Monkey King wants it as well. If he can get on top of these targets, they are not going anywhere. It also provides that extra healing reduction, which is a pretty big deal against the Wraith King and the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Stopping that Vampiric heal, stopping that Spirit Siphon.
Oh, Mindbreaker and Ceremonial Robe, both really good drops here. They do know that Roshan is up. Molasses scouting it there with the Plague Ward.
Mindbreakers with the side of both teams as well. A decent item if you are going Blink Daggers and jumping people. Looks like it's just a Pango with it so far. And a Blast Rig.
It's hard to say if Blast Rig is... I mean, you just probably give it to a support, to be honest. And hope that
Radiant's middle tower is under
the Monkey
attack.
King doesn't kill you. Top lane, Erica gets caught here by Salad. Rotation for the rest of the team. They drop the Sentry. Shadowblade not going to save you. Gets the break, but stunned up once again. The Cavalry, it's coming in. Irving, can they actually live LSA off the mark? The Silence able to hold him down. In comes the Wukong's command. Erica finally pops his own BKB, trying to disengage, but the damage from the Lina is just too much. They get the kill. Salad charges on through. Nice Rolling Thunder on the backside, able to chain stun down this Lina as long as possible, and Irving comes in with his Exorcism. Can they actually find the kill? The Lina, she's gonna fall into the damage of the TA. XM doing work here, and the Feed's Grip comes through. They find the Monkey King.
Yeah, Wraith King buying into that team fight. They realized they committed so far forward there and used so many abilities. The Monkey King hesitated to drop his Wukong's command originally on that Wraith King. In fact, when he came back up with his second life, he still didn't want to commit it. They seriously overestimated the amount of damage and how quickly they could kill that guy, and There's a tier 1 tower still sitting up right there. That felt like way too greedy holding these abilities.
Yeah, and once again, Roshan super fast for the side of Vici Gaming here. They grab themselves the Aegis, they grab themselves the Shard. They'll hand that one over to Irving. So now the fear on that Spirit Siphon, quite good.
Quite good, quite good. Be able to turn that one around. It major pain, you know, playing Monkey King against that, trying to stand your ground inside your arena. All of a sudden you turn around, you run out of it yourself. Not cool. Not cool.
Does not feel good. All right, Siege here onto the tier 3. XM with this Grove Bow Pike makes it really easy to hit this tower.
Yeah, pretty far away. But unfortunately, they'll lose vision of it whenever they don't have creeps, and XM is a little bit hesitant of going up on the high ground. You don't want to get thrown far out of position by like the Spirit Breaker dropping an ultimate on you.
All right, they're actually going to respect this and back on out as Lina respawning in just a couple of seconds. And I mean, that was her first death of the game, so very well done by Extreme. Like or I don't want to say Extreme, Vici Gaming. They honestly really need to protect the Lina, right? She's like the big damage dealer in these fights, and if they're able to go up close her, the Pangolier perfectly targeted that Lina there.
Yep. So now she's got her work cut out for her. She's just trying to do more right-click damage. So she's got the MKB queued up next. Because she's worried about, you know, evasion coming out in some of these heroes as well.
It's just a really good damage item, right?
But yeah, control the jungle now. Both outposts inside of VC. 11k net worth advantage. So biggest we've seen in these last two games. Without the game being like decided at this point. Do you think that, yeah, Ives got it completed on the Monkey King as well. He did end up completing that one. And, you know, like we just talked about, like we already saw the...
From the Lina.
Yeah,
I mean, it is very good.
Way too good.
Smoked up into the enemy triangle here, but they do have a ward on the high ground that is scouting this, so seem pretty safe. They're going to go for the D ward. They got the gem on Irving, and they're doing a really good job at just eliminating vision on the map here from LBZS.
Well, what they have at the moment is that deep one inside their own jungle is not providing them with a whole lot. I mean, they know that they're playing on right now the right side of the map. So they try to go kind of deep for the Lina here. They will be able to scout them out with that ward, but it doesn't feel that useful. So she's going to go for this tier 1 tower in this creep wave here. Oh, they're predicting this one.
I mean, no, she's under a sentry. They know she's here, and that's going to be an instant TP in. The Rolling Thunder chainstunning down the Lina. They got the Fiend's Grip as well, and they will find the kill. A convenient sentry and a trap from the TA is actually what scouts her, and they immediately smoke. They want to find more.
That was a very convenient sentry if I've ever seen one. 2 deaths, pretty quick session on this Lina.
Haste DD here on XM. I mean, DD about to expire, but
they really want to take advantage of this. They've got 2 minutes left on this Aegis at the very least. They want to force this Lina buyback. They're going to go up high ground with this one.
Absolutely. They're starting to pull really far ahead here on the side of Vici Gaming. Nice Force Staff inside the base. They dropped the Poison Nova, but it's not going to be enough to kill her. Meanwhile, bottom, Irving just chasing down this Spirit Breaker with the gem. He's going to be able to get the kill. Pops the BKB to secure it. And Irving just walks away.
Yeah, I have Scotty meter slow for a moment there, but, you know, 2 heroes dead now.
And there's no buyback on the Spirit Breaker either, so
no
real good way to get into this fight.
That was a really nice attempt on the aggressive Force Staff.
Yeah. But no Poison Nova. Gale, we saw just committed, and
Monkey King, like, his damage comes from Wukong's command. He can't actually sit on top of any of these heroes, or he gets bursted down pretty quickly. The Lina needs to be able to click people from pretty far away, and while she's dead, they don't really have an answer to VC trying to push their high ground.
I mean, silver linings here. They protect their high ground. They don't have to buy back on the Lina, and you waste a little bit more of that Aegis time. Top lane, they're actually pinging out the Bane. Maybe they can actually find him as he's going up into the trees. It's going to be the Monkey King that scouts him. Yeah, Sentry does get placed, but there's a ward. He's like, uh-oh. Huh? He's going to find him. Oh, Mindbreaker silencing him up as well, and quick pick off there for the support.
Yep, and ward is found as well, so make quick work of that one. A little bit more control of their side of the map. Hopefully they'll be able to get a couple observers down the area around their triangle, because right now they don't want to be anywhere close to that. The traps right now scouting that one out beside of the Radiant. Double damage rune spawns though. Could make it. All right, never mind. Templar's just gonna take that.
Yeah, just bottling that one up once again. Smoke up here for the side of LBZS and trying to connect to the bottom side of the map where they saw the Wraith King pushing the lane, and he's pretty much out though.
Yeah. Without the Bane and with this age expiring, they're going to play a little bit further back. So next one they might wait for before pushing the high ground. But these games all going, later than I expected. Usually around like the, 28, 35 minute mark, you see a lot of games decided, but this one's still very much up in the air.
He gets that bulldoze off, giving him a little bit of space to work with. The Rolling Thunder, though, continuing to stun him up, and you got to be a little careful. You're going pretty far in. Wukong, he's going to drop it. Yeah, Wukong's command does come out, able to stun them up, and now you're going to be able to lose the Pangolier here as he's just caught way too deep on the enemy side. Poison Nova does manage to clip the Bane, though, and Molasses going in maybe a little bit too aggressive here as the TA just shreds him with the DD rune, and they're going to be able to get the feed script. They find them. They're falling so fast on the side of LBZS. PP does commit. He gets the kill on the Templar Assassin, but there's going to be the Wraithfire Blast plus the Halberd holding him in place. It's 1v3. They get him. They wipe them all. Vici Gaming, a fantastic fight.
That one was all the disarms from the Pango off onto the Lina. She wasn't pumping out damage in that team fight. Even after she had duels up by the Pango, she came back down. She wasn't hitting anybody. So it just took too long for damage to come out onto the VC heroes. And because of that, everybody ended up melting in the end. So nice targeting there by Irvin. We get to see this one again.
He kind of bought a lot of time here on the Spirit Breaker for his team to kind of, rejoin this fight, or rather get into the fight.
Yeah, but see Molasses on the back line. Swashbuckle comes out, Lina stunned up, not really doing anything back here. Nobody sitting in the Wukong's command either, so the damage just isn't there.
Yeah, they really underestimated XM's, DD rune as well.
Yeah.
All right, top lane Irving with the Exorcism, doing a lot of work. Nether Strike does come through. Salad charge as well. Buyback into the game with the Monkey King. Pops that BKB. Can they actually bring them down is the question. Erica stuck here. Wukong's command comes through as well. Irving trying to keep himself alive. The Spirits, they return, giving a lot of health, but there's going to be the charge. The BKB, is it enough to protect him? It looks like it might be. Makes his way outside of the base. Molasses is there. Boundless Strike does connect. You got to get the Death Prophet for this. Can they actually do it? The Yules cancels the TP. Molasses a little bit too far forward, but he gets a nice two-man gale. In comes Salad once again. The charge does come through. The Rolling Thunder as well. The Nightmare trying to protect him. Boundless Strike finally gets him, but a big Poison Nova as well. They get the Wraith King Reincarnation going to come through. They're going to be able to take this one down, but a lot of damage coming back in from the Wraith King. A buyback from Salad here. They will find the Bane. Can they find more, though, is the question. They want to get the Wraith King, but maybe just going to settle for the Pangolier. No. He's going to turn around with the BKB. It might be too much damage. It is. He gets the kill onto the Monkey King. That's going to be a dieback, but in comes BP. The Monkey King bar doing so much. He does have buyback available here on the Wraith King, but a long chase out of the base here.
Yeah, they lose a lot there on the side of LBZS, but they do manage to hold against all odds. Wraith King down for 110 seconds. He does have the buyback available, but I think, it's all PP doing this damage. We're once again in the situation where the Monkey King, he feels kind of underwhelming. Like, he's got items, he can stay alive, but he's not killing these heroes fast enough, just like we saw in the previous game. And they did end up solving that issue in the end, but that was partially due to the fact that they zoned some of these other heroes out so well.
Yeah, we see the Venomancer, like, obviously, he gets these Poison Novas, he gets these constant gales, and a lot of just, like...
They can't finish off any of these heroes fast enough, it feels like. And the Templar Assassin is just doing so much damage. The Wraith King is doing so much damage. And Bane keeping people in place.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job here. If he's able to keep himself alive on this Venomancer, I mean, these fights definitely favor the side of LBZS, right? Like, Venomancer loves long-duration fights.
Yes.
So as long as they don't actually find the kill early, and he's able to stick it out, I think, we might see more engagements like the ones we just saw. But the damage from the side of Vici Gaming, I mean, they're so good at bursting down these heroes.
Yeah, and I think if they do get on top of, like the panel was talking about, once these more Blink Daggers come out, or these upgraded Blinks, so for them to stay on top of Lina on the back, and then I think that LBZS are going to start to fall apart. So they figured things out here on VC, and you don't have much high ground left.
Charge top lane. It ends up finding the Pangolier when he was invis. Salad going to use his Shadow Blade as well. Will he get vision? He does, just for a moment. Trying to set up a kill here. This would be big. Nether Strike. They got him, baby. Plenty of damage coming in from these heroes. Detachment's the ones who ends up grabbing it, but well played there by that Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, no buyback available for 75 seconds, and Roshan has respawned.
Ooh, Trickster Cloak as well. That is a big one.
Kind of tricky. You might just opt to go anything that's damaged though on PP just because it is that important.
I mean, they've got Wukong's command. You might want to have to drop this just to secure the Roshan. The charge is coming through, and there it is. He's going to be able to create the zone, the no fun zone, and Roshan going to go the way of LBZS this time.
They didn't even try to...
Spirit Breaker gets the Axe Blessing. Oh, baby. This is when things get very scary.
This is pod racing.
Okay, so our panel a lot, we're stressing the fact that this Spirit Breaker didn't really have an answer, and now he has a free Aghanim Scepter. It's so much worse. It is so much worse.
Yeah. This one is very big for himself now. Finally able to walk out of their base for walking out of their base a little bit for the first time in a little while. It feels like they have control of this map, and now with lead that VC had is finally dwindling down to 10K now, up from like 19K that it was just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. But Aegis and Chi is going to really benefit them for the moment as they try to farm up. We're going to actually get a little bit of a pause here.
Yeah.
Probably some lag. But yeah, Monkey King having Aegis. I'm wondering if he's going to go for a similar build last time, if he goes for that refresher or not. Bane, as we see, actually going for an Ags himself. So it does create like the two illusions that channel the Fiend's Grip, right? That's how that one works. Against the Spirit Breaker might not pan out, especially now that he has an Axe because he has charge on such a low cooldown.
I don't know. I feel like you're far enough apart from those illusions, right?
I mean, maybe, right? It may not. Like the bash radius on charge is pretty big. But yeah, we will see here. The jungle items picked up from both teams. Wraith King grabs himself a Penta-Edge Sword. Very nice. TA gets a Leveler. So overall, I mean, these items are really sick for the side of VG Gaming.
Yep. You know, got the aesthetic cap, so it's a little bit harder to jump her. You didn't like that item for the longest time.
Yeah, it felt kind of bad for a while,
around?
but I mean, I understand it, I would say. I'm still not a huge fan of the item, but it is good. Especially this game where like the Lina just can't afford to get like nightmared into Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, she just dies if that happens, so... I think it's part of the reason why Bane is going for the Aghanim Scepter, realizes how important it is to keep that Fiend's Grip off onto Lina.
Look how cute they are.
That's a boot.
And a little rat inside? Yeah.
Yep.
A little Ratatouille action. I like it.
Yeah, and the birdhouse. That's actually a mean-looking bird. The glasses make it look a little bit nicer, but look at those eyes, man.
Dude, he's hunting that rat is what's happening. He's like, that is my food later. Back into the game we go. And it looks like we are going to see this pretty much same build from the Monkey King. So the blink into that refresher, and it worked out well for him in game one. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. What Sun Tzu said in The Art of War.
I didn't know that, yeah. Up onto the high ground, Ogre goes. Might regret that one. Yule's able to purge off that Poldo, so a little bit of space, but Wukong's command gonna get dropped. Another strike is there. Molasses able to hold him down. Detachment will fall, but your Death Prophet is all alone, and the damage from the Lina is there. Rolling Thunder trying to disrupt the backside of the fight. A one-for-one trade. You're gonna buy back on the Ogre, but the charge is coming through once again from the Spirit Breaker. The Aghanim Scepter just making absolute chaos in this fight.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker not able to get his hands onto anybody else. If you had vision, you could continue to run these people down, but it looks like they are going to get away. But that team fight, Wukong's command, the positioning of it ended up being very good, separating all these heroes. The slow from the Eye of Scotty and the Wukong's command, plus all these Venomancer abilities, stop the Wraith King from being able to do anything. He ends up going down zone from his team and is forced to just walk away. So, control the map. They've got buyback on both these heroes, but they might just be forced to use it. They've got 3 minutes left on this Aegis. They've still got cheese. They're looking to push high ground, take this game back.
Yeah, Radiant definitely does have the buyback advantage here. 4 heroes for LBZS have already committed it, so they do have to be careful. Over-committing into this would be a massive disaster, as both Wraith King and TA and Death Prophet, like, they will take your base so fast, so they do need to be careful. Monkey King, of course, with the Aegis, the one putting himself in the danger zone up on the high ground. Erica is going to go in. Fire Shield, very good against this hero, is able to buy him a lot of time. Erica just gets crushed so fast, and PP is going to pop his BKB. Yule's going to protect the Vangolier for the moment, but the damage, it's coming out. Wukong's command, he actually able to dodge out some of the damage, and he's able to just survive here on the Monkey King, while PP doing all the work here on this Lina.
That Fire Shield is giving him just enough HP to stay alive.
Refresher comes through from the Wraith King, but that's going to be the second reincarnation. Boundless Strike connects. Wukong's command not even needed at this point, it seems, as they manage to take down one after another. Molasses falls. This is what we're talking about, overextending into the enemy base. They don't have buybacks. You managed to force 3, though.
3 buybacks forced, and you keep these 2 important cores alive. But unfortunately, no buybacks on the side of LBZS. They could just run this down the mid lane. That would be classic Dota right there.
It's about a minute away, but Yeah, you got Monkey King, you got the Lina alive. They are quite good at keeping the high ground, but yeah, I mean,
1 minute until Venomancer has buyback available. Another
no
2.
gold though. He's 700 gold away.
Yeah. Monkey King doesn't have buyback for another 1 minute either. You do have it on Lina. They might be forced to put their bodies on the line here to try and stall this one out, but it looks like they aren't rushing down this mid lane. At the very least, they're waiting for this next creep
Yeah,
wave.
look at the damage from the Lina there, just almost
yeah.
11,000.
I mean, we talked about this. They need to be able to blow up these heroes faster, and that's exactly what Delina's doing.
Yeah. They're going to go right into the top, try and take themselves a second lane of barracks here, and it looks like they're going to do it pretty much uncontested. The Lina cannot afford to go down, and honestly, they might just turn their attention to the tier 4s. Exorcism comes through, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Nightmare does connect onto the Lina. If she gets bashed up, she gets stunned. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder. Lina, her first life is down. She's got the buyback. The Feed Script's going to catch the Monkey King, though. He's dead. 100 seconds. Lina stands around with the BKB trying to take them down, but they turn their attention to the throne, and that is it. Vici close out the game.
An incredible ending to this game, realizing they could capitalize on the opportunity. Another 20 seconds, the Monkey King would have had buyback. They just need to stall out for a little bit longer, but we're in this phase of the game that you can blow up the throne so quickly, especially with this Death Prophet there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. You overextend, they can punish it so fast, and obviously Vici Gaming, they don't want to make the same mistake. They just go into the base slowly after one another and make sure that they can get these pickoffs, and they did it. Easy throne.
Easy throne, easy game 2 for VC Gaming here. And, you know, panel's probably a little bit shook. They predicted, VC game 1, LBZS game 2. It was a very annoying draft, but...
Yeah, and panel in shambles,
Yeah.
basically is what you're saying.
yeah, panel in shambles here. But
Yeah.
so we don't make mistakes here
Yeah, no.
on the casting desk.
Of course not, no.
No.
No, I mean, honestly, a really exciting game. I'm so happy that we get to start the day off with a full 3-game series for both these teams. And a lot of people are saying, you know, LBZS kind of looks like an underdog coming in, but
Absolutely not.
absolutely not. I mean, Vici Gaming on the ropes here in game 2 almost, but managed to clinch it out. So well played by them. But we got so much more Dota playing today. Super excited for our later series, but this one,
We've got all the Dota today. We have 3 upper division games here in
Yeah.
the Chinese region.
yeah, in first series is a nail biter, man. So excited. We'll see what what ends up happening after this one, but I don't know. Do you think LBZS can actually bounce back from this, or is this like Vici now has like so much momentum after this game?
Well, better people to ask is the panel, though.
Yeah, good call. All right, we're going to send it back to them, see if they can maybe get a prediction right for once. We'll see.
Hello and welcome back to the panel. Yes, indeed, it is Vici Gaming that even out the series against LBZS, which means I've got a prediction right. Beacup's got a prediction right.
Yeah, I got one
And
right.
we're also looking to hire a new analyst. So if you're looking for your opportunity, no, I'm just kidding. But Black, what actually happened in this game?
Well, as we just saw in the last team fight, actually, my prediction was correct, you know? But LBZS was like, nah, we don't like you. We're gonna give them
Smited you.
we're gonna give them the game.
There was a lot of I don't want to say missed opportunities
For
when
both
attempting
teams.
the high ground for both teams. Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's a diplomatic way to put it.
I'm gonna say though, as always, Venomancer looks cute and then does absolutely nothing. He puts down his ward here and there, and yeah, that's what he does. Absolutely nothing. VG this game. I mean, honestly, the problems from game 1 sort of persisted into this game as well. Like I do think at the very end that LBZS were actually really far ahead. Like they just needed to wait for the buybacks, and I don't think there's a shot to lose this game because in the
Bit
late
of an
game.
experience showing there, I think, when they pushed it a bit too early.
Yeah, the inexperience definitely shown through there because like if they just wait, force the buybacks, go back together, wait for your own buybacks. Like I don't see how VG can fight in the late game. You got this Venomancer Nova against the TA and the DP. It's just too much damage to handle for them at that point. But with the buybacks, they managed to kill 3 heroes, just go to the throne, and yeah, they just ended it from there. It's a shame really because like these kind of mistakes, they're very avoidable, right? It's like, yeah, unfortunate. What can you do?
Yeah, I feel like something we talked about last year a lot was like for LBZS, Magma, and those teams that came up, like their biggest problems was finishing. They do a lot of great things, and like at the end of the day, they couldn't go high ground, they couldn't finish the game, and they really struggled to just get wins on the board. And you know, now it kind of feels like Vici kind of struggled with that as well. We were talking about how that fight on the high ground that cost them that Roche at the end of the game, which almost cost them the entirety of the game and the series. So like, I wonder that these two teams are like, what's going on? Is their finishing going to be something that's lacking? Because that was a big standout last year on the bottom teams that were in the Division 1.
Yeah, it's a good point because it's one of the hardest things to actually fix in Dota. Like, how do we end the game properly? It's where so many, especially tier 2 teams and below, like they just can't find the answer to that, and they can never get past that.
Yeah, it's been the cracking point for many tier 2 teams, unfortunately. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, that said though, we did talk about how the Venomancer is a good answer to the TA, but in the kind of early mid game, that didn't really come across. The TA was having a really amazing performance, dumping out so much damage inside those fights. I mean, why was Molasses unable to deal with the TA in that circumstance?
I mean, the biggest problem of Venomancer is really that you gotta absolutely crush your laning phase to then become this guy that can just occupy a lane by himself and cause a lot of problems. But his laning phase wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great either. Like, it was just okay. And Venomancer was just an okay lane. Like, you die once or twice, suddenly the entire impact that you should have, you can't have anymore because you're not tanky enough. Every time you die, your entire ward count is reset. So you kind of gotta get back into that area somehow, which isn't easy at all. And that's just the main reason why Venomancer is not being picked lately. It's just a very underwhelming hero if anything goes wrong. Like, if you meet all the conditions to make the hero strong, he will be very strong. Like, you gotta rotate there, maybe 2-3 heroes die because you want to kill him. Perfect. But if that doesn't happen, what does he do in the game? You know, no stuns, like the slows are easily dispellable.
Yeah, that is a big issue there, isn't it? It's just kind of, I don't know, kiting the Venomancer, figuring out how he works and playing as a kind of direct counter to that. And those in and out heroes can definitely allow you to do that so well. Bikup, any highlights for you in that game?
Definitely XM. I think this was a complete contrast to last game where like both XM as well as Erica struggled, and yeah, XM was definitely the highlight. You know, whatever I say goes up on the screen, and feels like some cool superpowers right there. But yeah, it just, I wonder, like, because Erica still struggled, right? Like, it felt like Erica was still finding his positioning was a little bit lackluster in those fights, but XM really carried them to the end of this game through the finish line, it felt like. And I kind of worry about Vici there, where it's like, how many drafts make it so XM is really the main carry on this team? And is that something that you really want to be plotting for? Because it feels like TA, at least in this lineup, was the main carry of the game.
Yeah, I think TA was a win condition, right?
Yeah, I mean, how it turned out to be, yes, but honestly, Wraith King was supposed to be actually like the stronger force, you know, like the backline jumper. That's the TAD with the like Spirit Breaker that charges in. But yeah, a lot of heavy lifting was put on XM's back, unfortunately. Like, Polio definitely needs to step up. From game 1 and game 2, what I've seen is a far cry from what he did last season. And that might be because there might be like an additional burden of more shot calling now, or maybe the additional burden of not having anyone that does that shot calling. Because like, playing Dota without good communication is very difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is as well. Definitely is. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like Vici Gaming. You know, it wasn't figured out this game, right? It was still messy.
Yeah.
I think calling this a clean win would be disingenuous for sure. They did mess up their high ground a little bit, but then LBZS also messed up as well. I mean, let's go back to that moment though. You know, what did they need to do? Because we talked about what LBZS needed to do differently when they went high ground, but when Vici were ahead and they initially messed up their first high ground push earlier on after that Roshan, what did they need to do differently?
I mean, it's really just always the same. Like, I see so many tier 2 teams make the same mistake where they're really far ahead and they're like, okay, Roshan isn't up for like another minute, so we can maybe squeeze in a nice play here. And that play turns around completely. Suddenly you lose 2-3 heroes, enemy gets free Roshan, and you're on the back foot. Like, all you need to have is patience at that moment, really. It's like, just wait for that minute. They can't leave their base. And if they do, we will know because all the lanes are pushing in. And yeah, that's really just it. Patience, which kind of is the problem I already alluded to, where's that in-game like leader, you know, like because that guy should be the one saying, "Yo, guys, just wait 30 seconds, 40 seconds for the next Roshan. Has a free axe, cheese, ages, then we end the game."
Yeah, you saw how much that Ags did for LBZS. It brought him back into contention almost. Like the Spirit Breaker Ags was massive in those fights and disrupted everything. And all of a sudden you go from what? They had a 19,000 net worth lead.
19K, yeah,
and then it was back into the hands of LBZS.
They
And
were behind 2K sadly,
yeah, like that, it changed the momentum of the game drastically. And it's maybe the lack of a shot caller or maybe the lack of
Confidence, maybe
cohesive
even.
decision making. Like maybe not agreeing on what they want to do. Let's go high ground. Let's go Roche. And the
Yeah.
team kind of has to pick one.
Which is a problem. Like you gotta, you know, be a unit. Like if you're three
Yeah.
units in one team, then you're not a team. You're 3 teams.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because when they actually hit the timings on LBZS, they looked so scary, didn't they? They looked like, you know, the team made sense. The draft made a lot of sense. Like I think in both of these games, LBZS have had good drafts. You're not saying Vici didn't, but LBZS are drafting pretty damn well for, you know, above what I was expecting from them. It looks good for them. It looks well cut out, and they've even forced a ban out of Vici Gaming as well in the IO, which I think is pretty good news, honestly, for this team, you know, because when we saw Phoenix before, we had a lot of issues with their drafts, didn't we? But LBZS don't seem to have the same issue, do they?
Yeah, no, the draft team is very cohesive. It's just the biggest problem that I have seen for them in both games is that they are not very good at finding the timings and hitting them properly. Because like they have this like really strong power spike, which they just don't use, and then they wanna use it like 1 or 2 minutes too late, and it's not as strong anymore, obviously, and then they fall behind. And they needed to wait for VG to give them some openings to get back into the game. But as you said, when things fall into place, like they play the strategy out very nicely. It's just they really gotta crisp down on like finding those moments of opportunities better.
Yeah, but when it comes to like hitting timings, you know, understanding your timings better, which do you reckon that's a pretty easy thing to fix over some time?
It can be difficult. I feel like if you're struggling with going into the high ground, because we saw it last year, right? LBZS and Magma consistently had those problems, and it, you know, even here they're still having those problems with a different roster, but it almost felt like that never really got worked out when they had massive leads. Like they had a 40K net worth lead in that game against Vici last year, and they threw that all away.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering like how long it will take to really work out the kinks and get to, you know, being able to finish the game at the back end.
Well, hopefully we'll see in game number 3, which should be coming up quite soon. But what are we expecting for this third game then? Are we expecting this Spirit Breaker to be let through again? Because it did get beaten, you know, Vici Gaming were able to take it down, but it still did seem pretty strong, didn't it?
Yeah, looked scary. I mean, there's a reason why it's banned a lot, right? Like it's just charges through the backlines. The only real counter is a Dispel or a Yules. And even if you have a Yules, it's not easy to react. You know, if you charge from the fog with like 1,000 movements, like you can't click that easily.
No.
You know, might misclick or I messed up. Then you mess up, you just die. Like I think he should be banned, or at least addressed a little bit better.
Alrighty, well, we do have our draft just around the corner, which means we need to bring in the drafting prince. So I'm afraid we're going to have to demote you, Lizard, from drafting master to drafting prince now since...
What happened?
Oh, I
Stay
mean, you
on
got
the
the
job.
predictions wrong, you know? You got to keep dropping unless you pull some out
Oh,
the back.
I wasn't the prediction king. I was the drafting.
Okay,
not the same.
all right. Sorry, prediction master. Sorry for challenging you. What are we expecting coming straight out the bat for this first one before we get into it?
I'm not sure really. They were talking about Spirit Breaker and IO. I think both of these heroes have their strengths for LBZS.
How about not pick Veno?
I think this is probably the best idea that Black just whispered into my ear. Not picking Venomancer is probably their best bet. I don't think the Spirit Breaker was a problem. Venomancer, however, you're picking it for a particular reason. You're trying to ban out, you're trying to mess up with the TA's lane, and then you're just lane dodged.
Alrighty, we do have the draft available now, so let's jump into it for the third and final matchup between these two teams. It's LBZS versus Vici Gaming here at the Chinese DPC. We're going to start things up with the Spirit Breaker, this time in the hands of Vici Gaming Lizard.
Yeah, so they ban out the IO, but they snatch the Spirit Breaker and Dead Prophet. And instantly LBZS answer with the Shadow Demon and Bane. Now this Spirit Breaker is definitely really strong as an opener, but Shadow Demon pretty much is one of the best heroes against him. Like you have what, 50% HP removal instantly from the big beast, the big cow, and then you can play off of that. Makes this game much, much harder, plus you have the purge to work with.
Does the Purge take off Bulldoze, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what we spoke about, like, you know, you need dispels or Yules to counter him, and yeah, not only do you slow him down to like 100 movement speed, but you also purchase Bulldoze, so it's a pretty mean counter. It's like, oh, you want to have some fun? No. You're gonna get purged, my friend.
70% status resistance? Nah, forget that.
How about death?
No cake this time.
Dude, he looks like, wow. He's about to fall asleep in his own chair.
It looks very cozy.
Yeah.
Now,
Is VG, they're back in China, all of them, right?
I believe so. I haven't
Yeah.
heard anything on the contrary.
He's probably a little tired still.
Thank you, back. Yes.
You're
I mean, they're not yawning like they were last time, and you know, even though they were yawning, they still won. So clearly, they are starting to wake up now. VG Gaming, you know, starting to get those gears moving.
You reckon they drink a lot of coffee? Or do they have other caffeine sources? Because they look
dunno.
pretty young.
are you a
coffee- is
coffee
coffee
guy,
very-
Black?
Hmm?
Are you a coffee guy?
I never drank one in my life, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like if I
remember
drink
that.
caffeine, like you already know how I am.
Yeah.
Imagine if I
It-
drink
it-
caffeine, I'm gonna.
I think you would fall asleep. Like it would have a opposite.
The opposite
on you,
effect.
yeah.
Instead of sleeping pills, I just drink coffee.
Coffee is pretty popular in China
It
as
is.
well, isn't
It is. It is.
Visiting and singing around a lot.
So back to the drafts, Nomad.
Yes, master.
draft
Important, the
panelists.
important
Thank you.
stuff. We
Yes,
have
Keeping us on
master.
track.
we have to talk about some of these bans because I've read on this place called Reddit
Whoa.
that people hate when you don't address the bans. They're very
Apologies.
important.
Address
This
them
is-
faster.
I'll address them. In the second stage, we have Void Spirit, we have Broodmother and Darkseer from LBZS.
What does that mean?
It means that
They don't want to play against them.
they don't want to play against those heroes. Versus Brood, versus Void Spirit, okay, you don't want to play against them, but Darkseer, he has some combos, right, with the Spirit Breaker, so there's that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, from Vici Gaming, Monkey, Lina, and Medusa.
But what does that mean?
But what does that mean is, you don't want to play against those heroes.
It's true. Yeah.
Thanks, Draftmaster.
And there's also a couple of combos there, right? Medusa and
And what?
Shadow Demon, the Disruption. There's a lot of
Okay.
split shots.
Yeah, okay, it's all right. It's nothing great. Wait, does it even split shot the illusions?
Yeah, if you have it on. Because Manta Cell does, right?
Yeah.
You do that thing where like you toggle radiance off just so you come out of it with passive abilities, or well, toggleable passives, or
Yeah,
you can, so you can turn it off yourself on the.
you can.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
One hero that's not banned is Raid King. Are we gonna see it again from Vici Gaming?
3 games in a row.
Please no.
Jakiro, though, that's new.
Yeah.
That's new. The Jakiro shard is actually absolutely bonkers. You hit a tower with that, it loses like 500 health. It goes pretty well with Spirit.
Yeah, we've seen some players play it on offlane as well. Who was it? Was it Mind Control that played offlane?
Jakiro,
Jakiro, yeah. It didn't really work out that well for them.
He got 3 null talismans.
Yeah, 3-0 talismans into what
and
was
it
it?
didn't work at all.
Yeah.
Into Witchblade.
Yeah.
he tried to become a carry
He went
Jakiro.
Kaya or something. I feel like as well.
Yeah.
It didn't look that great. You have some Ice Bat versus Bane, also Ice Bat versus a hero that's disrupted, right? That's pretty neat for Vici Gaming, and I think overall Jakiro is in a pretty strong spot right now.
Yeah, pretty. I don't know. I would have thought this would be a comfort pick for Vici Gaming, considering it's not a popular hero right now. But neither of them really actually playing Jakiro much at all. Like it's not in their like top.
Why do you
decks
think
or
that
anything,
is?
so. Yeah, must mean that they believe there's something very special about this Jakiro lizard.
I'm sure that Jakiro with the Ice Bat versus Shadow Demon will do just fine. What I'm thinking about is, do Vici Gaming now answer the Mars with something else, some different style of a carry, especially now when you have Terrorblade in the game as well? Like maybe a Morphling for Vici Gaming? You can get out of that arena, you can burst down the TB with T-Blade. It can be helpful.
Like just having a bit of a breakdown here. Apologies for this.
What about Fans Balancer?
It's a big
Could be-
yo-yo hero.
It could be a good answer to Terrorblade. It's pretty good against the.
That's Erica's comfort too. He used to play that a lot when he was on King Gaming Luminous.
Plenty of this feels like a pretty unguarded TB pick, and like even the stuff they banned isn't like, yeah, not banning answers to TB, are they?
There's a ton of mid lane heroes they could choose from as well. that,
Tinker,
yeah,
Zeus.
can deal with the TB. So
Honestly, even Storm looks pretty free right now. There's only Bane that can really set up on him, but if you just jump him and kill him, you
Yeah.
can't do that.
So that Prophet is so good as an opener because of what Black just said. There's just so many heroes that can go mid lane, that can go off lane as well for them, and that Prophet is versatile. So you can just answer the TB now.
Yeah. So why do you think they picked this TB though? If it's not like, you know, they didn't really set up for it brilliantly, I wouldn't say.
It doesn't even look
cool.
great at
PL
all.
coming out as well. Like, what's the idea behind it?
They just like the TB.
But to be honest, there's like no real synergy or anything. Like TB isn't great against Jakiro or Spirit Breaker really.
Yeah.
And they leave themselves open to get counterpicked quite a bit now. Like the PL that we spoke about came out right away.
It didn't feel like they protected that pick at all. Like the bans leading into that.
But usually you
really
pick
protect.
TB if it like looks really good. You know, there's like a Beastmaster or Prophet. They like really free farm against. And there's a lot
Or
of
you're
struggles.
picking it into Luna or something.
Or
like
some
that.
lifestealer.
Yeah.
Like it's a really good matchup. But like I can't see it at all here. Why it would be great. So yeah, perhaps just comfort again. But TB is a pretty hard pick to just pick into comfort, you know, because there are a lot of counters to it.
Yeah. Kagome does play a lot of TB. It is one of his favorites. So
Yeah, that makes
that
sense.
might well be the
If
reason.
you look at these two teams, it really does come down to comfort picks, right? Like throughout the series, all 3 games, they're just picking the heroes that they draft a lot. If you go on their Dota buffs and you just check their most picked heroes, most of them were picked in the first 2 games. So not really going away into like the meta picks, let's put it that way. Ember banned out from Vici Gaming, and I guess LBZS will get one of the spirits. They need something active. Void Spirit banned out, Ember Spirit banned out, so one of the spirits means
They need a PL
Storm.
answer though. They have no PL answer at all right now. They need like a mid laner that's good against PL. They banned Lash and Ember, of course, which are the
yeah,
2 best ones.
Kunkka work.
Kunka is decent
Yeah, something.
until mid game. Like then it gets pretty tricky. Like you really need some sustain damage, which is hard to find now. That there's a lot of heroes banned already.
Lash band,
I mean, they could
Ember
like,
band.
Zeus is okay, but Spirit Breaker really ruins Zeus's life.
He'd feel like he
Go on,
couldn't survive
Biko.
at all.
What's the pick?
It's
Call
Razor.
it.
Oh, there you go with the
Razor?
Razor.
Wow,
against
he does
PL?
it.
Catch him while he's not.
All right, they're going all in on not dealing with PL and just like pushing the pace so hard that they can like end the game before he becomes a problem, which
Wait, there was
usually
a-
doesn't work out.
There was a time when you could build Shiva's Radiance on Razor.
Yeah,
And
Many years
this
ago.
isn't the time.
many years ago. But yeah, I mean, there can be an option, right? Like you just want to push the pace of the game so hard that the PL just never comes online. But if he does, you just lose. But
Yeah.
they're hoping that they can close out the game before that happens. And we spoke about the Storm as well. Holy damn, we're so good on the panel.
Just amazing. Good job, Black. Good job, B.
Thank you,
Good
thank
job,
you.
Nomad.
I appreciate
Thank you,
it. Good job.
Draftmaster. Appreciate it.
But yeah, it looks like a free Storm game, as we said already, right? Like,
Do you worry at all that Storm will be laning into PP?
PP is very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he caused
Like,
a lot of problems last game.
Razor overall in the last tournament that we were casting together, right?
Very strong.
Dota Pit. Razor used to be like the pick of the tournament.
Did lose a lot of games against Storm though.
Yeah.
Like Storm is probably the perfect hero against Razor, and like VG draft just looks way better this game. Like LBZS kind of drafted themselves into a corner. They're like, okay, we got this PL problem. Let's not deal with that at all. I don't like that. Because usually you just can't end games that quickly. Right?
Are we just flip flopping again? Is that what it is?
Yeah, like, I didn't really,
Cool.
You guys
it.
got to get one right.
I didn't really
eventually,
like what I saw from LBZS game 2. So I'm VG game 3,
right? This explanation seems super familiar.
Beachy?
perhaps.
Yeah, I'll go with Vici Gaming. I do like that LBZS this time around. At least they've got some team fighting capabilities. That last game they didn't have it because of the Vano. Now they have a Mars. That's a big upgrade, but still, Vici.
That's good.
Alrighty then, let's throw it over to our casting duo for this game number 3, the finale of this matchup. We have our Cryptic and we have Neff on the mic.
you so much, Nomad. Appreciate that one. But yeah, I think they got this one right on the panel, right? It does seem like
Well,
VG
it
Gaming
seemed
have
a little bit flip-floppy to me. I don't know about that one.
Could be. Yeah, I will say I do like VG Gaming's draft quite a bit though. They do have a lot of answers for this one. One thing that we finally get to see though is the Mars. Completely ignored this series up until now, and it's definitely a staple here in the region. So excited to see how Molasses does on that this game.
Yeah, only to be slow like molasses or fast like a Mars.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
it's the best I got.
You got to workshop that one a little bit.
Yeah. I didn't bring a notebook. I need to.
It's fine.
But no, Phantom Lancer just seems like an amazing pick here. They didn't have any amazing answers to it. The only things were like the Ember Spirit and the Leshrac, which of course were banned out the last phase there, right?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. When you pick that Phantom Lancer at the end of that second phase, you can protect it with those last two bans, and they absolutely did. You know, the classic counters both removed from the game. So yeah, you're gonna have a Phantom Lancer problem if this does go on. And VG Gaming, with how these games have been looking so far, I imagine that's what we're going to be seeing, right? Kind of a longer game, 3, right? All of these games have kind of gone a little bit of a distance.
Yeah. So I'm not sure we'll get to 50 minutes again, but once this Phantom Lancer comes online, I'm not sure that they have a solution here on LBZ. As much as you do like this Mars, I've got my concerns. But mid lane should be fairly favored for the Razor. If you go a little bit too aggressive, the Storm can turn things around on you with that 1-1-1 build. You can do a lot of damage just pulling you into a Remnant, hitting you with multiple overloads, but it's very easy for him to build up a static link. As long as you don't dive the tower and get caught out by that 1-1-1, I think you'll be just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Razor, all you really do is, steal a little bit of damage off this first wave, and then you get to last hit and deny pretty much everything. Remnant, your only real source of securing these last hits now.
Yep. Doesn't last too long at level 1, thankfully.
Top lane, Molasses actually taking a lot of damage. Shakiro is just such a strong hero, I feel like. If there's no Oracle or any Dispel from the support, Dual Breath just does so much work.
Yep. The only concern was there wasn't anything to keep them in place as the game goes on with this Dual Breath on VC, but they don't have anything like a Mars Arena on their side, or like a Puck dropping Dream Core, forcing them to fight underneath multiple Dual Breaths, or Macro Pyre coming out from him. But during the laning phase, he is quite scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Massive slows and damage coming out from him. The bottom lane, Terrorblade, the panel was talking about that one. There wasn't really any picks to protect the TB, and already down here, he's taking a lot of damage from Irving. I don't think he's going to have such an easy time farming, and as the game goes on, he's not going to outcarry the Phantom Lancer.
No, it's actually a pretty rough matchup for Terrorblade into the Phantom Lancer. It's pretty much always going to favor the PL as it goes on, and you have the Storm Spirit as well. So there's a lot of different options for getting on top of this hero. The meta not going to be as useful, right? Because they're going to be able to just gap close onto you, no problem.
Yeah, and the Storm Spirit I think was good for a multitude of reasons. Excuse me. He's gonna sap him. All right, he's under the tower. He's fine. But yeah, getting the Shadow Demon, getting the Bane on the back line is super important. So for the beginning of this game, that's going to be XM's job. He's got to have a decent lane so he can get himself that early Orchid, though. Otherwise, the Bane and the Shadow Demon, it's not going to be so easy to grab them. They're going to drop Disruption or Nightmare onto the Storm as soon as he tries to commit on them if he doesn't have that Orchid.
Yeah, mid lane actually going decent for XM here. I thought it would be a little bit more difficult. He is still managing to find the CS once that static link debuff does expire. But Razor, yeah, he's going to have a pretty free game, at least for a little while. It is one of those picks that scales incredibly well. Obviously, we see the BKB refresher build, pretty much the standard on this hero nowadays, but I'm so worried about what this game's going to look like at 35 minutes for the side of LBZS. Like the Phantom Lancer is just going to be such an issue.
Yeah, well, we have to get there first, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right. They could try and just end the game before that happened, right?
Just end the game before we get to 35 minutes. Yeah, I think they're going to have to play kind of aggressive this game, but Razor usually isn't wanting to join any fights until you have that BKB refresher orb completed. So he usually likes around that timing, like BKB refresher orb plus one more XM.
Oh! Gets the TP out just in time, but has to walk of shame back to the lane now, unfortunately for him, and Razor going to continue to outfarm the Storm here in this lane.
Yeah, Storm, very slow hero as well, so
yeah.
It's going to take him a while to get back all the way down to mid lane. I think he's just going to miss one creep wave, well, like 1.5 creep waves off of that one.
Erica doing very well in the safe lane here on the Phantom Lancer, though. 18 CS already. Mars not doing too bad. Overall, all the lanes are pretty good besides mid. Mid's the one where the Storm Spirit's going to struggle for sure.
Yeah, only a 13 CS over there. Razor's did a pretty good job denying him a lot of creeps too. 89 is off on him. But if Storm loses his lane that hard, ooh.
Unlucky there on the timing. And again, Jakiro with this dual breath just doing so much damage back on over to the Mars. Molasses does need to be careful.
Looks like he's going to be just fine. But yeah, poor timing there. But yeah, Storm Spirit, if he struggles too much in the mid lane, he is a hero that jungles fairly quickly. But, you know, anytime that you see yourself in the jungle, you know, it suddenly becomes very easy for the Razor to start doing damage to your tower. You want to have that presence on the map as Storm. You want to be dominating the enemy mid laner on top of securing yourself CS. So
Unlucky clarity there.
yep. But alright, it looks like that's what he's going to be doing. Doesn't want to play against his Razor anymore at level 4.5. But, you know, if you get yourself a recovery kill once you hit level 6 or a nice rune, the game becomes a little bit easier again.
It's going to be a minute, though, and top lane Salad maybe in some trouble here. This could be the first blood. Burning down to the Jakiro. Just needs one more attack, and it goes the way of Erica here on the Phantom Lancer. A beautiful start for Vici. Bottom lane, Spirit Breaker just charges out. No big deal. He's fine.
Gets the one immediately. I think he's thinking
salving
about
up, too. He could play a little bit aggressive here onto Detachment's Bane. He gets any, like, convenient bashes.
he's gonna. I mean, he's got boots and 2 points. Oh, he's priming these bashes, man. This is pseudo RNG. It's not real RNG.
Oh, yes, of course. Not lucky today, sir. Death Prophet, however, very low in this bottom lane. Charge does come through on over to Terrorblade.
bash.
Just trying to... there it is, finally comes through. Unlucky, what can you do?
Yeah. I guess, you know, when you're good, I suppose. Sometimes not so lucky.
But yeah, overall the lanes... Well, actually we're going to get a little bit aggressive here. Bottom, goodbye. Underestimated the damage there from the Spear Gear. Gets a nice bash into the charge. That's all you need sometimes.
2 bashes, it's enough damage. And, you know, we were talking about this earlier. The hero does feel a little bit better with the buffs to his DPS. And he's able to farm now as well, so he scales better to the late game. So it's crazy been seeing him, like, not picked at all for, like, 2 years. And all of a sudden, very popular.
Yeah.
Like, late into a patch as well.
Nice deny on the haste rune there. Would have been very good for the Razor to have, of course, but not going to find it with it. Instead, he's just going to find the appreciating bounty runes in the triangle there.
Top lane. Erica still doing fairly well. Top of the net worth so far, and you know, I do think that he wants to play somewhat quickly. You want to be able to punish this TB before he has too many items. That way Storm Spirit's able to burst him down, and given that Storm is losing the mid lane here, I think, you know, you're not going to have as much space made for you.
Speaking of Storm, this is what you're talking about, a recovery kill going his way. XM going to be pretty happy about that. Nice rotation in from the supports, and a little bit of a stimmy there for gold. He definitely needs it, considering he is quite far behind some of these other cores. But Erica, again, I mean, the Phantom Lancer, we're worried about this game, you know, obviously if it goes late and him being the Phantom Lancer, but he is the top of the net worth already. They're going to go and TP Shadow Demon up here. I think, are they just going to leave Phantom Lancer alone here to just kind of do whatever?
I mean, he dies if you're level 6 on the Mars. You have to be a little bit careful, use that doppelganger properly, but yeah, it looks like he's just fine.
Yeah, they're going to swap lanes. They actually just saw the Terrorblade TP up here, and so he's going to do...
Terrorblade things.
Yeah.
Pop Metamorphosis, go for this tier 1 tower. And I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about this. Instead, they might look to trade in the bottom, and they've got 3 heroes down there.
Yeah, it's exactly what they're already doing. Irving with the Exorcism, just making sure to grab himself the tower with the first use of that. Detachment hiding in the trees, wants no business with it. And yeah, just a trade for the towers. Pretty standard stuff here early on.
It's a mid towers that they're going to be looking for, but I think if you're getting 1 for 1, it does favor the Storm Spirit. He's got a little bit more time to get that recovery.
I mean, any time this game that teams are spent farming is going to favor VG Gaming, I feel like, right?
Yeah, I mean, the later this goes, the better off Phantom Lancer is. It's always been the case. The hero is like the ultimate late game hero, especially given that they've done a couple of nerfs to the Terrorblade recently. They did end up buffing his strength gain, so now it gets 2 per level. But they nerfed his agility gain. They nerfed his metamorphosis damage. He's not like that ultimate powerhouse in the late game like he used to be. And, you know, it's all single target damage. So against the Phantom Lancer, who is just going to be spamming Doppelwalk once he's level 25, there's no way he's going to be able to deal with him.
Salad gets a D-ward, but will pay for this one with his life. Another kill going the way of XM Storm, and he's back into the game. Just like that, almost level 8. A little bit behind on net worth still, but it's not the end of the world.
Yep. Oh, there's a couple of camps. He what is level 8? Looks like he's building what? Orchid is his first item. Again, he needs to be able to jump the back line here, get the Shadow Demon, get this Bane before they can get any of their spells off. That's how they're going to win these early team fights.
I mean, they just don't really have much disabled to really deal with the Storm Spirit. That's why they were talking about it on the panel, right? Like okay, they have the stun from like Fiend's Grip and Bane. You have like Molasses on the Mars, but for the most part, like none of their spells are really good at locking down this Storm Spirit, especially once he has like a BKB.
Yeah, very rarely Mars is going to be positioned to deal with the Storm Spirit as well. He's going to be concerned about all these other heroes approaching the team fight, or, you know, doing the first initiation, like jumping on a hero with his Blink Dagger, followed by Arena. He's not going to be able to commit the spear onto the Storm Spirit that often.
Make sure you're going to smoke up here on LBZS. Looked ahead bottom. I mean, finding this Death Prophet would be huge, considering she is the top of the net worth right now, having a fantastic game.
Yeah,
and she is about to show on this bottom wave.
She is
so
dead. Way too far forward. A long way from help. Actually, if he TPs now, you're going to be fine.
Oh, no. The gamer sense here from the Death Prophet, really well done. And now they're going to go mid with Exorcism. They can try and just take this tower.
We gave him the runaround. All the heroes are set up there.
No, they're not going to commit. They don't want to. And they just got Jakiro chipping down the tower. You know, it's fine. Yeah, this is a really smart play from VG Gaming. Really, really good dodge there on the Death Prophet.
So wasted a good chunk of time moving back and forth between the bottom and the mid lanes.
Neff, can you translate that for me?
No. He said, Neff is a very cool caster.
Okay, nice. Yeah. And handsome.
And handsome.
Yes, you forgot the tail end of that one. Terrorblade went for... Dude, this his portrait looks terrifying. What is that? Okay. I just was not expecting that.
Is this a set?
I don't know.
Was this like a gem that you get?
I have no idea. It is definitely a set, but normally there's like a glow on it or something. It's just like... Looks like he's made of rock. But did go for the Falcon Blade into the Yasha, going to be the build here.
Oh God, get that off my screen.
I went for, I played Terrorblade for like the first time in a long time recently and went for the 5 bands of Elven Skin to start it out. It worked out great.
Oh, very cool. You had to, well,
top lane detachment, hold into a Vortex and a Bash. Bane, no, little cheeky play there from the Nightmare. He's just like baiting XMM. They're trying to give the kill over the Storm, but you won't let him do it. So Irving's going to grab that one.
Stacks off onto the Jakiro, but yeah, nice attempt. I mean, they're wanting to get him to keep up with the Razor, and you know he is neck and neck with him, but Razor's still a little bit further ahead. XM definitely had a rough lane there, forced to move into the jungle. Speaking of the Razor,
he's going to TP top. Irving, a decent chunk of damage dealt to this tower, but they know they do not want to overstay their welcome. They did the damage, and they'll just back off. More space for the Phantom Lancer as he is just back bottom on this hero, farming up to his heart's content. And I mean, it's a slow game so far, 0-5. I hear the Demonic Purge. Who have they caught? It's going to be the Spirit Breaker into the Arena. So they're finally on the board here, 12 minutes in. You commit the Arena, commit the Purge, but all you get is the Spirit Breaker. It's not, I don't think you really care all that much if you're VG Gaming right now about that.
No, I don't think they'll be able to make any plays on VC for the next, I don't know, minute when these abilities are on cooldown. There's Phantom Lancer just doing his thing on the other side of the map, farming up, as is the Storm Spirit. But you know, that's like a whatever. You get our Spirit Breaker, we don't really care too much about your cooldowns. Our heroes are farming, so honestly, I think it does favor VC Gaming.
And Jakiro is doing such a good job at protecting his mid lane tower, right? He always has Macro Pyre if he needs to drop it, but the Dual Breath makes it so quick. That is a defusal at the 13-minute mark here for Erica.
Power Treads 1, defusal, chipped vest. He's actually pretty tanky and scary. He's going to be able to run down any of these supports without a care in the world if he catches them out by themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary opening. I mean, typically when you buy this defusal first item, sometimes you kind of want to fight, as opposed to going for like the Yasha, which we see occasionally.
Yeah, Yasha's the farming item.
Detachment, nice. Nightmare here onto the Bane Molasses, rotating in. Does have the Spear to connect there, and he's all alone, so they will be able to pick up this Jakiro here. A little bit of damage going to be dealt back the other way.
Invictus out that dual breath in the ice path, but again, they just don't care when they lose these support heroes. They've got 2 cores farming. It's whatever. Net worth hasn't swung in LBZS's favor at all after these kills, but
Here they go, though. They want to find more, and they really do need to. LBZS smokes up here with 4. Do they have vision to work? It doesn't look like it. The dire jungle seems completely dark to them, so they're going to try and just make that make the call Molasses with the Blink Dagger here on the Mars. The arena is going to be huge. It's going to pop the smoke. He finds him, Irving, but he gets the silence off right away. Sick play, and now XM on the backside onto the Bane. Gets the kill right away. It's going to be PP, though, chasing down the Death Prophet here. He won't be able to keep himself alive, but Erica comes in on the Phantom Lancer. They clean up big. 3 already dead on the side of LBZS, and now Spirit Breaker trying to bait this one out. Finds Molasses here. Charge does come through, will connect. They just need to get in range with one more. Ice Path will block off the retreat. Can he get another bash? Doesn't look like it for now, but Storm Spirit, he wants this Terrorblade. He gets an Invis rune. Okay.
well, that's convenient.
Molasses is out.
Again, when you're good, you're... Oh.
Is he baiting?
I think he's trying to bait them back in. I mean, they realized that he saw them pause for a moment there. Saw that they dropped a sentry, I am certain. But, all right, he's going to get back now. But, yeah, such a quick reaction there from the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
That silence was absolutely insane. And Storm doing exactly what it needs to. Jumps to the backside, the other side of the arena, catches the supports back there, and they just melt. And he doesn't even have his Orchid yet. Once that's completed, things
Way
are even
more
more difficult for them. Yeah. So already things tipping pretty hard in the scale. It's only a 3k net worth advantage, but
Storm Spirit goes in, finds the Razor. Nice disruption there, but he's about to fall right into an Ice Path. The Macro Pyre, all of the magic damage from this Jakiro. Just way too much for them to deal with, and now Irving with the Exorcism. Going to be able to focus down this mid-tier 1 tower, and a great pick-off here for Vici. They'll top that fort, trying to slow this one down a little bit, but it doesn't feel like it's going to matter. They're going to get this tower no matter what.
yeah. Buy themselves a little bit of time, and time is what they need to get this Terrorblade farmed, but I feel like time is...
Oh, detachment. Oh, he's going to pop the Nether Strike, ends up missing with the charge. Arena Spear does come through, but again, the damage is there. They get the Bane, and Spirit Breaker, he doesn't really seem to care all that much.
He just digs up a bounty rune in the middle of the arena. The crowd cheers.
The crowd goes wild.
That's really what it feels like when you take up a bounty rune as support.
Oh, God, we were watching a game. We were casting a game the other in Division 2, I think, and we saw a Razor like dig a bounty rune in front of the enemy tier 3, and then they lose the game.
Yeah, they lost the game off
of it. You know, sometimes the crowd goes wild, other times it might backfire.
Yeah. That one was pretty funny. All right, Yasha now completed on Erica, just being flown out to him now. So again, top of the net worth on 500 gold ahead of this Terrorblade, managing to...
Is under attack.
I mean, Terrorblade's keeping pace okay, despite that you control the map, being up 5k on VC, but the TB is not winning nearly hard enough that he needs to be to make up the difference between like the PL versus TB matchup.
Absolutely.
Needs to be like
But
an
also,
item up on him.
Look at the difference between where this mid lane went, right? Like, we saw Storm having such a rough time very early on. PP was dominating, and now he is, you know, over 1,000 gold behind the Storm Spirit. Those multiple kills that he found early on, able to find... I mean, it's just kind of just the result of it being a decent Storm game, right?
Yeah, and these heroes are just going to melt to the Storm Spirit on the back line. Like, now that he's got this Orchid, his net worth is going to accelerate even more. There's no way that DP keeps up with him. And the Razor does feel very strong once he gets the Refresher and the BKB completed, but we're still a little ways off of that.
Yeah.
Storm's hit one of his big power spikes.
Sick pickup there on the Terrorblade, grabbing the Manta style early, so not really an Orchid target. Does have the ability to get out of Irving's silence as well, so not as susceptible to getting bursted, but the rest of your team is still very scared of this Storm Spirit. They're going to smoke up here, maybe see if they can find something. Again, in this dire jungle, Molasses with this Blink Dagger needs to be the one to get the initiation.
But it's hard to, like, the Spirit needs to come off so quickly if he finds the Storm Spirit.
End up guessing wrong as VG Gaming went to the left side of the jungle and now looking to go mid here potentially and take down this tier 1 tower. They do get eyes on the Jakiro,
Is under attack.
but D-Ward will...
No, Jakiro's going to get greedy. He's going to get speared as soon as he shows himself.
He's actually pretty safe. Irving's on the other side and Storm Spirit's rotating in as well. They get the Ice Path there. Dual Breath does come through. Charge on the backside as well. Do they have the stuns actually? He's fallen low, but he's pretty safe, and now you're just going to lose the Spirit Breaker. Instead, Fiend's Grip does catch the Death Prophet in the middle of it all. PP trying to do what he can, but he's just dying to the Exorcism. Instead, Irving, he's going to come out totally fine, and Detachment instead dies to the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, they try to do the damage there to the Death Prophet, but the Glimmer Cape comes out, ends up keeping her alive. At least I'm pretty sure that was a Glimmer Cape. Who's that on?
It's hard to say. But, I mean, in general, like, the Razor standing on top of a Static Link, the Eye of the Storm trying to just beat down the Death Prophet, ends up almost dying instead.
Yeah. I mean, like, I thought you would jump Jakiro when the Death Prophet shows itself and drops X's, and that's the hero that you need to get on top of and burst as quickly as possible. But if you don't have the damage there, all you do is put yourself out of position and melt to those the spirits. So that and the Storm Spirit coming in ended up saving that fight, saving the DP, and game getting harder and harder. Now 4-12, 6K net with advantage for VC. 18 minutes in. This is the most one-sided game that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, it just Vici has everything they want, right? Like they got the draft advantage. Their lanes went really well. I mean, minus the mid lane on the Storm, but he's recovered exceptionally well. And now 4-12, 6K gold lead here just at the 19-minute mark. Everything going their way. A halberd already completed here on the Death Prophet as well.
Yeah. So as soon as you try to stand your ground with that metamorphosis on Terrorblade, or if the Razor's running at you, even if he has that BKB refresher, as long as you can get that that disarm off on him first, he's not doing anything.
The Bane, and another quick one goes the way of XM. Now unstoppable, 6-0-2 on this Storm Spirit. Molasses here. See if he can go in, gets the Arena Spirit, does find the Spirit Breaker, no bulldoze to save him, so they will trade. 1 for 1 there.
Kill they do very much need as well.
Well, fine. Yeah, well played there. Nice find by the Mars.
Still a little ways away from these next couple of items if they're actually able to take these team fights. BKB is still being worked on this Mars. And, there's a lot of magic damage coming out from their side. Jakiro really does, Jakiro and the Death Prophet both really do melt you if they get on top of you with, like, these dots, the Spirit Siphon, the Macro Pyre, the Dual Breath. It really does add up. But BKB fairly important. TB working on his Eye of Scotty, but still a pretty long way off. This is his first ultimate orb, and imagine they're going to start looking to push these tier 2 towers sit around the Roche pit pretty quickly here on the side of VC. They're going to be wanting to look for these next objectives in just a moment.
Yeah, you do have the BKB on the Razor now going for that Eye of Scotty. We've seen him have it for a little while.
He's going on
not Eye of Scotty, Refresher, yeah. I don't know why I was
Eye of Scotty's
thinking about it, yeah. Lotus Orb now done on the Death Prophet as well. So she is super tanky. She has a bunch of bonus armor thanks to that. The evasion from the Halberd plus obviously the disarm. So against heroes like Razor and Terrorblade, she's quite survivable.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have a lot of trouble blowing up. And already in that last team fight with the initiation from like the arena, everything just did not go down.
They're smoked up here on VG, heading into what seems like the triangle. They're going to walk right into the Bane, though. XM just goes in, sees who he finds. It's going to be a Silence there onto the Bane. They got the Sentry down, and he will find another. Arcane Rune did get pumped, so XM would like to find a little bit more with this.
Detachment's charge switch to?
Well, looks like it's going somewhere. It's going to be the Shadow Demon. He has the vision from it. Charge. It's still going to connect, but protected by the Glimmer Cave. In comes the Nether Strike. He gets the kill, sacrifices himself at the tier 3.
That's a real Spirit Breaker player right there. It doesn't matter if I'm going into the entire enemy team as long as I'm getting this kill.
Yeah.
It zones them, though, and they do go for the Roche pit here. I mean, we were talking about this. This was their next big objective that they wanted to take, but getting into the position to take this when they smoke up on 4 heroes.
They've got Macro Pyre to play with, so they will drop that into the pit. Death Prophet going to try and zone them out with this Exorcism. Haste Rune, however, picked up on PP. Molasses comes in, hits a great spear. They will take down the Jakiro. The rest of the team just needs to disengage, and Irving looks like he's going to be fine. The question is, can they find the Phantom Lancer TPing out on the stairs? He's going to be safe, so they disengage completely. They get the Aegis. You only use the Jakiro. That's not a bad trade.
Not bad. Set up by the Spirit Breaker, of course. At least that's, if I was a Spirit Breaker, that's what I'd be telling myself.
Yeah, the good old I set that up.
Yeah, I set that up. Look how far I zoned the enemies all the way into their base. So much committed onto me.
Space Maid,
Yeah. The Space Cow. What he does. Now, Fresher Orb, about half completed now on the, a little bit less than half completed on the Razor, and that's one of the big things that's going to, I guess, improve their odds in these team fights, right? And without that, the double Static Link, it will actually, the double Eye of the Storm on top of the Static Link is one of the few tools they have that will actually bring down this Death Prophet or this Phantom Lancer fairly quickly.
Yeah.
You can stay on top of the target easily with the Link. He's not able to doppel walk off of it. But
I mean, Storm's on his way to a Bloodstone, though, and
yeah, you just think that your entire team's going to melt while you run at these heroes, right? Like
that's what I'm worried about, yeah.
Storm Spirit jumps the back line, takes out both the Shadow Demon and the Bane fairly quickly, and possible that SB charge stays on top of his Razor with your BKB piercing charge, your ultimate. It'll keep him disabled long enough for the Stormtrooper to make quick work of the back line.
We'll see what they can do. I mean, the Eye of Scotty being done on the Terrorblade is pretty sick, but he's going to have a hard time keeping his hands on the cores here.
Yeah. That small army coming out. Yeah, they were right on the panel. It does a lot more damage than it used to.
What, the charge?
Yeah, with the the Shadow Blade, it almost ended up one-shotting the creeps.
Yeah, once he has a little bit more items, he'll be able to just one-shot it.
Very cool. We get the PL check right now. He is going for the Octarine core. It is absolutely ridiculous that this is a thing. What a time to be alive.
It is really good. I mean, the Octarine core build started here in the Chinese region, and it's not that surprising, especially into the Terrorblade. That's one of the reasons we see it. Like, you just spam the Dragon Lance constantly. It's so annoying.
Oh, yeah.
You just
mean
like
the
also
Spirit
find.
Lance. You said Dragon Lance.
Oh, did I say Dragon Lance?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. Yeah, Spirit Lance. You just like constantly find the connections there, and then also just like randomly will bounce to a support behind someone, and then they're like, oh god.
Yeah.
Dire structures.
I mean, they tried to nerf that build as well. They like increased the cooldown reduction on the talent or something like that. The ability actual by like 1 second. They're like, please just stop building the Octarine core on PL.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do this.
It's like,
But-
this is not supposed to be a carry item. Top lane, Arena does come through. They managed to find the Spear Breaker, but he's got the Bulldoze still active. The rest of the team trying to find in. XM gets the Shadow Demon on the backside, and an easy pick off for him. TP out, he gets him with the Ice Path! Oh no, Terrorblade left all alone. A beautiful guess there by that Jakiro.
Absolutely amazing play there. TV's game wasn't difficult enough to begin with, not getting out there, clutched out by the Jakiro. Sick Ice Path, and your backline isn't able to do anything. They're so concerned about the Stormtrooper jumping them that they're not getting any of these saves off.
Yeah.
So everybody's got their own problems on the side of LBZS, and they're not crumbling. I mean, the number of advantage is slowly going further in the way of VC, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before.
Fiend's Grip onto the Phantom Lancer here. A nice find, but there's going to be the Ice Path to try and keep him in this one. Doppelganger, Erica, able to survive for the moment. Nice charge comes through from the Spirit Breaker, holding detachment in. There's going to be the Lance Spam as it comes on in, and Irving joined the fight. They start falling one by one. They find the Shadow Demon. They catch him with the Dust. XM, super far time here behind the tower. They just get crushed by VG Gaming. Another 3 kills.
Oh, and there's the breaking points that I was about to talk about. And just like that, Fortify still on cooldown as well. No reason for them not to walk up on the high ground here. Arena not available in this TB. He's not going to fight into them.
No chance. This TB needs so many items to deal with this, and Irving is just so strong.
Catapult as well, speed things up, and they try to slow things down, spamming out what spells they can, but all right, looks like they will back up. Only 25 seconds left on this Aegis. They don't want to chance it. You're playing against a Mars, though. We've seen games turn around off of him doing that spear trick where he faces his base, he bulwarks, and then he throws the spear towards his base after blinking behind you.
I don't know if you can do that anymore.
You can.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was doing it just like before I left.
I believe you.
It doesn't like come out from behind your hero, but you face towards your base when you bulwark, and so when you blink forward, you're facing behind.
yes. That is correct.
The
Yeah,
spear comes out like instantly.
yeah. We used to refer to the old version was the butt spears.
Yeah.
Those got fixed.
Yeah, that desperately needed to be fixed. You can still do something a little bit weird if you target your own hero portrait. It can come out like behind you right away.
That's neat.
Yeah, there's a couple heroes that do that. You can do it with like Earthshaker and whatnot as well. You can just Fisher behind you.
All right, we're going to see the Lincolns queued up on the Storm Spirit here, obviously to prevent one of the 2 CCs that can actually be thrown on him. So Fiend's Grip not going to be super strong.
Yep. So I think as long as you jump the Bane, like if you get the Shadow Demon or the Bane, you're fine. But you want to jump the Bane, get the Orchid off onto him, and then you don't have that disruption to drop onto the Storm Spirit. And if Storm Spirit disrupts, the Bane there, then you just turn onto the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
So he is a massive nuisance for this backline, and he's just going to start using these support players like a battery. He's got his Bloodstone.
Yeah. Don't mind if I convert you into another charge, please?
This is your purpose?
Yeah. I mean, VG Gaming looking really good. A 12,000 gold lead here, 7-20. Everything going their way. They're going to smoke up, see if they can find some more kills here.
Yeah.
XM has a gem now too, so Glimmer Capes, stuff like that, not going to save him.
Yeah, we talked about.
PP gets caught here in the mid lane. Vortex into the ice path and just instantly deleted.
There's 100 gold from his refresher orb before he went down there. He's got the recipe in his backpack. He's got 2 void stones. Just needs the rings of health. And oh no, they're losing the Bane too.
Yeah. Optimistic teleport right there.
You know, you gotta try. You miss 100% of TPs you don't use.
Cast?
Cast? Yeah.
Something like that. I'm sure that's right, though. Top lane, they find Salad as well. Spirit Breaker giving him the slap. Ends up converting another Bloodstone charge to XM. He's like, hold on, don't do it, guys. I need this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the base, Arena comes out from Molasses, but he's just taking way too much damage from this Phantom Lancer. Doppelganger's on forward, looking for more. And again, this is the PL problem that we were talking about. You can't do anything to this hero. It's going to be Terrorblade next on the chopping block, trying to make his way back to the base. Nice science. Doppelganger to dodge out that spear. And Terrorblade, he's dead. XM just snipes the others on the backside. 5 heroes fall inside the base. VG Gaming making a statement here in game number 3.
Yeah, we saw 2 very close games, but this one, it was all VC all the time. I mean, slight advantage for the Rays in the mid lane, as you'd expect, but those recoveries, and that is it. The GG is called.
They've done it, man. They grabbed themselves the first series here for them in this DPC, and honestly, LBZS put up a great fight in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game, things just kind of came apart. The draft, the Storm Threat was such a massive issue, and they didn't have any way to protect this TB. They were talking about that one on the panel. Our draft Prince Lizard over there ended up, being correct about that one. So he does end up getting one.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it really was. This game did just feel almost like a complete outdraft. There was no answer to the Phantom Lancer. The Storm Spirit had pretty much free reign to do whatever he wanted. As soon as he got the Orchid, the supports are just food for him, and terribly dying top behind that tower. That was probably the that is just the moment where you're like, all right, this game is impossible. If you're the Terrorblade, you're like, okay, well, my game's over.
Yeah, and not much they could do from that point. But congratulations to VC Gaming winning their first match here in the upper division. Looking strong to start things out.
Yeah, LBZ is looking strong as well, though, right? Games 1 and 2 super close. Game 3. Not much really else that we can say about that one, but I'm excited to see how these teams do as we continue through the DPC. But we have 2 more series here today, and I'm super excited to see where these ones are going to be going.
Non-stop Dota, man.
Yeah, so before we jump into those, though, we are going to let our panel break down the final game of this series. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, LBZS could not find the answer to the Phantom Lancer, and that means they will lose the series 2-0 to VG Gaming. They made it in the end, gentlemen, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. I mean, we do have to wonder, right? What was the idea behind that Terrorblade pick? Because right now, it just seems a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to struggle. It was probably the first game in the series, too, where Erica felt really comfortable. Putting a Terrorblade in a really interesting spot in this draft, and then you're also giving up a comfort pick to Erica.
Yeah, I feel like if you give them the opportunity, they will take the PL 100% of the time. The heroes are amazing right now, but when it works, right?
Yeah, it's always like that, though, right? You pick him last in the second phase, you ban out the 2 hardest counters, and suddenly you have an unanswered PL, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And then, there's not much to say about this game, unfortunately. LBZS had no chance from the draft already. I already called out the Storm Spirit in the first phase because it looked so good. And then in the last phase, they still get it somehow. And he went beyond godlike. The PL was unstoppable. What do you even do? You have no answer to so many heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing you can do, really. It was really just a draft, and it always sucks to end a series like this for a team like LBZS. On game 3, but yeah, sometimes it's just like that, the draft in itself is a game. If you lose that game, can't really play Dota.
Lesson learned, I hope. But either way, pretty good stuff from Vici Gaming as well. I mean, what do you think about this Jakiro as well? Because this is a hero we haven't been seeing a ton recently. They picked it up without a ton of games. You know, it's not like a comfort pick or anything. Seemed to work really well, though. I mean, did you see the answer or why the cause for this pick was when the game started?
I spoke a lot to Misery when we did the Dota pit together about Jakiro actually. Like, we both think Jakiro is a very underrated hero. It's a very strong laner, and then you can just assign him to a lane. Whenever your carry goes to the jungle, he can push that lane, hold that lane, and then once he's ready, it's really easy to just push down towers. He's a strong team fighter, he has Disable, his ult is basically like an AoE, you can't enter the zone kind of spell. I think Jakiro has a lot of potential, and hopefully we see more of him, because this game it looked amazing.
It really did, yeah, the whole area denial thing coming into effect. I like it as an answer to the Razor especially, right? Because that's a hero very focused around having to be in a certain place. You know, he doesn't have options when it comes to where you are. You have to stay on your static link target, right? And Jakiro seems to answer that really nicely. So, yeah, I mean, even though that Razor, I believe it was like a last pick, wasn't it? But it still seemed like either a block pick or just worked really nicely in that. And I think, again, LBZS, you know, this time, I think their first two drafts were really good.
Yeah.
But this time, I think they definitely dropped the ball a bit.
Agreed.
There you go. Unfortunately, B-Cop's mic isn't working right now, so he's just going to sit quietly in the corner and think about what he's done. Yeah, absolutely. So, Spirit Breaker again this time around, wait, this is from the previous game, isn't it?
No, it's this game.
It's this game,
yeah.
game, isn't it? Yeah.
But it looked a lot better because it actually had heroes that accompanied as well, with the DP, with the Storm, with the PL, like heroes that rush in together with him. Like, Spirit Breaker is really strong once you actually have heroes that can make use of the chaos that he creates, which in last game, LBZS's draft was more... Like, they didn't really have backline jumpers like VG does here. Like, PL as well as Storm, as soon as you're charged, you're dead. Like, there's no way you can get out. So I really liked it. Like, just overall, VG's draft made so much sense against what LBZS had.
Yeah, it clicked really nicely. And I don't know, did you feel like Vici Gaming were playing as a team better this time around? I mean, you know, obviously it's nice to do so when you're in this position, but did it look cleaner than the first two games?
Yeah, way better, way better. But it's also always, as you said, it's easy to do when you're winning. The real test of a team is when you're losing. Like, how do you get back into the game? Like, what is your strategy then? Like, winning, it's just easy, right? Like, you're playing a matchmaking game with your friends, you're winning, you're like, yeah, this is easy. But then if you're actually behind, like 10 kills, 5k gold, you're like, what do we do now? I get a little bit of a trouble here. But yeah, like the last game looked very convincing. The first two games, not so much, unfortunately. But we'll have to see. Like, this team has a lot of potential to grow.
Yeah, still plenty more challenges coming the way of Vici Gaming, not least of which will be actually on the 7th of January, where they'll be playing against Team Asta. That's going to be a very interesting matchup between those two teams, I believe. I mean, how do you kind of see those two going after we saw Asta yesterday versus LGD and then Vici today?
Yeah, just comparing what we saw on the respective days, I do think Asta has a little bit of an edge, just purely based on individual skill. Of course, both of them, they made quite a couple of blunders here and there, but like, just overall, I do believe Asta is just like a little bit better right now.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, to put up a challenge against LGD, you have to be in a really good place to be able to do that. And, you know, LGD, they were coming into their first series, and as I said, they were a little bit rusty, but getting that rust off. But still, you can't take it away from Asta, who are a newly formed kind of stack coming into it. Can we hear B-Cop? That is the question. Can we? You're a good boy? I hope so. Well, not telling me that we can't hear you. So that means you can, all these thoughts you've been storing up over this conversation can now release upon us. Yeah. Oh, it's still not working, so we're just sitting there in lovely silence.
Well, it was great points.
Yeah, I mean, really, that was the best analysis B-Cop's given for pretty much his life, I would say. I mean, I've never heard him say anything so smart, insightful, concise. I mean, wow, I actually think I've become a better Dota player just from listening to that, Black.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it will never be made public. What was just said, it will go down in history. It's only you and I that can.
Who are lucky enough to experience it,
The
really.
tale of B-Cop, the legends.
The legend.
The legends of B-Cop. Yeah.
Talking about legends, of course, our MVP for this game was XM playing
Yeah.
on the Storm Spirit. I mean, it's fair enough. He had a very good Storm Spirit game, and I think I'm actually glad they didn't give it to Eric because he was in such a good spot to be able to be so large and in charge in that last game. But XM was a, slightly more difficult game on the Storm Spirit. He just absolutely owned.
Yeah, we did say it was a pretty free Storm game, and he showed perfectly why, so very well deserved MVP. He played well, he punished them whenever he could. Yeah, what is Death Loss Gold? Not that much.
I mean,
They dealt no damage on LBZS, they just got pummeled, basically. That's what I see from here.
yes, yeah, very, very limited on the damage output, and that's not really surprising. I mean, with the heroes they had and the drafts that were up against each other. But, whilst this was a pretty poor showing from LBZS in this final game, I still think there's plenty of hope for this team due to Game 1 and 2. They look so good in Game 1 and 2 compared to what I was expecting, honestly. They're a young team, they're a new formation, and yeah, I definitely like what they were putting together. D-Cop.
Can we hear you now?
No, I hope not. I've given all my good points away.
Yeah, I mean, that was mind-blowing stuff earlier. I mean, if you can summon even 1% of that, then...
I give you an easy one. Compare LBZS Season 1 last year to now. Like, way better, right?
Yeah, I think the one thing was just the drafting, right? Like the Terrorblade was the problem. They
Yeah.
still showed that they can finish these games, put up a good fight, and I don't think they really threw anything. Game 2 they kind of did, but like
Yeah, the end was unfortunate, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It could have been a 2-0 for LBZS.
Oh,
let's
for
let's
sure.
be real.
and
Yeah.
that's a statement coming against Vici. That feels real good. If it did go that way, obviously.
But it didn't. So.
But it went
But now it
to
doesn't feel that good.
2-1 Vici.
It feels a little bit bad.
Alrighty,
High
guys.
level analysis for me.
We
That's what you guys
do
were
have
missing.
ourselves an interview available, which means we get to hear from the man himself. Erica is on the line. And Erica having an absolutely brilliant performance on the PL that game. Hello, how are you doing after that win?
就是你好，然后今天赢了比赛之后，现在感觉怎么样
赢了比赛肯定是开心的呀。
？Yeah, I'm really happy we can win the game.
Excellent. So, first question I want to ask, what was your reaction when they picked that Terrorblade?
就是想问一下，当对面选到恐怖利刃的时候，你当时感觉是什么样的一个想法呢？
因为恐怖利刃比较怕法伤嘛，然后我就想选一个比较能拉扯他 BKB 时间的，就最后选了 PL。
I feel like Terrorblade is very vulnerable to spell damage, so I want to pick a hero that can last the fight after he finishes BKB, so I pick PL.
Definitely worked out for you. What is Vici Gaming's expectations coming into this Chinese DPC season?
这个赛季 VG 在中国区的一个目标是什么
保六真嗣呀。
？Yeah, just aiming for top 4, but we want to secure top 6.
Okay, all right. I mean, LBZS put up a very good fight. Were you nervous at all during that second game, or did you have confidence?
今天其实来白展示打得也非常好，然后你们第二场的时候，最后有没有就是紧张过？因为局势也比较焦灼。
其实中期被他们一直搞得挺难受的，但到后面我感觉我们装备好了，把他们 BKB 和2波大招拉过去，还是挺好打的。
So during the middle of the game, they add some difficulty to our game, but when it comes to late game, I feel like it's kind of easy for us to finish the game after we waiting for their BKB to end and waiting for their 2 ultimates to end.
So they knew they would have the opportunity all along. All right, well, my last question for you then, Erica, is why do you keep changing names?
最后一个问题就是想问一下，为什么你一直在换 ID？
就之前随便搞一下呀，就现在又换回去了呀。
Erica was my old ID, so I changed back to my old ID. That's it.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much for giving us your time, Erica, and congratulations on your win. Very nice, cool. Short and sweet, but some good answers there. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear that they had a lot of faith in that middle game and, knowing just if they relied on their timings that they would be able to come back into it.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to hear that they didn't sweat in that game too. Like, their base under siege, everybody buying back. Like, we had it. We know they have no buybacks. Just kill them. We got the game.
That feels a very interview. Yeah, we always had faith, never in doubt.
Easy. Like from the beginning, we knew that was the moment we needed to strike.
Yeah, when we gave up that 19K lead, who cares? We knew it. We were, secure the entire time.
Stone cold confidence from Erica and the boys there as they are able to take the win over LBZS, thus ending our first series of the day. But fear not, Chinese Dota fans, as there is plenty more Dota to come today. And after this short break, we'll have the next series of LGD versus Phoenix Gaming. Hello and welcome back once again to the Chinese DPC. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel, we of course have Lizard and B-Cop ready again for another round of Dota 2 video games. How very exciting! We have ourselves LGD versus Phoenix Gaming. Now guys, very important question. Who do you think is going to win this one?
It's going to be a very difficult one to call. We have PSG LGD on one side, Phoenix on the other. Hard predictions to make. At the same time, we have seen Vici Gaming drop a game to LBZS. They looked pretty strong, so you never know. It can happen.
It can happen, yes. I mean, this is a new Vici squad, though, right? And an old LGD squad, one of the few teams which didn't shuffle. Yeah. And they did tell us that they're very confident in their decision, you know. A lot of times shuffling to do with mentality, right? And from what we heard from them yesterday is that they still have a lot of fire behind them, right, B-Cup?
Yeah, it's a team that wants to give it another go, which I feel like a lot of teams, when they come up short, not once, but like twice, you get demoralized and maybe even want to just make the shuffle just to see potential greener pastures, right? But I think it was something that IG had a lot of success with when they kept their roster together for 2 years, and LGD, they've just been the favorites in everything they've played, and why break that up? Why try something
Look at
else?
Faith Beyond's forearms, man. He's been playing with Black's like strengthener.
The grip strengthener, yeah.
Yeah, dude. He's got forearms for days.
I remember he was like had to get a stand-in when he was playing for eHome because he like hurt his arm or something like that. I'm pretty sure that was like a workout thing.
Workouting, maybe some arm wrestling or something like that. It can happen.
Yeah, it got to be quite silly to hurt your arm wrestling, right?
Especially as a Dota player, right? Looking at Phoenix, it's a completely fresh squad. Obviously, I wasn't trying to be sarcastic before or anything like that. They can take a game from PSG LGD, but it's going to be extremely difficult for them. Yeah. They are definitely the underdogs and probably the ones that we expect the least out of. But that's also a little bit helpful, as when you're playing versus PSG LGD, you're giving it your best, right?
Yeah.
And the season is just starting. Because of that, they'll take every game as important as possible, right? They'll give it their all. Meanwhile, if you're PSG LGD, you look at this new squad, new team. Even some of their players got poached recently by eHome. PSG LGD might come a little bit easier, a little bit relaxed, and might get punished because of that.
It is indeed old versus new here for this series. Let's find out how these drafts are going to go with this series. I'm excited, honestly. Like, I feel like there's always a lot of new blood in the Chinese region, which is why it's so strong. You know, we talked a lot about the academy teams, and, you know, you see every season things just mixing around. Is he okay? Oh, there we go.
He's getting
back.
in the zone.
Morning.
Don't let me get in my zone.
No, he definitely did look like he was powering up. Yeah. He's staring down on the floor, that's it. We have so far OD and Spirit Breaker banned out, nothing new. Monkey King and IO, which is, Monkey King is also a very popular hero. A lot of teams in Chinese region pretty much first pick it, first phase it. IO is surprising though. It's not a hero that has been just banned out by every single team recently.
Very different opening from LGD.
Now, do you like the snap? B-Cop?
Yeah, Shinkyu, that's like one of his go-tos. We saw it a lot last year. So I'm not surprised because we had that conversation in the last series on the panel, talking about how Snapfire is just like not that big of a pick in China, at least for the moment. And I think, LGD, if there's a team to pick it, it's going to be LGD. They really love it for Shinkyu, and Faith Beyond on the Beastmaster. What more could you ask for?
It was just 2 series, right? When you think about it.
Yeah.
3, right? Yesterday, 4.
Now 3.
Matt. So Snapfire is back. I do like what Phoenix have got. So both of these teams have got pretty solid openings, right? The Bane and the Mars on the other side. These heroes are extremely contested recently, like throughout all the tournament, from the Chinese region and Huya to the European region and what was it, Dota Pit that was played recently. Bane has been, I think, the hero with most first picks.
Yeah,
it's just a solid safe laning support.
I think any event that has Spirit and Poshka playing in it is gonna boost up those Bane picks.
And Bane and Mars is actually the second most picked duo off the DPC out of all the DPC Division 1s throughout the past few weeks. And 65% win rate out of 17 games, so not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
Like 65% win rate for a hero that's first phased.
And for
is
them
a suppo-
together, yeah.
Yeah, for them together.
Yeah, for Bane and Mars together.
Well, when you think about these two heroes, you kind of feel that they are top picks in the meta, and when they're together, it does make sense.
Yeah,
Do they
yeah,
synergize very well together? I guess there's some arena to protect the grip, right? It's a little bit easier to place yourself around that arena and use a proper grip.
I mean, I think they cover each other's weaknesses, right? I think it's a big deal. Like, Mars, decent team fight, good area control, and then Bane gives you the single target. Sometimes it's not so much about just synergies and combos, but in terms of just covering, like, doing different things in a really good way.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And now we have an Undying from PSG LGD. This hero, it just takes me back to the TI finals and Undying. Yeah, don't worry about the Magnus, we'll just pick Undying. It did work once, and versus Mars, it's kind of similar. Like, you will have this laner that's really strong against him. Now you can maybe think about positioning Mars somewhere else, or just creep skipping with something like a Hoodwink.
Quick 2 picks too.
And very interesting ones, right?
Yeah. Like this draft right now from both teams are just not completely out of what we've been seeing, but I mean LGD's is kind of completely different from what we've seen in the previous 3 series.
Yeah, but it's very LGD as well, though, isn't it?
No, for sure.
It's very on brand for them. Innocence loves this Undying. It's his 4th most played hero.
They go with the Morphling as well, a hero that we mentioned earlier when Mars was picked up, right? Like, it's one of those that can get out of the arena very easily. A lot of armor versus the PA as well, which is solid. But Hoodwink for me is a more peculiar one. Like, we haven't seen her in a while. Like, the scroll has died off, at least in the other regions. Like, the hero isn't as big.
Definitely. Yeah, it was super popular for a while, and has since the nerf to Bushwhack, I feel like has kind of downgraded since then.
It's winter as well, right? So.
True, hibernation. Good
Yeah.
point. So she's got lots of acorns stored away, and then the PA as well. I guess that gives you a bit of tombstone killing. I mean, it's not great at it though, is it?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Not amazing.
Phantom strike someone else and run over to it before the duration runs out. Yeah, it's,
they truly don't have any ways of dealing with the tombstone. It's going to pose a problem for them. Like, usually you want at least one hero that's able to do it, right? But this time around they look like a team that will have to kind of go together on top of that tomb, destroy it. And even when you think about the range that these heroes have got and the way they want to play, none of them wants to really be nearby. You don't have that Mirana or anything such as that can actually get on top of it, destroy it real fast.
They actually banned the Lina. That was like one of the things I was like, do they go to a Lina here to go for the tombstone? Because I feel like Lina doesn't really feel great in the Phoenix lineup anyway. But they ban it instead.
Yeah, I would have liked it actually. I think it would have given them the burst damage they need to try and deal with Morphling, because right now there's nothing which really threatens him. Oh, and I was worried they'd do this. This is something they've been relying on a lot. They played at both games in their previous series, and the Death Prophet comes out for Phoenix. What do we think?
So what happened in previous series with that Prophet? They lost? I mean, did it look good, or is it just their comfort zone?
I mean, it wasn't a stomp. I wouldn't say it was a stomp against eHome. But, 35 minutes, 37-minute games, it wasn't exactly looking like they were going to win at any point. I mean, I think, actually, in one of the games they were ahead for a bit, but then one big team fight, eHome just turned it.
They gave away Tinker. Yeah, that is... if you're giving
Look at
Tinker
that
away to
face.
nothing to say, like, prepare yourself.
Innocence
because
is a happy man.
Yeah. They got a lot of comfort in that draft, and they got nothing to say on Tinker. Just nothing to say on Tinker is all I need for me going out.
You're swinging PSG LGD's.
I'm giving high percentage points here. In the 80s, maybe
Good
90s.
Wow, okay. I mean, I think I know we did see Innocence smiling there, and he might have been smiling about the Tinker pick. He also might be smiling because there's absolutely nothing to kill his Tombstone in this game. This man's got free reign on Tombstone. He gets plonk him down wherever he wants.
Yep.
Does seem like a very good... I mean, what can go right for Phoenix this game? What needs to happen?
There's always that PA potential, right? Like, you have this hero that has been for For as long as there was Dota, PA has been the hero. If you leave her unchecked, if she gets enough farm, couple of good crits, she can take the game. This one, even if I didn't see the drafts, I'd go with PSG LGD. So
Of course.
it's very hard to go against them.
Alrighty, well, let's get into game number 1. It is indeed PSG LGD versus Phoenix Gaming in a best-of-3 matchup here at the China DPC with our Cryptic and Neff.
Love it. Thank you so much, Nomad. And yeah, I kind of agree with him. You know, PSG LGD definitely a juggernaut in the CN region, so they got their work cut out for them on the side of Phoenix.
It's a little bit shaky yesterday. Took the series 2-1 instead of a quick 2-0 like a lot of people thought.
Yeah. I think some of that might have been due to the fact that Aster just ended up kind of surprising a lot of people, right? Like Aster came out, you know, swinging. Took game number 1, almost took game number 2. And, I mean, that would have been a pretty nuts storyline. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one here. I do like the draft from PSG LGD. Like Lizard was saying, you know, the Phantom Assassin is something that can get out of control given the time and the space. But we'll see if it actually ends up being enough here. As we're finally going to go ahead and jump into our first game. Oh, yes, he's got the Hoodwink skin. I was worried that it wasn't... that they wouldn't have it. I love this. It looks so good.
I hate Hoodwink, but, you know, love this hat.
It is very good.
But, yeah, excited for this one. And it is absolutely insane to me that we see 2 teams that were playing just yesterday play against each other again today.
Yep.
Every other region. 1 game a week, maybe 2 every so often. But, you know, second day in a row. PSG, LGD, and Phoenix both having to show up. So, good luck to both these teams. Not a ton of time to analyze their opponents before the matches, unfortunately.
And Neff, I know you're super excited for the Nothing to Say Tinker again, right? This is your favorite hero in Dota.
I got home yesterday. I played a single game of Dota 2, and it was against a Tinker. The Tinker absolutely destroyed me.
Did you have nightmares about it as well?
I just went to bed angry.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, that seems about right. Morphling obviously was actually the bane of the existence for Phoenix yesterday as they ended up getting 2-0'd thanks to just an incredible Morphling performance. So we'll see. PSG LGD gonna feel pretty happy about the draft here.
Yeah. So we will see if the Tinker you know, ends up carrying the same way that he did yesterday. Nothing to say. It was everywhere in these team fights, all over the place, blinking out of things that he had no business getting away from, but still managing to pull it off in this lane. And he already starts to harass his first level heat-seeking missiles.
Yeah, we actually saw him like blink onto a Doom and was like, "Oh, I don't need to be here," and like like rearm blink away. It's just like, how can you do this?
The defense matrix is a hell of an ability.
Yeah, very interesting. Top lane, we're gonna have the Morphling going up against the Bane and Shining's Mars, a hero that is very strong, so I'm not surprised we see the Mars picked up here. I was kind of surprised it was ignored the first 2 games of last series, but Phoenix, I know that they play this hero all the time, so makes sense.
Nothing to say. I mean, that's why he's spamming out the missile. He doesn't want to deal with the Death Prophet's harass at these early levels. Once he's got the laser, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for Zone to trade with him, though. In fact, yeah. There it comes out. Laying in an excellent position for Nothing to Say, but he's sitting a little bit low. Needs that bottle pretty quickly here. Just gets the money for it, so being ferried out to him just now.
Ooh, that is a really important choreograph that has the salve and the clarity there for LWW, and that wand is not going to be enough to sustain him through the lane now for the next minute.
Not against Undying, so all the hurt they were putting on Morphling, it's all be for naught in a moment. They did shut down his first couple of waves well, though. I mean, Shining ended up doing a lot of right-click damage to him. Then, you know, LWW came in behind, got some clicks of his own to brain sap off, and well, he's sitting at what 6-0 compared to the Phantom Assassin, who was having a pretty easy time down the bottom lane. Shining actually 11-2 up here.
Yeah.
You wanted to see more Mars.
This hero's super good, man. I'm surprised like it's not, you know, pick banned every single game. Top lane LWW gets a little bit too aggressive. Spear trying to pin Y into the wall, but ends up giving first blood on over to the Morphling. And that is not a good sign for the side of Phoenix.
Yeah, you're doing such a good job of shutting him down, keeping this Mars far ahead, but you give up a first blood like that, you know, that's your recovery. It doesn't matter that you missed probably more CS than you wanted to at this point, as long as you could find that kill. So that courier going down really did make the difference. If he has that salve, then there's no way that he drops there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't really talked about the 5-position Hoodwink yet. I mean, it's not something we see all that much. A little bit surprised we actually saw it picked up here. Definitely more conventional picks here for the offlane of LGD, but
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero that does a lot of damage as support. I'm not as big of a fan of it in the position 5, and it fell off a little bit after a couple of nerfs. Like,
oh, Xingqiu goes down bottom. M77 gets aggressive there on the PA, finds the kill, and now Faith Beyond maybe able to pick off the PA there, but she will be able to keep herself alive. Nice body blocks there by YP, and just not enough damage from that boar.
yeah, and that Beastmaster sitting very low. He's going to sit all the way back.
Oh!
Oh, the snipe! Oh,
That was the dirtiest thing.
the pause coming out after. Oh, no way did he just pause on them. There is no way he just paused on them.
That has to be one of the best acorn shots I have ever seen.
Oh, man.
Oh, he was like, yeah, I'm fine. There's no way. Oh, God. Who's going to win, a Beastmaster or a tiny acorn?
Master of the Beast or a small squirrel, who would win? Oh, YP with the incredible snipe. You'll love to see it.
All right. I mean, these lanes are going really well for the side of Phoenix so far. I mean, yes, it is 2-1, but the Mars farming really well. The Phantom Assassin farming really well. Death Prophet farming really well. So they've got to be pretty happy with how this is going.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 heroes on the CS chart, and of course, made that lane even easier after you land that sick acorn shot. Ooh.
Zone will be able to bottle up that water in, so ends up costing him a lot of HP, though, so it ended up maybe not being worth it. Oh, he gets a salve from LWW. It'll be fine.
I think we've seen this a couple of times. Like, support rotates in, ends up dropping a salve.
Ooh, Cookie Forward does connect. Nice bushwhack there, but PA will end up falling in the end. A lot of damage from these. This is why the Snapfire is so good. Like, we were curious why it hasn't been picked up quite yet today, but LGD obviously very much love this hero.
Yeah, you got a lot of nuke damage. You got several ways of dealing out damage. You can either do magical burst with your cookie and your scatter blast, or you can just punish low armor heroes with that little shredder. You trade wonderfully. I'm glad they nerfed that ability. But I do think that they nerfed that one enough. Finally, it doesn't feel like overwhelmingly powerful. It's good against low armor heroes, which is about how it should be. Nothing to say. I mean, he's doing all right in the mid lane now. Death Prop's doing a decent job at zoning him. Phoenix Gaming, they're pretty happy. 2 heroes top lane now with both the Mars and the Phantom Assassin, and a little bit ahead of Nothing to Say, and you got to be happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's honestly a pretty solid start. Bottom lane, YP able to dodge them out for the moment on this little squirrel, but Faith Beyond almost gets him with the axe. I'm surprised. This is a really interesting build. 2-2-0. You don't really see axes come out that much from the Beastmaster. It is great harass damage, and PA can't dodge the axes, right? So
I guess just not valuing the extra attack speed. Your position 1 is a Morphling. He's going to be doing his own thing a lot of the time. Your mid lane is a Tinker who isn't going to be getting auto attacks off a lot.
I mean,
And
that's
a
why you do
lot
it.
of magic damage coming out onto the PA. That's why you do it. So M77 now struggling. He's going to be forced to send out probably some extra regen. Still pretty far off that ring of health, and you're getting zoned out of the lane now. I feel like this, their solution is Phantom Assassin having the evasion, all this armor. You think, okay, great, I'm going to have the evasion deal with the Beastmaster Boars. Doesn't have the extra attack speed. Well, if you negate, if you don't go for these extra, boar buffs, it doesn't matter.
They're doing a pretty decent job bottom targeting the boars there. We just saw, right, then take down both of them. Meanwhile, mid lane zone pops a DD rune. Does have the exorcism, will drop that onto this mid tier 1 tower. Tinker TPing back in. They do want to try and defend. This is why here on this Undying, we'll be able to help out a decent amount, and tower's going to be fine.
Yeah. Being forced to get back. Oh.
Bane does need to be careful, though. Xingqiu. I mean, Bane's pretty fast. He's got a Windlace, and his base movement speed is pretty decent, so will Bill just walk away? Zone. All right, he's going to be all right.
Yeah. Couldn't get those right clicks off because of the laser with that double damage rune, and yeah, it was just about to expire that exorcism, and they'll start flying back to her. There's nothing to say, it's just fine. Spooked me for a moment, though.
I would make sense. There's a lot of ghosts flying around there.
Yeah.
It's very spooky ability.
Thank you, Ricky.
Yeah, of course. Anytime, brother.
All right, let's take a look at Morphling's game. Still a little bit, he's neck and neck right now with the Mars. I feel like, you know, as this lane goes on, this Morphling gets a couple more points in his attribute shift, it becomes harder for the Mars to be able to contest his farm. As long as he doesn't get caught out by like another stun on top of the arena spear, he won't melt. Anytime you see the arena come out, you have plenty of time to hit attribute shift and you're going to stay alive, and of course you can just waveform out of the arena.
That was like such a bold waveform there. You just like knew he wasn't going to get speared.
Yeah. I mean, after they changed the arena to form slightly faster, you can throw out the spear and then the arena if you're very quick.
Yeah.
And catch out the Morphling, but that trick is you know, a little bit easy to mess up.
So Faith Beyond does have the Helm of the Dominator, picked up a Centaur for himself, so a little bit of extra control. YP's doing very well on this Hoodwink, though. Yeah, sets up another little care there onto the Hawk. Overall, Beastmaster, top of the net worth, but it's pretty much even across all 6 of these cores. I mean, we're looking at only 300 gold difference between 6 heroes.
Yeah. So everyone is having the time of their lives, and I think Phantom Assassin's partners are keeping up just because of these boar kills and these Hawks. I mean, they are worth a lot of XP and gold. And she went for the Orb of Corrosion rather than straight into the Battle Fury, so she's got some fighting power.
I mean, you can see it in just the levels, right? Death Prophet, I don't know, I'm not sorry, Death Prophet. The Hoodwink just hit level 6 bottom, so now Sharpshooter's online, and that is a very scary ability to play into. Mid lane, Blink Dagger finished up on Nothing to Say, and suddenly this Tinker is going to be very scary.
Yep. Nothing to say. I mean, the fact that you get free boots of travel now is absolutely ridiculous. I am not a fan of that.
I think when everyone read that, they're like, hold on, I need to read this again. Wait, okay, that is what that says.
Yeah. When you see that again, ZigQ just dropped all of a sudden to YP down here.
Sharpshooter, very good.
Yep. At your level 6. Ended up hitting it before 10 minutes. Probably surprised them, you know, you're positioned 5, but that kill that he managed to find early on Faith Beyond really did help.
That combined with all of the boars and the Hawks, right? They,
Yeah.
Like you said, they do give a decent amount of experience.
60 experience per boar.
Ooh, Roar comes out right away. Wive diving in here as well, dropping that tombstone right on top of the TP. Comes in from the Mars, and M77 trying to just get some distance away. The Morphling not be able to finish him off, and Shining trying to take down Y inside of the arena, will be able to do so, but he is now the one in trouble trying to take down the tombstone, but Tinker cleaves him down with that rocket. Now, Morphling looking for YP down behind. He got the Sharpshooter, throws it, but not enough damage.
Nice try. Missed that that bushwhack inside, right beside the tombstone, or either that or ended up getting cut down by the Quelling Blade. I didn't quite see that one. I think he probably cut it. He still got the Quelling Blade on the Morphling here. So.
A nice find there from LGD overall, and they're going to grab this tier 1 tower, so really sick play. One of the benefits of having the Tinker, I mean, he TP's down, throws a little missile, and is like, all right, I can just go TP elsewhere again.
Yeah,
back to
I've
farming.
assisted for this one. My work here is done.
Yeah, typical carry contribution, showing up, stealing your kill, and leaving.
Yep. All right, taking another look at the Death Prophet here. Hasn't had you know, too much of an impact in this game. They just, well, they've tried to shove mid lane in a couple of times now, but every time he does, you know, they've got decent heroes at being able to defend. Pushing into the Tinker isn't easy. Into the Beastmaster, the Undying, also kind of difficult.
I'm sure she's going like Hood of Defiance here or something, right? Like she's got that Ring of Health queued up. It's the only thing I could imagine being like her item here. Yeah, there's Hood of Defiance on Courier coming out right now. So Arcane Ring, that's a really big one. That item is so sick.
Yeah, that's going to go the way of, well, almost anybody, but Phantom Assassin's going to hold on to this broom handle that she's got. It's going to up her farming speed. And Death Prophet going for the Boots of Travel immediately after this Hood of Defiance.
I think this makes a lot of sense. You need to be able to survive some of these like early spells that come in from the side of LGD.
I mean, he's maxing out the Axe on the Beastmaster as well. It's all magic damage that they're doing. Although he did end up getting the Helm of the Dominator and straight into the Overlord, of course, because it's too good to pass up.
Yeah, well, he kept 2 points as it.
Oh no, he
2
got
points
2 points in the Axe.
Yeah,
Isn't crazy.
He was just he was 2-2-0 at level 4, and then started maxing out Call of the Wild. So
Yeah. All right, I'm insane.
Meanwhile, YP is like, please stop hitting me with missiles. I only have 800 health. Nice spear. The arena does come through. Interrupts the combo for the moment. Cookies him on forward. Faith Beyond. He's going to survive. Roar does come through up onto the high ground. Sharpshooter connects onto the Undying. And Gambit going to find themselves a kill. Faith Beyond with the axes from the low ground. Great play there
Sure
from
those
him.
aren't maxed?
Sure as hell looks like it.
Yeah, it looked like it from my angle. No, sick play. Turned that one around on them pretty quickly, but I thought they'd be able to catch someone out there, but there's just way too much damage coming up from these PSG heroes now. And, you know, it was a sick body block on that sharpshooter that was coming out. You know, jumps in front of the bullet for him.
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah.
The classic.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to see LGD take over the top 3 network positions. The graph pretty much flip-flopped at this point, and honestly the supports farm pretty fast. Like Snapfire is one of those 4 positions that can get a lot of net worth. She clears waves super easily, and she does a lot with her farm, right? The Shard, the Blink Dagger, just ends up being a huge stun and a great way to initiate some of these fights.
Yeah.
Or to stop things, right? Like Bane's Fiend Grip, right? You can just blink Scatter Blast, stuff like that.
Well, you can blink Gobble Up as well.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gotten a lot less popular, the Gobble Up, but it still is a nice save.
It's so expensive is the thing right now. Like,
Yeah, 4,200 gold. What kind of support has money for that? In current patch?
I think the Weaver we saw yesterday certainly did,
Oh,
but he
yeah.
went Solar Crest.
I thought he was a position
Mjolnir or something. Shining taking a lot of damage here. Do they have the burst? Almost. He'll make himself back to the base. Might be forced to pop a smoke.
I think you're probably considering. Oh no,
Mid
zone.
lane. Nice play here from the Morphling. The question is, can they actually stay on top? It doesn't look like it.
I think he was slightly too far away. If he cookie hopped him there, wouldn't have been able to connect with zone. So they get back, but at this point, you're probably wishing that you picked up Trank Boots or something like that on the Hoodwink, because then you'd at least be able to regen up some of this homing missile damage. But
Oh gosh, LWW bottom lane is in a rough spot. Scouted out from the Hawk there of Beastmaster. Nothing to say, comes in, grab himself a nice free kill, and they're actually gonna get a D ward as well. So
yep, nice find. Two of the things down there, and I think, okay, well, why was he in the trees?
yeah, what was his Bane doing here? Placing a Tinker ward, of course.
Yeah.
Shining needs to be a little bit careful. There's gonna be the roar. They drop the arena. Cookie comes through as well. Nice bushwhack into the sharpshooter. The spear. Oh, he ends up missing. Oh,
The spear makes it miss.
Yeah. They will go ahead and at least grab Zinq. The sharpshooter wasn't going to be enough damage to kill the Beastmaster, but it might have been enough to like set up for another kill because it does have a pretty big slow.
Yeah. Poor coordination there. Poor coordination from both teams. They ended up stacking up their stuns onto the Mars. The Centaur stun and the Cookie came out at the same time onto him, so they didn't chain them up.
Nice ward that's placed there behind that creep camp there. It gives them a little bit of vision to play with behind the tower. But PSG LGD, they're feeling pretty good. You know, Morphling working towards the Lincoln Sphere, has it delivered right now, so even safer than before.
First item Lincolns. Black was complaining about this one yesterday. Well, not just Lincolns, but you go like Lincolns, BKB, and then what was the last one that he said?
I don't know.
I forget. Yeah, it was a good point, whatever it was.
Black does usually make pretty good points. That's
but yeah, when you go for these items on Weaver, you know, you don't really do much damage. You don't farm very fast. You start to fall off. So I think this Lincoln Sphere is going to be the only defensive item that he gets, you know, for now. But it is
You
pretty
mean the
important.
Morphling, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. It is pretty good against both, you know, the Bane against.
Jinq pops a smoke. Unsuspecting victim here potentially. Spear will connect him into the wall. Sharpshooter, easy finish here. As one more auto attack from Shining will grab it, but Y rotates in, drops that tombstone. The Flesh Golem comes through and they get themselves a very easy kill there. On over to that Mars, but now chasing for more. Nothing to say. Does he have the vision? Nice Nightmare dodge there, but there's a Hawk behind the tower. The Aghanim Scepter, the laser bouncing between them. They get the roar onto the Phantom Assassin. In comes Zone on the Death Prophet though. Able to turn around. They take down the Tinker.
All that confidence.
Salvaging this fight desperately here, but the Tombstone, too much for them to deal with, so they will be able to force this one out. Honestly, a pretty good fight there from Phoenix as they get themselves a really important target. They did lose the tier 2 bottom though. Zone.
He's just trying to get a little bit more out of this exorcism, so
Yeah.
goes to the mid tower, but unfortunately Fortify is still available. But yeah, that turnaround of the Tinker, I think to say, just felt like he was so well protected with his entire team there, but a very quick reaction there by Phoenix turning around to him, getting that silence off, allowing this Phantom Assassin to find that kill. Because if you don't silence him when she gets on top of you, well, you just get lasered multiple times in a row.
Yeah.
So he feels super confident on this Tinker, and it shows. I think that he might be forced to get a BKB this game or something like that.
He just needs levels when your rearm has, you know,
such a long
One
cast time.
third of the cast time, right?
Yeah.
Morphling getting aggressive here onto the Phantom Assassin. LWW nearby as well. He's going to be able to rotate right on over. Cookie comes forward. They get themselves a very quick pickoff. Ends up waveforming into a stun. Sharpshooter, it's being channeled. He's got a lot of damage, but the Mortimer kisses, and that's the damage from this Tinker. Constant missile spam is just way too much. He's actually behind the tower looking for more, but
He's never satisfied. He didn't learn anything when he got killed behind that tier 1 in the mid lane.
of course not.
Just wants to keep going.
Full health soul rip there, too. That was pretty sick.
Yeah.
Mid lane, zone. Might be in some trouble here. There's nothing to say. Dodges out the silence. Nice play from him. ZinQ will clip him with the slow. Y rotating in as well. They've got the ward here about to expire the arena. The spear, but he blink dodges it, of course. Why not? And now Shining gonna regret that decision as ZinQ will be able to finish off the kill. LWW being ran down by the summons here from the Beastmaster Axis from downtown. Just claps him with a golem real quick.
Yeah. I mean, look, that thing looks hilarious. It tries to punch people. Like,
He just literally slaps you.
yeah. But yeah, so much damage coming out from Tinker here, and you try to get him, but the defense matrix damage block of that thing, you can just blink out of so much right now on Tinker.
Yes, very fair and balanced hero.
Cool concept. Put him in a hamster ball.
Yeah. Another Hawk here scouting out these heroes on the backside. Honestly, this Beastmaster Tinker combo has just been doing so much work. Like, they always play around these Hawk visions.
This just gets worse once the Tinker
shard comes out and
No, the Tinker hits level 18.
oh
You
yeah.
can just blink to the Hawks, or sorry, travel to the
Old
Hawks.
wall. Speaking of Tinker, he's been found. Nice spear, silenced up, gets cookied out, but they're going to be able to turn it around onto the Phantom Assassin. Zone going in, but he is alone. The question is, can he actually find these kills? We'll take down Y, but it's not worth it. The Death Prophet falling here in this fight as well. The Tinker continue to chase after. YP will be able to dodge out some of the damage, but not all of it.
Finally lose vision of him and get that zombie off him, but the vision game is so good, everything providing, the Hawks like you mentioned, this Undying, getting on top of people with the tombstone.
And right into Roshan they go, and Tinker, with the help of these other heroes, makes pretty quick work of this, so Aegis, I'm sure, going to go in the way of the Morphling. Actually smoked up on Phoenix. They want to try and fight this, but they're definitely not going to make it in time. Shining not in place for that blink.
I was thinking maybe Tinker takes it just because, he is playing so aggressive on this hero, but it makes more sense. Morphling's going to be your building hitter, and usually when you're ready to go high ground, you want that Aegis to go over the way of the building hitter. Thankfully, they haven't added a patch where, the Tinker things do damage to towers just yet.
Arena finds a Beastmaster with the Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter. They will find the kill. ZinQ actually jumps right in the middle of the fray. Y here able to slow him down thanks to the Tombstone, though. But Gobble Up? ZinQ has an Ags? Excuse me?
Well, when you get yourself a Philosopher's Stone, you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, anything's possible.
We were joking kind of earlier about the Gobble Up build for the Snapfire, but it is 20 minutes into the game and your 4 position has an Aghanim Scepter. He just has brown boots, Ags. Incredible build.
Well, Snapfire wasn't joking. I mean, that's your save. I mean, you get on top of, you get a silence in your, this Phantom Assassin on top of the Tinker. You can just reset him out of these fights with a Gobble Up and then a Spit Out. You can either get away or just keep going with that.
Just send him into the enemy team completely. Just throw the Tinker onto the back line.
That's what I would do if I had
Yes.
a Tinker on my team.
Yes.
You're going in.
M77 here with the TP out. Ooh, Roar not in time.
He
Well,
tried.
they lose the Bullwhip as a result, so that's pretty unfortunate.
What can you do? What can you do? Almost level 18 now at Tinker, 17. Again, once you've got the 3 points into the rearm.
Gobble Up. Morphling finds the Mars, dodges out the spear, and ends up kind of yoinking the kill there on the Snapfire, the Scatterblast from downtown. So, nicely done.
I mean, we discussed this yesterday. ZinQ obviously thinks that he's playing position 1.
Yes.
He's farm like position 1. Has that Aghanim Scepter, just like boots into Aghanim Scepter completed.
Did you see Zone behind the tower? They've got another Hawk Vision there. Ooh, spear off the mark. Nice attempt there from the Morphling, but it's really just making space as they're trying to focus down this third and final tier 2 tower here.
Are they going to slow down?
No, absolutely not. They've got Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. He's got himself the E-Blade combo. You got Faith Beyond behind you. Tinker can join the fight at any time. This is just all PSG LGD. They are just feeling so strong right now.
Yeah, with another 2.5 minutes here, and how many overlords still behind you, you'd be able to make quick work of this tier 3 tower. I mean, Mars could have potentially spear somebody back into like one of these buildings here.
Oh, they're getting a little bit aggressive. Nice dodge, but the damage, it's just there.
He's just dead.
He's just got nothing you can do against it. The chip is just from so far range.
And this is the PSG LGD a lot of people were expecting to see yesterday, and they struggled a little bit against Aster, but against Phoenix we're 22 minutes in, and
Morphling goes in, gets caught by a silence, soul ripped and healed by the cookie, gets gobbled up by Xinqiu. He's like, screw it, man, get back in there. We're here to fight. Roar comes through. They get the kill. Oh man, you thought Xinqiu was here just to save him, but no, he just wanted to kill another hero.
going right back in. Is he going to get LW? He does. All your heroes dropping inside your base. You've only got 2 tier 3 towers. You're about to lose your second one.
There is not much left that you can do in this game. You are 17,000 gold behind against a tanker draft, and as Beastmaster just helps his team take buildings so fast.
Yeah, they're not slowing down. Exorcism was committed in that last team fight as well. You just melted there on the Death Prophet. This last tier 3 tower is the only thing that's standing 23 minutes in. It's got to feel kind of hopeless for Phoenix. I mean, if they could somehow take this in the late game, they talked about this on the panel. You've got the Phantom Assassin factor, but you did not have nearly enough time.
Arena comes out, doesn't connect with the spear. Nice bait there from the Morphling, but his team focusing on the objectives. They get themselves a tier 3 now, exposing the last lane of barracks here. Lincoln Sphere going to be popped for the moment. Fiend's Grip, it is available, but it's so difficult to do anything. There's the Gobble up on the backside. It connects onto 2, the Tinker. Putting in the damage now with the BKB, gets the blink out. LWW trying to survive, but the Tinker does not care at all. And now they continue the onslaught here as they're going all the way into the base. Fiend's Grip does finally catch the Morphling. They get the kill, but that's just going to be the Aegis.
About to expire anyways.
Yep. Mortimer Kisses raining on through, holding them in place. The Roar comes through as well. They are just getting crushed here inside their own base. This is not yours. It belongs to PSG LGD as 4 heroes dead. I'm sure this game's going to be over, and there it is. The GG comes through.
And this is the PSG LGD everybody was expecting. This is the team that came second place at the International and played so well this year. Absolutely crushing Phoenix in this first game. And I thought things would be a little bit closer here, but that Tinker, absolutely insane this game. Nothing to say, looks incredible.
Yeah, I mean, all of them did. Like, they played incredibly well. The off lane, like Beastmaster into the Phantom Assassin, ended up doing super good. And yeah, just a sick game overall. Like, just loved it overall. It was a really good performance.
Yeah, incredible stuff by them. I mean, I got to say, nothing to say, just played so aggressive on this Tinker. He ended up getting caught out once when he was silenced there, but outside of that, just like constantly jumping forward in the faces of the enemy team. Got that, early multi-laser, all these rockets spamming out, made Hoodwink's life impossible, despite that super sick, acorn shot that we saw at the start. That one is probably like my highlight of the DPC so far. They lost, but they styled on it very hard. Yeah,
very cool acorn shot. I mean, the Aghanim Scepter came out from the Tinker and ends up getting punished for it right away, but it was just, there's not enough coming out from Phoenix to slow down the game plan here from PSG LGD. I mean, at this point, you just fell too far behind too fast. The amount of pressure being applied from the Beastmaster, the combo of like the Aghanim Scepter plus the Hawk Vision was just, it was executed perfectly.
Yeah.
They always played around the vision that they were being granted, and Phoenix just really didn't have a counter for it.
Yeah, well, at the very least, I think we're going to see a couple more Tinker bans coming forward in these games against PSG LGD. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one in the next game.
I would imagine so. Nothing to say, his Tinker seems very strong.
Yeah.
He's been having a great turnaround so far, and it's a hero you have to respect, man. I think if you're going up against this team, but yeah, to talk more about the game, we're gonna throw it back to the panel. So take it away, guys.
Welcome back once again to the China DPC, as we do indeed have LGD taking the first game, as expected in this series, with some very tasty combinations. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Beastmaster Tinker, eh? What a combo.
Yeah. What do you have there? What are you caressing? Is that a Tidehunter?
It's a little Tidehunter. Yeah, just channeling some energy. Maybe we see our boy in the next game.
You have that villainish vibe around you as you slowly play with your Tidehunter there.
You will not escape me, Mr. Bond.
You will
In
not
10
escape
minutes, this laser is going to cut you in half. Gives you just enough time to escape.
Unfortunately, they couldn't escape from that game, could they, BKop? Phoenix getting pretty brutally eliminated.
Yeah, that game was rough for them. You give up a lot of comfort to LGD, and LGD are going to make you pay, especially on that Tinker. Ricky and Neff, they talked about it. Do you start, banning this Tinker? Is it like, are you going to waste this? Not waste the spot, but like, there are things that are probably prioritized a little bit more than this Tinker in terms of getting banned. Like, is Tinker going to be one of those things that you ban maybe earlier in the draft or after that second phase, and do LGD then adapt to that and just pick the Tinker earlier and just say, okay, cool.
Yeah. The thing is, you're playing versus PSG LGD, right? And you know nothing to say. He loves to play that Tinker. Perhaps you don't have to ban it. You can bait it out because they have lost with the Tinker in the past.
Right.
Maybe let it go through and then pick one of those old school counters to it, which are a bit harder to pick now, as they usually do get banned out.
What are the examples you can think of?
Anything that can jump on him easily, right? Usually, historically, these heroes have been strong. Your Storms, your Spectres, perhaps. Clockwork once in a time was pretty solid. But obviously, Tinker is a little bit different right now. Still, those same heroes tend to work.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about trying to catch him before that defense matrix allows him to blink away. You've got to get through that 350 damage block in time. And, of course, with the Realm as well. Just such an elusive hero. I don't know. And I wouldn't blame any team for just saying, you know what? We just don't want to play against it. We just don't want to play against 9-say Tinkers. No shame.
What happened? Like, yesterday you were way more colorful talking about Tinker and how he makes you feel. You're way more tame now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just seeing this, I mean, this... I think I like Laser, and I like some of the cool stuff you can do with Tinker. March was very boring. Now he's a bit more active, but the rocket spam with the Hawks, it's just so miserable to watch, isn't it? Like, you're just watching these poor guys being like, well... There's 10 rockets heading towards me. Guess I'll die. Nothing I can do. I've run out of smokes.
It's forever been that way, right? If you're playing versus the Tinker, it's kind of fine. But when you're playing versus Tinker plus Bounty Hunter, Tinker plus Night Stalker, Tinker plus Beastmaster, that's when it really becomes obnoxious because there's nothing you can do. You just stack up on smokes and you try to survive at least that.
Bane, he's just like, oh god, oh please. Yeah. And then there's a Hawk as well. And then there's just every hero dead. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
Love it.
We're praising Tinker quite a lot. Still, the Beastmaster on that offlane. He did die once with Acorn, right? It was a pretty nice kill from the Hoodwink. But overall, he got his item timings and he was a menace to deal with. Like, you really could not contain him once he gets that Helm of Overlord. That's another problem that Phoenix Gaming have got. They just don't have ways of dealing with that.
I mean, do you feel like in general their draft just didn't answer that of LGDs very well?
Yeah, it feels like maybe because they were playing more to their strengths.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to play their own strengths, but if you're giving up that kind of comfort to LGD, like, you're just putting yourself on your heels immediately. Like, you have to take LGD out of their own comfort zones. Otherwise, I think you're really putting yourself at such a disadvantage coming into these games. Like, Faith Beyond, giving him Beastmaster, sometimes it just feels like giving Faith Beyond anything is a mistake.
Just ban out all the heroes against them.
I think teams used to do that too. Like, they used to ban a lot of his heroes and focus on him, but you can't really get away with that anymore because you're giving people like Nothing to Say, who's got a massive hero pool, more options. It's so hard to know who you really want to focus on, getting them to be uncomfortable in these games.
Yeah, it is very, very hard to play against a team which just has so many viable heroes they play. Of course, we're having a conversation, and I was talking about how in different regions there are different cheats you can use when you're working talent, right? For the CIS region, you just say, oh, that player, he used to play on Team Empire, because pretty much every single player in the CIS region has played on a Team Empire at some point. And I think in the Chinese region, that carry player, great morphling player, great morphling player.
Or Earth Spirit as well, right? Like for some position 4s in the Chinese region, which we mentioned before. But when it comes to the CIS, Eastern Europe, Screen Squad, that should be your
yeah.
That's one everyone went through, literally, because he would just spam people every single tournament to join his squad and try to go for that. You know, there were some leagues and whatnot. If you guys remember, Azo Cups and Join Dota leagues and all that stuff. Like
Yeah.
Like cookies and like friends and all
exactly.
that. Yeah.
He squads and my stacks and whatnot. Like he would always be recruiting people to go for that. So
Classic games. Hee United versus Yellow Submarine. Hey, no, it really was.
every tournament semifinals.
Yeah, I used to write everybody on postcards, and I was like, oh my god, I have like a postcard that had Ramses on it from like all this time, and like all these top players that were just on like those random teams in those leagues.
Scary faces and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yep. But going back to this game and this draft, Nomad, how did you feel? Like, I'm gonna take your spot. How did you feel about the Hoodwink?
I feel like the hero just lacks a bit of oomph, you know? Like, I'm not sure what it achieves within the draft. I'm hoping we do see it soon, but I think unless you critically need that break, or you critically need a very elusive hero, which could get hunted down by some other stuff, it doesn't really work, especially when you're playing against anything with flying vision. I think that's when Hoodwink becomes very, very difficult. Once you get on top of her, once you see her, she's gone, and the Hawks solve that really, really well. So, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't work out this time around, but we do have the draft for game number 2, which means, of course, we have to introduce the Draft Master. Konnichiwa, Draft Master.
Konnichiwa. How are you all doing? I'm back after a small break. I needed to recover my chi, my chakra,
Balance it, yeah.
but now I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I saw you in the other room, just you know, cross-legged, meditating. A lot
even
of
to the
powerful
Avatar
energy
state.
resonating.
I was a little mad that I couldn't work the first game, but you know, as all masters do, we retreat to our little chamber and recover our power.
Well, now that you're fully powered up, let's get into the draft for game number 2 between LGD and Phoenix Gaming, as we are now 1 game up for LGD. Will it be a 2-0 as we expect, or will Phoenix rise from the ashes and pull out the unexpected here? Let's find out. They're going to start things off with some bans, Draft Master.
Yeah, what I'm very surprised by is that there's no Beastmaster ban, actually. If they don't pick it up, I don't see why PSG wouldn't just pick it up again.
Yep.
But they've got IO band and Monkey King band. It's very versatile heroes, and Phoenix likes to play them a lot. And we just have like the Cookie Cutter bands, OD, Spirit Breaker. Very, very boring bands, unfortunately. And no Beastmaster.
Do you think that PSG LGD are testing things out a little bit now with the Kunkka in the first phase?
I mean, Kunkka is quite nice against Mars, right? Like you just boat the arena, and then whoever got speared in the arena might survive. Maybe not if there's too much damage, but it's a scary opening, I think, for Phoenix here, right? You got this Grimstroke Mars, potentially a very strong dual lane. We have seen in this tournament already how much impact a Grimstroke can have early, especially against these like mobility spirit heroes. So yeah, nothing to say, just going to the Kunkka, saying I don't want to play any mobility heroes. You got that annoying Grimstroke anyway, just give me the Kunkka.
Yeah, and it's a nice combo overall, this Grim and Mars, right? Even later on in the game, you Inkswell him, he jumps on top of you, you can't blink out because of the damage from the Inkswell, then he can spear you, he gets that 1 extra millisecond to work with, so...
The Grimstroke shard is one of the most broken in the game. Just gives you like a heartless spell and heals you for 50% of all the damage done. Like, every time you jump in with that, you literally just heal half your HP. It's a great hero. Very underpicked.
Rather silly. Yeah, I would say it's underpicked. I agree. I think Kingswell is like just one of the best support abilities in the game, and you know, you rarely see it.
Easily. Also has so many good talents for Inkswell, right? You got the additional cooldown reduction, the radius, the movement speed bonus. Like that spell is completely busted when he gets to higher levels.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have to sacrifice all the talents to go there, but I mean, it's a worthwhile trade for sure. You know,
Yeah.
it's,
Seems pretty one-dimensional.
Yeah, he's just one of those heroes that's either completely broken or not in the meta at all, right?
Yeah.
That's how it feels for Grimstroke, because his toolkit has everything.
Yeah.
It just depends what's buffed the most and what's the strongest at the moment to go for.
There's always Grimstroke, right? There's one really strong spell, then they nerf that, but they buff another, and then they pick because of that. Oh, this patch I'm gonna max my second spell.
Suddenly he becomes a mid hero with an E-blade, right? He's just dominating it.
I feel like any hero's been doing that at some point. You know, somebody just pulls out like the mid ancient apparition E-blade or something stupid.
Yeah,
Like that.
Grimstroke was really strong though. Like
In
even
mid,
offlane Grimstroke.
Honestly, he's still quite a strong mid laner even. Like his first spell is still crazy strong. Level 3 just instantly kills the range creep. But yeah, we have no tops on anymore, unfortunately.
Dagon or Scythe of Vice though? That's my question. mean, obviously you go.
E-Blade first, of
right?
course.
Yeah, E-Blade.
Yeah, and then probably Blink Dagger to get the combo going with your own Ink spell so you can kill. I think Hex is probably better. And then just, or like Dagon 1 into Hex, and then you upgrade to Dagon 5 or whatever.
It feels like you have enough of damage anyway, and that Hex brings an additional dimension to the way you can play the game, right? Like you suddenly become this disabling sort of guy that can jump in, silence, Hex, Inkspell to follow up.
What's your favorite combo with the Soulbind though, out of like all the other heroes in the game?
With other heroes?
Yeah. Lich, I remember when Grimstrike first came out and hit the pro scene, everyone was doing Lich and just like...
Lion Eggs.
I knew that was coming.
My personal favorite.
Easy 6 stacks.
Easy 6 stacks.
I like Pugna. I think Pugna
Pugna?
is fun. Yeah.
You know, like, how does it work? If you have to shard, like you start draining multiple people. If you drain both, does it go back to both again and you drain both 2
I
times?
don't know, actually.
It splits off both. You could do the ultimate suck.
Yeah, but
you
you
do
can't.
six
It
man
can't double on top of them. It has.
Because
to
it
go
sounds
to
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Oh,
it has to go to different heroes.
But will both of them count as source ones and then both split into
That's
two? And
a
then
good
you have
question.
six?
I feel like I haven't seen it done, and because I haven't seen it done, it probably doesn't work that way, and it's bugged or something.
Because it would
like
also require a partner to stand still for like 10 seconds, which
All right.
usually never happens.
Someone who's watching, test us in the lobby at Nomadcasts. Tell me what happens, and you'll be rewarded with my eternal gratitude.
that. Draft master.
Yeah, draft master.
Do colors matter? Like we have.
Colors matter.
We have red on one side, blue, purplish on the other.
It matters when it makes sense, and Ember makes a lot of sense here, right? It's very strong to set up for spears, it's super strong with the Grimstroke, and it lanes like perfectly against Kunkka's, no problem at all. You just max your Flame Guard, very easy lane. You can never really get X comboed unless the Kunkka is like a...
But what if Kunkka is offlane?
It's a offlane Kunkka, guys, alright?
We'll just pick it.
It's such an early tinker, though. Like, such an early tinker. I'm sure they're just testing, like, okay, throw us like your best counter, right? And see how we deal with it. Because like usually you would not pick Tinker here. It's way too early for that.
This is what we call limit testing.
Yeah. Like this is Tinker is very much. We just last picked the hero. It's very strong, but it does beat Ember in lane really hard though. Like that laser just reduces his health by like 50% almost.
Yeah. Later on, he does have ways of getting on top of him, which is nice, and you do have Inkswell to work with.
Yeah.
So
It's
you can
honestly
catch
quite
him.
scary, right? To play Tinker against Ember. Like if he gets BKB and Axe, you're not safe.
Exactly.
You are not safe.
So later on, it's decent for Ember. Early on, it can get a little tricky.
Could be carry Kunkka too, right? Especially in SEA, it's quite popular, and all of the Chinese players are actually playing in the SEA region now when they play matchmaking. And
I've seen quite a bit of Kunkka just going into the lane, buying that armlet instantly, like first item armlet, and being a carry.
And honestly, like they just go armlet and then BKB and Satanic. They deal so much right click damage.
Yep.
The Silver Edge as well. Satanic is pretty strong strength carry item.
If you're not the most confident Kunkka player as well, you're not too confident in landing your combos, you can always partner up with a Bane. Makes it very easy for you.
Yeah, just sleep.
I don't know, like that slight right there. I don't know if you looked at my early Dota buff, but first character I played was Kunkka.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Character.
Character. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't want to call you out, but Master of the Draft has.
Well, I had to, call it character because it was the early days, back before I knew it was heroes or champions, and
Heroes or what?
Oh, what?
nothing. I didn't say the words.
What's
there's
a
lot.
champion?
All right, guys.
I
I'm a
regret
champion.
giving you your mic back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the concept.
Can you break your mic again?
I can just stop talking. It's way easier.
Draft
Less
Master,
expensive.
please talk about this Willow.
With Dark Willow, first of all, I think you love that hero. And it goes very well with Kunkka, especially if it's in the off lane. Like, if you get X marked back into a Bramble Maze, there's just so much damage output. Spectra.
Versus the Tinker, right?
Like Tinker, yeah.
Just mentioned it earlier. We were discussing all these old school heroes versus the Tinker.
Yeah.
Spectre. Does
Now
make
all we
sense.
need is a last pick Storm for the mid lane and put
Yeah.
the Ember off lane, or put the Ember plus 4.
Perfect draft.
Just hunt the Tinker. You don't have to win the game as long as you punish him for what he did in that game 1.
I
We're winning.
want to say we kind of called this in the post game, right? Like if that Kunkka ends up being for Faith Beyond, it's just like we said, give Faith Beyond anything. We want Spectre against Tinker, and they'll pick Tinker earlier and just say whatever. We hit all those points, and they've already done it in the draft.
It's very problematic though, right? Like Phoenix right now does not have enough damage at all. Like you get the Kunkka bolt, and then where's your damage gonna come from? Like you have a Spectral Dagger, a Sleight of Fist, and a Mars Spear Arena, that's it.
Yeah,
you have no burst damage whatsoever. And their last pick really have to make up for that, which is most likely going to be a support.
Yeah,
Like, it has to be like a Skyroth or something.
Most likely going to be that position. I guess even 5, right? This
Could be 5 with
could
4
be
Grim.
4, could be 5.
Yeah, but they need a damage source. Like Skyroth Mars is very strong together. Also the double silence potentially with the Grimstroke would be nice. But I'm not the biggest fan of the Phoenix draft, I gotta be honest. Like they have no building damage. Objectives are super hard. Like they can't get Roshan unless Spectre gets the Manta Style.
So, sometimes it just happens that you
they-
focus a little bit too much on one problem. You try to overcompensate, over answer it, and it feels like they have done that a little bit with the Spectre and the Ember Spirit. And I don't see how they dig themselves out of this hole.
B-Cop, why are they banning offlaners when we're all thinking it's an offlane Kunkka? They're actually expecting to carry Kunkka then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Focus on getting Faith Beyond Zeros out, and if
Does
it ends
Ame
up,
play that? I've never seen him play Kunkka.
I haven't really seen much of Ame on the Kunkka, but yeah.
Some Lycan.
I mean, the,
Lycan.
For Lycan.
Yeah.
So it is a carry Kunkka and the offlane Lycan, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
Throw a
yeah,
safe lane.
Which
Lycan,
makes
right?
perfect sense. Like they have no answers to the Lycan. Like if you run around the Mars, the rest is food. And they also know that they have to pick a support last. And what support can you pick that's good against Lycan and offers burst damage? Like you can pick Skyroth, but then what? Lycan
It's just
just
gonna
eats
be
you.
feeding
Yeah.
later on, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems the same for Grimstroke,
So this
right?
is-
So it's a support Ember Spirit then. It must be.
Most likely.
No, it's a mid Ember. It's a support Mars.
Yeah.
It's a support Mars.
We have seen some of that by some European teams. I think Fata also played it, right? Like,
But
Interesting.
it isn't. I mean, okay, they answered the Tinker with the Spectre, but Viper into Tinker.
So one thing that's interesting about the last part of LGD's draft there is that they banned out the 2 heroes offlaners which can give them a lot of vision, right? In the Beastmaster like we saw last game,
And a Night
Night
Stalker.
Stalker as well.
Yep.
So then they go for the Lycan, which suggests they want to use those wolves as the kind of heat-seeking rocket enablers.
Yep.
And this seems to be a pattern which LGD want to recreate every game they play Tinker. They want to have something which gives them that extra bit of vision. So the Lycan is kind of like the budget answer to that, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the Lycan pick in general was just really genius because I think they didn't want to do that Viper, right? But like they were kind of maybe forced into it. But even now, Lycan beats Viper so easily. Like, what's your Lycan answer? You still have nothing. He gets his Helm of the Overlord or even just Dominator. He runs at all your towers, and how do you defend it?
yeah. I would even say that I'd rather see a Mars on that core position than.
Yeah, I
anything
think I would
else.
agree. It's,
Yeah.
it's a rough draft to go up against. I think LG just got this one.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask even, but I do want to ask very quickly, how can they take it on Phoenix? What needs to happen for them?
If Ember has a good start and then they continue hunting that Tinker, maybe completely shut down his game, they can take it. But it's going to be extremely difficult because they have another problem, and that's the Lycan that Black talked about.
Alrighty, let's get into game number 2 then. It is LGD versus Phoenix with Ricky and Neff.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And yeah, it is going to be an exciting game number 3. The draft here from PSG LGD seems pretty sick.
You're playing against PSG LGD. You don't ban Tinker. You lose. Next time you ban Tinker. But they did ban Tinker.
Yeah, here we are. They just get it once again. They did come this time with a plan to deal with the Tinker, right? The Ember Spirit plus the
Spectre.
Grimstroke and the Spectre. But it feels like they ended up just poking a bunch of holes in that plan by coming up with this safe lane Kunkka as well as the off-lane Lycan.
Yeah, the Lycan came out of nowhere. And they've got not a ton of clear. Spectre doesn't deal with that one that well herself. And, Ember Spirit, does have a little bit of AoE. And Mars can kind of control.
We're finally going to see a fight at the runes. Big torrent onto 2. Then comes the rest of the LGD lineup. But they're still chasing down Y. They want to get the Bane shining. Able to keep himself alive thanks to this nice Gaunt's Rebuke from YP. Dodge there on that Stroke of Fate. Nobody dies.
I don't know what you were so hyped about. That's the fake hype you were talking about.
I wanted blood, Neff. I wanted someone to go down here, and it didn't happen. It's going to be 3 runes here for the side of PSG LGD, though.
Yeah, nothing comes to that one, but a couple people do level 1 abilities. Nothing to say, ended up going for the laser here. He was playing against a Death Prophet in the last game. He ended up going heat-seeking missile level 1, but this time he is playing against a melee hero. He might have just gotten this laser anyways.
Yeah, it's pure damage,
And
quite
the
good.
evasion, yeah. He was never going to hit the Death Prophet with that laser, but in this Ember Spirit matchup, I'm pretty sure he would have gotten this anyways. And
Yep, that's why you do it. Just denies the creep there from the Ember Spirit, so Already looking pretty good in that lane now. Bottom, they do have all 3 heroes here from PSG LGD, so trying to maybe find themselves an early first blood, but it doesn't end up connecting. Jin Q probably going to head top soon.
Yep, I mean, Viper's amazing with trading, but he is pretty slow. 275 base movement speed, so it's very easy to run him down if you have multiple heroes. As long as you're not like actually trading with him and letting him build up too many stacks of that poison attack onto you.
Yep, Faith Beyond here with a nice creep drag.
Yeah, but that's going to go between, I think, his tier 1 and his tier 2 tower, where it is very safe and he could deny a lot of farm away from M77 here on this Spectre. So, ideal for them. And maybe Jin Q can help mess up a couple of these last hits as well. The Spectre going to struggle these first couple of creep waves, thanks to how they're playing with this Jin Q and this Lycan here, both very annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. Things going really well. I'm curious to see, you know, how this mid lane's going to end up panning out. Like, nothing to say yes on his Tinker
He's
once again.
owning already.
Yeah, he's off to a really good start in zone. You do have to have a, I mean, exactly what Lizard said, right? He has to have a good start on this Ember Spirit to really, you know, be able to deal with this Tinker as we go into the mid-late game. But
yeah, he's not having a good start on this Ember Spirit. He's hiding behind a tree. Can't get anywhere close to the creep wave. Has no HP to work with, and he's got to play back for a little bit now. We'll look back up here into the top lane. I mean, a lot of damage coming out pretty quickly from Jin Q here on the Dark Willow. I mean, Victor fairly tanky, not as awful in the lane as it used to be like years ago. They're spamming out your daggers onto the enemies, and you know you have a reasonably okay time trading people. Now you've got a little bit more HP regen.
well, they're going to try and get aggressive here, getting the brambles. Going to be dodged out by the side of Phoenix. Obviously, a lot of damage from even just a level 1 bramble.
Yeah,
So you got to be careful to avoid those.
125 with that plus the root. But, you know, these aren't the caliber of players that are going to walk right to the brambles. Come on, Ricky.
Yeah, it'd be a bait, you know, and they'd
Yeah.
be baiting the bramble for sure.
Yeah. But Lycan, unfortunately, not being able to provide any stun means it's a little bit difficult to set up the brambles onto these
Yeah.
heroes.
Nice 2-hero torrent bottom by Ame. Will be able to save Y. Be able to walk all the way back home on the Bane. Unless he's got, I can't tell if that's his career. It is, but he's still going to go home. Okay.
So Lycan just going for Helm of the Dominators is first item. Helm of the Overlord is what pretty much every Lycan builds right now. That item, despite a number of nerfs, is still way too good. I'm not sure what they were thinking when they added that to the game.
So it is really good, but there's usually when you see like these Helm of the Overlord heroes, there's going to be someone on your team that can deal with the Helm of the Overlord, right? But I look at Phoenix Gaming's lineup, and they just don't have one of those heroes.
Mars was seen as like kind of a counter to the Lycan for a little bit when the Helm of the Overlord was very popular. Oh.
Just because you can
Look,
hold
wait,
him in the arena.
Get Spirit back on the Viper down in the bottom lane, but
He's fine. Oh, is he?
on the
Nah,
Tinker.
Ame actually taking a lot of damage here. The 5 points in that poison attack, or 5 stacks rather, but not enough to find the kill, so he's going to be okay.
tanky hero, thankfully, and he gets himself back up thanks to the salves and Colin swap back in. So he does end up being okay. No blood yet, Ricky. No blood.
4 minutes in. It's bound to happen. Shining on this Viper would love to grab it. He's doing really well. Mid lane. There. Okay. Well, you ask and you shall receive. Nev, first blood once again for nothing to say on his Tinker.
Did you see that homing missile? Because you could barely see it. It was underneath the Shadow Realm attack.
Yeah.
It was like the shuriken in Naruto.
Oh, and thank you for a reference that I do not understand.
You don't remember that? You know what? Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched that show, to be honest, Nev. I'm sorry.
Unfortunate. You're missing out.
I
Maybe we've got a lot of time that we're spending together here while we do this. I'll
Oh.
catch you up on it.
Great. Love to hear it.
Alright, let's catch back up on top lane, though. We've now being shoved in the tower, so Faith Beyond going to find himself a decent amount to farm. Inspector going to be forced to move to the jungle for just a moment here, otherwise I'll just going to be wasting a good chunk of time.
Very inconspicuous tree planted there in the mid lane. Not sure why that's there. So, just trying to deal with deforestation, I suppose. Who knows?
Yeah.
And it's gone. Bottom lane, though, Ame on this Kunkka, not off to a fantastic start, but still doing okay. I mean, in terms of, the net worth distribution here, we can see you still have 3 of the top 4 are going to be on the side of PSG LGD, and Kunkka is a hero that can flash farm incredibly fast with Tidebringer and just some levels. He's going to go for the armlet build here. I think definitely just the standard, I mean, when I say quote-unquote standard safe lane Kunkka build, we don't really see the hero all that much.
No, it's not that standard. It's become more popular. It's not like unheard of for people to pick it, but you know, it's a pretty versatile hero. You can do a lot with it, so people started running it in the position 1. You don't scale as well as obviously a lot of strength or agility carries because you know your damage isn't single target; it's all AOE. But you're an amazing frontliner, and if you have other heroes that can do tons of you know damage and scale to the late game, like the Lycan and the Tinker, you're going to be just fine. Speaking of the Tinker,
Yeah, speaking of Tinker mid lane, you don't have level 6 yet on zone. Otherwise, you might be able to find this kill, but without having these flame, I mean, he is over a level
he's
behind.
a level and a half behind the Tinker right now.
Yeah, that is rough. 1,100 gold as well, just 6 minutes in.
Doesn't exactly meet the conditions that our panel was talking about before the game of how they're going to come into this game.
I mean, 3 points in this laser. Zone just can't even come to the lane at all. Now the 4th point leveled, so he just has to leave. And look at both supports here. They're able to just kind of sit in the mid lane. If they get a Nightmare off onto zone, he's dead. And that's exactly what Y is looking for. He is behind the tower trying to scout him out, looking through in these trees. They will get vision for the moment. No, he's going to be all right. TP's coming in, though, as LWW. And Shining will now join the fray. Nightmare going to get woken up there. And Y now has to be careful. Yeah, all right.
No TP. He's a long way from home.
No. Oh, okay. All right, nice play by Shining.
Attempt, yeah. Unfortunately, the Centaur stops for a moment. That stomp doesn't do very much damage.
There's so much space being made, though. Like, you see this rotation, you're like, oh, wow, they got the pain. But both side lanes are just being soloed by these heroes. Like, Lycan and Kunkka getting plenty of experience. They're both farming decently well. So, at the end of the day, you're really not complaining if you're on the side of LGD here.
Spectre's keeping up for now, but looking to turn on her and find a kill. Not going to be able to get it. Underneath the tier 1 tower, she's going to be just fine. The Falcon Blade giving her a little bit of extra bulk as well. And I guess she's going for power treads, and then I imagine the Aghanim Scepter after
Mid
that.
lane, here it is. Level 6 on the Ember, finally able to punish the Tinker as a result. That Inkswell combo, very strong. Now bottom lane, aggressive here onto Shining, but he will be able to find the Bane before he goes down. Now Ame needs to be careful. He gets level 6. That's going to be the Viper Strike, forced to TP home. No spear coming through. Very close to being off cooldown. He almost had it.
Well, he does manage to get out, so we find the Tinker in the mid lane, and they force a couple of heroes back, so now finally some movement coming out from Phoenix.
I love it. They actually smoke, but scouted by a ward here, so I think this Tinker dipping into the mid lane, Jinkyu going to try and pop the smoke. That's exactly what he's going to do. Pops that Shadow Realm, but Inkswell plus the Spear, he might just die before they can do anything. A lot of damage coming through from Zone as well as he comes in on the Ember Spear. Hits a Bramble though, Sleight of Fist will find the kill, but in comes the Torrent. Now M77 on the backside will find nothing to say. X trying to hold him in place. Tinker not able to get back into the fight that quickly.
I'd love to punish this Zone here, but his Remnant's just coming off a cooldown now, so he manages to escape. But can't quite get these heroes now, and I think Tinker now realizing that he needs to build up a little bit more tanky this game. He's not going to be able to get away with some of the things that he did previously, is they now have these heroes with so much jump. The Spectre and the Ember Spirit always going to be on top of him. Despite the fact that he shut down the Ember Spirit so hard in the lane, he did end up finding that kill onto him.
Yeah, classic Lycan things, just...
I'm going to play my own game up here. You guys have fun.
PvE farming simulator, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's a tower defense type of game.
Yeah, you raise your wolves, your level 1 wolf, your level 2 wolf is the Dom, and then you have, of course, the Golem.
Yeah.
Very weird looking wolf.
Very weird looking wolf. Nice play here by Ame. Obviously, one of the things that you know when you're playing against the Grimstrike, you're going to get silenced up, so he times the boat to make sure that even if he is silenced, the X will pull him right back into it. So really well done there.
That's the rule of thumb is 2 seconds on the Torrent, 1 second on the boat for how long you wait before dropping your abilities after the X.
Yeah. Nothing to say with the Blink Dagger now. It's pretty incredible that you can just go 0 items blink on a hero, but after this I'm sure he's going to pick up the Aghanim Scepter. Pretty much the standard Tinker build.
Yeah. The fact that that hero doesn't need to build boots anymore is ridiculous.
Who needs them?
A bunch of keen optic as well, extra cast range on him. His invisibility rune picked up now. So 3K now with an advantage now for PSG LGD, despite the fact they have 2 extra kills on the side of Phoenix. But this is what you mentioned. They were just making space on the map. Every time that they look for these kills on like Bane and whatnot, you know, Lycan has been doing his thing by himself up at the top lane, and it shows. 4,900 net worth here at 10 minutes into the game. He is very far ahead of the next highest hero on the enemy team, which is Spectre at like 4,100.
Yeah, they're doing really, really, really well. I'm curious to see what Shining's going to be able to pull off here on this offlane Viper, because he's going to have to make a lot of space here
Not
on this
much,
hero.
I feel, in this game. It's going to be kind of difficult. I think, like, oh,
Zone, you should be fine here. He actually doesn't have a Remnant, though, forced to already use it, and that's going to be another tower taken here from the side of PSG LGD. They're taking more, though, as they find Shining bottom. Blink in from Tinker as he executes him just in time, and they're turning up the tempo. It's starting to feel like Phoenix Gaming are starting to really hit this wall.
the wall that is PSG LGD.
Yeah.
An excellent way of putting it. Didn't manage to connect that one. Gets held in place by the Brambles, so the stun doesn't hit Xin Q, but they're forced to get back. I don't know. I'm not sure they'll have enough time for the Spectre to actually get the items she needs to be able to stay on top of this Tinker. Aghanim Scepter would be great, but you know, Spectre was nerfed just after. Was it before or after TI? They ended up adding in 10-second cooldown to that Aghanim Scepter because it was just way too good.
Yeah. I think it was before TI. Who knows, man? We've been on this patch for literally, like, what, 18 months or something now?
Free me from 7.30. Free me from Tinker.
Smoked up here on the support. See if they can find something. Fiend's Grip, obviously available here for Y. Gets a gun. Really nice deep ward there behind that farming spot, rotating into the mid lane. If they get zone, this would be huge.
Yeah, they're collapsing in on them. They've got super deep vision.
He walks right into it, thanks to the high ground vision that it provides, but a nice silence comes through from that Grimstroke, able to turn this fight around. YP doing some good stuff here with this arena. The support of the Mars ends up doing everything it needs, trapping these heroes inside this arena as the rest of the team going to clean them up big. So 3 kills here for the side of Phoenix. Really well played.
Yeah, and the moment you try to disengage that one on that, oh god, the Dark Willow there, the silence came out, that bug, Phantom's Embrace, onto where the middle of the channeling of that Terrorize. And Kunkka, they're about to lose as well.
Yeah, they found Ame bottom. He gets the armlet toggle here for a moment. Nice Nightmare, but it's not going to be enough to save him, so they find themselves another. Okay, I was saying, you know, Phoenix might be in some trouble, but looks like it's LGD that might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Well, they're controlling them up. I mean, they haven't thrown, I mean, they haven't hit any of these super big item timings on these heroes on PSG. Like, your Humble Overlord hasn't been completed yet on the Lycan. I think that's just about done. The Kunkka needs to finish his BKB in order to play around the arena and this Emperor Spirit. Once we have those items done, then PSG are going to feel a little bit stronger. But, you know, for now, this is Phoenix's opportunity to get back in the game, and they're capitalizing on it. They are working right now on the Aghanim Scepter on the Spectre, though. That one's about half completed, and half completed on Tinker as well. Once you have that... Oh.
Nice spear there. Going to find this Dark Willow. Easy kill. Tinker's still behind the tower, though. It does make it pretty difficult to actually push this tower, and it's even worse once you have the Ags, but it's still pretty far away.
Yeah. They actually sitting a little bit too low on LWW. I think if they move Ember Spirit down here, they might try to jump the Tinker, but Grimstroke needs to be there with him.
And so they get the Nightmare to the mid lane. 10 seconds till the Fiend's Grip, but...
Yeah, so they're not going to be able to capitalize off this. Mars is sitting pretty close to the mid lane, though.
I wonder what Mars is
so
going to
far
build. He
away
is going to just go blink. Makes sense, right?
Yeah. You forget that this, like, I briefly forgetting that it's not a position 3 Mars. He is so under farm, still sitting at like 900 gold, and he's just got Trank Boots. So when you don't have that blink in and then dropping the arena followed by a spear, it becomes, you know, kind of underwhelming.
All right, smoke up from Phoenix. They're going to go ahead and be the aggressors here as they draw some lines top. Want to find this Ame, Kunkka once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Be a nice find, but I don't even think that's your main concern. He's just kind of doing whatever at the moment. I think you want to be catching out this Lycan.
Yeah, I think they saw the smoke here, and they know exactly what's going on. YP drops the arena, traps the Bane here, goes for the Fiend's Grip. Gonna get instantly canceled. Both does come through. Dodged out thanks to the Nightmare, though, and now double Viper Strike isn't enough. It will take down the Bane, but it doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be Faith Beyond cleaning up big on this Lycan.
At your helm of the Overlord completed. Huge damage coming up from this goal and finishing off that Mars there, and ended up being a pretty sick Nightmare off onto the Bane. He caught the Mars in the backline before he could throw the spear on, so all he got was the arena, and it really didn't accomplish much there.
Yeah, it was a really sick...
So it wasn't able to interrupt the Fiend's Grip either. That one ended up getting the full duration, and I think they were a little bit confused as to, you know, how we managed to get that Fiend's Grip off right in front of the
Yeah, right in front of the whole team.
Yeah,
and
in
stuff,
front of the whole team there. But you control. If you're controlled, you're controlled, I suppose.
Yeah, very well played. This Lycan, I mean, they talked about it in the panel. You know, it's basically a free Lycan game at this point. The only real answer is going to be the arena, just trapping him in place. But you can just run your summons at any of these supports, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
Well, if they're in the arena, they suffer from the same thing.
Yeah. Now here in the river zone, gets aggressive here onto the Dark Willow. Might want to rethink this one. Is again another kill for Faith Beyond. M77 now chasing down ZinQ. Will be able to find the kill, but he's in pretty deep and does have a TP to get away. LWW gonna try and offer some assistance. Bane rotating in, doesn't actually make it. They get the X though from Ame. In comes the X. There's gonna be the boat to connect, and Tinker joining the fight as well. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Making his way up onto the high ground. Trying to continue the chase here. M77, he's giving him the runaround, but it's going to be Tinker eventually, right?
Nothing to say. Always gets it.
Oh my, he's out. He is out. Shining, though. Setting up a kill here onto the Tinker. They come in a little bit too far. Now, you're out of mana. Can they actually find these kills, though? The damage, the cleave from Ame's Kunkka as well. Plus the summons. He just gets himself a double and leaves. Yes, you don't find the kill there onto the Spectre, but finding 2 extra ones. No, Terrorize not going to connect. Ooh, nice pump fake, though, from the Dark Willow. Able to make some space, and they go ahead and punish the Ember Spear for that one. Now YP on the run, sniped by the Dark Willow.
That was so unbelievably
They get a feed
clean.
grip. Oh, no, he just thought he was out. Ends up trying to come back to the bottom lane and ends up being all 5 dead for the side of Phoenix.
They lose everybody. They dove so far there on PSG LGD, but there was no punish for it. Nobody does enough damage. Look at this, 10,000, almost 11,000 damage dealt. They don't lose a single hero. They take out everybody on the side of Phoenix between multiple towers there as well. This is insane how far forward they're going, and I thought there'd be some punishment that Soulbind came out, but they just didn't have damage to follow that up.
I mean, you'd already dropped everything on the Spectre. She had just TP'd out, had no way to really get back into the fight. Ember was not there either. Yeah, I thought for sure, I was like, yeah, there's no way nothing to say gets out of this. You get Soulbind, Viper Strike was taking so much damage from the Viper, but Ame's Kunkka plus the summons, it's just running over these heroes.
Yeah, it's doing so much. I mean, nothing to say, it's such a massive threat as well, and still just finishing up his Aghanim Scepter now on the Spectre, but at this point, it's been so delayed, I'm wondering how effective it's going to be. And we've seen Tinkers just blink out of heroes on top of them, you know, with the help of this defense matrix as well. I think we're just going to see a repeat of that. You have these items to get on top of the Tinker now, but the Ember Spirit, our draft prince was talking about, it just did not have, if he's not having a good game, this Tinker is not going to go down.
Faith Beyond looks like he wants to just go in and start doing the Roche all on his own. Meanwhile, the rest of his team just kind of making space, pushing out these lanes. He's got the DD rune, he's got the drums, the Helm of the Overlord. He'll eventually get it. Not going to be the fastest Roche alone, but when Tinker decides to finally come help out, it should fall pretty quickly.
Not a ton of right click.
Scan from both teams connect here, and there's going to be a Wolf to scout out the side of Phoenix here.
They're gonna, I'm sure they feel kind of crushed after these last couple of team fights, but if you give up Roche, it's even worse.
I'm sure you give the Aegis to Kunkka, right? Yeah. Dude, indeed, he's almost got his BKB.
Yeah, that's the big thing that he's been working on for a little while.
Yeah, this TP out, man, it was so sick.
Yeah, it was so clutch, but look, the Soulbind comes off it too, but the sleep is there, and then just stunned up there on Shine. They don't have any damage to follow it off.
I thought for sure that this was going to pay out. Ended up just not working for them.
Yeah, nobody's there. They just can't do anything to it. I mean, they were forced to back away and not attack them on PSG, but...
Dude, this Terrorize was
yeah,
so
that
sick.
fake. Oh my god. That
Baited
was
him out perfectly.
Disgusting how well played that was.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Spectre's dead. In case you're wondering, I'm not sure if he's actually rotated into the bottom lane and found Spectre again. So
footnote: Spectre's gone. A nice pick off there. Now 13K now with advantage here at 20 minutes in. Won't be long until they're ready to be knocking on your high ground. The wolf is at your door, so they say.
That would make sense. Yeah, there's a lot of wolves about to be at their doors here pretty soon.
I like the cool rock-looking wolf. That one's my favorite.
Yeah. I like the pirate wolf. That one's pretty cool.
Yeah. We might see a pirate wolf eventually this game, but they did end up nerfing the Aghanim Scepter. After all, it was a Slack's idea, the wolf bite thing. Had to, nerf it into the ground, much like his Omni Knight.
Yeah, of course.
Can't have it too strong for too long.
I'm really curious to see what they try to do here on the side of Phoenix, because they are starting to fall further and further behind. It is now a 13,000 gold lead. I mean, the core is getting exceptionally farmed. Oh, okay, Inkswell play into the mid lane. Nicely done. That's the Ags reveal here for M77. So they'll find themselves a quick pick off onto the Bane. But you do still have Lycan problems as he is just pushing this bottom tier 2.
Yep, they want to be able to grab the mid tier. They don't have a single tower this game on the side of Phoenix. Everything is still standing, and while they try to make a rotation in the mid after grabbing that Bane, they end up losing the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, they actually didn't really lose the lanes all that hard. Besides mid, like Zone really struggled there, but...
Oh yeah, that one was very one-sided.
But yeah, these side lanes, like, they just kind of were allowed to continue to farm, and because of what happened mid, like, the support's constantly rotating in to try and keep this Ember Spirits game alive. And now you just have this massive lead, and everyone on the side of PSG LG feel fairly safe. Like, you got this Yules on Dark Willow combined with the Shadow Realm. It's very difficult to actually find the kill on this hero.
Nobody's an easy target at this point, and even though it's relatively even in kills, it's I imagine these next couple of team fights are going to be very one-sided. They're holding their triangle. It's about to all they can do. YP over here. If you get the, I mean, you can't even jump Kunkka here.
Very nice attempt on that torrent.
Yeah, but you can't even jump the Kunkka here. I mean, he's like the tankiest hero. He's still got the Aegis. He's got a BKB in his backpack.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out what targets you can go on. Like, your only option is to try and find the Dark Willow and the Bane, and like YP with the Blink Dagger now might be able to do it. I do see Jin Q here. All right, there we go. Nice steering chains into Spear, Inkswell as well. He will be able to dodge it out, but no way to actually survive this one. Last hit goes the way of Zone's Ember. So he'll know about that ward.
Yeah, they'll make small areas that they're reclaiming on the map. They have to move around as 5. Like while they were going on that Dark Well, net worth lead further increased for PSG LGD, even though they got that kill there. Just because they're farming up the rest of it, and I think that's just the nature of the game. It is insane to see you have an Ember Spirit and a Spectre on your side, the Spectre with the Aghanim Scepter, but still not having control of the map.
Yeah, Spectre is one of those heroes that just wants to be able to farm away from your team and just like join for kills, and it, like, Phoenix Gaming doesn't really have a lot of I would say kill potential right now. Like, they're just so tanky on the side of PSG LG. They have a lot of answers. X here in the mid lane is going to find Shining. He's trying to get onto a Y. The supports will be able to collapse on top of him. They will be able to take down the Bane, but Shining just getting crushed by Ame here. He was going to join him, and now YP on the run, taken down by the Tinker. M77, the Spectre, the only hero that cannot afford to die, just surrounded and did not even stand a chance here against the damage from LGD.
Yeah, nothing to say, absolutely melting them, and it looked like it would have been a decent fight at first, but you know, after Bane got initiated on, the Tinker was teleporting over to him, changed his mind, realized he would have put himself too out of position, so still playing very clean Dota despite they're this far ahead.
I mean, you got the AC completed, you're on your way to a Satanic here for Ame. Like, they have so much physical damage from these two heroes, and then of course you have Tinker, who doesn't he feels like kind of like a B character in this episode of PSG LGD, but to be honest, just still able to dump so much damage into these fights.
Yeah, jumping the back line, he just absolutely melts people. You have to always, I mean, if you're not concerned about the Tinker's positioning, then your entire team will die dim after you jump on the Kunkka or the Lycan. I mean, these are two frontline tanky heroes.
You were right about the Tinker, though. He's going to go for the BKB.
Yep. I mean, he's kind of got it this game if he wants to be able to play as far forward as we saw him in the last match.
Well, they find Zone here. X going to pull him right back, but able to remnant to safety, so nice patience from him, but now looking for more. LWW being chased down by the summons as well as the Mars. Oh my god, the damage from Faith Beyond. X into boat's gonna find Shining, pulls him right back in. The Howl, it's way too much. Faith Beyond with the double kill. The Lycan is just taking over this game, 25 minutes in now, and I don't think there is any slowing down this Wolf.
No. I was looking at that when I didn't see the buyback status there. I just saw Lycan yes at the top. The state of this game. He just saw Grassy, yeah, making such quick work of these towers, and he got to do whatever he wanted in this game, and now they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But still, just taking control of this map. not ready to push high ground yet, despite being up 22k net worth. I mean, you are a little bit concerned about that Mars trick that I was talking about earlier. You don't want to get speared back into an arena further away from the rest of your team. I'm not sure even that'll make the difference in this 22k net worth lead they have at this point, but PSG LGD, they are going to be very careful. After 2-1 against Aster yesterday, every game in the DPC here is so important. You want to go straight to playoffs as soon as you make that major.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the heroes on the side of PSG LGD are just so tanky. They've got BKBs completed. Like going on top of a Kunkka, he has 3,300 health nearly. Doesn't even have the armlet active and a BKB. I don't know how you actually bring down this hero at this point. Like, you're going to have to fully commit all 5. And
that's the neat part. You don't.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. And then, of course, Lycan. You know, what do you do?
Yeah. What do you do?
Sin Q. All right.
Impatient.
Playing a little bit aggressive there. Gets the Yule. Still has the Shadow Realm. Will pop it. Taking a lot of damage here. Just burning down to zone. In comes Ame, though, with the Kunkka. Does have a DD rune into the Fiend's Grip. That's going to cancel that TP out in zone. Does need to be very careful off into the trees. They do find him. They get the rune as he goes into the Bramble. Dark Willow gets the last laugh in this engagement.
They just about predicted that Remnant on the Ember Spear. The Torn to the Trees wasn't meant for that support there. That was meant for the Ember, but, you know, he goes in the Bramble. He dies anyways. So, impatient done, in my opinion, but I think we're just baiting them out. Maybe a little bit impatient. They didn't want to wait for the next Roche. Instead, they want to be hitting these high grounds right away.
I mean, if they can force the buyback on the Ember, I mean, his game's already in shambles, and X here once again onto Shining, going to connect with the boat, just coming in to try and do what damage he can. The BKB is going to get pumped, just going to chase him down here. Doesn't care, has nothing to say, just blinks right into the middle of this arena.
Yeah, now it's one huge tool that they don't have in order to defend their base. Roshan going to be a very quick respawn, only another 5 seconds. So the moment they get back and scout that one out, I think they'll take that and go for this next Rax. And Phoenix.
There's the Ags, baby! Let's go! I knew we were going to see a Pirate Wolf.
Pirate Wolf is my favorite.
Pirate Wolf
wears
is
a little
great.
eye patch on
Yeah.
on the wolf. Yeah,
It's good stuff. It also, I can't wait to watch it just splash water on all of his friends and kill them instantly.
yeah. Thankfully, they did nerf it a little bit because what Dog Rock was ridiculous.
Dog Rock was way too good. Zone top lane. Gonna catch a Yules into the Bramble Maze. Terrorized. Just gonna get pump faked as Zone's forced to BKB. That's never a good feeling.
He's used his BKB twice now here to not great effect. He ended up dying the first time. Did get the kill into Dark Will, but this time he ends up getting nothing. Puts it on cooldown and
Oh,
my.
bottom lane. The Tinker getting to work here as he's just chasing out one after the other. Just gonna run onto the high ground here. Faith Beyond letting the boys deal with Shining X boat once again, and now at the tier 4s they found the Ember Spirit. Hearst Crown's gonna catch. Doesn't even need. Nothing to say, just doing so much work here on the Tinker, protected by the BKB for the moment. The damage coming through, the Torrent connects. The Cleave nearly kills YP as well, but he gets Shining in the base, so a 2 for 0. And that dog, the Pirate Wolf, it seems to be doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'm putting in work here. 36k net worth advantage here at only 29 minutes into the game. This is absolutely insane, the hurt that PSG LGD is putting onto them here, but you gotta tap out soon.
Buys himself a BKB. Y buys his own. He wants to go for the full duration Fiend's Grip, and he's got him. He takes the Spectre. The disrespect at the fountain. LGD just wipe Phoenix once again in their base.
That's it. Phoenix morale in shambles after that. They finally GG out, but their throne goes down first, and this is the PSG LGD that people are used to playing against and seeing here. And not what we saw yesterday, but again, what everybody expected. Incredible game here. And I think next time, people are going to be banning out this Tinker.
I feel like you have to, right? Like, this guy is just unbelievably good at this hero. Like, nothing to say, has just dominated every single game on his Tinker, and I will be incredibly surprised if they allow him to continue doing this any longer.
Well, look how happy they were the moment that match ended. Very satisfied with themselves, as they should be. Amazing victory by them here, and PSG LGD looking in very good shape, man.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The Lycan, really, like, Faith Beyond MVP for me in this game. Like, he did so much work just on this offlane Lycan. I mean, panel predicted it exactly. Like, they have no answer for him.
Q and Dark Willow, you'd see those pump fakes a couple of times was incredible.
Dark Willow had a great game, but I just what can you say about Faith Beyond? Like having so much farm, taking so many objectives, giving Wolf Bite to your Kunkka late game, so Ame just gets to have the freest game of his life as well. Like it was just overall a sick draft, sick performance from LGD once again.
Yeah. Congratulations again to them. But that's only two series down out of 3 that we have today.
Oh yeah,
right?
we still got more games. I'm sure we're gonna have an interview as well, and people are gonna be taking care of that. It's gonna be our panel, so we're gonna throw it back to them, boys. Please break it down for us.
Hello and welcome back once again to the Chinese DPC panel. My name is Nomad and I'm joined by B-Cop and Lizard as we just witnessed the utter destruction, annihilation, spanking of poor old Phoenix.
What's up there?
What's up there? Some sound tiles, some lights,
Ways to beat Tinker.
ways to beat Tinker. Yeah, no, that's not up. That's not down.
Those don't
That's
exist.
nowhere. Yeah, that don't exist. I mean, but no, seriously, they kind of overcommitted to dealing with the Tinker. I don't think Tinker was really the problem in that game, though, was it, Lizard?
Yeah, they overcommitted to dealing with the Tinker, and then their own draft didn't really make too much sense. They had this Viper, Mars, Ember, Spectre, 4 heroes that usually you don't see in the same draft together, and it's very difficult to make work, especially when Tinker is not the only problem. They had multiple issues. One of those was not only the Kunkka, but the Lycan as well, who's a scary wolf when uncontested.
Scary wolf indeed. Yeah, I mean, what else could they have done to address this Lycan problem?
I think it all stems from the draft, right? Like, if you're focusing too much on the Tinker, your options are very limited dealing with that Lycan going into the game. And since you've put all this focus on one hero, I don't really know how much you could have done to this Lycan. Because if you're focusing the Lycan, then you're giving nothing to say. A great time, and he's having a great time. And Ame, on a hero that we don't really see him on too much on that Kunkka, and he had a easy time as well. So it's just, I think it all stems from the draft. It really put them on their heels pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Phoenix, it's been now 2 rough series. I imagine they're feeling pretty dejected, but they were tough games as well. Do you think they're watching LBZS and feeling like, okay, we need to figure these guys out, we need to get ourselves a win, or do you reckon they're just trying to focus on their own game and try and figure out their own strategies?
Yeah, I feel like if you're Phoenix right now, you're just trying to figure out your own strats, you're trying to practice and take these games as learning experience, really, because you don't get to play against these teams very often. If you think about all of these teams in the DPC CN, Phoenix is probably the one team that plays the most games at the moment. They're playing different tournaments too. At the moment, they're playing some other ones just to rack in all those games. And when you're doing those things, yeah, you become better mechanically as a team. You gel, but at the same time, you're giving so much info to everyone else that it becomes easier to draft around you, right? I'm not saying that if they had look, these two teams. If PSG LGD had a much worse draft, they still would make it work because they're just PSG LGD.
Yeah.
It's no diss on Phoenix. It's just PSG LGD is an extremely...
Don't think anyone's going to take it as an offense that you're not quite as good as LGD. How dare you, sir?
Yeah, exactly. So there are definitely some things here that got to their head a little bit, like dealing with the Tinker. I think it's Tinker amplified by the fact that it's played by PSG LGD, right?
Yeah.
And then
Nothing to say peace.
exactly, it becomes a little bit hard to draft against that. It gets into your head.
For sure. Yeah, I think Phoenix may be becoming as much of their own enemies as their enemies are. The next game is going to be versus RNG. Of course, we haven't seen RNG play in this tournament yet. We have seen them play in the Huya event, and just looking at them on paper, I mean, they look so scary. So, yeah, I mean, I think, I'm guessing for Phoenix, it's pretty much all about mentality now, right? They need to kind of foster a learning mentality and, try and find that flame, right, Big-Up?
Yeah, you got to be focusing on just your next matchup. You can't really, I think in a position like this, when you're Phoenix, you can't really look at the whole picture all the time because you're just going to see 2 losses. And you need to be like, what did we take from this? What can we take out of this loss? Because a lot, and I say it a lot, your best learning experiences come from your biggest defeats. So you're going up against a team like LGD. What can you do to pull out the positives from that and use that towards going into RNG? So, can they look at the tape, get themselves something to work with, and then going up against a team like RNG is going to be, again, no easy feat. But if they can pull some positives out of that, maybe take a game, potentially take the series, it's the start.
That's how you do it. The master has failed more times than the student has even tried. Yeah, that's the important thing to remember.
3 deep, 5 me. Man.
Yeah. We're getting deep
Too
in
deep for
this
me.
panel. Alrighty, let's hear from a member of PSG LGD and find out his thoughts about this game. We have Jinkyu on the line. Hello, Jinkyu. How are you doing today?
星星你好，你今天感觉怎么样？
还可以啊。
I'm feeling pretty good.
Now, first question. Are you expecting Tinker to be banned out against you more often now?
从这场比赛打完之后，你觉得之后的比赛 TK 还可能会放给你们队吗？
那要看对面的呀，应该会吧。
I think it's up to our opponents, but I think they should ban it.
Powerful. With yourself, you're a very varied position 4 player. Do you think that being too predictable with the heroes you play is a weakness?
其实你自己的话，就是4号位玩的英雄非常多嘛。你觉得如果英雄池子里，能用的英雄比较少，会不会就是变得会容易被大家针对？
不会啊，就每个英雄都不管哪一把都可以，就可以玩出不同的感觉啊。
No, I think it's fine. As long as you can make the hero has different impact on has impact on every single game, it's fine.
Interesting. So, obviously, you just beat LBZS very convincingly. Sorry, Phoenix very convincingly. Do you have any advice for that team now that you won't be playing them again this season?
你们今天战胜对手还是比较轻松的嘛？你觉得你有没有建议给到你们的对手，就是可能让他们变得更好？
就看录像，大家聊一聊。
I think they should check replay and figure out what they're doing wrong.
Wise. Any questions?
I've got one question. I think the fans would love to know. When are we going to see you play techies again?
我想问一下，就是粉丝可能也想知道什么时候能看到你在玩炸弹人。
要看对面阵容就合不合适啊，就是机会吧。
I think there is a chance, but it depends on the lineup my opponent's team have.
There's a chance. He's saying there's a chance.
If there's a chance, I'm excited.
All right. Thank you very much, Jinkyu, and best of luck with the best of the DPC season. All right, that was Jinkyu. Very lovely guy. I just love how he's always got a smile on his face as well. Just makes me happy to see that man. And yeah, chance of the techies. What do you think, Lizard? Is it going to come out?
It might, but if they didn't pick it versus Phoenix, maybe versus LBZS, they haven't played
for the
them,
tougher
right?
teams. You got to
For
take
the
out the
tougher
big.
teams,
You
you
take
think?
out the big dogs with techies.
They did play in some grand finals. I think they picked techies.
Yeah, it was.
Lost with
It was.
them.
It was an OGA against Vici,
Yeah.
and then that Vici team knew they warded the entire jungle and made it so he couldn't farm those stacks up, and they were the only team that ever beat that techies, to my
The only
knowledge.
team to beat the techies. Well, I mean, to be fair, even if you're not planning on playing the techies, you're obviously going to say, yeah, we're going to play techies, dude. Definitely. You want to leave that fear in their hearts.
I was hoping he'd say every game.
It's just one of those heroes that you pick once, and then it gets banned against you every single game for the remainder of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like if there is a slight chance that they will pick the hero, you just want to get it out.
Get it in the bin, absolutely. Alrighty, friends. Well, we are going to be taking a short break, and then we're going to be back with our third and final series of the day. Get excited for it, because it's going to be a big one. We will see you after this short break for IG versus RNG. Well, hello, and welcome back once again. We are now into the third and final series of the day here at the China DPC, and it is a spiced one. That's right, we're saving the best till last today, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. We have ourselves IG versus RNG, and these two teams have gone through a couple of mix-ups, one significantly less than the other. So IG, very controversially, gotten rid of Kaka. His contract expired, and he just left the team, and they have brought in the help of Fade instead. Now, Nev, tell me why this has been a controversial move by them.
They got nobody to play Lion now.
Yeah, exactly. Who's that Lion player? Who's going to finger?
You need a finger player.
Yeah, makes sense. No, you're right. Yeah, I don't know who plays Lion now for this
one
team.
of the best players in the region for such a long time. He's been with them, so it is absolutely insane to see him gone.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not the same team. It's like, I don't know, God King, who we're going to be seeing playing today, not building a Heaven's Halberd.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be another strange one as well. But let's keep an eye on G for now. I mean, it's kind of odd that a player who's done so well, and even at TI, he had like a standout performance, you know? Like, everything about it looked so good at TI. I mean, obviously, they didn't get there in the end. They came fourth, which isn't where they wanted to be. But it still seems like a huge move to get rid of Kaka and bring Fade in. But tell me a little bit about Fade and what he can bring to the team.
I mean, he's still a very good player. He's got a long history in the region. Like he's not some new player that people don't know. I mean, he's proved himself on teams in the past. So I honestly, I'm curious to see how he's going to play on the new roster. But I think he is, definitely skilled enough to fill the shoes of Kaka, like previously on the team.
Yeah, indeed. And, if you want to shake up a team and get something fresh in, then that's certainly the way to do it. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting as their first big trial here for IG. And then when it comes to shaking things up, you don't get more shaken up than RNG in this circumstance. I mean, they have just gone through a full roster shuffle and gotten some big names on board. The famous combo of Chalice and X-Nova, which I believe is the longest combo in the Chinese region of two players playing together at the moment, concurrently right now, is Chalice and X-Nova. They've been together for a very long time. And then they're also going to be joined with Felix, aka Xiaoba, and Somnus and God King on the carry as well. Neff, you already mentioned God King. I mean,
he did the the Heaven's Halberd Renaissance. Any carry player is going to be familiar with him. It was a magical time in Dota. And of course, Valve stole it from us by nerfing Heaven's Halberd immediately after.
Yep.
If only we had it a little bit longer, Dota could have been a perfect game. But.
He's always been a very controversial character and very fun as well.
Do you remember the Heaven's Halberd Renaissance, where every carry player would just build Sanjin Yasha and then disassemble it into Manta Style and Heaven's Halberd? That was the sickest time in Dota.
I hated everything about it.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? Sanj
it just made so much sense. When you're ready to fight, you get the Heaven's Halberd.
Sanj was just way too good. I hated it, but I'm glad it's gone now at least.
Yeah, I love being disabled. I hate status users since my names are cryptic.
It's true.
I bet you play Bane in OD.
Yeah, I do. I do quite like them.
Disgusting.
Okay. I mean, for those people that don't know, though, I mean, you've probably heard his name around, but this guy's been around for a really long time, God King, and he's just constantly innovating. He's constantly bringing in new ideas, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the detriment. He makes or breaks a game, I feel like. But yeah, the famous Sanjin Yasha thing, which he started doing on Anti-Mage, I believe, very interestingly.
Yeah, and then everybody thought he was crazy, and they're like, wait, this really works. He's winning.
Where's your Battle Fury?
Yeah. And then people started to think, all right, well, maybe he's forgotten how to play Dota. He's just not winning anymore. But he's back on RNG. He's got a chance to prove himself here. But unfortunately, a tough team he has to play against first here.
Yeah.
Baptism by fire, for sure. I mean, let's talk about some of the other players on the side of RNG then. Of course, we've got Somnus in the middle lane. I mean, who doesn't know Somnus at this point?
Top tier mid laner. Like, what else do you really just say about him? The guy's a legend at this point. Proved himself, more than enough times as one of the top mid laners in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what makes him so special?
Man's good. You get the runes. That's how you win.
Get the runes. That's it. Just get runes and be done with it.
Yes.
Easy mid lane. All right, I've got to try that one out myself.
That's how CCNC beats Gunner all the time.
Oh, he just gets
he just gets the runes in that 50-50. Once water runes came out, though, it became a little bit more even.
A little bit more even, because he got that freebie for the first 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
All right, and then of course we have Felix on the position 4 for the side of RNG, and that completes the roster. I think out of all of these legends, he is the least well known out of all of them, I'd say, and he's still a pretty well known player. I mean, what are your comments on this guy?
No, you're right. I mean, he's playing on a team with Titans, right? Like everyone on this team is so notable, and RNG like coming together. It feels weird because I remember last season we were looking at like Elephant.
Careful there, yeah, with the elephant of the old secret scenario where you think that it's going to be an amazing team.
I
And
know.
everything just crumbles.
That's the thing. Like we saw last season, we see Elephant come out with just such an incredible lineup, and we're like, this team's got to do well, right? And RNG, I kind of have the same feeling when I see this new roster. It's just stacked with so many good players, but I think there's enough of a mix here, and I think with their previous performance, I mean, in Huya they did pretty dang well. So excited to see how they actually fare up against IG, like you said, one of the other big names here in the CNDPC.
Yeah, and we should definitely talk about those Huya results, right? Because,
It never happened, but it wasn't the CN team that won that one, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're
True.
CN Dota supremacy here.
it was a Chinese, warming ground. You know? They hadn't had a DPC season yet. They're just kind of warming up, getting started. Give Neon a confidence boost to coming into their own DPC, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or they won. It was a charity event. They just wanted the SCA teams to win.
But it was IG versus RNG, right, in the lower bracket finals of that game.
Yeah.
And it was RNG that took the victory in the end. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a repeat of that.
Yeah, so I mean that's the thing that's really cool is like these teams, a lot of people may not have seen them play recently, but they have. So they're going to be familiar with each other, obviously, and we'll see how they maybe adapt their previous performance into this series. Really excited for the mid lane matchup. Again, who isn't? But it's gonna be a bloodbath, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. But talking about that Huya tournament, do you think the attitude coming into this is different to the attitude they had for the that event?
100%. I think they probably did way more prep work for this match. I think it's way more important. Like the implications of any DPC match is way higher than anything else because that's your road to TI, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna put absolutely everything into that. You could clown around a little bit in the Huya tournament. It doesn't really matter, but these results here stick with you for the rest of the year. You're going to take this very seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really afford to every single game, not even every series, but every single game matters so much in this DPC. You don't want to be on the back foot, and you just don't want to risk it. There's no reason to. So probably see them come out, swinging for both teams.
For sure. No, this will be a different matchup, a fiery matchup.
How much do you have on that thing, by the way?
What on
You got a lot of points that you're making, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of I don't really put down individual points. I just kind of put down lots of information and kind of gather the points from the ether more than I feel like it's too dictatory if I just have all my talking points written down, and I like to let things flow.
Wait, did they give you that, or was that yours?
No, this is mine. You can't have one.
You don't get one of these, Neff. You're still panelist, Neff. You don't get to be host, Neff yet.
Right, yeah.
You gotta graduate from panel school first.
That was the original idea. We're going to rotate everyone around one seat over.
Yeah.
I still don't get that if we rotate, though, do I?
No, you wouldn't. You'd be on the drafting with old lizard there, who's waiting, warming up in the side.
Yeah, he's in case you guys can't see, he's been doing squats the entire time.
He doesn't stop. The moment he's off camera.
Black was actually floating when he was meditating earlier when he took that one game off. It was crazy to see.
Yeah, we walked by, couldn't believe it.
Yeah. I mean, that pumping up visual we have at the start where they're fighting each other.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually they were used as body doubles for that.
Yeah, they put mocap suits on him, had him record the whole thing.
It's true. We've got a behind the scenes footage video coming out.
Coming soon.
How have you guys enjoyed it though? This is a first LAN experience. First time casting in a booth. How's it been?
No.
Go ahead, Neff. I'll let you take this one.
Easy. You guys make me look very good.
from here in the panel room, make you guys look good while you cast. That is impressive, but
it's
very
been
good.
Very fun working with you guys. You guys were cracking me and Ricky up in the other room when you try to throw each other under the bus. It was good stuff.
Yeah, we had a good time. It's been a lot of fun so far. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Well taken good care of us and making everything nice and smooth and fun. So thank you for that. As we get into this series, just a little bit of delay on the drafting, but hopefully it won't be too much longer before we get started with this one. And talking about the drafting, of course, I do want to ask what heroes we're expecting to see, because there are a lot of big players which play, some of these specialist heroes. What about an anti-mage or something like that? Are we expecting it?
We don't have Black on the panel anymore. That's not good.
True, we're not qualified to talk about it.
We don't guess anti-mage, and we're not qualified to guess anti-mage, but Fly, amazing morphing player, so I imagine we're going to see that one.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where Morphling is going to be a contested hero for both of these teams. But I'd be surprised if we don't just see a lot of the like kind of standard meta picks right now for honestly your mid lane or your safe lane matchups. Like I don't think we're going to see anything too far out of the box. The Wraith King has become very popular. I know both teams can play it pretty well. So we'll see what they decide to do. The draft should be fairly interesting though for both the teams.
You don't think they'll do anything like crazy?
I don't think they want to.
We've seen Tinker picked up twice now. We saw a Broodmother ban. We saw a Tiny picked up. I mean,
the Tiny pick was probably the most out of the box pick right now, I think. And I remember we got a little bit of info onto how or why they went that route because it was something that we just don't see much anymore. And their response was like, yeah, we just trusted Q to do whatever.
Yeah, he said he wanted Tiny. We trusted him to pick
Yeah.
Tiny, and that was it. There was no complicated reason for that one. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It'd be fun.
Very little reason. They just want to play this hero and then own on it.
And he sees somebody called Frisk, and you might be thinking, well, who the devil is that fellow? Well, that is actually Fade. He's done the Chinese classic of changing his name. New year, new me, new nickname, I guess.
Throws the opponents off. They suddenly don't know how to look up anything about you.
Yeah, just typing Frisk into Google, like, nothing's coming up. I'm just getting
This guy is
border
insane.
control stuff. This is
Impossible to do
useless.
prep. Yeah, I don't know.
Tricky. What else are we expecting in terms of heroes then? Because of course, we've got JT as well. Maybe the Tide Hunter coming out for him. That's definitely a specialist.
Boring hero. I don't want to see that.
Tide-
I'd rather see a Tiny. We're probably going to see Spirit heroes in the mid lane. Now we played a lot of that on Emo these last couple of seasons.
Void
And I feel like the
Spirit
Spirits,
especially,
yeah, Spirits are just as good as they were before. So he's one of the people that still favors Void Spirit quite a bit, but we haven't really seen that yet. Not that much Void Spirit anyway. It was like what, one game?
We've seen it once or twice, and I don't think it won. So it hasn't been super successful.
That was the Void Spirit up against the Ember that we saw.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Ember Spirit owned.
Yeah.
It was way too good.
Yep, absolutely.
You're a Void fan? I hate the hero.
Void?
Yeah.
No, he's annoying. You don't really need to press your buttons to play him. You just like get a mallet and just whack your keyboard, press all your buttons at the same time, and the hero just does the rest.
Yeah, that's how you get the most damage out at once.
Yeah, literally.
Perfect.
Alrighty, well, the draft is just around the corner, which means it's time to say arigato to the draft master. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Yep.
Yeah, looking forward to
Are
it.
you guys enjoying the panel?
It's been fun so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually
thank
add
you.
some professionalism to this.
You guys were excellent. There is no professionalism coming from me at least in the next 15 minutes.
Alrighty, let's get into that tasty draft then and see exactly which heroes are going to be going down in the first game in this best of 3 series between RNG and IG. And we're going to start things out with what, Draftmaster?
We're gonna start with the fact I'm not gonna talk about the bans. We talked about the bans today already once.
mad.
Reddit is satisfied.
Be mad.
I want to talk about Yayo. What's happening? Like, this hero is on the rise. We've seen him drafted now in a couple of games and banned out in the first stage.
Yeah. We saw first phase banned, I think, in most of yesterday's games. And I think in the games that it wasn't picked up, it was almost always picked. So this is very highly contested, at least so far, in Division 1. And I'm not that surprised. It's looking really good.
Yeah, it's looking very solid in EU, and in these last couple of tournaments it has been contested, but it wasn't in every single game, right? It was for specific teams. It looks like in CN you have to play IO, and in that one game that we watched today already, it looked extremely strong.
Yeah. Oh boy, they go right into Evo Storm Spirit.
That makes sense. I mean, we just saw earlier what the Storm did to the Bane. Like, it's such a great hero at jumping the back line. But, and, IG, obviously a team that is very used to jumping the back line with the Storm Spirit. Remember seeing that happen to EG how many games in a row?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It was sad.
There was EG trying to do that to IG, jumping the Phoenix on the back line that eventually just fell apart. That was absolutely insane.
You have a lot of mobility, though, with the Storm and the IO now, right? Because IO can always reload in, so you have a lot of...
You have catch.
You have a lot of catch, right?
Yeah.
But it's just one of the better solutions to the Bane, who's so popular right now. You always get on top of him. He's going to be your focus and his team fight. Now they can just ban out the counters to... Well, we don't talk about bans, sorry.
The bans.
Yeah,
You stay in your place.
It's done.
sorry,
It's
Dark
done.
Master, go ahead.
You've opened the box now.
Oh, no.
But
My
the opener,
apologies, Draftmaster.
this time I'll let it slide. Be careful. You're on thin ice. RNG with Mars and Bane, they opened up also in a pretty strong way. This combo, Nomad hit us with the stats, 65% plus.
I'm gonna give you a more interesting stat actually.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think which of these heroes do you think is below 50% win rate?
That's not
out
a
of the
stat,
four
it's a
we've had this so
question.
far? Well, yeah, it's a question phrased as a stat.
Out of these 4 heroes, in what timeline are we
For all Division 1 DPC games this season.
this season? Below 50%? It's a trick question. I would put... Bane is picked up a lot. He's first phased, so being below 50% would make a little bit of sense to me, even though this hero is very strong. It's not?
I'm gonna say Storm. I think Storm has got to be it. I think Bane's like almost 65% or something.
Really? Damn.
It's very absurdly high.
Well, it was a trick question. It's actually the Storm and the Io are both below 50%.
Oh.
So if you combo them, that's like 90%?
It compounds, I think. Yeah, I think you're right.
Compound
works.
losses?
You did not do percentages in school, did you?
Yeah, usually Bane has been first phased, literally, in a lot of games, in a lot of series in DPC. That's why I thought then maybe he might be below 50, because usually hero is very strong. You start first phasing him, he gets countered and then falls in those percentages. But very strong opener regardless by them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm again, you know, this is a fairly large sample size, but out of 13 games played with Storm, Spirit, and Io being picked together, it's a 46% win rate. So, pretty low.
Yeah, not that great.
No.
Not that great.
Sorry.
At the same time, it wasn't IG playing them.
No, exactly.
So
So that's your saving grace there.
It's going to be probably a little bit different here, but it's still it doesn't necessarily have to be the strongest combination. Like Ricky mentioned, Io can relocate on the target that Storm jumps, but he needs a good target in the laning stage as well. And Storm isn't necessarily the one that he wants to be following around the map anyway. So let's see if they go for some Night Stalker, if they go for some Slardar or whatnot, something that really benefits from the overcharge.
Do you think, I mean, we talked about how in this region, the IO's been like first phase like a lot of the time. Do you think the Chinese region are overvaluing it based on the stats we've just been talking about?
Do you guys think that? Do you think the hero is overvalued?
I think we've seen one really good IO game so far, right?
I think Io is super strong.
I think busted concept always has been.
I think as long as you have someone who is good enough at this hero, there is no reason you shouldn't pick it in a professional sense.
Interesting.
Even if it doesn't have the
disagree.
greatest win rate. Yeah, that's fine.
I disagree. I don't know.
I like this host.
Fighting with my
this is
panelists. That's
the
a
host's job, you know. He asks you a question as an analyst, and then he's like, no.
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
I refuse to elaborate further.
Let me bring in the real panelists.
And I never have to elaborate because I'm the host. I'm not an analyst, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll just walk out. It's you know, my bad.
Yep. Overall, I agree completely. If Io isn't just nerfed to the ground, he just busts the game. It's a completely different approach.
Yeah.
It's strategically, it's just a different game to play against an Io. But RNG, they go with another good combination of this Dark Willow plus Mars. Now you have the Terrorize into the Mars Arena. Pretty much cookie cutter stuff. They aren't really experimenting way too much.
It's really good into reload as well, right? You can time it into the relocate, and
Exactly, yeah.
you're just like, all right, well, thanks for joining the fight. See you later. You know, the Abaddon though. Neff, you want to shine some light onto this because I really like this pick.
Yeah. Although there's one neat mechanic, Terrorize. I'm sure you know this one. Is one of the, it's a fear mechanic, which is a very weird one. You're silenced as well as disabled, so Abaddon isn't able to activate his ultimate to get out of that one. So a lot of the time you see an Abaddon pick against these big AoE team fights like Tidehunter, and he'll pop his ult and drop his Apollo Shield to somebody. It doesn't work against that Terrorize and Mars Arena if you catch them both. So it's pretty sick.
Thanks, Neff.
Yeah. The fear mechanic kind of weird. Dota's weird.
Still, there's a reason why they picked it into these heroes, right? Because it's not only about the fear, it's about the sleep, it's about the grip, it's about the cursed crown. There's just a ton of things.
Yeah, you can dispel.
You can dispel. Yeah, exactly. But this is truly making me wonder a little bit. Will this be again some frisky position for Tiny, or are we seeing a core Tiny and IO plus Abaddon should be the supports?
Wouldn't make sense, wouldn't it? I mean, it's a very defensive support duo, though, right?
Yeah.
That actually makes me think it is going to be the one position Tiny. I think we are going to be seeing like the IO kind of just following the Tiny around the map once we get post laning stage.
So are we back to 2014?
Well, I mean,
13?
earlier this year there was the like core Tiny like one position, but that got nerfed very heavily.
Where's the love for position 1 Abaddon?
This isn't South America now. You can't bring that
No
back.
Hector? That's fair enough, I suppose. But it is way too good as like a support here because there's so much you're dispelling off, like you mentioned. So it just, bodies a lot of these heroes.
It could be offlane as well, right? Like that Abaddon could be offlane. Like they could still even pick position 1. I'm really not sure where IG is going. It's one of those drafts that, besides Storm being mid, everything else is quite versatile.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on RNG, very straightforward what they're doing. It's pretty obvious exactly where these heroes are going, and it seems to make a lot of sense so far. And again, this Death Prophet coming out, something which the Chinese region, again, seem to be favoring, which the other regions just aren't.
Rightfully so. This hero seems very good. I'm gonna be I'd love to see like some of the numbers of what we've seen so far, and then just like the first day and a half. But Death Prophet we saw in Division 2 banned almost every single game. Like this hero was like a favorite of pretty much every single one of these teams. And then it was the same thing. They're opening the drafts with it, flexing it between 2 and 3. We even saw it in position 5 occasionally. So the hero is really strong. I'm glad we're seeing it.
Yeah, she truly is, especially when you consider all the heroes that are banned out anyway, right? Like these Queen of Pains and whatnot on the mid lane. Lina is still perhaps in the pool, but you already know your matchup, so it doesn't really matter. The DP is a pretty solid pick. And you can see IG, they banned out what? Morphling, Lycan, and Night Stalker as last 3 bans. So a little bit of offlane, a little bit of safe lane. I guess after the Tiny has been picked up,
they're confused as well, right?
They did aim the offlane a little bit more, right, with the last 2 bans. As IG's bans that we said we won't talk about, they're also giving us a clue that Tiny is most likely that position 1.
Yeah, the Lifestealer, right? Kind of gives that one away for me, as well as the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and like he hates fighting into hero stuff like that. Just win the right-click war against him. Obviously, with a ton of agility, Terrorblade, you don't want to fight against him. Lifestealer feels like a kind of underwhelming hero to me. I don't know. I don't like him that much as a carry, but I suppose if you're playing against all this magic damage, then he's pretty good. But
so it will be an Abaddon offlane, right?
Yeah,
Most
you're right.
likely.
I mean,
with an AA position 5 and IO plus Abaddon on the offlane with overcharge, perhaps.
So yeah, I've actually seen an IO Abaddon 3-4 where the IO was the 3.
That does sound good.
That is also doable, yeah.
That's actually pretty common because of how good overcharge with curse is, and
which OG did at TI, didn't
yeah, we've seen it. It's kind of come back and forth a little bit, but the IO Abaddon like lane duo is historically pretty strong.
Yeah.
So I'm like they could pretty much do whatever you want with their draft at this point, other than obviously Storm Spirit mid. Everyone else you just don't really know.
No, I like that idea as well. I'm just worried for them. AA unlocks this whole draft with the amount of damage that he's bringing after he hits 6, right?
Yeah.
Which is something that's really nice. Suddenly, even a Tiny with just a Blink Dagger will blow up anyone on the map. Not that he cannot already, but it does give them that extra oomph that they need.
Just quickly, I know you're asking about the Death Prophet earlier on. She's been played 7 games so far in the Chinese DPC. She has won 3 and lost 4.
All right, that's surprising.
This is for upper div, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
upper
just the
Is this some Halberd Raid King, guys?
Yeah,
Probably.
it is.
I'm down for it.
I don't know. I feel like the moment you know what God King's gonna do, that's when he's at his strongest, because he's not gonna do it. He's
gonna do something else completely. Yeah, so he throws you off. But
Yeah.
I like you're playing against the AA blast. You obviously want the Wraith King. We talked about this. Any big ultimates that you want to drop, Wraith King completely negates that. So even if you get a good initiation, all of a sudden you don't have the Ice Blast to work with. So you have to be a little bit more careful when you jump him.
All right, guys. What do we think is going to happen in this game then? Which team are we vouching for this first game in this best of 3?
I'm going to go against the real evil geniuses. I'll go with RNG. I feel like their draft is extremely solid. There are some weaknesses that I can see in the mid game coming from IG and Wraith King plus DP. I was building this duo up for the whole Series 1. Let's see what they can do here.
Let's see if it works. What do you guys think?
I agree. Actually, I think the last pick Wraith King is really strong. So I think they're going to have pretty much everything they need. And like you said, a couple flaws here and there, but overall, I think they have a better draft.
Okay. No?
I'm with IG for no other reason other than Emo is goated. So
Emo is a very good play indeed. I'm going to go for IG this one. I just really like their ideas in terms of what they're bringing to this draft. Like, they have a ton of mobility around the map. They have a lot of punish potential, and this AA really pulls it together to just give you that global potential. I feel like you can't be anywhere on the map without being immediately sniped down and killed off very quickly.
Yeah, it might be their answer to DP as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Seems very good. Also good against the Wraith King, stop and lifestealing, all this stuff. They have some very nice synergies, which I think is what this game's going to be one of. But let's see how it goes down with our casting duo. It is B-Cop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. We got ourselves a pretty good one coming into this. We got Emo playing that Storm, ready to go. What do you think he's going to bring? You ready for it?
The thunder.
The
storm,
thunder.
The lightning.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Keeping it lore friendly.
Yeah. No. Maybe? I don't honestly, I don't even know. I don't know any lore of any hero.
I was just giving you the
I only know
benefit.
Anti-Mage. He was from a monastery of Tuscaturi or something. And then the dead god invaded it, and his demons came, and they slaughtered every single one, and he's the last of his kind, the last monk that survived. So he hates magic, and he hates dead people.
Hopefully he makes an appearance in the anime.
Hopefully, yeah. But who do you got? I personally think IG is going to win this game. I do believe IO Tiny is insanely strong. But if they don't hit their timing, it's going to be rough, because this DP and Wraith King combo in the late game against the Tiny, yeah, it's hard to deal with.
Yeah, I like that they've got this IO Tiny combo. I do also really love Emo on that Storm. I'm just a little worried. There is a lot of control here for RNG, and stuns win games.
Yeah.
We've talked about that a lot, and you've got a lot of them here for RNG. Especially, I want to say, we've seen Dark Will now, what, twice? Dark Will kind of feels like this underutilized support, and it offers so much.
Deals a lot of damage, a lot of disable, a lot of just annoyances.
Yeah.
Very hard to kill. I do have to say, though, that if this Abaddon chooses to go for that Aghanims on the Abaddon, which I think is completely busted, it's going to be very, very tough for RNG to actually kill anyone in those team fights. At least in the mid-game. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, we had that conversation in that OGA when you were talking about getting that Ags.
And then he went for Radiance.
Yeah.
Which
was
I was
very
like,
odd build.
Wow, yeah. So if you just go for this Axe, like, whoever is Arena, they're just not going to die.
Okay.
This new Axe healing core, well, it's not new, but it's like heals way, way too much.
Do they have that new tech in them to just bring out the Axe?
It's already new, so I hope it's in there, yeah.
Well, you know, it's new if it's not getting used all the time, or very rarely.
True.
Drop that new tech on them.
Someone's against Emo, though. That's, unfortunately, it's a DP. Like, DP lanes are pretty boring usually. Like, you just cast your Crypt Swarm, get some CS. Nobody there should really be dying at all.
Was it Emo who was going Soul Ring first item on Storm?
Everybody's doing that now.
Yeah, but was he the first one when he was doing it last year, or was that...
Well, I don't know if he was like the first one,
him.
but he's definitely one of the guys who's been doing it the most.
Yeah.
And since then, everybody started copying it. So it's just so strong on Storm Spirit. It gives you additional HP, armor, of course, the mana that you need. You get an additional 150. It's a very strong item on Storm Spirit.
Fly on that Tiny. Interesting hero for him.
Yeah, it's very out of meta because it got nerfed quite a bit, of course, but it's not a weak hero at all. Like, his third spell got nerfed quite a bit, but it's still like now it is how it was supposed to be, you know? Before it was bugged, it just dealt way too much damage. But now it's like, yeah, this is how you were meant to be, Mr. Tiny. Show us what you got. Insanely strong lane anyway, though. AA Tiny, like once you hit level 3, level 4, there's so much burst damage. And even in the mid game too, IO Tiny, we know how strong it can be. The buildings are going to say goodbye.
Yeah, they don't really have anything to just save their
be
buildings.
careful
Say,
here.
like a tree and Nightmare on Frisk.
Brain Sap. Ooh. Oh, cool down. Fake hype,
Yeah.
as always.
It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
No, I just...
No?
I'm already... earlier imagining just Lizard in chat just being like fake hype, fake hype.
Well, he's probably there right now. I wouldn't know because, you know, I'm not a stream sniper.
Yeah, we don't snipe the stream on this one.
Yeah. And Wraith King's getting pressured a lot though up there. Only 9 CS right now. Should be fine though as the levels go up because he gets higher levels in the Life Leech. Is it Life Leech or Life Steal? Either way.
I think both work.
Yeah.
That passive with the IO up top is going to be hard to deal with.
For sure. It's a very strong lane. Also because you can just heal the IO and you're just going to heal both of you guys later on in the game. That's what I mean. Like, if he gets his Aghanim Scepter and IO is arena with anyone, that hero is going to get double the heal. Like, he literally just can't die. It's impossible. Mathematically impossible, I'm telling you.
We'll have to see if it's mathematically impossible if they do get themselves the Ags.
And if not, then I'm going to say IG's going to lose.
And that's the question too, do they get the Ags? Xnova getting pressured here in the top lane.
Oh,
JT just going for this. Gets the Aphotic Shield off and goes into the trees, backs off a little bit.
Yeah, when he took about 10 tower hits there. He's like, all right, show him what he got. A little bit unnecessary perhaps, but...
And still kind of pressuring really close, playing this very aggressively.
Yeah, you really have to though. Like, if you play a bad on IO, you really want to get the most out of the lane. You got to be aggressive. Mid lane, very even. Honestly, all the lanes are like super even right now. I'm surprised there hasn't been any first blood yet. Everyone's very cautious.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. It takes like 8 minutes to get first blood. And then the game like ramps up and you get like 60 kills somehow.
Yeah, like I did think initially that bot lane should be the highest kill potential lane, because you have the Tiny and A, of course, a ton of magic damage. But yeah, this Abad and IO, they also seem to be just pressuring a lot, so...
Do you think that Fly is not really making the move in forward because it's a hero that potentially he's not as comfortable on?
You mean on a Tiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, but also like he just... Ideally on a Tiny, by level 7 you want to have the level 4 tree throw, just so you can go jungle very easily, which means your offensive capability in the lane is very limited, because you only have a level 1 avalanche, level 1 toss. So unless you can actually toss them into the tower, there's not like a whole lot you can do, right?
Yeah, and potentially a cold feet.
Yeah.
Make something happen. Although I'm pretty sure cold feet breaks if you use it before the toss, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because it breaks in the air.
But it's like a cold feet is pretty much free if you just time it with the avalanche, because like, you get like, all these mini stuns and you can't get out. But yeah, like you're not really looking to kill as a Tiny, but you're looking to just like win the resource battle.
Hoping to win the resource battle.
Hoping to, yeah. Same as top lane, like the IO and Abaddon, same thing. They want to win a region battle.
Which they're putting the pressure on right now, so they certainly feel like they are winning that battle. You've got IO, so like it shouldn't be really resources getting too heavily used up top, where you're feeling famished.
Yeah, as you say that, the JT is always pretty low, so he never really feels comfortable to really run in deep.
And the brain saps have been making him feel maybe not as comfortable so far.
150 pure damage. Is it law friendly? Brain sap? Should it be pure damage?
Oh yeah. You go straight for the brain, it should be pure.
Okay. Not like mixed or anything?
No.
Just straight pure?
Yeah, you're messing with someone's mind. It's gotta be pure.
Isn't the Baron dead though? Does he even have one?
Semantics. Ooh, gets stuck in a
double
second bramble.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. And now they lost that region war.
Yeah, oh, he's got the salve. He'll pass it over.
He's not pulling out the gauntlet. He's not being efficient with his health. That could be the difference maker, you know? Can't be lazy with that.
Potentially. Storm's also sitting pretty low.
Yeah, like DP's really starting to put on the pressure with the Crypt Swarm. It's so cheap now, the mana cost. They buffed it so many times.
He's going all the way back to base.
Yeah, that's pre-6. That means no rotation can be possible. And of course, one big thing of a DP is always how much impact is the first exorcism gonna have, and where is it gonna use it.
And right now, Storm's getting beat by a lot. 700 gold behind.
Yeah.
And that's something we've talked about on the panel. That's something I really love talking about in this region, is just every mid matchup feels like it's top caliber. And oh god, going up against Somnus, going up against Emo, you know, you hear those words, you're always scared, but when they go up against each other, like, it's always a show. And Somnus, right away, he's up ahead of Emo, and he's looking to get this tier 1 tower mid, making it very difficult for Emo if he does lose this tier 1 mid. This is the Exorcism gets about half the health off of that tower, and you know, right away, Emo's kind of pressured pretty heavily.
Yeah, did manage to defend the tower though against 2 heroes. So good job by Emo. Like, most people would not just like ball lightning in there and be like, oh, I'm right in your face. It's good recognition that they didn't have the damage to kill him.
Understood what kind of mana he had to get in and get out of that one.
Yeah, they gotta make sure that they stack the triangle though for the Tiny, because right now there's 1 blocked spot and 0 stacks in the triangle. Fly, be careful.
God's rebuked into the brambles and then speared over to the tree, but they can't jump the tower and look to get this kill on a Fly. That's an interesting combination, because he set himself up properly to, you know, push him with that God's Rebuke into the brambles.
Yeah, I mean, the combo has been one of the strongest combos in the offlane for a long, long time.
Usually done with a spear though, right?
Yeah, but you can do it both ways. That's why it's so strong. Or you can even do it one with the Rebuke and then another with the spear. Like, that damage output, it's really, really strong. It's one of the only times you actually max the Bramble Maze too. Man, no rotation, no first blood still, but 1k lead for RNG. Getting the most out of the lane so far.
Bramble Maze
well,
and
you're
the arena.
gone.
That is finally first blood, 7.5 minutes into this game. It'll be Chalice who, not surprisingly, on this Mars is having a great game. You know, when he used to play this hero with LGD, it felt like he took a more of a backseat role on that team. He would play more sacrificial, his lane would kind of get just dumpstered on, and you know, it wasn't because he was playing poorly, he knew how to recover. But now it feels like with a team like this, he doesn't really need to play that sacrificial role as much, and he can play a lot more confidently in the lane and not really just look to sack it.
Yeah, for sure. But also, Somnus in this game, like, showing why he's considered top class. Oh, Ollie again, potentially. One more Crypt Swarm.
Yeah, just got back, and he might just die again. Crypt Swarm comes through, almost kills him off.
Somnus is gone too,
and now
maybe.
Somnus, he's frozen over thanks to the cold feet. They'll get the kill instead onto this Death Prophet. Ollie, one more shot. He'll drop to Felix. All lightning forward.
Or triple
Still
mango.
looking, and yeah, he eats the mango, stuffs his face, and might get himself another kill. Has the tether coming in from Frisk, and it's a double kill for Emo. Turning it all the way around.
Much, much needed for Emo. He really needed those kills to recover. Now almost on par with the network of the DP again. And he's really the hero to set up ganks for the team, right? Like, Tiny won't be able to do it. You really gonna need that Storm to ball lightning in. Maybe with a fast Orchid, find those pickoffs and potentially opportunities to relocate to as well. Like, Storm is by far the most important piece of this IG draft.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier about how he is very important to making movements, opening up the map, maybe making things a little bit easier, alleviating that pressure from Fly. But this is also a bit of a lineup that's kind of on a timing.
Yeah, although, I mean, their late game is still very strong, but it's very combo heavy, right? Like, you gotta get this like big Aghanom's Vortex, and big Ice Blast, and then you have like the Tiny cleaving everybody. It's not easy to set up, whereas RNG is much, much easier to play. You have a Grip, you have Arena, you have like just great team fight overall. You got a Wraith King that can just go in, has 2 lives. Deep is gonna be very tanky. Much simpler game plan for sure. Yeah, and Wraith King, as we kind of alluded to, doesn't really care anymore about that Harris. Like, he's always full health, has the Helm of Iron Will.
He doesn't really care about the harassment, but JT, he's happy to get this gold, happy to CS and be towards the top of the net worth right now. You know, this is JT, one of his more comfortable heroes. Not really the first hero you think of when you think JT. Obviously, that's going to be the Tide and maybe Mars afterwards, but a hero that he really knows how to put down.
Yeah, and he's going for Manta on Abaddon. Obviously good against the Silence and the Bramble Maze, but yeah, we'll have to see how that turns out, because it doesn't really give damage, it doesn't really give much of anything that you would expect from an offlaner, right? Good tower trade for both teams, just opening up the map for respective carry.
You know, it goes back to what you said, wanting the Abaddon to get that Ags, and the question becomes, now he's going for the Manta. Do you think it's looking like it's Ags territory, or is it looking like he's going to go Manta into something else? And before you answer that question, they've got a relocate coming in. They have the arena down. The spear lands onto the IO as well as the Cursed Crown. Ice Blast flies through. That's Ali taking that kill on Chalice. Somnus is in on this one. They've got Emo locked up in the brambles once again. JT trying to run his way out. He doesn't have any more borrowed time available. And the Crypt Storm just on the edge gets the kill into JT. Meanwhile, Emo takes care of Felix. Somnus feeling pretty strong at the moment. He's got a decent chunk of mana to work with if he wants to continue to dive. But with Emo and Fly still pretty healthy, not worth the risk.
They did not kill this Hood DP without the A. They're absolutely necessary. Well, he actually just gets the mid tower with the Raven. We spoke about it the other day. You know, you get this free 8 skeletons, easiest tower of his life, while his team has made space for it. That's a very big pickup, because like, now that the tower is gone, the triangle is very vulnerable for the IG side.
Yeah, the map's really opened up, and you kind of want Tiny to back up into the jungle, maybe take some stacks if they were available to him, and now it really doesn't feel that comfortable. He's got that Echo Saber, but Fly, he's going to feel pressured. And yeah, you can see these stacks in the triangle. You can see JT kind of setting up. Like, he might want to even participate in taking potentially the big cam, not the ancient stack or something like that.
Now, Ban is not really a stack farmer. Maybe he'll help a little bit, but yeah, I'm just really confused about what he wants to do. Like, the Manta, don't get me wrong, is good, of course. They have a lot of spells that you can dispel with it. But what is he gonna go in after? Like, there's no pipe, there's no like Vlad, no like what we see is usually either Dominator, and then you start like pressuring the map with it, or more of like an aura sort of Abaddon, where you go for the pipe. If it's gonna turn out good.
I just love the fact that Emo's always holding 3 mangoes.
Yeah, it kind of eats into his net worth though, because he's eaten 9 of them already.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody else gave it to him, I would be much more on board with that. But Storm, especially if you rush Orchid, like, you can't really afford to dig that deep into your bank account.
But maybe he thinks that he needs that mana just to make sure that he gets these kills. And Smoke immediately broken thanks to Emo, but they've got the Blink. Ooh,
whoa,
Vortex immediately.
Gone.
They've got the Arena, and now the Terrorize coming out onto 2 of these heroes. They've got the silence out of both of them. Ali, he'll go down. Chalice falls. Emo right behind Ali in the deck. So they get a kill there onto the Storm. It's a 2-for-1 so far with JT on the run. Exorcism was committed by Somnus. He's going to run JT all the way down to the borrowed time breaking point, looking like. And yeah, there it is. So gets the ult out. They take 2. They did lose Chalice, but they're happy to slow down Emo's game.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate that they couldn't burst him like straight away. He was like maybe 20 damage off the threshold. Ends up dying, but you really don't want to lose the Storm there.
Like you said, he needs to get into that Orchid very quickly, and that's going to slow it down. He's still stagnant on his net worth, yeah.
5.2k.
He's bottom of the cores. Though, that being said, Wraith King's not really excelling either.
Yeah, it's really just the DP right now from the Dire side that is popping off.
Yeah.
But DP is a very scary hero. Like, if you can't knock him down in the combo, or they're going on the Bane.
Yeah, Emo kind of needs this. They've got the Ice Blast coming through as the Vortex pulled in X-Nova. Ice Blast hit. Chalice now on the run. They've got Fly and Fist behind them. They get the kill on X-Nova as well as Chalice. Somnus in, but not a lot of mana to work with. Looking for that Bedlam kill, but Fly gets the kill on Felix Chalba. And 3 heroes dead on the side of RNG. IG unscathed as they'll walk away from Somnus with a bit of a victory there for them.
Yeah, that was such a power move. You just go in behind the tower. You know your teammates are right there. I hold the thought. Wraith King's ping in mid lane, just try to defend the tower. Should be pretty easy, yeah.
He's just allowing himself to freeze over, too.
Yeah, he is very tanky. He has a second life to work with as well. And holding that mid tower, you can see how important it is.
And they don't want to give up any more of the map than they already have with that top tier 1 gun.
Yeah, so he's going for a Death Zone Wraith King, which is a very normal build nowadays, of course, but against the Tiny, it's not as efficient, as effective, because he has this massive armor pool to work with from his ultimate. Later, probably also going into an AC.
Shadowblade right now, and the Yule's picked up for Somnus. So Shadowblade for Fly sitting top of the net worth.
That's a lot of damage potential.
Yeah, in a lane that, you know, didn't exactly go amazing, but it wasn't like awful for Fly.
Yeah, but that's the power of Tiny
really far
also.
ahead.
Why he was picked so much, right? Because you snowball, you flash farm super fast. Ooh, Frisk unsmoking them. I don't know if he saw them though. Yeah, they have a ward there. Definitely saw them. And he's almost to his mech. Once that's up, plus the Abaddon, it's going to be so hard to kill anyone on the Radiant side. And that's, I think, when the draft will really pop off. Orchid now also completed on the Storm.
Yeah, it took a long time to get to that Orchid, but he's kind of recovering. Recovering to a good point, too, because he's caught up to God King.
Yeah, like that mid-fight really helped him. He got like 2 kills, a ton of farm, and now he's ready to just find some solo pickups potentially. Not on the DP, but I think other than the DP, everyone else is pretty scared of him.
I do wonder how the dynamic changes for God King, because he's not someone I think of who struggles to find farm, right? And he's behind Somnus at the moment. He's catching up, though. Like, does the change in mid player for God King now give him a different dynamic coming into this as the carry role?
No, like, I think the carry meta right now in this patch at least is pretty much set in stone. Like, it always feels a little bit like 4 Protect 1, kind of, you know, where your carry is mostly off farming. All the Thought Chalice is probably gone.
Yeah, just the Vortex into the Ice Blast. They've got the Orchid, so there's no chance for Chalice to get out on that one. And
that's a mid tower too.
With another kill. Yeah, it should lead to the mid tier 1, but they do have Somnus and Felix right there.
Yeah, and God King's also making the move over, so
they really want to defend this.
But they gotta get it. Yeah. The Abaddon there as well.
They're looking, they're thinking about it. Wraithfire Blast, the Photic Shield pops immediately, pops the Borrowed Time. Will grab the tower, and now RNG, they're kind of here with their pants down because, well, there really isn't much for them to do. There's nothing to save. They've come and committed, and that's it.
Yeah, they're just being overall much more efficient around the map. Up to a 3k lead now. Previously was a 2k lead for RNG, so IG is doing a lot of work here. And this is really where their draft shines, because they're just being very efficient around the map with the Tiny clearing up camps, Storm mopping up camps in the jungle, threatening the map with relocate gangs potentially. And it's not easy for RNG to roam around now. Like, Chalice was alone, got picked off immediately, and now they're doing a 4-man smoke gang top, but they already know it. They sniffed it out, and they shouldn't be caught off guard here. Maybe A will tank it and die, but
yeah, they see the courier. They're kind of following it all the way through, so it looks like Ollie might die. They've got the Sentry Ward down, and an easy kill.
Yeah, he's actually sitting there under the Shadow Amulet. Yeah, under the Sentry.
He dies there. He's just like, of course.
Oh, they're actually threatening Roshan with the Exorcism, okay?
Yeah, no Ice Blast for the Roche Pit.
I do think they can fight this if they really wanted to, but
it doesn't look like they're even trying. They're going to take the bottom tier 1.
At the same time, Aegis isn't really that impactful, you know, like on a DP, yeah, it's okay. On a Wraith King, yeah, maybe. But it's not like Storm Spirit level or anything like that, so.
Yeah, because if you have that Aegis and you lose that Exorcism, it's not like you're coming back into the fight at 100% anyway.
Yeah. So the Aegis, it always hurts to give up Roshan for free, of course, but they do trade it for a tower. And as we said, the Aegis isn't like that important. Because if you can kill Wraith King twice, you can probably kill him 3 times. Quick Orchid. Be careful, they're playing with fire.
Again, 3 mangoes.
Playing with nightmares.
No Dream Eater to follow it up.
No. Gengar is at home. I love Gengar. He's pretty cute, to be honest.
I don't know if cute's the right word, but Lavender Town is definitely a cool place to be.
Yeah, especially that music in the Ghost Tower. Is that one?
Yeah.
I think it's that one. Yeah.
Bit higher on the octave, but bing, 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 bing. Deso picked up here for the Wraith King, and then that Manta for JT. So, Manta, I'm ready to see what JT wants next.
Same. Like,
is it going to be that X?
I really hope it is, because I just feel like they don't have enough damage output at all to
Blink.
Blink, okay. Maybe Manta, maybe Axe after. The dream never dies.
No, it's not dead until the game ends and he still doesn't have an Axe.
Yeah. Or you just go Radiance, Manta, like some other Abaddons, and then you lose the game because suddenly you think you're the carry. Which Kind of feels like what's happening here. Do you really need that? You know, when you have like a greedy Storm and Tiny already.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, does he just not feel like the timing's going to work out for the Tiny to the point where he thinks he needs to kind of come in and transition into being a core that maybe Tiny can kind of prop up a little bit better?
Yeah, let's see what happens, I guess. Like, let's not trash it too much until they actually lose because of it. Which I hope they don't lose because of that, but if they do, I'm going to go ham on him. But if they win, if it works, it works, you know?
You're going to break into the panel and just lay it down.
Why did you guys think this was a problem? No!
You kick Lizard off the
Get out of here!
The draft table.
Okay, they're not really interested in defending any towers, but they're not really trading either. Where's the Tiny right now? Mid lane.
Okay, 64 gold. Good job. There you go.
Yeah, very strong. Yeah, it feels like IG doesn't really know their place on the map right now. Like they're kind of just
they don't want to fight
out
in
in the
the
mid lane,
Aegis and they're unsure what they want to do.
Yeah, but if you don't want to fight, then you got to split push, and they're doing neither right now. It's like the Abaddon split pushing with his Manta Step, but it's an Abaddon. Like nobody's afraid of an Abaddon split push. If a Tiny was top instead, it actually threatens the tower. I don't know, 5-man smoke.
Yeah, he was top, but it didn't really look like they put much pressure on that top.
This is a very obvious smoke. I don't think RNG is going to get caught by this. Maybe Xnova wants
it's
to
going to break
it.
in a second anyway. Yeah, Xnova in the right spot. He's probably
he's
dead with this, but you know it's breaking the smoke and should have potentially kept everybody alive. But now they're going to go after God King. Good two-man silence coming through from Somnus as well as the Bramble Maze to lock up Emo for a second. They don't really want to rebound and go for it as they're without the Bane, so just without that extra little bit.
Yeah, they need that shot on the Tiny before he's really impactful. Of course, the unlimited tree attacks, very important for him.
And you get that unlimited power.
Yeah. I'm also kind of curious to see how much damage the Tiny actually deals now that he was fixed. Because before he had like, this bug damage output.
Not nearly as much.
It actually was it. There was a TI still, right? That he had this bug damage up, which is kind of crazy to think about. It's just a $40 million tournament.
Going after JT, but again, you got to break through the borrowed time.
Yeah, it's not happening. No, unless you can break him and silence him.
The thing about it though is they don't even get the borrowed time. And that's something you really want to waste the duration on, right? Because then JT doesn't feel as confident going into these fights.
He just high-fived the tower.
Cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Same.
Jeez. God King getting really low, and we've seen that before, getting a little bit too lax with your life.
Yeah.
And then giving it away.
Does have the Aegis, of course, and the reincarnation, so he's feeling very strong.
Yeah.
And I mean, the top tower is full HP, so Tiny still does tiny things. It was taken out faster than 5 years could take out the mid tower. So. Yeah.
There goes the Aegis.
Goodbye, Aegis. We don't miss you.
It'd be cool to have one, though.
Really?
Second life? Yeah.
Does it stop you from aging too, or no?
Ooh. No, you have to set it to the age you want to go back to. Then you live your life.
Like a clock?
Go down, you get buried, and then you know the light hits your tombstone, and then you come back.
And then the sound comes.
And then and then you're like 30 again.
They're doing
or, like that, or 25
or 50.
Sure, whatever you
whatever
want.
Age. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But it expires in 5 minutes. What would it be in real life? 5 years?
Ooh, yeah, that's right. I guess there's an expiration.
Or like 50 years, maybe?
I'll do 50, just for my own benefit. 5-man smoke here from RNG.
They might find the storm, but it's not an easy kill.
Especially if he gets that Orchid out in time.
He's out.
And he's got some distance.
He got BKB though. There's no way he's not going to react to any sort of Wraith King stun.
Yeah, they'll just grab the outpost instead.
Got that illusion. Oh, look at the damage, look at the damage. Oof, oof.
Xnova's here. He
There's an IO though, there's IO.
is ready. Wants to get this Fiend's Grip. They know the IO's coming, and they still couldn't stop him from relocating that Tiny out.
Yeah, well, goodbye IO. But, of course, worth the sacrifice.
He's going to tether back to the creeps. He's got this. He's got this.
Copium. He got this. Can he get out? He cannot get out. Oh my god, it was so close. Ridiculous. Unlucky. Unlucky. What can you do? Sometimes it's just meant to be. Or meant not to be.
Yeah.
Depending on which way you look at it.
Hey, it was close.
Are you a glass half full or half empty kind of guy?
Depends on the day.
They still have the grip though.
Spear.
Oh, yeah, pop
Forcing
BKB
the
straight
BKB,
away.
yeah. And now he wants to make a move. He wants to go for this. He'll go for the Bane. He's got the Orchid, and they should be able to get at least one. They kill off X-Nova. They need somebody to really help out Emo.
Oh,
'cause
nice
he is
spear.
all by himself. And, well, he's going to fall. Emo goes down. Felix Chamba, he's going to be the second one to die on the side of RNG.
Careful, Fly.
Trying to fight this. Now he's got the tether on him. He'll go Invis thanks to the Shadow Blade. Chalice right on him. They've got this Exorcism. Fly really doesn't want to fight this, but he's forced to fight this. Avalanche comes through. Ice Blast in. It's only going to hit the Wraith King, though.
Boy, hit
so
the
they
Wraith-
get the kill, and they'll take out this Wraith King. God King doesn't have anything to do about this fight, but they don't need him. Somnus with the double kill. Fly and Frisk fall, and then Somnus drops to JT.
What a massive blunder by God King. He used too much mana. He didn't have reincarnation mana. He just stunned one time too many, I guess. Their fight would go completely differently if he didn't die there. He gets the reincarnation slow on everybody, and I don't even think the DP would have died.
Yeah, I truthfully thought it was going to be inconsequential, that Ice Blast, but
Yeah,
he used
it
he
should
used
have
too much
been.
mana. Yeah, it
Yeah.
really should have been.
Nice spear here, though, like separating him from the Abaddon so he can't get the shield off to get the silence off. Very well done. And yeah, they're kind of forcing Fly's hand. And yeah, this fight should have gone completely different now. Look at the Wraith King. He stuns one more time here, runs out of mana, and then just dies with reincarnation off cooldown. And here we go. Pop.
He has the...
What happened there? He definitely had the mana. He actually soul ringed. There was some Gaben bug.
Yeah,
Is it because he's soul ringed that maybe the game thought that... I don't even know. Like, I can't even fathom this one.
Can we get that back one more time? If that's possible? While they wait for their 1 minute?
What happened there? He had way more than half mana pool. That did not look legit. And his reincarnation was off cooldown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the diamond was green.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, if
I
there's,
take it back. I take it back.
yeah, if there's any way we could take another look at that, that would be...
There must be like some Soul Ring AA Blast interaction that bugged out. But even then, the Abaddon got the kill, not the AA.
Right. With that Manta.
Yeah, maybe the Manta disabled... Oh, I know what the problem was. There was too many units on the field, so when Wraith King disappeared, the Ankh on the floor couldn't get portrayed, so he just disappeared and died.
He's going Abyssal, by the way.
Yeah, nobody likes to be a team player, apparently.
Yeah, not even supports.
Yeah. I mean, who cares about your team if you win?
Exactly.
But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure God King is very mad about whatever just happened. Like, and I'm pretty sure I saw JT in the camera. When he saw it, he was also like, whoa! Because like everybody knows that the reincarnation was not popped.
Yeah, I think JT was just like, oh, did you hear earlier? Plague Ward, hype, I can't believe it.
Oh yeah, that was so funny, dude.
It's like, remember that time?
Oh, there's some
X-Nova.
Shadow Amulet shenanigans here. Are they gonna put a random sentry? What is the question? Oh, it's coming, it's coming! Oh, shoveling right next to him. Oh, we take the outpost.
X-Nova.
Put the sentry down.
Doing his best Chappie impression.
Put the sentry down. Actual nightmare material.
I'm just waiting for him to, like, move.
God King, God King.
He's still... Yeah, now he finally moves. They're going to go after God King.
Yes.
This time he's got the reincarnation. But the BKB comes out from Emo, and they're just going to keep this one up. They've got the Ice Blast leading him, and, well, they've got the Orchid. They have the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take out God King. The arena is down, but the arena is empty. And all of RNG, well, they back off that one as they have already lost their Wraith King.
I think this is the moment where you get super mad as a carry player. Like, first your reincarnation bugs out and you die like that, you know, you're like, I need a water, coach. Give me some water in my face right now.
JT.
Some water.
Just jumping forward.
He actually popped the Aeon Disc. Wow, okay, Chalice.
Getting two-shot, and they almost lost Chalice as well.
And Somnus
Those
is
go
gone
after
too.
Somnus. Yule's up into the air, but Emo setting up. They'll drop the banners, and the banners represent Somnus is great.
Who said Tiny was super nerfed? Looked pretty strong to me right there. Almost killed 2 heroes from full to 0.
Seriously.
Look at his damage. He didn't even have a DD.
No. He's not hacking the system right now.
Yeah. Oh, look at that tower, look at that tower. Oh, yeah. Wait, why are you overpowering a creep? Overcharging a creep? Not a Tiny.
Got to make somebody the MVP, and it's that creep.
Well, the creep died to the tower, though.
MVP in my books.
Give it the... Oh, no, 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 do it. I want to see it. Oh, yeah, 9! The glyph. Why would you glyph? I mean, I know why, but I obviously want to win the game.
Yeah, you stop the tower from going down to that big rock.
Roshan's up, Somnus is dead. Probably means Roshan is dead as well. You give it nice, juicy eggs. I personally would give it to Fly, but Emo is Emo, so he's probably going to take it.
You say give it a Fly. They are coming over, but it's not going to be in time. Never mind. Fake hype. They will get this Aegis. They will get the Shard.
Yes! They did the right thing, because, of course, Tiny's going to be the one hitting the tower. The one hitting the tower is going to be in danger. And if you're in danger, you need an Aegis. Makes sense, right?
Sure.
That's what I'm going to teach in my university course.
I'll be there to sign up first.
High ground 101.
What other Dota classes would there be? BM tipping 101?
That's the OG then. OG players got to do that one.
I would take that master class.
Dude, I am so bad at BMing people. Like, it's just never funny or anything. It just sounds stupid when I do it.
And you need that class.
Yeah.
3 payments of $32.22. Quick tower there for Fly.
Yeah. Tiny still doing tiny things. Although it's a little bit slower, it's still pretty damn fast. And now they have an 11k lead. And what does RNG do now? It's so scary. Like, it's just so hard to make anything happen, right? There's a Baron has Manta Blink, Storm has BKB, Tiny has BKB. They have an
They're
IO.
just going in. Emo wants to make something happen. Ooh.
How did he get out of there? He just zipped out?
Interesting arena.
It looked like he just disappeared on my screen. Maybe it was a little lag, but yeah. Looked like he got glimpsed on my screen.
Gotta get your eyes checked.
Oh yeah? Can you recommend a doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
My aunt's an optometrist.
And God King is not having a good game at all.
Yeah, sitting middle of the pack on net worth. And Sonus's game got very handled.
Yeah.
He was in the lead, he looked good, and then all of a sudden, well, his game kind of slowed down quite a bit.
He's crushing him.
Yeah, his right click's in. God King already using that reincarnation. They're going to go after the Bane, then the Ball Lightning back. They've got the damage to get the kill on the God King. Exorcism used. There's the Aeon Disc. Fly thinking about going in, and X Nova again. If I don't move, they can't see me.
They make it look so easy. Like the Abaddon just like completely destroys the Wraith King. It's not even close. So I guess the build works. It's just going to nullify next. All right. You carry from the off lane.
Back to the Abyssal.
Yeah. It's okay. You do you, man. I won't criticize you again. Sorry, sir. But his Wraith King just has no place in this game right now. It feels like everybody just beats him up. Getting bullied.
It does feel like there is not much going on for RNG in terms of surviving. And I was half health, now I'm full health.
That is disgusting.
And your tier 3 tower is gone.
And your Rex
soon to be the Rex.
Also gone.
Yeah. The
well,
RNG are in Demolish City as their buildings are getting demolished.
Demolished.
Yeah. I said demolish, I didn't want to be as rude with demolished. Arena comes down, they've got the spear, but there's the Aphotic Shield. God King going through to get the kill on a Frisk, and now he'll look over at Fly. They've got the Cursed Crown as well as the Silence. They're trying to get the first life out of the hands of Fly, but Fly will take the first life out of the hands of God King first. Ball Lightning in, Emo with the BKB. Now he's going to go to the back lines. Ice Blast flies through, but it's not even going to matter.
Damage.
They got the kill on the God King. They'll take out X Nova. They'll look over at Somnus. They're going to buy back here on X Nova, trying to help out this team as much as he can. The Silence is out on Emo as well as the spear landing and putting him over onto the racks. They've got the Fiend's Grip from X Nova. Do they have the damage? God's Rebuke, Ball Lightning out. Crit Storm's not enough.
And the Terrorize, the damage just isn't there. They don't kill off Emo. They'll end up losing Somnus. He's got buyback, but it's not looking likely that it's even going to matter. And GG will be called. IG will take game 1, and they hand it to RNG pretty easily.
Yeah, once that draft came online with a double save, the global presence of a Storm and the relocate, it just looked so hard for RNG to do anything, really. They tried to kill the Abaddon, but it's so hard to kill him. They didn't really want to commit on him because they don't know where the rest of the team is, right? Then they caught the Tiny a couple of times. They just got relocated out because, like, where is Io gonna come from? From top left or bottom left or from the bottom? Like, who knows, right? It could be anywhere. And, of course, Storm is also very elusive. It was a rough game, very rough game for RNG because it looked like they were in control for the longest time, but then they just played this cat and mouse game, which they lost badly. And then Tiny, Storm got their BKBs. Abaddon just did his own thing. Manta Blink. It's a very interesting build, but yeah.
It worked out in the end.
It
JT looked
he destroyed
really
with
strong.
it. Yeah. You also have this like 70 damage talent on Abaddon. Very strong. But yeah, that game was really one-sided suddenly. It looked very competitive, and then, no, it's not.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it's close, it's slow, because we didn't get first blood until about 7.5 minutes in, so everything felt pretty close. And then just a couple of good moves from like Emo and JT playing a bit aggressively, and Fly, you know, he was really making his presence felt. And at the end of the day, IG take game 1 over RNG. RNG, a very, like, I think there's a lot of expectations on this roster. So coming out of the gates with a loss like that, you know, how do you really feel? And is it going to be something that, you know, you really need to fix quickly so you don't drop this first BO3? But
Tiny nerf, by the way.
Yeah, tiny nerf destroys. We'll see if the panel have anything to say about that nerf. Back over to you guys.
IG take the first game in this series, putting themselves ahead as RNG crumble despite having a more, I would say, fundamentally simple to execute lineup. But IG, they just take this deep dive. They pull off what I would say is a very cool, very interesting, a very exciting lineup, and it works for them. And I love it when this happens, when the cool stuff works.
Yeah, the coolest and most exciting thing was the Blink Dagger Manta style Abaddon, though.
Absolutely. I mean,
we've
seen it before, right? Like the blinking on someone, mantering. All of a sudden, you can't cast spells, but it's not usually because of Abaddon. That's usually anti-mage.
Yeah,
what was this?
You were in the back room saying, "Move over, anti-mage." We have a new hero doing this, and it was incredible. He just went on top of the Wraith King a couple of times, destroyed him, and I know the Tiny ended up doing a lot of damage, but seeing that Abaddon build from the position 3 was so cool, and it dominated from the early lane as well. It just did so much, that IO Abaddon lane, and it's not really something you'd expect. So we got to see something a little bit different here pretty early in the DPC, and you guys were convinced it was going to be kind of a cookie cutter day, but we got some exciting stuff.
Wow, I'm very happy that we got to see something new finally. And I mean, the IO Abaddon, I was hoping it was going to be this like either core IO or core Abaddon in the same lane, because we've seen it in the past be super successful, and it owned. Yeah, I love the build, the Blink Manta. I was a little bit skeptical of it initially when they started building. I was like, is he really doing this right now? And then he gets a Basher, and he just solos a Wraith King, and I'm like, all right, you know. I'm convinced. Seems pretty good. You know, no big deal.
It seems that he knew what he was doing, and we have no idea what we were talking about.
Incorrect, yes.
Yeah.
I will say, though, is when we were talking about the Tiny, it's one of those things that, like, I feel like the hero did get nerfed pretty heavily, but the IO just made it work, right? It's one of those heroes that just allows you to amplify that farm speed so much, and just being top of the net worth the whole game just worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like IO is always strongest with hybrid damage heroes, so when you have a lot of magic damage and a lot of physical damage, the overcharge really helps out because it does buff your spells as well, right? So in that situation, I feel like the IO is a really good combo with it. I mean, we all know IO is a good combo with a Tiny, and that just kind of brings a hero back to its previous levels, plus a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, absolutely brutal stuff coming out from them. Emo, of course, as well, on his Storm Spirit. I mean, we never really had any doubts. You know, we've seen him play this into every hero under the sun. You know, we've seen him play it against Shamans, against Lions, against disruptors. He never seems to care, does he?
No, he's so good at jumping the back line, and his highlight reel is basically just like the emo reel. And oh my god, that beautiful dodge and the God's Rebuke, and then Illusion, and then of course right in front of the spear, ends up putting the spear back, and he can do whatever he wants in these team fights. Just the incredible outplay from him here. Man's goated. The only reason I thought IG would win this game.
Indeed. I mean, that's something you did get right, though. You know, we had the conversation about how Bane works versus Storm, and like, yes, if you get gripped, then maybe the Storm's in trouble. Well, definitely the Storm's in trouble, but the Storm's just going to find him, and he did such a good job in doing that. And I don't even know how he does that, because, you know, we have fights like this where the fight starts at nighttime, yet somehow the Bane is still the first one to die. I mean, my goodness.
I'm still convinced that there was some bug there on Wraith King's ult. I actually don't know how he died. He had almost like half his mana bar, and he just still pops without reincarnation. It's one of those things that I'm going to definitely look back and I'm going to look at this replay specifically and try and figure out what happened there. Yeah, otherwise, I'm sure someone on Reddit's going to post it, and I don't have to do the work. But yeah, I mean, it's the Wraith King didn't end up really having the ability to stand against any of the cores here.
Turns around, realizes that he can kill anybody he wants, and the entire team just melts. And this is post-nerf damage. Black was talking about that, as well as B-Cop, that the damage on Tiny was bugged. He was doing, I think it was twice as much bonus damage as he was supposed to with his tree grab. They fixed that post-TI, but still looks plenty dangerous to me, man.
Yep, pretty deadly, pretty large and in charge, as some would say. I also feel like there's a bit of an issue here. Like, I don't want to say people are over-fixating on the Wraith King, because obviously the fact they're able to kill the Wraith King so quickly, twice in a row, was obviously a huge part of IG. But I think a lot of that as well, you know, when we always talk about Wraith King, we talk about how him having that innate Aegis just gives his team all the time in the world to be in the right place, to get themselves into the right positions for when he reincarnates and you can come and help him out, right? Same thing as an Aegis. But in this circumstance, the team can't really show themselves. Because if that Bane shows himself, he's dead. If Mars shows himself, he's just going to get his blink cancelled. And that, I believe, was the biggest issue. It wasn't so much about how they were targeting the Wraith King, but how they had these two cores, one of which could just bully the Wraith King, and the other one could just be basically like bodyguard with the Storm and the you know, whatever other right click they wanted to jump the backlines as well. So it's kind of like that's why they went for this weird kind of carrier Baden thing. Emo MVP on his Storm? I've seen a better game. Where's my Baden?
You want to see Blink about? I mean, me too, but you know, Emo, he's goated. One of the only times they really got him is when they got that beautiful Mars spear and they separated him from the Bane there. I think Black highlighted that during that last game. That was a super sick play there by the Mars, but unfortunately not enough to take out IG here, and nice debut match for them, and you know, entertaining game for everybody watching. Despite the fact that we've been on 7.30 for so long, they managed to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see a little bit of a new draft, new heroes come in, and they actually execute the draft extremely well. So we'll see what RNG can do going into game 2. I mean, I'd imagine that they don't really want to...
Everything did no damage. Look at that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they really want to change too much up about the draft. I think the biggest thing was here is... I mean, I overestimated how good Wraith King was going to be in these matchups. Like, he just didn't have the ability to stand against a Tiny or the Abaddon, and Tiny getting so much armor from his ultimate, also picking up the Assault Kuros. Like, this Wraith King's, you know, Deso, what would have been an AC build, he just tickled the Wraith King. He has to find these other heroes to really be able to do anything for his team, and just never really happened.
Yeah, for sure. And I do want to go back to that last point you made about how, you know, there's so many different strategies in this patch to be discovered. And that kind of comes about when teams get very experienced with each other, right? And they start, you know, playing a lot of games against each other, and they start thinking, like, right, how do we beat them? How do we counter them? It's a kind of a mind game. And these two guys have obviously played against each other. They played against each other twice in the Huya event. So now they're like, oh, you know, well, I reckon this hero and this combination might be really good. If we play this kind of Dota, that's going to really throw them off their game. And that's when these weird stuff starts to get played. And that's kind of the beauty of, like, you know, DPC and everything as well with the leagues, is that these guys are going to start to figure each other out. And as you start to figure each other out, you build on it. You know, that's when stuff starts to get freaky. And we like freaky.
Yeah, we talked to PSG LGD yesterday, remember? And they were saying that the team that you were excited to play against the most was RNG. So obviously RNG, super strong team. And he was talking about how Aster looked a little bit weaker inside the scrims. So it was probably surprising they had to pull like a crazy card out like that Blink Dagger Manta style bad in order to win a team that was probably scrimming a little bit better than them recently. So
Yeah.
pull something out of left field this late in the patch, you know, it's going to take almost anybody by surprise. And I do think that pulling something like this out towards the end of a patch can throw people off just because they're so used to playing the normal matchups that they don't do so good at, you know, these heroes out of left field all of a sudden because they haven't played against them at all. So they kind of forget.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Well, we do have the draft coming up in just a minute, which means it's time to say konnichiwa to the draft master.
Thank you, Nomad. Konnichiwa. Hello.
Konnichiwa. Let's waste no time and jump straight into that draft.
Are we going to see something freaky, something from the left field again?
I reckon so, yeah, I reckon. I think these guys are going to play some interesting dope. Let's see what happens here.
They're mind flayed already. They banned out the Storm Spirit from emo. That's how you know. Their mental's destroyed.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is in, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's something that they let go. They just let the Space Cow in. And I wonder now, you have Queen of Pain, but still, does it matter if you're IG? Do you just grab it? Do you just go for that Spirit Breaker?
Oh, look at X-Nova. He's so cute.
We really live in a time where, you know, I think we're on the same patch that Spirit Breaker was a complete joke, and all of a sudden it's like first pick and first ban. It is insane to
Wasn't
me.
he buffed a bit in a way that he can...
I don't even remember.
He can finish off a replay with the charge, right?
Yeah. Long time ago, though.
I'm not sure, yeah.
It is crazy that was like...
Same thing happened last year with Omni Knight, right? Like,
oh, yeah. All of a sudden people realized how good it was.
Yeah, he feels like he's the kind of like the herald of the end days for a patch. You know, when Omni Knight starts being picked, you know that the patch is about to die. So you know, don't expect a patch until we start seeing Omni Knight in competitive games.
Slacks and shambles. The Bane is what they end up grabbing. I was gonna say the Weaver is the one hero that's still in the pool that would not be surprised if it's at first phase, and that's exactly what they do. So they grab the Weaver. But yikes, that is a really good Lycan pick based on those supports.
Instantly answered.
That is such a good Lycan pick.
Yeah. Now we can expect something like a Night Stalker ban, perhaps. All of these heroes that can just delete Monkey King's Helm of the Overlord, but it looks like they ban out the Monkey instead. A hero that all of these Chinese teams love to play on position 1. Even though for IG, you said 2 supports, but it doesn't have to be. Like Fly played a lot of Weaver as well.
It's been played a lot in position 4 recently, though. But again, that's how you throw somebody off towards the end of this patch. You make them think you're going to go for this one meta thing, and then...
No, I agree. Most likely, right? Most likely Weaver is going to be that 4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in first phase, it always makes sense to go for flexible heroes, I believe.
If you're looking at IG right now, they need any sort of an offlane that can give them some contain versus the Night Stalker. Something like a Tide Hunter as well comes into play, right? Like we've seen not a lot of Tide, but this hero has historically been pretty solid versus Lycan. Yeah. Maybe a Mars that's still in the pool.
Yeah, the Mars is the one I immediately thought of because the arena is just pretty difficult for him to deal with. But yeah, you're right. You gotta have some way to contain this wolf, right?
They banned out the Kunkka, which is also nice. I still like the Tide, really, for me. Not only because of the Lycan, but because of the Weaver as well. Like Gush plus the Swarm lane, yeah, that's so much damage. There isn't really a lot of heroes that can deal with that.
Yeah, just like super high armor strength heroes, a couple of supports like Ogre Match, I can kind of survive it if it died pretty far for him, but that's pretty much it. But
there are some things that you have to consider if you're thinking about getting these offlaners that are good versus Lycan, is that yeah, Monkey has been banned out, but still, you're usually melee, and you usually are susceptible to the same counter picks, those razors and whatnot. So we'll see if they decide to go for something like that as their third pick on IG, but maybe they can just get a hero that's decent versus Quap as well. Or do you guys think that Quap is versatile? I feel like this hero is 99.9% mid. Like, yeah, she's versatile, but on mid lane,
she's just too good as a mid lane hero right now. There's no reason to run her anywhere else. I think you brought up the shard earlier. It's one of the best shards in the whole game. She farms so fast with that shard.
Yeah, and the fact that her dagger heals her now means she wins a lot of matchups, or at least sustains through them that she wouldn't have done before. There's not much kill potential on her anymore.
Who was it? Was it OG that played it on offlane, I believe, one game? Like,
That's the
But
team that lost TI, right?
Yeah. It was they played the new OG, the youngsters. Yeah,
the fun OG.
Yeah,
The OG that's never lost to TI.
The OG that's never lost TI. Thank you.
they played it on the carry. The carry played it, but he was on the off lane. So
Interesting. I mean, it is like just such a dominant lane hero that it feels like, yeah, you could run in the side lanes, but she's just so good with solo XP, and she doesn't lose almost any 1v1 matchup. So she's just too good in the mid. I think they're gonna ban out the Terrorblade though.
I mean, it's high armor. It deals with the Lycan reasonably well in the way that it doesn't just die to it, but Queen of Pain does a lot of burst magical damage. It takes him apart pretty quickly, and he's all single target damage, so that ban is a little bit surprising to me. Are we allowed to talk about bans?
yeah, this time you are.
Okay.
We already started, so
Okay.
it's fine.
They could be looking for like
there were two heroes literally. There was Lina and Ember that they could pick, in my opinion, versus the Queen of Pain that fare well against her. This is obviously a skill-based matchup, but Ember versus Queen of Pain should be quite easy for Emo.
It's all about, dodging out those daggers. How many you can dodge with a sleight of fist, whether or not you win the lane, right?
Yep.
And they're playing on pretty low ping, so it's fairly easy for them to do it. As
And
long
you just spam slight on her, like you actually bring her down.
I think a lot of times what we're seeing is like he'll go 0-4-2 on Ember, just like ignore the Searing Chains early and just max out Slight, get an Orb of Corrosion, and do as much damage as you can.
It's harder to whirl her down than before, though, just because of that heal that you get from the Shadow Strike now, which makes it super annoying. And just go for the Lion. Instant disable, great against any Spirit hero. Makes sense to me.
Great against Weaver as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's something that they lacked, right? Like if you look at the RNG, Queen of Pain, and Lycan, they don't really contribute to their catching capabilities. Disables are not there, so getting that line and
yeah,
the Spirit Breaker 4th pick. All right, I forgot about him.
There he is.
Great against the Bane.
Great against all of them.
Yeah.
All of these heroes struggle. I mean, there isn't a hero that doesn't struggle. Maybe Shadow Demon can be considered kind of alright versus Spirit Breaker, but everyone else is, not so great.
No.
And they can't really fit the Shadow Demon into their lineup all that easy right now either, right? So
yeah, I don't think so.
Very annoying hero to play against the Spirit hero. Any sort of strength position 4 is super annoying because all of a sudden you don't have enough damage to kill it by yourself. It's just too tanky. But that's going to solve damage problems for you. If last game was anything to go off of, they go for Tiny again. That is sick.
It's also a hero that doesn't care about summons, right?
Yeah, you just cleave them.
Throughout history, when Necros were a thing, he was really strong versus Lycan, versus Broodmothers. It was Kunkka, it was Tiny, and it was like a few other strength cores.
Sven.
Sven, yeah.
Yeah.
Sven's disappeared.
He gets back into the game occasionally, and he comes back into the game against like summons heroes, people that build like Helm of the Overlord, because he just kills them in 3 auto attacks and goes back to farming, right? And it's a lot of gold for him.
Well, it's very interesting. Out of all the games we've seen of Queen of Pain versus Ember Spirit at mid, Queen of Pain has won every single one. In the DPC.
Won the game. What about the lane itself?
Yeah, what about the lane?
I don't know about. I can't.
Pull the stats up.
Yeah.
All right, give me half an hour.
Need to crash course all those replays real quick.
Yeah.
When you compare the two heroes, Queen of Pain, there is a reason why this hero is banned out quite often, right? In the first stage. She is a bit more on the broken side than Ember. Ember is one of those. Yeah, I'm a spirit. You know what I'm gonna do, and Queen of Pain is. Like a few weeks back, you couldn't even understand the strengths of the hero that well. Like everyone knew that she's strong, but she wasn't experimented with as much as right now.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the reason for that is just the fact that everyone is playing so much of these spirits because they're valued so much for the fact that they can get in, they can build so many different items, and I don't know, just the gap closing ability of them. So I do think that the Queen of Pain can kind of do that, but it's not as tanky. It's not a melee hero, and your gap close is limited by a cooldown rather than any spirit hero who's able to get in and out pretty quickly.
That morph ban is so good. If that morphling made it through, this would have been a disaster. They end up grabbing a Medusa though. Okay, so this hero fell off a little bit, but this is a pretty dang good Medusa game.
It's a pretty good Medusa game. I completely agree. From RNG though, one thing that I do see is a little bit of greediness, right? From the Lycan, from the two supports, from the Medusa as well. I guess Spirit Breaker is broken enough to justify it all. Just,
I mean, yeah, even the Lion, if it's being played on position 5, I mean, that's a hero that needs a Blink Dagger or something else. So all these heroes needing a little bit of farm. I don't think there's enough space on the map for everybody.
Well, if you just take IG's side of the map, it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's copium.
It's all about IG and their ability to infiltrate the triangle and prevent the Medusa and Lycan from doing whatever they want to. Because that's where Medusa wants to be, Lycan wants to be pushing out the top lane. If you take their triangle, you're kind of denying both of those things away from them. It's easy to say, obviously, not really easy to execute, but it's definitely possible because their heroes, like if this Tiny goes for an early Blink Dagger or a Shadow Blade and becomes active, they can definitely ramp up the tempo.
Yeah, they just need one more tempo pick on IG here, like something which can help them play fast, and I think RNG are done.
It's got to come from, I mean, it's their off lane, right, that we're looking for here. I mean, do they run back with the Abaddon, or is that just
too slow? I'd say.
I was like, it feels like you don't have the IO.
Not really versus the Medusa as well.
Mars?
Is Mars still available?
Yeah.
I'd say Beast is gone.
Beast is gone, yeah.
Mars could
There's
be an
Mars,
option.
there's Tide, there's Centaur.
I was going to say Centaur is the other one that we only really see in the Chinese region that kind of comes to mind as well.
I mean, that one's kind of used as like a gap closer in this region. And I don't really think that closing the gap between like getting these heroes is that necessary this game. As I think run like against a Phoenix or against a Drow Ranger or something.
Yeah,
go with the
Mars.
All right, Mars, fair enough. I mean, it does do what we wanted it to do, right? And it gives you a bit more lockdown as well. And the arena very nice against the Medusa. So, yeah, I don't know. To me, at least, this feels way too greedy for RNG, especially with how well IG played the last game. I don't think they're going to sit back and let this Medusa, this Lycan, and this Queen of Pain farm up and have enough space. So, I don't know. I don't really see how that's going to work out for RNG. What do you guys think?
Don't look at me. I'm like 1 out of 5 when it comes to predictions today.
Just stick to your picks and bans. We'll handle the rest.
You guys go ahead.
You do look very
Arigato,
today, though.
Yeah, I'm just here for the looks.
Go for enough.
I'm going to have to go with RNG. You're right. Emo's goated, but not goated enough for this one, unfortunately.
I am going to actually go for IG. I'm kind of in the same boat where I think there's too much. They need too many items.
You hate me that much?
What?
Continue.
It's like they need too many items, and I don't think there's going to be enough space. So easier to execute draft, I think, for IG this game is going to be all they need.
Alrighty, well, with that out the way, we can now throw it over to our lovely casting duo. We have Bcop and Black to cast game number 2 of RNG versus IG. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Lovely duo. Do we really fit the bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Handsome, lovely, smart.
Which one of us?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cool. 'Cause that's what hanging out with me does. Like,
You think you're the smart one rubbing off on me?
I didn't say anything.
No,
I said hanging out with me does that to you.
Makes us smarter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't say that I'm smart. I'm just saying that's the effect, you know.
Yeah.
There's like a
Sure.
side effect of hanging out with everybody, you know. For me, it's like you get more handsome, smarter, faster, stronger, quicker. Basically, like a superhero genetic kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that Daft Punk song. You
Yeah.
get stronger, better, faster.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
basically 545 years old also, in case you didn't know.
I didn't know that.
Now you do.
Which is weird because I'm older, so that would make me 546.
No. That just means I lived many more lives than you, my friend.
Right.
Yeah, I'm basically a Rave King.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to be Wraith King, that's okay with me.
What do you want to be?
I still want to just be Ancient Apparition.
That is so lame.
No.
You're literally just a flying icicle.
Yeah, dude.
How is that cool? I'm better. I'm gonna melt you, bro.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
I'm just going to throw Ice Blast at you, freeze you over.
That doesn't work. I'm on fire. Okay. No. That's the best sort of argument. No.
You're just dead.
I'm just gonna do this. No.
Yeah. I deny it. Objection.
Iggy
Ah, man.
What you got?
RNG, IG. I'm leaning
more RNG.
Well, you're leaning forward right now, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little. My posture game's a little weak, but I'm definitely feeling like RNG seem like they should have the winning draft combination here. How do you? Obviously, late game you have to get there, but even mid game Medusa, how are you getting through that as IG?
Well, yeah, there can definitely be some problems. Like IG needs to win this game early, right? Or not win it, but at least put enough pressure to make them feel uncomfortable. Make sure that the map isn't as big for RNG, which is pretty tough because there is going to be a Lycan. Maybe Tiny can slow his farm down a little bit in the early game, but once he gets his dominated, the tower is going to fall. He's going to rotate to the mid lane, the tower's going to fall. That's some very cute wards.
Cute and distressed. Just constantly screaming. Somnus here against Emo, and what we did see in the first game was Somnus came out ahead. He was the winner of that lane, it felt like.
He was, by far. But then a couple of good comeback kills helped Emo get back into the game. Actually skilling Shadow Strike one, very interesting. Most of the time he would skill that Scream to secure the range creep, but putting out a little bit more pressure that way.
This game for Somnus also screaming Shard. That Shard just feels so good on Queen of Pain when you're able to blink in, get that silence. Especially you blink right on top of the Weaver, he ends up silenced. He's not going to be able to Shikuchi away. You've got follow-up to it. Makes his game way harder.
For sure. I mean, Quap Shard is so strong anyway. It's additional damage, additional wave clear. They set the silence. It's just such a strong utility shard. It's very hard to find a shard of that level. But in theory, I mean, IG does have the right tools to potentially deal with the Medusa. Like, they do have that Fiend script that's gonna drain the max mana of the Medusa. Like, more than half of it even. So, they do have ways of killing her. It's just, are the pieces gonna fall into place or not?
Yeah, because Ali has a tough time in terms of even just getting a full duration Fiend's Grip off. There's going to be a charge. There'll be wolves right on him. I assume the blink comes out for the Lions sooner rather than later. There's a lot of options here to make Ali's life miserable.
Yeah. Like, Spirit Breaker, Lycan Wolves, Quap. What more do you want?
That is not the best lineup to be looking at from the side of a Bane.
Actually just looks to be like a terrible support game in general. Not just for the Bane, but anyone, really. Like, playing against all these heroes. Somnus doing alright again in his lane.
God King with the Gwen experience.
Yeah, I still don't know where the name
know what
comes
that
from.
is.
Yeah.
But I will have to say...
Is this a musician?
I don't think so. I looked it up and like nothing came up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know then.
It's not as high as the Golden experience, though.
So is it kind of just like a name like Salad? Or?
It's definitely a lot more intricate than Salad.
Yeah, but like something similar. Like, you just Google something. Oh, Gwen experience. That sounds fun.
It could be a combination of a couple things, maybe. I have no idea.
Yeah, the Chinese names. Like, actually, even the Korean, like, StarCraft pros, they have very interesting names sometimes. I don't know how to come up with them.
X-Nova using charges, but now Adamana not really able to do anything. Well, it's got that stick.
Yeah, the bot lane isn't super easy. Like, POS 5 Spirit Breaker is pretty weak. Usually you would see it as a 3, 4, or 2. But, yeah, like, he needs level to come online. He's not really the best lane support, so the Mars should be very free. Going to fast armlet, actually. Wants to be able to scale a little bit better himself. And on paper, they have a lot of heroes to deal with the Lycan, right? They got a Tiny Splash. They got the God's Rebuke with the armlet, which is building into a physical damage build. So Lycan shouldn't be like the biggest of problems. But when you combine it with the Quap and everything else, it might just be a little bit too much.
Charge coming through on the Emo, but they've also got Frisk making the rotation, as well as the Bane of Ali. Somnus taking a lot of damage with that Swarm on him. X-Nova doesn't have a lot of mana either, and this is something we saw yesterday with the heavy damage output of an early Weaver. And yeah, right click's coming through. Somnus forced to blink away. No joke. That Weaver damage.
Yeah. That's the reason why Weaver is so popular lately, right? Like, it just deals so much damage as a support. I don't know. Like, Weaver definitely... there's something wrong with the hero. Just a little bit. Can 100 to 0. A lot of heroes just with a vessel. Deals more damage than some core heroes even. So, yeah. Not fun to see it in every matchmaking game right now. I'll tell you that.
Get that Weaver out of my experience.
Yeah, my game experience. My game experience. I just wanted to play a game and it was a bug. Kept right-clicking me.
Nobody likes the Weaver.
Except the Weaver.
Yeah, except the Weaver players.
Yeah. Like, not even Weaver's teammates like Weaver.
That was pretty smooth transition right there. Frisk blocking the creeps. I thought he'd take over the lane for a second to get some experience, but just blocking the creeps and maybe giving enough time over to Emo to get back for something.
Yeah, he's farming a stack right now at the big camp.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of wasted experience then, right? Like, why not have Frisk just stay right nearby? But I guess he's working on the camp as well, maybe looking to pull.
Yeah, he's sort of doing that. But how is Medusa's farm? Actually, same as Mars. I expected Medusa to be struggling a little bit more. Because it's really the hero they need to keep down for as long as they can. Because if Medusa free farms here and goes to the triangle quickly, it's going to be rough for them.
Charge was coming out on the Frisk. They've got the invisibility bottled up by Somnus as the Nightmare was thrown onto Felix. The supports are mid. They're converged, and that means Mars is just kind of laning. He's not really playing aggressive on this Medusa without the proper secondary assault coming in.
Yeah, they can't bully the Mars out of the lane, but likewise, he also can't really bully the Medusa out of the lane. So, yeah, it's not a win for them, but at least, like, oh, Tiny's getting a little bit low. Good sleep, though. Might have actually died there if the Bane wasn't around.
Right.
Another very slow game.
Yeah,
at the beginning, at least.
7.5 minutes, probably.
Yeah. When was the last game?
7:22.
7:22.
What's usually the reasoning behind that? Because there are some teams that play each other where just that first blood doesn't come for a long time. Like, is it just the lanes? Is it just the play styles that kind of clash a little bit?
They also don't have the best rotating heroes. Like, usually how kills happen is either like you misplay, right, and you get punished, or like a support rotates or a core rotates and you actually get that kill. But yeah, like they're very, very stagnant on the lanes, both teams. Like Emo doesn't like to rotate too early. Same with Somnus, they're very lane-focused players. And they don't have the best roaming supports, like Weaver and oh,
Bane's okay.
That's our first blood.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be first blood about 7.5 minutes in. I say that, though. Ollie getting under the tower, still chased, and eventually Chalice will claim his life. Nobody rotating top to potentially stop that, but there's really not much they can do with the rotation anyway.
Yeah, like him with ult on, especially level 6, 7 with the fresh Dominator, is so hard to stop. You will almost always get a kill with that. Sometimes even multiple. But yeah, they gotta make sure that the Lycan doesn't snowball too hard, because if he does, he gets all those towers too quickly and Medusa is just free to farm everywhere.
Arena down, God's Rebuke, and they're gonna bring Emo in. God King in some trouble. They've got the charge, but the slight to dodge it and the Searing Chains. Frisk comes into. Somnus is here. Eventually, God King's run down, and it looks like X-Nova is going to be the second one to fall. Both to Emo. He's got a double kill. He's working with a little bit of mana. See what he's looking for on top of these two kills. But Somnus and Felix don't really pack a punch by themselves in that rotation.
Yeah, also doesn't have the most mana on the Queen. So, very nice rotation. Like, they forced a couple of TPs, got 2 kills, and lost nothing for it. While Tiny is still farming the top lane. But as you can see, Lycan is having a very, very free game. At this rate, he might just have like a minute 13, 14 helm of the Overlord. And if that happens, Roche opens up, all the outer towers open up. Like, he's getting way too much money right now. They gotta stop him.
Yeah, who's really there to take out Helm of the Overlord creep?
Yeah, they need items to do it. Like, they can do it, but like even then, Tiny isn't... Okay, charge on 2.
It hits Emo, and I don't know if he was really looking like he was going to get hit by that. I know the last time he slighted in Searing Chains, but he held on to it, and I believe it was even on cooldown, so it wasn't able to avoid that charge.
Yeah. Like, Tiny really needs some items, right, to be able to kill at him with the Overlord. Like, this is the problem, the Lycan problem. They even first 2'd it, and they're not able to defend the tower, unfortunately. It's a big problem. At least they're trading it,
but they're going to try and take a tower of their own.
X-Nova's actually trying to pull the creeps away.
Fly,
no,
Earth Spike in, and there's the Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill. Somnus credit for that one.
That death is rough. Just as the tower dies, like, usually I'd say he has no business there. Like, he should be part of the bottom tower, because, like, that's the area the carry wants to take, right?
Right.
So getting caught out of position there is pretty bad for his own economy. And X-Nova is getting punished for dragging away the creep wave, trying to save the tower. It was never gonna work. Just try to do like some delay work.
Emo's kind of having himself a bit of a start here. You know, he's not top of the net worth at the moment, but his presence is being felt. He's 3-0-0. He's moved around the map pretty well right now. He needs to, at least it feels like he needs to keep that pressure on to help fly his game out.
He definitely will, because the Medusa's already in the triangle now. Like, they held her down a little bit. She's the lowest net worth for now, but if you leave her unchecked for like 5-6 minutes,
oh gosh,
Ollie's gone again.
Yeah.
Another wolf for him. And it might be the mid tower too. They do have arena, they need to defend this. I don't think there's a way around it.
Yeah, JT coming over with Emo and Chalice. Well, that shapeshift's not gonna last forever. Eventually he does back off. And the charge will be away from the battle over towards bottom. So they do defend the tier 1 mid, at least for now. IG, though, still not the greatest of spots, and it doesn't feel like they're truly breaking through that outer defenses of RNG. And those are going to go up pretty quickly to defend God King.
Yeah, as long as you defend that triangle, give you Medusa the space, that's all they need to do.
Friscon Felix, and you know, he looked for that Earth Spike to try and maybe get and catch Emo using that Remnant in, but nobody makes the commitment to get this kill onto the line.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, the Beatles actually don't disable Tranquil Boots, despite it being a physical attack. Interesting.
Fly looking to stack his own camp here, but Somnus is catching wind of this, and Fly needs a hero. Because by himself, I don't know if he exactly feels all too comfortable, and Somnus will TP out, so no help coming the way of Fly's, but at least he doesn't get his stack stolen. Big thing here, though, is RNG are really starting to pull away strictly, for the most part, farming.
Yeah, that's the problem now. Like, the heroes are very, very strong at farming. And if you just look at the Lycan net worth, it is way too high. Like, once that Overlord comes out, I really don't know how to deal with him at all. Like, Roshan is free, all the towers are free. What do you do? He's so close to it, like 1,000 gold away.
They're not checking him at all.
Yeah, he's just free. Completely free. Left his own devices.
Yeah, that really something that
it's scary.
IG needs to be up on.
Yeah, but not only that, like, all of their cores are below the enemy's cores. Like, it's always a bad sign. That's the case, obviously. And we already alluded to the fact that they don't have the greatest Medusa killers. Once she has 1 or 2 items, like a Skadi Manta, how do you kill her?
You don't really need to go defensive at all if you're this Medusa. Her Spike, Finger, all this damage coming in on a Fly. Now they've got the Hex, the Sonic Wave. Man, I mean, so much damage, so much time needed to get the kill there on a Fly. They've got themselves the Fiend's Grip, Spear lands, and eventually it's traded for both Felix and X-Nova. So that is 2. But the really important part of IG's draft is getting Fly to a part in this game where he can participate. And that is slowed down.
Yeah, another Wolf activated. Got a Centaur. Who's he going for?
Looking for Emo. Gets the stun, the right click damage, and forced to Remnant away. Gets the Searing Chains out onto this Lycan, but they're still going to lose that tier 1 over mid. And, well, you know, they don't get the kill onto Emo, but they got what they came for, and that's the tower.
Yeah, which gives additional space to the Medusa, who's also left unchecked. Lycan, very close to his Overlord. And even Quap is also just very farmed. Like, everything's just going the way of RNG. They faced off recently, right? And RNG ended up winning 2-1, I believe?
I think so, yeah.
Or was it 2-0? I think it was 2-1.
I want to say it was 2-1, but either way, like, RNG certainly have the leg up, or at least it felt like they had the leg up. They did lose game number 1. However, right now in game number 2, they're in a part of the game where it feels like they have control at the moment. Orchid, ooh, Hex comes through. They've got the Earth Spike, Swarm forward. The charge is out, but there's the God's Rebuke. God King trying to make something happen. X-Nova, he is falling to the swarm of Frisk. They get the kill on Ollie, they'll take the bait, and JT not a lot of mana to work with here, but he'll drop the arena down around 4.
It's a big avalanche
on a 4 as well. Earth Spike hits 2. They've got the Orchid onto the Tiny. Fly looking like he's gonna die, and they'll take him out. God King gets the kill there. They've got the Nightmare on a Felix, but nothing to follow it up. Chalice is right behind him, and it looked almost so good for IG, but eventually RNG are the ones who come out ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it can get much better than that. Like, there was a perfect setup for the Tiny. 4-man Avalanche, he cleaves all the heroes. I gotta admit, I'm really not sure why Emo went for that Orchid. Sure, you're playing against the Quap, but like Maelstrom is a damage item. Now you have an Orchid, and you're playing against heroes that it does nothing against. Dusa is gonna go for Manta. It does nothing to Lycan. Like, you need your Maelstrom. You're playing against so many summons.
Was the Orchid to maybe just punish the supports? Or hope to?
But the thing is, doesn't he get punished more because Quap already has her Orchid, and he has 0 defensive items, and your Maelstrom is also your farming item, right? Like, Orchid doesn't help you farm. I think there was a massive miscalculation. If you even can, because you tried 2 times, and both times it didn't work, because Orchid is really good with burst damage. Where's Ember's burst damage?
We talked about how well Chalice was farming. Well, now God King's ahead of even Chalice.
Yeah, that's Medusa in a triangle. You leave her unchecked for a couple of minutes. Farms all those camps, no problem.
And you can see it's only 6-6, 16 minutes into the game, so both teams, for the most part, are really going unchecked, but the benefactors of it are RNG, really, as their farm efficiency is much higher, and they're going to get away with a lot more around the map.
Yeah, no, they're going for the top tower. At this point, they can really just take the whole map with that Helm of the Overlord, as we said. The Golem Aura is going to be massive, plus 15% health. And it can also split push another lane, so they will always have 2 lanes pushed in. It just creates way too much pressure right now to handle.
Yeah, it's 3K, but
it feels a lot more than that.
Yeah. Percentage-wise, it feels way worse.
Yeah, for sure. And the Tiny, once again, is not really threatening split push, so the Raiden is not afraid of at all. They're just 5-man in the top tower, because there's no threat of being split pushed.
Here comes the Golem to get your tower.
Get you gone. Oh, they're setting up for mid-tower defense as well.
It landed. I don't know if that, you know,
Right
really was anything that they could jump on. Again, the Orchid, the damage though. Okay, JT gets the kill on X-Nova. They've got the Shadow Blade on Fly, so you know there is some progress from IG. I know we're harping on the fact that RNG are getting a lot around the map and they are up 3K, and it does feel like it's a bit of a problem here for IG, but it doesn't mean they're out of it by any means. And as I say that, Chalice gets the kill there on Frisk, so it does jump up to 4K. But there are options for IG, right?
There are, it's just very hard to execute. Like, the Bane should never be able to get a grip off. And they do have options, it's just like so much easier for RNG, right? To set up. Now they get the free Roshan that we said they were gonna get. And the damage output on the Dire Stage is really lacking. Like, this Orchid pickup, I'm really starting to feel like it was just a big waste of money, because he could be halfway through his BKB already with the Maelstrom, and it would be so much more effective. Like, the Orchid has done 0 so far, 0 kills with it.
Just not turning into anything of substance.
Yeah, I know the Quap has an Aegis. Oh, the big bad wolf is coming.
And they're coming for Emo. Fly right there. The wolves show themselves. So does the
damage.
Golem. Oh my god. Emo, you're not an ancient taker. Or an ancient creep taker, that's for sure.
Look how tanky it is. None of them are, apparently. The tiny hit did nothing to it. Because it got a plus 12 armor.
That's so unfair.
Yeah, or at least they had to waste shapeshift. So now the supports are maybe free. Like, we haven't seen a grip yet either, right? Like, it's just so hard to grip anyone. There's Orchid, there's Lion, there's Lycan, there's Spirit Breaker. What you doing?
Hoping, praying.
That's really all you can do. Oh, Lycan's already halfway to his AC.
They are starting to surpass his net worth, though.
Slowly but surely, yeah.
But the one that is really struggling is Emo.
Yeah, who is a very big piece to the puzzle here for IG. What is he going for next?
Battle Fury? Was that what that just was?
I don't know. That grip didn't last at all.
Yeah, looking for the ult. So he stops that. They still get the kill on X Nova, but that cost him Arena and Fiend's grip. So now JT forced to run. He'll TP out instead, and that won't get off. They've got the Yules, they have the Orchid, and the damage is very much there for them. As JT falls to Somnus, he's dead for 45 seconds now, a 5k lead. Slowly but surely, this lead has expanded for RNG.
Yeah, it's just much easier for them to control the map now. They have a bigger portion of the map. You can see every passing minute their advantage increases, gets bigger. And eventually it might be too much. Nice pickup potentially. He's not dead. Oh,
There's the sight, there's the kill. They've got the Orc in it again. It doesn't do anything.
It does nothing. I mean, I like to be the guy that innovates, you know, but some builds are the standard for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay. The Lycan Wolf already off cooldown again. And the right-click damage.
Avalanche and the Spirit Vessel on him. Avalanche toss. Chalice's shapeshift's not going to last much longer, but they've got the charge coming in on the Fly. And Chalice, he has to back away as he is sitting really low. The Nether Strike comes out from X Nova, and Fly, he's just run down. Nobody went to help him, and he got run down for a while. Chalice was down a little bit of health, and they had no confidence going in to save him.
How do you fight into Stone Gaze and Sonic Wave, though, at this point? With that lackluster farm you have on your cores right now? Like, Fly can deal a lot of damage, but other than that, who's going to follow up?
Right.
They got two supports that don't really offer a whole lot of damage. Like, a Weaver that's not snowballing is not nearly as scary. Like we've seen yesterday, when Xingqiu played as Weaver, he was like at 7.5k net worth at this point, and a real menace.
He was a menace, but eventually that did disappear. Charge coming out, and we'll see. Slight through JT, Arena, Spear, great Yules. So there's the charge in onto Emo, and now they have no Arena, no Spear, nothing to lock them down. The blink forward with the Earth Spike. And well, he's got the Bulwark, he'll be nightmared, but that's just gonna make it much more difficult for JT. He tries to survive and get the kill onto Felix, but he doesn't have the damage, and they're gonna just move forward on this. RNG, we said it from the draft, we said it from the breaking point. There is no way that IG at the moment, or really throughout this entire game, have had a way of stopping them, and you know, they're bending to RNG's will at every turn.
Yeah, what's the most surprising to me is that this was a first phase Lycan, but he's having such a good game.
A free game.
Yeah, like he had like 3 picks to really prepare for it. And yeah, like it's a little bit unfortunate that the game is going this way. Because like I don't know when the damage issues are going to disappear, because like he gets more auras for his team. The entire team will have like +8 armor. The lifesteal aura, they're very survivable. Medusa, we don't even need to talk about her. Like there's no way you can chew through that health pool at this moment. And the problem is just gonna get worse, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like they were supposed to be the ones ahead right now if they wanted to win this game, but they're behind so far.
I don't even know what their plan is to come back from down so much. Like
they need to somehow find the backline. Like the Tiny needs to Shadow Blade in, hope they don't have a sentry, kill the supports, and then slowly tickle away at the Dusa. They need to isolate her. They need to grip her.
He did finally go Maelstrom. He was building Battle Fury for a little bit, or thinking about it at least.
Well, that's a step in the right direction, but hello, Mr. Golem.
Golem is such a menace to society.
I'll say that. Golems have families too.
The dire society.
Fair enough.
Radiant welcome him with open arms.
Yeah, Quap almost on the BKB now. Just needs 200 for that. Alright, they need a full duration grip on someone, or like a really nice spear initiation on the Quap would be perfect.
Dire's top tower is under
Which they almost had.
Almost. But then he just ulted.
Yeah. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. He also had an Aegis at the time, so it wasn't so risky. But then now that the BKB is complete, he's a lot more tanky. I wonder what steps they need to take here on IG. Because they seem to be happy just farming away. Whereas RNG is also just happy farming away. Because I do wholeheartedly believe that the late game is quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that's the case, certainly.
But you know, like if we are lost, if we have Omni Vision, maybe IG feeling the same way. Like, what do we do right now?
Yeah, what are our answers? How do we get through this? What are the pieces we have to kind of put together here? And like you said, it kind of starts with a pickoff. Do they have the ability to even get a pickoff? You know, you need a full duration Fiend's Grip, but how are you going to get that with everything you're up against? You said it before, this is not a fun game for any support that would have been in this game, let alone a Bane.
Yeah, now they smoke up. Charge in the bot lane.
Good sight and Searing Chains. That'll stop the charge.
Yeah, also.
Oh.
Oh, it's triple remnant. Oh, okay. Well, he's out, but he's also out of remnants.
Come back later when I have remnants.
In about 2 minutes time, please. Thank you. Okay, we'll drop the delivery at the door.
No, the delivery never gets left at the door. It's always just quickly into, sorry we missed you. And they leave it on my door.
Did they ever give it like to your neighbors?
No.
Like that happened a lot in Germany to me. Like the neighbors get my package, and I go over like, did you receive the package from me? Like, yeah, we did. Yeah.
No, we didn't. Oh, why are you wearing the shirt I ordered? I love this band as well.
Yeah, it's actually my shirt.
Shapeshift JT, he sets up the arena, has the spear that lands out on the Chalice. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Manta used. They've got the Orchid, now they've got the Fiend's Grip. Nobody going under the Ollie just yet. The damage, though, coming through from the Wolves, as well as the illusions of the Medusa. They use that Sonic Wave, they get the kill on a Fly. They'll take him out for 60 seconds. Here is the Stone Gaze, God King, looking Mars right in the eyes. Come at me. But he'll be turned to stone and eventually killed off. That's 3 kills there for RNG, and probably the best fight IG have had. It started with the Fiend's Grip that was full duration.
Yeah.
They had the arena, and nothing happened.
Yeah, but that's because they're like so far behind. This needed to happen a good 10, 15 minutes ago. Like the amount of space they have given RNG, like, they just don't have the damage now. And I don't know when they will have sufficient damage because RNG is not getting weaker.
No. I don't even know what the timing is when they do start getting weaker.
Well,
75 minutes?
Maybe, yeah. When they all 6 started for 30 minutes and can't end the game, maybe.
Yeah, and IG are catching up.
Yeah, it's tough. It is really tough. Like they drafted themselves into a corner where you only had this like one way out of it, and if you miss that timing, the game is kind of gone. And we might just be there. They were just waiting for the next Roshan, which just spawned.
And the scan comes out from the Dire, so they know exactly where it is, but this feels like a last ditch. We either get this or
might be the last fight, yeah.
Tap out.
To be fair, they don't have ults right now on the Radiant, so... Okay.
Swarm comes in, and the Ancient Dragon, they've got the spear landing again, as well as the arena that's keeping God King away. The silence through onto the Ember. Slight, no chains, so Felix able to just walk it out. Charge coming through all the way on a 5-5 with the BKB being popped by JT. X Nova, he's into the mix. They've got the Stone Gaze being used once again. The damage out on a Frisk takes him out, and so does Fly. Yeah, they'll call GG. This is pretty much how they wrote it up, and we said it was their last chance for IG to make something happen. There was nothing for them to make happen, and eventually RNG win the fight, win the game. They even it up at 1.
Yeah, well drafted by RNG, and well played by them as well. Especially the early game. I didn't think they were gonna win the lanes as handily as they did. And yeah, it just felt like IG wasn't really in this game like ever. Like all 3 cores were always top net worth, except for like a minute where Medusa like withdrew to the triangle, farmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
But the Lycan was just completely unchecked. Like he's the guy that's gonna set the pace for the team. He gets this really fast Dominator, takes 2 towers, gets really fast Overlord, they take Roshan. Very systematic, very simple, you know. And again, they second pick that Lycan. Why don't you have any answer to what you know is coming?
Yeah,
You know, I'm very surprised that IG drafted this way when they knew exactly what is coming for them.
yeah, it never felt like RNG were stressed.
Yeah,
That
they had no
felt
reason
like
to.
a clean, easy game, start to finish. Like that shouldn't happen, and that's unfortunately how IG drafted though.
Yeah, like they went all in with that one thing, but if that one thing doesn't work out, what is your backup plan? Well, you have none because your draft doesn't allow for any. Like this tiny carry, at least in a matchup where it's bad against the Medusa or Lifestealer and you have no backup plan, like if you lose that tiny timing, you're just out of the game. That's why the hero is not picked as much anymore, and that's probably why we won't see him in Game 3.
Yeah, I don't think we want to see that tiny. It just didn't feel. It didn't feel right in that lineup, and it didn't feel like they had the lineup to get anything done. How much of a lead would they have needed to even control the start of that game?
Well, I think the lead that RNG had needed to be on the IG side for them to actually have a chance.
Like 9,000 that early on, for sure.
Yeah.
It definitely felt like it was very much something that IG needed to win that second game. But RNG, they even the series up at 1 to break down game number 2. We've got the panel, so we'll send it back over their way.
Hello, friends, and welcome back once again to the panel here at the DPC China region, where we have just seen this very exciting series even out. I hoped it would go to 3 games, and that's exactly what we got. But, gotta say, not the most exciting second game. Unfortunately, it was kind of all over from the laning phase, it felt like.
Yeah, it did. It honestly kind of felt like they just fell too far behind in the laning stage. We were talking about how, you know, you have this really greedy draft, and it may not pay off for them, but it ended up being beautiful. Like they just got everything they wanted. The Lycan was amazing. Once again, this hero just left unchecked to do whatever he wanted, and yeah, paid off great for them.
Yeah, I think Black summed it up pretty nicely. They went into this with just one thing that they were able to do in order to counter out what RNG wanted from that match, but unfortunately they weren't able to play it fast enough. They didn't win the lanes like they needed to, weren't able to close out the game, and all of a sudden they just did not have the damage they needed to be able to take these team fights. Some of these ending fights went ideal for them towards the end. They got the arena, they got the Fiend's grip off. It looked great, but again, just no damage to output onto these heroes in order to finish them off. And they GG'd out probably earlier than a lot of people thought, but they knew what was coming.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised since they did have that Emma Spirit who was kind of all in on the late game. I mean, his item choices were a little bit wacky though, weren't they?
Yeah, a little bit bizarre for sure. I agree.
They did not like the Orchid though.
It's like we looked at it initially. We're like, he's building Orchid. Okay, you know, maybe there's some reason behind it. You know, it's good against the Queen of Pain,
silences.
I suppose. But
you can ignore that.
I mean, sure. I mean, yeah. But the thing that was so bizarre about it is just like you need a farming item on Ember Spirit. You have to have a farming item on Ember Spirit, and you just don't have that option when you rush an Orchid.
Yeah.
And then you're still very susceptible to any other form of control.
Yeah, the Orchid didn't have a huge impact, and then he was like, okay, well, I need my farming item, and then he kind of queues up a Battle Fury next. I was like,
what is this, 2015?
Yeah,
this
feels
Battle
like an
Fury
odd move.
Daedalus build.
Indeed, yes. Kind of regretting his mistakes from earlier on, trying to fix it, or maybe just realizing that early game hadn't gone as well as they wanted, and they wanted a backup option to maybe get themselves out of this tricky situation. They then found themselves in desperate times, call for desperate measures, and unfortunately the desperate measures weren't enough to keep them in this game number 2. What did go so wrong in the laning phase? I mean, it was mostly the Lycan, right?
Yeah, and they don't have a hero that really applies a lot of pressure to the Medusa either in the lane. Like, you kind of just leave her to farm, and your other lanes kind of just fell pretty quick. Queen of Pain, obviously, just a dominant lane hero. We've seen this over and over. But, yeah, Lycan, once again, just from this off lane, gets an early helm with the Dominator, starts taking your towers.
Yeah, and like no kills happened in the first like 5, 6, 7 minutes of the game. So they needed to find something in order to punish, all these greedy heroes that they went for. But unfortunately, like we were saying, it just wasn't there. So playing faster, I think, is what they needed to do. They had this timing. They didn't go forward earlier. They weren't able to step these kills, and RNG, they punished them for it.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline at 15 minutes was 6-6, I believe. And, like, that is so indicative of the fact that RNG were in control of the tempo of this game, because they didn't want to do anything for the first 15 minutes.
No, Lycan doesn't do anything until he's got Helm Dom, like you were just talking about. Medusa doesn't do anything until she's got, like, 2-3 items. So they got exactly what they wanted out of this one. So IG, like, if they're going to go for this, they need to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, IG were trying to take it home on the first date, but RNG were like, no, we need to meet the parents first, just slow down, sailor. We got a way to go first, and unfortunately, IG.
I'm a video game player. I don't know what you're talking about.
This reference is going way over.
that one sailed right over his head. Yeah,
yeah, it's all right. You're doing what you're here to do, and that's what's important.
Thanks,
man. Any other comments on that game before we start talking about the game 3?
No, I want to look towards this game 3. The 1-1, we got what? 2 games that went to 3 today.
Yeah, their first series and
3 games.
Third series. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, we talked about the Tiny in the previous game looking really strong. This game, it fell super flat. Like, it didn't really come online ever. I think part of that is because of the IO, right? Like, we see that pairing like really amplify his farm, and it went from looking like the shining star of the previous draft to
a rock,
a literal rock. So
I was thinking about that joke for a little while.
Yeah,
while we were in the
workshopped it for
for a good hour. But MVP goes to the Chalice, and that's what you guys said. Everything fell apart with this Lycan. He ended up finding himself way too much farm, got everything he wanted. Deathless game, Helm Dom, Assault Kuras, and amazing performance by him.
From the 2 Lycan games we've seen, you definitely need to pressure this hero. You cannot let it get that Helm of the Dominator too quickly, and then the Helm of the Overlord will just follow immediately afterwards, because like once you have the Dominator, it's so easy to go into the Overlord, because you just unlock so much farming potential on that hero.
Our draft master was right about that, though. They had no solution to the Helm of the Overlord, and because of that, the Lycan just ended up tearing them apart.
Yeah.
This was a second pick Lycan, by the way. Like, this was first phase. They see Bane Weaver, and they're like, yeah, okay, we just pick Lycan. And I think that's just something that IG can't let happen again. Despite Bane Weaver both being very strong heroes, the Lycan clearly far too good at dealing with both of these heroes. Like, they just cannot contest this hero in the lane, or just as supports in general. So made a little bit of a draft oversight there, and Chalice obviously exploited it very well.
Did indeed, but I mean, you and me are really stupid, because we went for IG, and this is the fact that Queen of Pain has an 100% win rate playing against Ember Spirit. I mean, it was 3-0 in the this is in the DPC, by the way, just Division 1 DPC this year, 100% win rate. Was 3-0, now 4-0. I mean, we should have known. We should have known, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Hindsight's 2020. I did think
stats don't lie.
It's true. I did think that their draft was very greedy, though, and it was going to be difficult for them to get what they needed to try and take this to the late game. But I guess when you win all your lanes, it gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, especially when you don't actually have to make plays, right? You just control the tempo, win lanes, control the tempo, farm yourselves up. The other team really struggle to make plays, and also they're playing tiny Ember, right? Like, these are players these are heroes which play pretty badly from behind, I would say. I mean, Tiny, certainly. Maybe Ember's a little bit better at it, but
the Orchid made it so much harder. Like, you have damage problems when you're playing from behind on Ember, and the fact that you win Orchid instead of a farming item or a damage item made things even harder.
Yep, definitely put themselves in a tough position. But the last time these two played against each other, as we mentioned a couple of times in the Huya lower bracket final, it was RNG that took the first game, IG took the second game, and then RNG took the third game. So this might be the old switcheroo, perhaps, as IG won the first game this time around. So could be set to take the third game. I don't know. I'm just saying, could happen. I mean, who do you feel like has the advantage coming into a third game? Do you feel like it's the team that just won, or do you think it's the team that won first?
I think it depends on how the draft. Like, if you look at the game and you're like, yeah, this was a drafting issue, or if you look at the game and it's just like, we were just severely outplayed. Obviously, I think this is kind of a draft issue, and obviously the lanes didn't go how they expected, but you can't. I think you just have to be a little bit smarter with that opener. I think that's a big deal, and I think they'll probably address that here in the next game. So I don't think they're going to be
too upset over it, but RNG definitely have to be feeling pretty good.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Would you like to add to that statement anyway?
I want to pull the Nomad move, the power move, where I just refuse to elaborate further.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, what heroes are you expecting to see in the final game then? Are you expecting any repeats?
I think they'll mix things up for this one. You want to pull something out for game number 3, so something a little bit crazier. We've seen Broodmother banned a couple of times. We haven't seen the pick, even though it was picked up a couple of times at the Huya tournament. I think if there's a time we're going to see, it's going to be the absolute last game of the day, where the players are tired, they're mentally exhausted. They're not banning out. Are we allowed to? Draft Master's gone. I can talk about bans. They're not banning out heroes that wouldn't normally slip their minds at the start of the day. But I'm sure these teams have been watching every single game today as well. When it ends up going this late, you start to see a couple of cracks come out.
Yeah, for sure. And those cracks can be, of course, exploited by the teams when they get into this situation this late in the day, and some of these bans slip through as well. I'm wondering if anyone chooses to let the IO through again, because we've seen that been very popular in this region.
I'm sure they'll ban. That's going to be on the forefront of their mind. The IO.
Do you reckon though?
Yeah. It's too good in this region, and it's just like a broken concept. And I think a lot of people have been running it in scrims. It's the impression I get, given that it's been so popular just inside this region. Because, as we were saying earlier, okay, you're either an IO player or you're not, and there's a lot of teams outside the CN region that just aren't running that. But right now, everyone inside the CN is, running IO. So I think it's very well practiced.
All right. Well, the draft is just around the corner, which means it's time to say konnichiwa to our draft master, Senpai Lizard.
This is the last time.
You started this.
Did I?
Yes.
Wasn't it you?
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Exactly. You do it once, and then they pick up and they can't let it go.
Weren't you learning this for your trip to Japan?
Yeah, I never went, but I've got a lot of practice here for the next time I'm there.
Of course.
Yeah. So, Liz, what are you anticipating for this third game?
We'll see. Spirit Breaker, I think, might not be touched. This is the hero that I'm completely talking about. It's OD and Spirit Breaker. Those two are the main focal points. Then comes the IO, Queen of Pain, and whatnot. Spirit Breaker, he fell, right, from that position 4 from offlane into a position 5 in the last game even. So it looks like these two teams at least aren't valuing him as that 4 or a core as much, and might be let through again in the banning stage. But if we do see a Tiny, I would rather see it on position 4, or as Ricky said, if you're picking it as a carry, you need some buffs, right? You need some amps, anything. He didn't have a single thing that could make him a beast that he was in game 1.
No, absolutely agree. And without that IO, felt very, very weak indeed. And that's kind of like the combo. I feel like once you ban the IO, you should have essentially banned the Tiny out as well, but they decided to play it anyway. What was the logic behind putting the Spirit Breaker on the 5 and the Lion on the 4?
So Spirit Breaker is played on 5. It's not a new thing. Hero is pretty strong. You can give him an Orb of Venom and he will be able to brawl versus anything in the lane. Plus you're denying it from the enemy. They can't pick it. It's overall just a solid pick. Not the greatest 5, but when the hero is that broken, I think it can work anywhere.
And you want to get the Blink Dagger on the Lion, of course, when you're playing against the Spirit. Yeah. So get that easy catch. Makes a lot of sense. Guys, what hero do you want to see these guys playing? Are there any signatures you want to see picked up in this final game?
It'd be cool to see the Morphling come back in. It's been getting banned a lot. I think Neff was talking about the
Fly.
Yeah,
Fly is
more.
best to study his replays and learn Morphling, but I'm just, awful, so.
Yeah, he's not a Morph player, so it makes sense.
I was getting made fun of when I was streaming myself learning Morphling. I'm just, all right, I'm done.
Dude, Morphling is one of the hardest heroes to learn just because it's so embarrassing when you get it wrong. And it's so impactful when you get it wrong as well. You're just tootling along a full Agi, just having a great time, and then just a random creep takes you out, and you're just like, oh. Sorry team, I just threw the game. My bad.
You were watching those streams.
Nomad was the one.
And we're going to show the clip now.
Yeah. I would like to see the Broodmother as well. I think, like we were saying, it's been banned out a lot, but could squeak through the draft a little bit. It could be fun.
Yeah. It always happens that we see a lot of bans aimed at heroes that are picked all the time, that we forget about some other heroes that are quite difficult to deal with. It's how Broodmother recently came back into the spotlight, so now she's banned out all the time.
Yeah.
Half the time she's banned, right? A little bit more than that, yeah.
Half the time.
Yeah, I mean, interesting verb to use, adjective to use on Broodmother, calling her fun, though. But I don't know about that, Chief.
Shout out to all the single mothers out there, dude. She's great.
Damn, empowering. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it does feel like a hero that's being somewhat underutilized. Like, we've seen Tundra run it, and it gets like picked. We haven't even seen it picked yet. It's just being banned an absolute ton.
Yeah, it's just been getting banned. It hasn't shown up yet in the DPC. Like, that's why I kind of want to see it finally and see how they decide to play it here. But man, I think the hero has a lot of potential.
It would check out though, because they're playing super greedy offlaners at the moment, right? With the Lycan.
Definitely, and if you think about the Brood itself, it was brought back into the meta by the Chinese region. Like the last year in DPC Season 1, they're the first ones that started experimenting with the offlane Brood, with the Greaves, with the AC build, Pipe.
Yeah.
And then it came back, right? Everyone started picking it up.
Versatility is definitely one of the strongest aspects to a hero in Dota. I did want to talk about the team's versatility a little bit, though, because in these two games, we've seen them both play a pretty similar game, right? RNG has played the greedier draft both times, and it's IG who's chosen to go on the offensive both times, and it's now 1-1. Do you think there's any particular merit to either of these strategies, or do you think this is just how the teams play?
I think just how the teams play. RNG, God King, incredibly greedy player. He fights when he's ready to fight, and that's like the core of the build that he went when he was, forming that Heaven's Halberd Renaissance for everybody. So that's my opinion on that one.
Okay. So you feel like RNG's kind of got the number of IG as they did take them down before, even though not in the smoothest way?
I think they're playing their own game rather than trying to play against whatever IG is doing, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does a bit. I mean, I think every draft is like a balance of playing your own game versus...
You have to balance it out, right? Like you pick the heroes that are best for you and you try to match them up versus the enemy heroes in the best way possible. But like when it comes to this late game potential versus early game flashiness, I would say that a team that is the underdog should always have the ultimate late game potential, right? And RNG here, even though they have had good recent games, matches, right, success, they're still the underdogs in my opinion versus IG. So if they are to win the series, they need to have the ultimate late game potential, which they did have in that last game in Medusa. It just makes the game easier, right? You don't have to, like if you're on a timer and you're the underdog, most likely strategically you'll be outplayed in the first 10-15 minutes, and the enemy team, all they have to do is just set up the perimeter, the defense around their main win condition, and that's it. You'll break your head trying to break that wall.
True. So do you think there would be any merit in then IG trying to take the challenge to RNG and also drafting for the late game? Or do you think that would be against how...
From them, it doesn't truly matter that much as long as their whole draft is compact. That's how I see them. That's how I see this matchup. I feel that IG, on paper, is a stronger team, even though they didn't have the best time recently. I think when they're in their form, they are a bit stronger. So they just need to figure out some draft like that first one, something that works for them. So they are flashy a lot when it comes to strategies, drafts. Like if you remember the first two seasons as well, they are innovative. Like they like to mix things up, and that's what I want to see from them.
Yeah, all right. Well, hopefully we will see that as we are now into the draft for game number 3. Apologies for the short delay there, but we can now get it started for this third and final game. The decider matchup in this best-of-3 game between IG and RNG. This guy's hiding in his shirt. He's so scared.
Maybe he's just chilly.
Maybe. Give this man some heaters. Come on.
Space heaters for him.
Now, don't you warm your hands if you're cold? You aren't really putting something over your head, right? Like
maybe he's got cold lips. Been sucking on ice lolly before the game started.
You know that like hands are like they're the easiest one to get cold. Like you need to heat them up the most. Come on,
I just said he's been sucking on an ice lolly.
All right,
he's got his lips all cold.
Sure. What do you think about that sucker?
That's
good old OD.
I
don't like him one bit. I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised they let it through. Firstly,
thank you. Yeah, it's been banned out almost every single game other than this, but I thought they'd. Well, I was saying that we'd probably slip up towards the end here.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened. But I hate this hero. Removes you from the game for 4 seconds. Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, very cool. I'm gonna do that twice now. What's fun about that?
Yeah, definitely not fun for you, but for the OD player. I'm gonna put you under. I'm gonna meteor hammer you. You're gonna die. For OD pickers, it usually feels good. But
it's a great time all around.
Yeah, and the hero is as versatile as that Prophet. Like, can be on that mid lane, can be on the off lane. They pick up the Nyx Assassin against him. I don't really think that this is a huge counter. Like, it used to be, but it's no longer as strong versus an OD.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It doesn't have as much of an impact, but there's still a lot of options left in the pool that we normally see banned out in the first phase. Obviously, Weaver is still in. The Mars is still available.
The Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker. Like, there's still so many big picks available
here, right?
Yeah.
And it's because we're seeing like the respect bans of the Lycan and Emos, like Storm Spirit first phase. Like, these are not typically your first phase bans, right?
Yeah.
There's your steroid, or whatever's going to help a tiny potentially picked up here. We mentioned that we didn't like that last time because it didn't have the IO, so it wasn't outputting enough damage. But
even the OD, right? Even he likes to
works great with
OD, playing with that ogre.
He clears Roche so fast.
Yep.
It is ridiculous.
I don't know.
It shouldn't
it
affect
should
Roshan.
work. Like, I'm not sure why it works on Roshan. Anyways, they ban out the Broodmother. This is something that 33 did versus an OD as well, versus I believe Team Spirit's OD, and it worked really.
Why is it good?
You can deal with Brood. Like, as an OD, you don't deal well with heroes that get on top of you easily and that can disable you, or summons, right? Broodmother is just, she overwhelms you.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Remember the old Arcane Orb back in the day would do 100 bonus pure damage for each level of it, so it's funny that it doesn't do well with summons anymore. You just like two-shot the Warlock Golem back in the day.
Good times for OD. I mean, it's good times for him right now. Like, he's out of the meta for a couple of months, then he comes back even stronger.
Yeah.
Classic.
Another ban, they're literally just protecting the OD, and this is what I like as well from IG. They ban out the Rubik. It's probably the best support to steal that imprisonment, turn it against him. Then you have the bonus range. Obviously, it's much easier. You can save the targets being meteor hammered and whatnot. But for me, OD is a hero that's like, he is naturally broken, but you need to, you really need to protect him. Like, he cannot be played in any draft. Like, you need to draft around him and ban out certain heroes.
Yeah, well, they're already, drafting completely around him. We got the Ogre Magi to enable him and whatnot. Nyx Assassin, he's not great against, unfortunately. It's very easy to, just run underneath the Meteor Hammer while he's trying to channel it, run at him. Unless he's got vision down, he just ends up getting absolutely destroyed by that. But Spirit Breaker also fairly good at dealing with the OD. He puts somebody under, he gets ready to channel that Meteor Hammer, and already there's a Spirit Breaker in his face.
Charging, yep.
Yeah, we've seen that one a lot. So I'd be very surprised if that one wasn't banned here, because, that's as good a pick as any for RNG.
I just say that IG has an amazing view out of their boot camp.
Yeah, it does, right? It's so cool.
That's a sick room.
Yeah.
It's very, very nice. Well, it might be a bit distracting, If you
Is
just
is it IG or RNG?
That's IG.
That's IG, right?
Yeah, that's IG.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can see X Nova in the bottom right. Look at his cute little face poking up there.
Yeah, you're right.
He's so adorable. I reckon when he goes out to like walk in parks and stuff, like mother birds come down and try to feed him. They just think he's a baby.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
They ban out the Puck as well. It's one of those heroes that actually beats OD in the lane as well. So if they picked Puck, they could put DP on the offlane, perhaps put Puck against the OD, if OD is even mid. I actually like, do you guys like him on offlane more or mid lane?
I like him in an offlane position.
OD?
I actually really,
Mid.
I really like OD offlane.
Definitely mid. There's a lot of mids you just completely destroy with OD, so it feels very good.
I like him in the
For
mid.
me, like, you can destroy mid laners, but as a hero, like, you contribute more to the game from the offlane. You get that Meteor Hammer, you can pressure that safe lane, then the mid laner can rotate in, right? But if you're a mid laner, it's not really natural for the offlaner to just instantly sack his lane, come help you out, because you get that Meteor Hammer too soon. And if there's something that can push out the lane easily, I'm not sure. It just doesn't feel as... If it dominates the lane, it's amazing. If it doesn't...
It's a gamble, for sure. Mid, it's a bit more consistent, right? Like, you know what you're going to get, provided you're not against any hard counter, which there isn't really many. You've got so many abilities to be able to... Well, just one ability, but it's a very good ability to get you out of sticky situations. And we now have ourselves a Tusk on the side of RNG. which is a very interesting pick. I mean, this hero has not been popular in any region, really, that we've seen so far. We have seen in NA and SA a little bit of Tusk offlane. Beast Coast played a bit of Tusk offlane.
Beast Coast is always doing wild stuff, man.
Yes, true. Their offlaner is a nutcase, so always entertaining.
Love that guy. Miss covering them in some of those BTS tournaments. But, I mean, it's a nice save. Deals with the OD reasonably well as he tries to blow someone up. The snowball save is always available. Again, deals with the meteor hammer pretty well. So, makes sense they would grab it there. I'm just confused as to who's going to be playing the 4 and who's the 5 because,
yeah,
you know, Nyx Assassin, very weak position 5 generally. So I'm thinking it's going to be Tusk. But I'm interested in hearing, you know, the sensei's thoughts on that.
I agree with you. Like, both of these heroes aren't strong. Like, Tusk is strong on any lane, Nyx is weak on any lane. So it all depends on player preference and how they imagine the lanes, really.
I think that's your mid Razor, right?
They could flex that very easily.
Yeah,
It just
safe
depends
lane's
on what-
possible.
Yeah.
We've seen recently, at least in other tournaments, Razor on the safe lane a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chrysalis has been playing a lot to some crazy effect.
Yeah, like with different builds as well, right?
Yeah, he just changes up what he's doing every game.
It's very good with Ogre as well, because you have the attack amplification, which works with the static link, and then the slow as well. I mean, any slow plus Razor, and you probably win the lane. Like, it's literally that powerful. It's so silly.
Yeah, and of course, like the stun, so you can't blink or just TP out of it like you can sometimes against the Razor.
This is pretty much giving it away that Lina will be mid, that Prophet offlane with either Tusk and Nyx.
Yeah.
Truly, for me, maybe Nyx is a bit better with that Prophet on the offlane, as she doesn't benefit as much from tag team, and then you can get a hero that actually benefits from tag team on the safe lane.
Yeah.
But I really don't see a big difference. You have this offlane that's ranged and needs a brawler, and you have a brawler with her. But Lina for me is so good because you're playing versus a Razor and an OD. No matter which one of these two go to the mid lane, Lina should do well, right? She should do fine.
Yeah, for sure.
Both these heroes like
If they
punish
go mid, even.
Yeah, both these heroes punish like heroes that in the mid lane that have to play close to the creep wave, and Lina plays like the furthest back out of anybody, and it'll just like Light Striker, Prey, Dragon Slave down the wave, move over to the camp, clear that. Won't even interact with these heroes.
But they're actually banning out other mid laners, so
yeah,
probably Razor safe lane then, right?
Yeah, it makes sense too when you see the Lina pick because it means like you're
not winning mid anymore.
Yeah, you're not like really gonna win the mid lane, but also Death Prophet is like fairly safe into the Razor as well. It's not that hard of a matchup.
Why would you ban out Lifesteal if you have Razor?
Lifestealer is just banned out all the time. I'm
feel
not
like
sure as well, really.
I don't think he's that good.
I guess versus OD, it's decent, right? Like you have this built-in BKB.
You just dodge out the Meteor Hammer, and one of the things like with an offlane OD is you want to be able to punish the safe lane for being present in the lane, force them out, take the tower, and Lifestealer as well as the Faceless Void both good at getting outside of it. So that's my that's the only thing I can really rationalize as to why they do that. So probably an offlane OD, and they're looking for their mid laner, like with the safe lane Razor, like you guys were talking about.
It's got to be whatever they're picking last here. Lifestealer just happens to be really good against, but nothing comes to mind. That's the only thing I can think of.
Nice Mars ban.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they're just covering their bases. They're just saying like, hey, you guys have got OD Razor, right? You're flexible as anything, you know? You're doing a yoga draft over here. We're just going to ban out whatever we think is strong. Doesn't really matter what lane it's in. Like, we just know that you're
Sometimes you ban out the hero that you think is strongest against you as well, right? You have this Lina, the arena can be, and the Bulwark obviously can be pretty damn decent.
Exactly right. So final pick now for IG. They don't have long on the clock, and they're going to go for the Ember Spirit. So even now, I'm not entirely sure whether... I assume this is mid-Ember.
It's emo. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Sure, though? I mean, we've seen a lot more position 1 Ember Spirit recently, I feel.
It's popped up occasionally.
I don't think it's nearly as popular as a position 1 Razor, though. I mean, if we're just going by popularity, I imagine that was what it would be, but it is IG. They'll do what they feel is best. Especially, I don't even think they've decided now. The last pick might be what really nails the hammer home for them.
Yeah, so what do you think? I mean, RNG obviously need a safe lane here. I would say it's most likely that it's the offlane OD, right? When you see Razor and Ember Spirit as your other two.
Yeah, they might as well pick up something like a Wraith King.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is Wraith King like one of your only options? But into a Razor, it doesn't feel exceptionally good.
Yeah, nothing feels that great anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
it's got to be something that stands in front though. I need something to dangle, so to speak.
yeah, most likely. If you look at Ember, he deals with all the illusion heroes. If you look at Razor, these melees are kind of difficult to play into. And then OD as well.
I would have liked Faceless Void. That ban makes a lot of sense. Like, you'd be able to pump in tons of damage to that Chronosphere with Alina, but...
Can we get a Ricky?
Dude, you know I would always full send a
yeah.
Ricky, but
that hero's not
that hero
real,
is
man.
so
So
bad.
bad, but-
The hero is literally like bottom 10 in the entire game.
Something, do they play anything weird like Arc Warden or some cheap
Yeah,
things
right.
here, like
Give me a sniper.
This is the opposite of frontliners, so
Give me a
I
good
really
old
feel like they
sniper,
need something that can stand in front, but, you know, maybe they just...
Bloodseeker. Okay.
It's not necessarily stand in front, but it is run in front.
Yeah. You can build them fairly tanky too, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can rush a BKB on this hero. It's one of these heroes which doesn't really need much, so you can always go for the BKB if it is required. And that'll be the final pickup for RNG, lining up their roster nicely. But which direction are we leaning, guys?
I'm gonna go first, and you guys just go against me. You're gonna win.
I like the strategy,
100%. I'll go with IG.
You're broken on the first day.
My spirit is broken.
Too much Spear Breaker today, man.
I feel like their draft is simpler, easier to execute. At the same time, I know in my heart, like deep inside, RNG is taking this.
Left
IG.
IG?
I'll use the way to go.
I am also going to go IG.
Also gonna go IG? Alrighty. I'll go RNG, I think. Why not? Why not? They beat them last time. They could do it again. Let's find out what happens. We have a casting duo for this one, and it is B-Cop and Black on the mic to take you guys through game number 3.
Thank you very much, Nomad. I don't understand why, they just give predictions over there. They don't give any reasoning. They get off easy, right? Do we have any reasoning behind our predictions?
No,
Okay, cool.
because
We're on the same page.
we're not the experts. They're the experts. We're
Yeah,
just
they-
here to kind of talk.
Once we're all out of that room, we're just no longer the experts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
makes
Like
sense.
you see Lizard, the
What is it,
draft
one-
master.
1 for 6 today?
Yeah, I mean he's there for the draft still, not for the predictions. To be fair, but not next time. He's gonna be. I just got the news.
What, he's getting next?
No, he's out.
Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah, me too. Apparently.
You're
That's what
both-
you told me.
Yeah, you're both out. You're both out.
Oh yeah, GG. Well, good luck.
It's going to be tough without you guys. We'll be doing end of the day kind of reel. Like those.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. So what can you do, man? Life is life, right? Let's enjoy our last cast together.
Ever.
Ever.
Definitely the truth. Definitely ever. But we'll have to enjoy it, and we'll just have to share some memories.
We already do.
Yeah.
Especially
That's true.
from Singapore. We bonded very closely.
The bonds were there. Not fatal bonds, but almost. So
you think IG got it, huh?
yeah, I was saying that earlier. I think their draft looks pretty easy to execute. A lot of comfort there. OD getting banned all day except for now, and they've got it. And JT?
Is he an OD master, would you say?
We'll have to see.
Look at his thing. That's a gold OD. That means he's level 12. That means he's played it about 120 times.
Is that how much it takes to get to gold?
I have no idea. It depends on how many quests you do.
30 seconds
True.
to battle.
Yeah, but they don't refresh that often.
They don't.
They really should make it so they refresh more often. But I also think,
They're also useless, though, a lot of them.
well, you get more points though, leveling up your runes, right?
I don't know.
Like your damage runes and all that stuff.
I don't do Gamba.
I don't know. All I know is I'm on the road to Grandmaster Ancient Apparition.
The battle begins.
Soon. TM.
Very soon, of course.
Yeah. Don't forget the
Love
TM.
spamming that hero.
Anyway, I do think they... RNG does have good tools, though, in this game to deal with them, right? Like, there is... It's not like a one-sided draft or anything.
No, I think this is one of the most even drafts we've seen today.
Yeah, it is. Just the mid lane might be a little bit hard for the Ember Spirit. Like, Lina is definitely lane dominator, and Ember doesn't really like to lane against her. But the OD will have to do quite a bit of lifting, I think. This game, Emu shouldn't be able to get a good start.
I don't know if you noticed that when we got that side view right there, but if you can see it on the Lina's right clicks, it's not changed because of the Aghanim's Labyrinth thing. It's just stacked. So it's technically, from the side, it was showing 2 projectiles going out. They're just like layered over each other. They're not.
I'm
like,
too tired with you lost me.
Yeah.
I'm sure the viewers know what you talk about, but...
But you know, you never know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's also why we broke up, but...
You just don't get me anymore.
Yeah, it's not you though, it's me.
It's me, yeah.
So no, don't worry about it. Run in the tower together, trying to deny together. Whoa, actually got that one. Fly for the lasted master. He only missed one of those as a razor. Pretty impressive. Pause. We all know equal means pause.
What did you say it meant? Wait?
It means wait, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe some Chinese viewers from the chat can enlighten us.
Do you put in the equals? You played for Vici.
You mean when I played? Well,
Yeah.
of course, you gotta adopt the culture.
Yeah, equal.
Yeah, and then we say Kai Wu, which means let's smoke.
I don't want to be mean to Tusk, but he looks like a doofus right there.
Where's an ogre?
Yeah, that's the thing. He's standing right next to Ogre, and he looks like the doofus in that picture.
How about the bird though? He's a real doofus.
Yeah, well, the bird's the bird.
That is like the worst Arcana they've ever made.
You think so?
It's just ugly.
I like
You don't.
the blue, the upgrade.
You don't.
I think that looks okay.
No.
I do.
I don't think you do.
I did really like the Ogre set where they're wearing the Jakiro costume.
Oh, that one is, yeah. I mean, that's just a meme though. That's good though.
They better get in.
Yeah. Have you seen the black spider thing?
The Black Widow
Dude,
Broodmother. I didn't.
That one is so scary, actually.
It's scary, but it's like very smooth.
Yeah, but it's too smooth. That's why it's scary.
Yeah.
It looks like an actual monster spider in Dota. Like, the only reason why I can handle Broodmother is because it doesn't really look like a spider, you know what I mean?
Arachnophobic?
A little bit.
Okay. I think we all are.
Yeah.
Deep down.
But if it came to it, of course, you know, if I had to fight a gigantic spider, I would definitely win.
So, when you smush a spider, are you like you just shoe person, shoe on stomp? Or are you like you go and grab like one tissue and you try to
just squeeze it?
Yeah, just smash it with your hand, or do you have
It
to
depends what do you have at hand, right? Like
Yeah.
I've been traveling a lot. Like sometimes I do it in China, sometimes in Malaysia, sometimes in Canada, and you all have different tools at your disposal. So I'm a very well versed man with many tools to get rid of many insects. Also, luckily, mosquitoes hate my blood. They never suck me. They never suck my blood. Is it like a thing that they don't go to some people?
You're just not sweet enough for them.
Are you saying that I smell bad?
No, I'm just
Okay.
You don't get that candy in you.
It's so funny because every time my team, like, they all have mosquito bites, I'm like, I don't. I'm immune. I have no blood. Maybe.
I wonder if that's like a genetic thing.
Yeah,
You just
maybe.
don't attract mosquitoes.
I don't attract anything. I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. He went for the weird skill build on OD again. No passive.
Ooh, mid.
Nice.
Somnus in some trouble. Had the help of Frisk, but they'll rotate over X Nova.
Yeah, which is good for the OD because he really needs that solo experience. As you can see, Ember's struggling a little bit.
Gosh, the Ogre's so annoying with the Ignite, especially once he starts getting those levels and the multicasts.
Yeah, and you get like a triple ignite on you, and it lasts for like 24 seconds.
Full range plasma fields too, not
Oh,
feeling
yeah,
too
gotta be
great.
careful,
There's the
maybe.
stun. Felix on the run.
Ah,
Ooh,
he's
one
burning,
more.
he's burning!
Ignite, first blood.
There was like just
the
nice.
last tick.
Yeah, which dealt like 12 damage, he had 11 health. If the tango came a little bit earlier, probably would have lived, but Dota is a game of millimeters and milliseconds.
Potentially even nanoseconds.
Sure. And sometimes you just die as a Wraith King with ult up and mana.
Yeah. Soul Ring doesn't matter.
Yeah. In fact, Soul Ring killed him, apparently. I didn't even know the bug existed.
There's apparently a post about it like 5 years ago or something like that.
Yeah. AUI is on the case. Well, now this is where the Bloodseeker pick seems a little bit like you're a lane dominator, but you're playing against Odie, which is the lane dominator.
The lane dominator, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he's struggling a lot, and Bloodseeker really needs a good game to come fruition in the mid game. It's a fast Maelstrom. Emo is actually doing a lot, well, not a lot better than I thought he would. He's still quite far behind, but he's at least holding his own.
He does feel like he's still bringing it to the Lina despite the fact that he's down 11 CS. Like, he's playing aggressive. He's not too scared to really get in there.
At what cost, though?
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't really know the cost, but that plus inflation is a lot.
Oh.
Good shards, Ollie.
Just TP out, apparently.
Ooh, yeah.
As a healing self, so.
Never in doubt.
Ooh.
Yeah, because he just TP'd to the tier 1. He's going to salve and try and run back into this. He's got the static link. Felix trying to fight, but now there's the stun. So Ollie helping out. The Ignite slows him up. Plasma Field's there, and Fly gets the kill. Ollie, you know, maybe some people panic and they TP back to base. Ollie TPs to the tier 1. He's got the salve. He's back into the fight almost immediately.
They did know that, though, and despite knowing that, they still fought. So, yeah, well, at least they're a little bit low in resources now, so when the Tusk comes back... oh, Emo, he's in trouble.
And Tusk ain't coming back. He's actually going towards mid to get the kill on the Emo. That'll really help Somnus start to pull away in this matchup.
And he was already ahead by far. Now he's level 6. Once the Ember comes back to lane.
700 ahead.
Yeah, feels like game 1.
Wait, did I do the math on that right? Yeah, just about 700.
Uh-oh, jealous.
Plasma Field.
Nice shots, though.
Gosh, again, just really close. And Fly even thinking about going in and turning around onto Felix for a second.
Yeah, like Emo will definitely need some time to get back into this game at some point. Odie will have to make space for him, maybe even the Razor as well. Yeah, like the last pick, Ember, it's a very curious pickup here. Because you lane against the Lina, you know that, the lane's tough. And then also they have a Nyx Assassin, who is considered a pretty good counter to Ember. Because you can't really ever use the Flame Guard to push out lanes once he's level 6. Well, goodbye, Ollie.
Ollie is going to die here to the Laguna Blade.
At least he tanked the Laguna, so the mid laner
Emo feels a little bit safer.
Yep.
X-Nova Tokyo drifting these wards down.
Yeah, Nyx Haze looks pretty funky. He's blocked 2 spots, and I haven't seen it, I think.
He might have just been out of vision.
I mean, look at the net worth of the Bloodseeker, though. Like, that is also really sad. And the DP as well. Like, the sidelanes are not going well at all. Like, Somnus will have to rotate and get something done soon. Poor God King, he's getting bullied so much.
Yeah, not an easy lane. Like you said, OD a lane dominator. Here comes the Meteor Hammer, but it's right on the Spike Carapace. They've got the silence onto 2. X-Nova, he's getting low. This Meteor Hammer damage is just absurd.
Why is it 690 damage?
Fly, though, takes some quick damage coming through.
He's just running away, though.
He's got the wand. Does he have the survivability? No, not at all, especially with 4 heroes in the top lane to make that happen.
So that means they're just going to concede the bot tower or what? Because the Meteor Hammer OD is there, it takes like 3 casts and it's gone.
Yeah,
Nyx just TP's there.
But what's he going to do? Spike Carapace and that's it?
Well, he could potentially try to impale him, but he has to be careful he doesn't just die there again. And they don't have DP ult yet. They need to get the tower down. Yeah, now they're both kind of stuck here. Looks a little bit
goofy.
Yeah, still not this. It's so close. Yet so far, B-Cop.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. Because that bottom tier 1's going to go down, and top not getting pressured as much as they would really hope.
Well, they do have DP ult after the next wave, so they'll be able to amp the pressure by quite a bit. Rune is bottom. Emo picks it up, and Invis rune. Not the best rune, unfortunately, but Let's see what he can do with it. He's actually running top with it. They all are. Popped Exo. Want to kill the DP.
Yeah, I mean, if they kill the DP and they were looking for that top tier 1, that's really going to feel quite bad. They do spot Felix, so the Exorcism really doesn't lead to them getting a tower or anything out of it. And Meteor Hammer just constantly being thrown down onto the bottom tier 1. IG, it's not a massive lead right now, but the building blocks are there.
Yeah, yeah. Once his bot tower is gone and Odie joins the top fight, perhaps. Meteor Hammer's back up in 4. And yeah, they might even want to kill the Nyx Assassin as well. They know he's there for sure. Yeah, they got him.
Earth Spike, Spike Carapace, spikes on spikes on spikes, but here comes the damage through onto X Nova. Fly using that ult. They're trying to guide themselves through the trees and keep up with this Nyx. They'll get the kill. Fly gets credit for that one, and while they've gotten that tier 1 down bottom, the top tier 1 still continues to stand. No Exorcism to throw the way of this tower, and it's been bloodlusted by Ollie, so not exactly easy to take down either. They've got 3 heroes committing to trying to make something happen in this top lane, but they spent so much time trying to get this tower.
Yeah, it feels really bad. Look at the Bloodseeker's net worth, 2.7k. He's so far behind everybody. And we spoke about how important this fast Maelstrom is to really amp his game up. Nowhere near close. Like 2k away from it at this point. Like some people in a good game, they already have Maelstrom by minute 11.
I'm a little surprised that IG still considered conceding that. Or, well, didn't consider it. They did concede that.
It's always a bit tough to like rainbow TP in, unfortunately, so didn't have the most options. But like Odie now just transitions to mid lane, starts Meteor Hammering that tower. And what is RNG's answer here? They have Exorcism in 20. They need a big team fight win. They need to get the Bloodseeker back in the game. Or at least make a lot of space for him.
Seems very tough because, yeah, Death Prophet's going to have Exorcism, but it's not like this Death Prophet is super farmed or anything like that. Struggling on both the Death Prophet and the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and Nyx is not level 6 yet. A lot of problems right now for RNG, but one good team fight is all it takes sometimes, Mr. Cobbers.
Cobbers?
Yeah, Cobbers.
Coppers?
Yeah.
I thought you said cobbers, like corn on the cob.
No, Coppers.
Okay.
Like K-O-P-P-E-R-S.
It works. Exorcism.
Wow.
Committed very early.
Well, you're dead.
They got the kill on a Frisk. That's okay, I guess, but they still need to turn this into a tower take. And at the moment, OD is still just bottom, so it doesn't look like he's going to come and defend this at all. It doesn't look like they'll defend the tier 1 mid at all. They didn't want to fight in this Exorcism. IG kind of allowing RNG to do what they want with that mid fight without the Lion, and a little surprising because it does feel like they're in a position to really lay the hammer down on RNG.
Literally, because Odie hasn't used it yet at all.
Yeah.
And I'm just like you, I'm a little surprised that they're being this cautious. Like, what exactly are they waiting for? Question mark, exclamation mark.
XD. So, Smoke, 3 heroes.
To the triangle, looking for the Lina.
Ooh, Felix in a good spot to potentially break the smoke on the back end, but just isn't there in time. And, well, honestly, IG aren't there in time to get the kill on anybody. And they were looking to try and get Somnus, but he is out of dodge.
Yeah, good recognition, but they still do get the mid tower, which is very important. Equalizing the tower count. And Bloodseeker still needs a long time. Like, he hasn't been farming throughout all of this. Look at his net worth, 3.5k. It's nothing. It's basically like a good support net worth for this time.
it's a Jinkyu Weaver
and then
support.
Somnus took the entire wave from him.
Yeah,
they're not even planning to.
Anything.
He like literally tanked the creep wave for Somnus. He's like, okay, take it. I didn't want it.
Okay, JT looking to land a Meteor Hammer
on the trees.
On the trees.
He hates those. That one in particular.
Yeah, getting his inner Timber Saw out there.
Yeah, I haven't seen that for a while. But yeah, Bloodlusted OD can become a really, really strong hero in the mid game. And just in general, like, Bloodseeker struggling so bad in the early game. Like, I don't know how you transition into the mid game with that. Like, you need your BKB quick. You need your Maelstrom quick, and neither is happening. He made like 300 gold in 2 minutes. Like 150 GPM right now. X-Nova on the prowl. Oh, the Impact can line it up.
He can. They've got the snowball.
Oh, nice save.
Great defensive Astral, and Chalice is just out of mana.
Shaboom.
And they'll drop down the Sanities. They'll get the kill onto Chalice. They'll look for Felix. He's into the trees and TPing away, but I mean, that was an aggressive play from RNG that goes the wrong way once IG are able to counter. And that all comes off the back of JT, who uses that Astral Imprisonment defensively.
Why is OD banned every game?
There's your answer. And that's not even like the biggest reason right there.
I mean, the biggest reason is that there are so many reasons to do it.
Yeah. You talk about heroes that do a lot, and I think one of the heroes we were kind of talking about on the panel before was Grimstroke when me and you were there.
Yeah.
But like OD does so much, especially with the build-up that he's got.
Yeah. Lanes well, precious towers, deals a ton of damage, good team fighter, scales well into the late game, saves, setups, etc., etc.
Pressure.
Oh, OD, nope, not in trouble at all.
Another Exorcism. What are they going to do with this? They've got the silence on it too. They'll look for the Meteor Hammer. He's going to stand his ground. Everybody's going to avoid it. And eventually JT dies. They get 2 kills there for RNG, so IG get caught on the opposite end of the river and lose too.
Yeah, they weren't already, and RNG was. Finally a good fight for them. Bloodseeker really needed that experience and gold.
And he jumps up quite a bit.
Yeah, still far behind, but at least he's getting on the board. But the real big winner so far is Somnus. He's really rich. Once he has BKB, it's going to be hard to fight for IG potentially. You need their own BKB on the Razor, but he's just going to get Ruptured. And the Ruptured Razor is not a Razor.
Can't move his Razor, you're not really getting all the output you should be.
Yeah.
Emo. With the help of Frisk, there's the
Zahandu
first finger kill, I believe.
Yeah.
Like we said yesterday, that Immortal makes that finger just feel that much better.
Yeah, the sound and the zip.
Yeah, the sound and the zigzag.
Yeah. And you're going to say Zahandu every time.
Zahandu?
Zahandu.
Zahandu.
Yeah. That's what... Have you ever watched JoJo? Do you know what it is? Yeah, there's a stand called the Zahandu. It's just like a hand.
Who's your favorite stand? Have you watched Stone Ocean yet?
No, I have not. But I think
you have to watch it.
From what I watched so far, it's Zawaldo for sure.
Zawaldo. Yeah, well, I do love it.
It is quite epic.
It's always a fun time. I actually love the Sex Pistols.
The hell is that?
It's one of
Also
the stands. Yeah.
Well, I don't know many stands.
You gotta watch that.
I have a lot of anime catching up to do.
Yeah, we'll watch it while we're here.
I'm so busy with life, you know. Like I gotta attend to you.
You're busy casting games.
Yeah.
JT still throwing those Meteor Hammers down onto these creeps. He went to the Force Staff. Now he's going another mobility item in the Blink Dagger. Although I assume he's going to be holding that gold and maybe thinking if he needs the Blink first or the BKB, right?
Yeah, but Blink on OD is just a very important item to get into position for those saves. But now the Razors BKB, they're smoking up, looking for their own good team fight, and well, they see X-Nova, but
yeah, they can kind of track him off that courier.
You don't want to go on him? They do.
They track him with the courier. They know exactly where he is. They get the kill on X-Nova. Easy kill there for Emo, but that is a 5-man smoke right now for just a Nyx assassin.
It's very inconsequential.
I say that, but
is
maybe
it?
You know, if they can get this Roche, it's not as inconsequential as it feels.
Okay, OD is ridiculous. Look at this damage that OD deals just by himself. Bloodlust him, please. Thank you. Why does Arcane Orb work on Roshan? It's like 100 pure damage every hit.
Roshan needs to be stronger.
Yeah. Seriously, look at this. This is ridiculous.
He's getting bullied.
They killed the +5 and they killed Roshan in like 15 seconds.
First stage is into the hands of IG. Although, wow, gosh.
Yes.
Somnus' net worth has been pumping.
Oh yeah, he's rich. He's really rich. Didn't participate too much in killing and trying to make space for the Bloodseeker. Like, honestly, I don't know if it's gonna backfire or not, because Lina can, like, snowball super hard, but if you die once or twice and your Bloodseeker is at a net with is because you took the whole map, you might just end up having to 1v5. And is Lina the hero to do that? It can be, but against Razor, Odie, and Ember, it's not that easy.
It's not that easy, but if you've got somebody in the front lines, like, it's certainly possible, right? Like, if you've got the Tusk making...
But who's going front line,
well, maybe Tusk makes it at least disrupted. He's not frontlining like a tank or anything, but he does disrupt the fight, right?
Yeah, it's possible. They're also playing against an instant hex, like...
It's certainly tough, yeah.
Yeah, you never want to play like this one massive core against heroes like Lion or Doom. Just very punishing if you're out of position ever. He's going straight for the Daedalus. All right.
Somnus very in the zone right now.
Yeah, like he wants to win. Obviously. Who doesn't?
I mean, as long as I get a participation trophy, it's okay.
Really? You have that kind of mindset? Okay.
It's all about the fun and the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, yeah. That's what they always say at school anyway. It's not true at all. They hate you if you don't perform perfectly. Like, you didn't win the trophy for the school. You're a disgrace. But here's your participation trophy.
Tier 1 top goes down. Fly getting credit for that one, as everybody is here from IG. And OD does decide to go to the BKB. So JT was thinking about the Blink Dagger. It's the BKB first. He might go to the Blink Dagger and double back for it.
Ooh.
X Nova.
Nah, he saw
trying
that
to
one.
come in. Yeah, he's got the sentry and saw X Nova trying to make that move.
Was probably a little spooked. Like, oh. I love these kind of moments. Quick fingers. Quick thinking too.
They want to come through, but Frisk is ready for this. Blink back, ignite out. Shard's a little bit off the mark.
He could carapace the Ogre with the ignite on. Chooses not to. Because it's on cooldown.
Yeah. Unfortunate, because that's probably a kill. If they can just keep up with him.
Well, so both teams again just... The series has been the slowest I think we've had all, like, DPC China.
Super cautious.
Yeah, like both teams, really.
And I don't know if that's a product of maybe for IG no Kaka.
Potentially, yeah.
And for RNG just working it out.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker is getting somewhat closer to his items, I guess. It's just... Man, if they win with a Bloodseeker like this, then the hero must be good. Because usually how Bloodseeker games look like this, they're gonna go into a team fight, they're gonna get bursted, and they make no item progression. But IG's really giving them a lot of space. Like, the only strong hero right now is that Lina, but they're
refusing to push.
Yeah, they even have Aegis too. But I mean, now they have the BKB on Ember, now it's go time. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, it seems like a moment now, especially with that BKB, that you have to take advantage of. They'll look over at Chalice. That's an exorcism with not a lot of health remaining, but he does get away thanks to the help of the Walrus Punch coming out from Felix Chamba. Firefly is going to go down first. The Somnus, we talked about the damage from the Lina, who's got a lot of farm. They get the kill on Felix. They'll end up taking out two. With no Bloodseeker, can they still fight into this? Again, Somnus with some space. Finally on him. They've got the Blink as well as the Hex. They'll drop the hammer down with the Sanity's Eclipse. And JT will finally take out that pesky Lina.
Yeah.
Get the Lion in there, get that instant Hex out. And yeah, Lina is given space, and we saw what the Lina can do with a little bit of space, but once they were in on him, once they got the Hex.
The big elephant in the room, though.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
Bloodseeker dealt like 500 damage.
And no more elephant.
And he just died. Yeah, no more elephant, unfortunately. They're gone. But, like, he needs his BKB. Like, they gotta make the space for his BKB, and then they gotta fight afterwards. It's just like he cannot do any little thing right now. The entire network is funneled onto the Lina. As you can see, one Blink Hex and you're gone. It's just so rough to play a single core in these kind of games. Like when I saw him take the creep wave away from Bloodseeker, I was kind of like, okay, you're pretty rich already.
Guess my Bloodseeker's not recovering. Laguna Blade comes out, Frisk again. We're gonna maybe catch a Blink Hex onto Somnus.
If they go on him, he's just dead, but they don't know. There was pretty ballsy from Somnus, because Lion was right there.
Yeah, that blink just not giving him the vision that he wanted to get this kill. Although Somnus still moving up, IG is right here, out and about. Here in the Radiant jungle. They've backed off on RNG, but they still have the Nyx Assassin forward. Xnova may be looking to give some vision to get them the opportunity they needed to jump forward, but he'll back off that area. The map is 3 heroes smoke up on the side of RNG. It's Somnus, Felix, Chauba, and Chalice. Looking potentially for an opportunity, but they'll go down mid. And
well, that was
potentially a warding excursion?
Yeah, get some offensive vision up. Try to play around the top area, because the next Roshan is going to be very, very important. So IG is just going to take care of the bottom objective. Once that's gone, they can just focus their entire attention on the top side of the map, where Roshan is going to be the big objective.
This is some more pressure on IG, placed by IG, but still, I'm not 100% certain whether or not that's enough pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, at least they get the T2 tower for nothing, pretty much. But yeah, Bloodseeker BKB finished. So now he's actually in a decent spot to fight. The fight also started off like in a really weird way, where one of your biggest DPS, the DP, they just went on her and she couldn't really participate in the fight anymore, had to run away with Exorcism on.
Yeah, the instant Exorcism kind of not baffles me. I think that's a little bit too harsh of an adjective. But like, you're half health, you Exorcism, it's risky. Because you're already looking to just fall back, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can get back into the fight, but it's still probably not the most opportune time.
Yeah, and it wasn't. He couldn't really do a whole lot with it. But now they have triple BKB. So this Odie, in theory, should be pretty... Use this against that. Oh my god, I gotta be so careful. Lion is looking for the blink initiation. Restrain. Restrain yourself. Frisk says, no. You're not worth my life.
Not worth me jumping in and then immediately being turned on.
Yeah. They're also squishy, it's the real problem though. They should have BKBs, but one instant hex on any of them and they will just die. Like, they need a snowball to save them. Otherwise, they're just gone.
And Felix has done that a little bit. He's been kind of front-running just a touch, you know, Waller's punch and all that.
Oh, Lion actually brings in. Oh, it's really bad for them.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be dead. Frisk goes down to Somnus. Xnova, though, taking a lot of damage from Emo. Emo now forced to Remnant away as his BKB is on cooldown. It helped him get a kill on the Nyx Assassin, but not much else. Exorcism, again, used very early into that fight, and it really doesn't get them anything. They're not really using this Exorcism to go for objectives. It's been in these fights, but it hasn't produced results.
He is very trigger happy with that button, for sure. Every time he sees like anyone, he's like instant. Oh,
BKB
careful.
straight right clicks. They've got the rupture. Firefly's dead on his screen already.
Wait, they were under the ward? They knew they were there all along?
Wow, ooh, the stun, and yeah, they're gonna get JT as well. IG.
And Roche is up.
Really missing the mark on this jump.
But that is illegal. Like, they saw them under the ward the entire time. They did.
This is illegal.
Like, they literally have a ward right there, which just got dewarded, but like at this level of play, you can't make these kind of mistakes.
Well,
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that really is a lot of damage. Emo trying to make something happen. Oh, Roche bashing up Somnus, almost getting the kill there onto the Lina. That's pushing Somnus away from the pit, and that'll give enough time for JT to respawn.
There's no free Roche for them.
Let's see, yeah, how much do they want to hold on?
Yeah, once that ODTPs, they should just be going into the pit. They still have their BKBs at least, so maybe they can fight back, but that Ember Spear with the Desolator dealt a lot of damage there.
And then Roche almost came in with the alley-oop, dunking the head of Lina.
Imagine if one Ignite hits the Lina there. Like, the Ignite just kills her. Would have been so unfortunate.
Because Somnus is really holding this game together. If he was to die like that, that would have just felt real bad.
Into the pit. Or DD Rune, who gets it? Emo.
Now you definitely. I can't really.
He also has the quiver, which is another
I don't
200
think
damage.
you can fight into this. But you're almost in a position where you have to. You brought Roche so low, right?
Yeah, the next team fight is going to be very telling.
X-Nova, Spike Carapace, they've got the Searing Chains. They'll look for the Snowball as well as the Walrus Punch. They get the kill on Fristo. They'll take out the Lion. He'll buy back immediately with the BKB pop by Emo. They get the kill on Firefly. They've taken on the Razor. IG, they've lost 2 in this fight. They got the buyback coming in from the Nyx Assassin, but finally Somnus is out of it, so a lot of the damage that RNG have is going to be out of the way. They've got the BKB still rolling on JT. He'll drop down the Sanity's
The
kill
damage,
off
OD,
X-Nova.
OD damage!
Chalice gets killed first. He'll end up getting the kill on a JT afterwards, but God King goes down to Emo, and it is a full team wipe for IG. Costly for both teams, but beneficial for only just one, and that one is IG.
Yeah, that was super well played by Frisk. Like, he sees the opportunity to Hex and stun the Lina. They all converge. Sure, Razor is completely out of position, but he makes a lot of space for his OD and the Ember to really get into that fight, deal a lot of damage. You probably don't want to die there, but it's for the greater good. Now they get a Roche as well, another Aegis on the Ember, and Emo looking very, very happy in his little camera picture there.
Yeah.
And the rest is more like, yeah, daily office.
Yeah, he's the smiles guy. Everybody else is locked in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I would be happy too if I had a team fight like that. Got a DD room, got my Deslo, slide of fist a couple of heroes, a couple of fools.
I will say everybody's going back to their old names. Erica going back to Erica after being Poyoyo. Paparazzi's from Eurus to Paparazzi. Emo, you should go back to half. I like that nickname.
Yeah, what about full though?
It's the way you see things, you know?
Yeah, like, I guess in a way, like the name change makes sense. Like Emo, half. Like, there's a connection there. Right, the name is pretty sad, right?
Well, if you think about it like that, maybe, but...
Yeah. But what if he's really happy? Then the name is really, like, a happy thought, right?
Half full?
Yeah, because he always looks very happy on his pictures.
Yeah.
Fly needs an armor item.
Another guy who should go back to his old name.
Which one was that?
GGG.
No, Fly is way nicer. It just rolls off the tongue. GGG.
Back when he was with Team Serenity.
What's Serenity? Are they still alive? Is the team still there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a name I haven't heard for a long time.
So what are you looking for? You were saying armor items. I interrupted you with some nonsense.
No, it's good. He's gonna go Satanic and then some armor items like AC. They're looking for a kill here. Whoa! He almost one-hit him.
Ooh, yeah, he was thinking about throwing the finger too, but he held it.
He was shining green.
Thought about getting another stack, but he's like, I'll just hold the cooldown.
Yeah, well, I don't need this kill. Now 8k ahead suddenly.
Yeah, big jump in net worth, that's for sure.
Yeah, the big problem is really just, as we alluded to many times, Lina is just a glass cannon type of hero. He had the perfect game, gets caught out of position twice with the Hex, and both those teamfights they just lose because the biggest hero is gone. Bloodseeker is slowly building up to become a problem at least, but it might be a little too late, perhaps.
Yeah, you say, you know, you use the right word, slowly. And it's just not going to be fast enough, or at least right now. Then again, like IG, yeah, they won those fights, but it wasn't like them really adding more pressure. It was more them reacting to pressure, right?
Yeah.
So we still need to see IG kind of still bring it to RNG.
Yeah, Lina is very strong now,
lead to do so. Yeah.
He has a Satanic, so he can actually stand his ground and fight. Well, granted that he doesn't just die in an instant Hex like he has in the other couple of fights. The damage output of the Dire set is pretty ridiculous. Like the OD and the Ember, they have Finger as well. Razor deals a ton of damage.
JT and Ollie might be the ones who grab this gank. Felix was looking for something, so was X-Nova. They get the kill into Ollie, and now, well, that's it. That's all they get. 5-man smoke, it gets you a 5 position. Not the greatest of trades. I mean, that is almost not as good as when you trade a Graveler and get a goal.
Yeah, but at least they wait out the Aegis time with it.
Yeah.
Which is there for 1 more minute. After that, Ember won't be as adventurous as he is right now. Just building pure damage. Dale is next on him. And a DD rune again.
You do that before any of your games? Summon the DD rune? Light a circle of candles?
I mean, I tried, it just doesn't work for me. But then others always get it. I just call them hacker in all chat to make myself feel better.
Yeah.
You damn hacker.
Well, you just gotta pray to your Lord and Savior RNGesus.
I thought Gaben.
Same person. Ooh, LSA comes down on a 5-5. Look at the damage! Oh man! Taken out so quick in this fight, and they're gonna take the first fight out of the hands of this Ember. They're gonna line up the LSA. They've got the stun, and oh my, Somnus put the guns away. He just ripped through everybody.
Yeah, and there's the big problem with Razor. Like, he has no armor item. He walks up the hill alone, gets stunned by an LSA. Completely destroyed. Like, this Lina here we spoke about, it deals a lot of damage.
9k lead to a 4k lead. Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. It was also a very impressive stun by Somnus.
Yeah.
On that Aegis respawn. He couldn't even slide or ram it away.
Also, we haven't really spoken about it. 5-5 hasn't done anything.
No, not much. Like, he ran in and tanked, but pretty much that's
He
it.
dies so fast.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're just going high ground.
Like, his itemization this game is really far from optimal. Like, we can talk about it a little bit more later, but they have no buyback on the Ember.
They don't have any buyback on all three of these heroes. Granted, the Razor's back now, but I mean, they're just going to get a tier 3.
Yeah, like, Somnus is really angry. The Satanic came in really clutch. Like, it just allows him to just stand there and hit through his through all the damage that they put on him. Or
Blink Hex, Finger Lotus Orb, it's quick enough! Walrus Punch comes in on a JT.
That's
he
a lot
drops
of
the
damage.
Sanities. Yeah, it is a lot of damage, but they've got the Snowball pulling in 3 heroes. Firefly on the run, ruptured up, killed off. He is going to turn into a pool of blood. They look over at Chalice. He's got the Exorcism right on top of this Ogre. 60 seconds without this Razor, and a Lotus Orb again. They'll Hex up this Lion off the bounce on the Lotus Orb. They've got themselves the Astral Imprisonment, but the Exorcism, the Ghost, doing so much damage to JT. He'll still stand his ground. He'll land the Meteor Hammer onto Chalice, and Emo will get credit for that kill. But man, this game is back to even, and IG are teetering on the edge of losing it all.
And Flyfly died again. Like, this Razor is really not getting any like item progression going. He went for the Satanic, but did he even manage to hit anyone in those fights with the Satanic? No, like twice in a row.
He was running.
Yeah, both fights. Makes me wonder, is his itemization just a big problem? Like, he just has no impact in any of those fights, right? It's like mostly the Odie, the Lion, a little bit of the Ember Spirit, but yeah, Somnus is just the monster. I mean, if we just finished AC, going MKB next, like, his damage is through the roof, his survivability is really high now.
And this is the Somnus everybody was looking for when he was on Elephant.
Yeah, but he wasn't there.
And it goes back to dynamics and the way that team played. Too many cooks. But here,
and not a DD room, though.
He feels more free, right?
Yeah.
To play his game.
For sure. Definitely looks that way. And by no means did they win the game yet. Like, if he gets caught out on Lina, he can still die very, very easily. But they definitely got to take engagements like a little bit better on the IG side. Razor cannot be the one to go in and die first anymore. Like, he needs to output a lot of damage in those fights.
Yeah, and everything that Frisk threw in that fight was reflected.
Yeah, a very timely Lotus Orb from Chalice.
Both times. On the finger, on the Hex.
Thank you.
And another smoke up. Just picked up the telescope as well, which is another buff up for the Lina's range.
Roche is up.
Just spawned. Are they hitting it?
They're just gonna go in.
Okay, they're so risky.
Whoa.
They're not showing anywhere. This is pretty obvious, but it's so fast.
It is so fast, and now they're just not gonna be able to react. Wow. All of a sudden, this game, it feels like it's RNG in the driver's seat. They've picked it up.
Who got the refresher shot?
The Death Prophet.
Double Exorcism, double BKB. Yeah, now all of a sudden this game looks pretty rough for IG, which is actually, they smoked up straight away. They want to fight into this. It's not easy. But maybe now that Yeah, Lina showing bottom. Maybe now we have a window. No, can't quite get it.
Too much time being too timid for IG.
Look at the Razor. He even took the blast big neutral item, which just gives bonus armor, because he realized also like, oh, Lina's hitting a little too hard.
Lina's hitting really hard. And also, it just feels like he gets neutered by the Rupture.
For sure, you Rupture him, and Razor is not the same hero anymore.
38 minutes into the game, just about 39, and RNG, they've evened the game back up. It was a 9K lead for IG, and RNG, they are kind of searching. Exorcism early. Ooh, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains coming through into Felix, but that's not who you want. Emo now forced to back away, but that is Exorcism now used, and at least for the moment, it's used for nothing.
Yeah, is IG gonna start? Yeah, they want to go back in again.
They want to
caught
go. There's the Blinks. Blink as well as the Hex. They look over at X-Nova. The Finger will clean him up, so they get the kill on the Nyx Assassin. They'll buy back immediately with the BKB being popped by Somnus. The damage coming in onto Frisk. That's a kill onto the Lion. Somnus just standing there like a machine gun, starting to right-click away. IG, they've backed off for the moment. They're going to let this Exorcism maybe run out, but it's the second one. It's with the Refresher, the double Earth Spike. Now Plasma Field, Hex. That's going to be bounced once again by the Lotus Orb. They've got the Snowball to pull in the Death Prophet all the way over to Frisk. Meanwhile, X-Nova was taken out by JT. They've got the Searing Chains. That's through out onto Felix. Felix is gone. He's got buyback. They'll look over at Chalice, and they get themselves 3. Where is Somnus? Where is your Bloodseeker? God King Somnus nowhere to be found. There is missing posters all over this mid lane.
And they got so outplayed there, like darting in and out. Very well played by Emo, especially with the double chains, followed up by the double impale.
That double Exorcism really didn't do anything.
It did nothing. He kind of ran around and got kited.
Yeah.
Like super well played by IG. The spell usage was off the charts in this fight. They are going to try to force out some buybacks, and if they don't buy back, this might just be a Rex potentially. They don't have the best building hitters, though, is the problem. They really don't.
Very different build from the Razors we've been seeing in the past, right? No Refresher.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that as well. And we can talk about the item build a little bit later. We don't want to damn any item builds before the game's actually over, right?
True.
Just like that Abaddon. It worked out wonderfully.
Well, I'm not damning it, but...
Well, I was about to.
The Refresher is usually like way earlier.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to see that it's just not even, at least for the moment, in his mindset.
I mean, so far, really, like, the most damage output is probably by JT. Like, he's just right-clicking for so hard.
Yeah, it feels like it.
He's hitting for like 400 pure damage.
Emo's right there with him, at least for IG.
Yeah.
Somnus, though, he's really just been the damage dealer for RNG for the most part.
Well, he got MKB now as well.
Yeah.
He's filthy rich. Absolutely filthy.
And all of a sudden, IG take like a 5K lead off that. But still, I think that was one bad fight from RNG. The game's still even in my eyes. I don't really
the
see
Goldie
much
doesn't
changing.
mean a whole lot. Like, Odie at this point, even, you know, if he gets a Hex, he can just, like, 4-hit the hero as well. Like, he hexes Zelina, bam, 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 Astral ult gone. This game is... Yeah, like, this is why a lot of people hate late game Dota, especially the players, because it's so unpredictable. Anything can happen. You get stunned, just 1 second, you're dead.
It really does just become chaos.
Yeah, for sure. So many mobility items, too, so everybody has a blink, or 4-staff, or both.
We'll see if IG look for the timing, because this Aegis is going to expire in 15 seconds. We've seen teams take advantage of things like that, where they've got the timing down right, and they look to push a fight at that moment, but on opposite sides of the map, that's not going to be the case right now.
Odie has a Hex, and he's bloodlusted. He can solo kill anybody at this moment.
And he's going to Refresher, and he's half a level away from 25.
Yeah, that 25 is very impactful.
Felix, smoke broken, blinks forward and gets the snowball with BKB popped by Emo. He's trying to get the damage out. He cleans up X-Nova very quickly, who, well, doesn't have buyback at the moment, but they end up losing Frisk. Down goes Felix, 2 years gone on the side of RNG with the buyback available on the Tusk. So quick damage out from Emo. Well, another exorcism used and a blink forward from Chalice. Spirit Siphon on a 5-5, but they won't be able to keep up with the Razor.
They're fighting under dire vision. They have to be really careful.
Emo.
He's looking for God King potentially.
Does he have the damage with the Statos? He's also thinking Divine Rapier.
Alright, that is pretty ballsy. I don't think they need that, but let's see if he actually goes through it. Sumness gets out. No vision.
Maybe he doesn't need it, but it does feel like Emo's kind of feeling himself this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, if he gets stunned by anything, you lose that Rapier, Bloodseeker or Lina get it. You are in trouble, my friend.
Is this a game where losing the Divine Rapier is just like instant loss?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's way too big of an investment. It's like a 12k gold swing. Maybe if you get like an Aegis right after, it could work. But it's like the only time I could really see it. Gotta be careful, X-Nova. They don't have a sentry.
He's under his own sentry, so he, for the most part, knows he's safe. Looks for the Impale, doesn't land it.
If that hits,
now we'll
man.
blink away. Ooh, blink
Here
forward
comes
from JT with the BKB, going right in. He's going to be ruptured. They go after Somnus, but they got themselves the Walrus Punch. They get the kill to JT, though. Take out the OD.
Very overzealous.
Oh, yeah.
That ult dealt like no damage. Like it's very important when you play OD that you actually Astral before you ult because you steal like 700 mana.
He was.
Oh, he's going on the Razor as well.
Ooh, on the other side of the fight, though, Emo's got the kill onto X-Nova. It's one slight that really does the damage there. Emo looking back over at God King. He'll use that Remnant to get away. Felix on the run, but not on the run quick enough.
And that's without the OD even. Like, JT was like, okay, I got this, guys. I'm gonna kill this Lina. I'm gonna be the game's hero, and they were pretty foolish.
He was not made of obsidian on that one, and he got destroyed.
Yeah, like absolutely ripped apart. I don't know what he thought. Like,
it's the tunnel vision. Sometimes it just gets you.
Yeah, I guess. He's like blinked into 5 heroes.
Just everything slows down. I'll be your hero, and then he's just dead.
Yeah, and then from hero to zero.
Was that the Hercules song, the animated one? From hero to zero?
Was
it zero to hero?
From 0 to hero, yeah, but I reversed it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was from Finding Nemo.
BKB pop by Somnus. Static Link, but it's reflected with the Lotus Orb. Chalice has been on it with
TP
that.
out,
They
TP
get
out.
the kill on a Frisk, and they'll TP out Fly, but they have found themselves Ollie. 2 kills there very quickly for RNG. They look at Roche, but it's still a minute away.
Yeah, lucky. If Roche was up right now, it would be definitely RNG's. Oh man, these teamfights are so chaotic. Like, it doesn't really feel like either of them really knows what's going on, and it's like, oh, I got this guy, I got this
The
guy.
deaths are just so instant. The
Yeah.
damage output's pretty crazy.
Kind of feels like
Divine Rapier.
he actually went for it.
I mean, I have one of those on my jacket, but
Now his crits are going to hurt. A little bit.
I mean, he was hurting before because he got X-Nova down to like 1 right click with just 1 slide.
Yeah, so he should be 1 hit now if he crits.
Yeah.
But JT is going to be really careful because he's the guy to save Emo if he ever gets initiated on.
Yeah, he can't be just going in like that.
Only if it's like an absolute sure kill.
Yeah.
Woo! Alright. Damage.
Casual damage onto the tier 2 top. And Roche is available. That is, well,
free.
Yeah. Very free.
I hope the Dire doesn't fall into this, like, we bought the Rapier, so now we're gonna be like super defensive kind of playstyle, you know?
So that was Aegis, Cheese,
everything.
Refresher Shard, Ag's Blessing. There's 2 cheeses there. They're not eating their cheese.
They should, it's good protein.
A nice Swiss.
What's your favorite cheese?
I'm a big halloumi fan.
Halloumi, okay. Didn't we have the cheese conversation at Dota Pit?
And like last year as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot.
Yeah, because Dota, like, do you think the cheese that drops is always the same cheese, or is it like different?
I think they're all different aged. Maybe the same cheese, but different aged.
Okay. I feel like the later the cheese drops, like from the 4th, 5th, 6th Roshan, like they should heal more. Right? And it's just a different vintage.
The first one's like an American cheddar. Nobody wants it.
Last one's a Gouda.
Yeah, get yourself a nice pepper jack.
Yeah, shooting for Aeon Disc, okay, to prevent the burst. I like it. He's all in on Ember. Oh, there is the refresher. Finally.
Yeah, finally comes out. That's a late refresher.
Yeah, and we'll see.
And the last time he used that static link, it was onto a Lotus Orb, so...
Oh my god, Challenge is gonna be careful! Ah!
Slight comes out, Slight again. Now they've got the Hex. They
Wait,
have
not
the
like
static
this.
link. They drop down the Sanities. JT's gonna blink out immediately. They've got the damage coming into Firefly, but Firefly using the Satanic to try and survive. Frisk ends up dead, and they've got the kill on Felix. Felix is gonna buy back, as does Frisk. They're into the fight. They've got the Astro Imprisonment, but it's not going to save the life of Firefly. They've got the Hex coming through onto the Lina. There's the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. They've got the stuns, locking them down. Alias, this Ogre, the Hump, getting the first life out of his hands. So now they'll set up right on top. They've got all 5 heroes to look over at the Lina, and they sure as hell have the damage to get the kill on Somnus, taking away that 6 times kill streak.
And look at Emo's face. He's like, yeah, I got this. Critting for like 1400 every time. It's ridiculous.
Still, though, RNG are up 5K. So much damage from Emo, 8.5 thousand.
Yeah, he has like the massive 5-head where he like goes Rapier, and then he goes for this Aeon Disc, which means he's like literally unkillable actually. It makes perfect sense now. Because he's like such a big threat now, and they just can't handle him. DP no buyback, there might be Rex. Potentially too. Building damage is not lacking anymore when your Ember has Deso and Rapier and Daedalus. If he wants to hit it. Please hit it once. Like, oh yeah, okay, let's go.
Hit it 5 times just for you.
Thank you very much, Emo.
Mid-tier 3 goes down. They're going to look over at the melee racks. And then go towards bottom. 15 seconds till that Death Prophet's up. I would assume if Somnus is going to buy back, it'll be off the Death Prophet timer.
Yeah, Lina really doesn't want to buy back here though, because it gives like a GG condition. Never want to do that if you can avoid it. But now, this is the problem. Razor reached critical mass. Like, they tried to kill him for so long in that last fight. Now his double BKB.
Just did work.
Double Satanic now, yeah. He now has AC as well, so that armor problem is there no longer. Sure, they still deal a lot of damage, but they also got the OD to save. So, like, the late game is definitely in IG's hands, especially with the way they itemized. So, let's see if they can capitalize on it.
I do it every single time, but I'll jinx it at the 50-minute mark anyway. We could see tier 5 items.
The Book of Shadows and the Book of the Damned. Force Boots. What else? It's like super uneventful and boring. Apex.
They'll just somehow glitch the game and it drops Royal Joey instead.
But it suddenly gives like 1500 health region.
Jesus. That would be some Royal Joey.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe Royal Jelly gets like 2 HP region. It's so peasantly.
Not royal at all.
No.
I wouldn't bow down to that, Joey.
False advertisement.
Yeah.
I was pretty upset.
So.
Yeah.
God King. He's not fully recovered, but he is there with JT in terms of net worth. Although, that being said, Somnus, 43,000 net worth.
Did Somnus take the axe as well from the Roche?
Yep.
Pretty weird decision. Because he's not really using spells anymore, you know, he's just right-clicking. Imagine if you give that axe to like a Nyx assassin, he just borrows into a fight. That sounds...
Sets himself up.
Oh!
Blinking from Frisk. Oh, man. Going in here for Chalice, though. Drop down the Sanities. They'll also use the Finger. It's a double Sanity. Somnus buys back immediately with the Snowball going out, but it's going out on a nobody. They'll look over as the blood right down with the BKB being popped by Fly. They've got the Refresher. Trying to survive with the Satanic. God King trying to fight back, and he won't be able to win this fight. They'll get the kill to God King. He'll buy back. They'll take out Chalice. Chalice down for 99 seconds. He has buyback as well. But man, oh man.
He stole 300 damage on the Razor. With a double Link, double Satanic, double BKB. Yeah, now they're tipping him because they know your early game was not good, but now you're doing it, Fly. You are finally carrying us.
He felt like a bit of a non-factor early on, and they now have the Divine Rapier in Emo's hands, and there is one in Somnus' hands.
Yeah. Someone has to be so careful now. They got a Blink initiation on him. He cannot get caught like that again.
His positioning needs to be very careful.
But there's so many ways for IG to kind of come in on this, and Frisk is playing aggressively where he just wants to blink, hex, and go. But he does that. There's the slight. There's the damage to get the kill on X Nova. He has buyback. They're going to buy back on Chalice as well. They've got the damage on a Frisk. The right-click damage coming out from Somnus is very hard. Ollie now stuck via the shards. They've got the hex, the 4-step onto the high ground. They've got the blood right down, but it's not going to land on any of these heroes on the side of IG. Blink throw from Chalice. There's the stun coming out from Ollie. It's a 4 times multicast. And that is good luck for him. Snowball comes out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, they're looking over at Fly. X Nova trying to keep up with him. Back over to the left side of the fight, they've got Felix as well as this Bloodseeker of God King trying to get the kill on Ollie. They'll take him out. They don't have Frisk for 90 seconds, but they do have Ollie with buyback. He's going to use it. BKB gets popped.
Here's no buyback on the
in. Chalice in trouble. He's going to drop. Pops the BKB. There's no chance he survives. The Spike Carapace is used by X Nova. It stuns them all up, but Emo with another slight and with another kill in just a snap of the fingers.
And there are only 3 left. No, both of them used buyback already. This is at best a 4v3 scenario for RNG.
I like your style.
DD Rune, just top it off. Why not? Not the most impactful. This gives 150, but damn. Like, I don't think they're going to push for anything more. They're probably just going to wait for... They're actually smoking up. Trying to go offensive here.
A minute left till potential Roche.
They got the nullifier now on Bloodseeker. So potentially...
JT. They're behind him.
He's looking for a hex target. He's looking for
potentially set up the right way for this Fly moving forward. Plasma Field not going to land. You got to assume that RNG caught a little bit of a glimpse of that, and they're going to back up back into the base.
They want to burst down this Ember. He doesn't. He has Aeon Disc, but they got nullifier. So if they can set up on the Ember with the Tusk and burst him down, that could be the game-winning play here.
This is rough. No Chalice, no X Nova. Slight comes through with the BKB coming out from God King now. And here comes Emo. Blink looking for the Walrus Punch. Felix not going to get it. Right click's coming in, taking out the Observer Ward, so getting himself 320 gold. Now
He's eating so much damage.
The right click's coming in from Somnus. He's popped the BKB. Here comes JT. Here comes Emo. Somnus, no! He survives the Satanic! Oh, man!
Emo died as well!
Emo died! He's gone! God King's gone, and it's an Ultra kill coming out from Somnus as well as a Rampage! Somnus survived! I don't believe it! He was a sliver of health away! The Satanic game-saving!
One Satanic hit brought him back to full HP because he crit.
Oh my god! What was that damage?
And he also bought back.
20,000 damage!
Did you see that? The Ember bought back also because he blinked on top of the Lina. He's like, oh, one more hit will do it. And no, he's back to full health.
Nobody even cares about the Divine Rapier. Yeah. Why would you?
Well, they're leaving for the blood.
For Chalice, all right.
All right, the DP. Okay, let's go.
Gotta pad those net worth stats.
Well, suddenly this game doesn't look as fun anymore. It might just be over. They can just run down mid, probably.
There's still 80 seconds until anybody's up without buyback. You've got 40 for JT. Somnus, what is this?
Look at his health bar and look at the Ember positioning. He was so sure that he was gonna die.
Oh,
look at the Ember.
5 health! 5 health! Oh my god, the difference is 5 health!
Man, that is brutal. And they all bought back for that as well.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't think they can do anything. This game is over. GG. I mean, Somnus this entire game looked like an absolute madman.
Straight force.
Yeah, like, okay.
JT's going to try and stop it. He's going to try and do his best. They do have the glyph. 30 seconds on all 3 of those heroes without buyback, but just, I mean, Somnus... He's got the Divine Rapier. He's ready to go. He's got a Moon Shard in his backpack. They'll go with the Blink as well as the Hex. The right-click damage coming in from JT, trying to make something happen to get the kill on Somnus. There's your Spike.
Wait, they're actually doing it. They're doing it on one.
Can they hold? The buyback comes out from Fly. They get the kill on Frisk. He's got buyback of his own. X Nova, he's still burrowed up with the BKB being popped.
The stun.
Coming in. The stun is also a good way to get the kill on a Razor. Now they'll look over the tier 4. Ancient's exposed. JT in. He's got the Astral Imprisonment, but the Spirit Cipher. That's enough to get the kill on a JT. They look over at the Ancient. They've got the Hex once again. Emo coming forward, but with the Exorcism should be able to take the base and the series. RNG, they will take out IG in a barn burner of a game 3.
Wow, okay, like an ending like this doesn't happen every time where 5 HP, 1 hit, back to full health. Like, and even at the end there, he could have very well died, but he just couldn't get the BKB off on the Razor.
And look at that, he's just so composed.
He's holding back, you know, he's like, Ooh, I just did that. Yeah, everybody knows I did that. I don't need to show any emotions. He's like, you see that? It's like,
That was the smirk.
Yeah, like a little bit.
He knows the webcam's on 5 health, and never in doubt. Come on. Oh my God.
Like, who do you fools think I am?
God. Who do you think I was? Or whatever the quote is. I forget.
Dude,
Jesus.
he had no buyback. He dies, this game over.
Yeah. And 5 health.
and instead, everybody, they all blinked on top of him.
With so much, like, they knew, they were like, we have the kill.
Yeah, everybody, like, there was one guy here, just all around. And he just goes like, bam, 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 bam. He just kills all of them. He gets a Rampage, well-deserved victory. I mean, Somnus deserved that win. And he played out of his mind from the beginning to finish.
He held it all together for that team to get that comeback.
It's hard to really blame IG for anything. Like, it was 5 HP, you know? Like, if your damage range is just 5 higher, you just win. What do you do?
If it was just 5 higher, they would win. Honestly, the only question I would have if they get a chance to talk to Somnus is, did you know you were at 5 health?
He was like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course, I knew.
I knew I'm just satanic it off and
be fine, and then just crit and just full health after that. Yeah, sure, of course.
And then smirk.
RNG, they take the series 2-1 over IG. We're going to send it back over to the panel to see their thoughts or really hear their thoughts. So back over to you guys. Take it away.
Absolute smackdown. One of the craziest defenses I think any of us have ever seen. Like, I think I've seen that once before where like one hero has single-handedly just turned it around onto 5 others. Like, absolutely ridiculous gameplay there from Somnus, clutching it out at the end there. A 5 HP hold. I've never seen anything like it. That was just wow. I mean,
5 HP hold and 20,000 hero damage on that Lina that she
Yeah.
did at that end fight there. That's like a damage discrepancy thing, and the game is different. Like, they lose there if she dies. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
It was insane to see that. That's got to be a record. You've got it on your pad, right?
Yeah, it's a record. Sure, it's a record.
Okay.
Like, that was just insane though. Like, I mean, 20,000 damage. Like, how much health would they have had between them? Like, not that much. Like,
They satanic up.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Razor was
Satanic must have
satanic, and
been-
he just chewed through it, no problem at all.
Yeah,
so.
the amount of damage coming out from that Lina towards the end there was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I know. Like, that's more damage than I do in most of my games. Like, he just does
In a
it in
week.
one fight. Yeah. My God. That was so insane. I mean, other than that moment, you know, what were your highlights of that game, Ricky?
It's hard to pick, honestly. I feel like this game was off to a pretty slow start. Like, we were kind of watching from the room, just in the early game was kind of just both teams just doing their own thing. But
Lina was pretty far.
yeah,
from
I was gonna say the thing was Lina was always so farmed. Somnus like took a lot of space. Like early on, IG found some really good team fights and some good pickoffs, but they never really shut down Lina and ended up costing them the game basically.
I do feel like RNG did an amazing job of making sure that Somnus was never shut down. Like, he obviously Somnus was having an incredible game, you know, MVP without a doubt, of course. But there were a lot of moments where Somnus could have been in trouble, and if he had had worse teammates, then he would have been dead or he would have been caught out. But they were always coming to the rescue, you know, always making sure that Somnus was in the best possible position to get off his damage in the team fights.
I mean, he went for Lincoln Sphere, starting to go for defensive items on the Tusk. You were complaining that he didn't really have a game on the Tusk, but, you know, if he wasn't there with that walrus punch at the end there, man, that Lina would be dead.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it wasn't a good Tusk game, fundamentally. Like, I don't think this Tusk really achieved a whole lot. But in the end, you know, it's what matters. You know, in the late game, he built that Lincolns just to make sure you got that spell block on your Divine Rapier Lina, and that's what paid off in the end, as well as a couple of good punches, a couple of good rolls. Like, kind of weird how like 50+ minutes is when Felix started just kicking off. He was like, you know what, let's play some Dota.
Yeah.
This play was actually really sick. They just already had that ward preemptively placed up there. They ended up getting an extra OD kill. I believe that one transitioned into a Roshan as well.
But the game became pretty difficult after a little while. Like, they realized that this OD pumps out so much damage. It's such an issue. Like, Bloodseeker, God King here was on top of him almost every team fight. But then the Razor all of a sudden was such a big issue.
that was
I
so
felt like
sick.
there was no way they were going to win this.
Dude, it was his show. It was the Razor show. Like, Razor was owning with that Refresher, BKB, Satanic,
that hold at the
Static
bottom
Link,
tower.
Storm. and then refresher, and then do it all again. And I was like, what? Like the 14 seconds or whatever of satanic timing was just absolutely bonkers. But then someone's just like, no, I'm the star.
I'm the star. 5 HP just to get our hearts racing there. He was calm. He was calm.
That's why he looked so calm. Exactly. He was just trying to one up the Razor player. He's just like, yeah, screw you, man. I'm the boss.
Yeah. Oh man, but this is like the Rampage region here. We've got what, 3 so far in the small amount of games that we've played out already.
Yeah, I'm down with the 1.3 rampages a day or 1.5 rampages a day.
Yeah.
I'm up for that.
Makes it very exciting indeed.
Goodness me.
It was this fight here that, you're talking about this one in the back room. I mean, Emo, he came out, he was
right after
hesitant.
Divine.
He didn't really go in. He was waiting for his time to strike. He did end up like clipping out the Death Prophet, but then realized it's his time to jump in after the rollover. Just being super careful with Divine that he ended up grabbing.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Yeah, Emo played this fight super well, as you say. Like, just pure patience. Pure patience. Doesn't commit early. Just uses the sleight of fist, stays back, and then commits to the kills whenever the opportunity arises.
This was the fight for Razor, right?
Yeah.
I thought for sure, I was like, there's no way the Razor survives this whole engagement, but
yeah, there he is, hexed up there. But double satanic, double BKB, he just goes back up to full, and all the damage that they're pumping into him, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, he just chews through these 2 heroes completely alone. And he just walks away like, yeah, I did that.
Yeah. In this last fight at the end here, this is the big moment.
We're just enjoying these clips, guys. I mean, usually we're supposed to do the smart thing here, but the smart thing here is just we enjoy this. Oh my god!
44,
it went to
3
HP. Wow. Okay. You talk about damage variance, it doesn't get almost any lower than that.
3-8. I mean, that's like a roll, isn't it? Like that's like
that's a roll.
If
on
someone got
any
slightly luckier with one right click during that.
Yeah, and there's like what 40 going into her at that time, like almost anything.
I mean, to a point, like it's obviously like a fraction of luck involved in that as well. Just surviving on that little HP, but also
ran the numbers, obviously. He looked calm at the end. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
The only point of health that matters is the last one, after all, right?
Dude, like I have no idea how he remained so calm. Like how does he do that? Like I like.
We were screaming in the back.
Yeah, we were yelling.
Yeah, I'd be like spinning on my head, like busting out some breakdance. I don't even know how to breakdance. I'd figure it out just to celebrate that moment. And he's just like, just a game of Dota. Right?
Another day, another day at the office for Somnus here.
Yeah, cool cookie, cool customer. I mean, do you reckon that's part of like how they do it though? Like, do you reckon this is just like a team mentality where they're just like, hey, you know what? We just got to keep it calm. We just keep in control, crunch the numbers, and keep it down to earth.
Well, I think that these teams have been playing the game for so long and have like been together for so long. They probably have like a way of approaching it. Like until the game is over, they're not going to reflect on anything that just happened too much. They just play in the moment until later. So I imagine that they're calm for that reason. Once the game's over, they're going to celebrate. And maybe they didn't realize just how close it was, or they don't have time to think about that. Instead, they just got to go for their next move.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that could be down to it as they do take the the win there in the end. I also want to talk about Fly just a little bit as well, because Fly had a really slow start. We were like, we were doubting the Razor a little bit, but he did come back into the game. He did pull it out.
Oh yeah, I thought it was just done. I thought he was too strong at the end there. Do anything about?
Yeah, it really did feel like the game was so like we were all like so convinced that this was not going to go the way that it did. We're watching this, like, these final fights, and Fly just doing so much work on the Razor, but somehow they pull it back on the lean. I was...
Somnus God.
Yeah, Somnus God, really. I don't know what else
That's
it could really be.
All right, guys. It is interview time, and we're very lucky as we have got Felix from Team RNG on the line. Felix, how are you doing, my friend?
Hi, I'm RNG Felix.
Very close game indeed. I want to know what the team's reaction was when Somnus survived in your base.
就是非常接近的一场比赛，我想知道你们当时队内是什么样的情况？当你们看到 maybe 在最后一步活下来的时候，
就把所有技能都帮助他嘛，看他能不能他把全部人杀了就很兴奋呀，就赢，毕竟 感觉是赢了。
Yeah, so we try to spend every spell to save maybe, and after we saw maybe killed all the enemy heroes, we feel like we won the game. We're very exciting. We were very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Somnus looked very, very calm on the webcam. Did you celebrate afterwards, or is Somnus just that cool?
Maybe 在那个小视频里面看起来还是非常冷静的嘛。你们当时比赛打完了之后才庆祝了，还是他就是非常酷的这么一个人？
他还是挺冷静的吧，感觉可能对他来说习惯了。
I think he get used to this kind of moment. I think he's pretty cool. He's a cool guy. Yeah.
Well, that's the second time you've managed to beat IEG now, once in the Huya event before. Would you say you've got them figured out?
你们已经是连续第2次在这个击败 IG 了吗？之前上一次是虎牙的比赛，然后你们现在这场赢了之后，你们觉得你们是对 IG 的战术已经比较了解了吗？
也没有吧，就大概懂他们中单比较喜欢玩什么罢了，就比较限制他们中单，感觉就能打一打。
No, I don't think so. But we do know what kind of hero Emo wants to play, so we try to limit his gameplay so we can win the game.
Very good. Any questions from you guys?
My only one is about the Tusk pick, and I wanted to know what the logic behind the Tusk pick was and what he felt like you could do during the game, because it felt like there weren't a lot of options there. So what was the mentality there as the Tusk?
就是想问一下，今天你选到了海明吗？因为感觉不是一个特别常见的选人，而且其实，在游戏里面的话，感觉海明的发挥也是受到了一定的限制。但是我想就是知道一下你自己这边关于海明这个点的话，你们当时选出来，包括游戏里你是怎么想的？
就因为我们是天威方嘛，然后我们要选 Lina，就想海明可以通盾那些，然后海明打莱恩那些也挺不错的，就能控制他们对方酱油的发挥。
So because we pick Radiant, we think Tusk can help us steal the Roche, and also we have Lina. That's why we pick Tusk, and also Tusk is really good against sports like Lion, so that's why we pick him.
Good logic. All right.
Thank you.
So LGD have said that you are the team they're most excited to play against. Are they also the team which you are the most excited to play against, or is it someone else?
老干爹昨天在接受我们采访的时候说，他们最想跟你们在这个后面的比赛里碰上嘛。那对你们来说，其实打老干爹是不是也是一样的？还是你有什么其他还想要去交手的队伍？
就只能让老干爹虐虐我们了呀，只能跟老干爹学习学习了。
We will let LGD defeat us. We will learn from them.
I like the mug.
All right, Felix, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck on your DPC journey.
Thank you, thank you.
What a great guy, honestly. I just loved it when you see these players like so happy about the win. You know, clearly it meant a lot to them, and yeah, impossible not to root for RNG after seeing that, eh?
It was a fantastic win. Absolutely. It was the series as a whole was really enjoyable, but game 3, perfect way to cap that one off.
Yep. And one thing I wanted to mention as well is like, you know, did you say in the draft, or I think it might have been in a different conversation, but you were talking about how you thought the Tusk pick might have been towards about Roshan and like how well it combos with Lina, and that's exactly what it was. You know, they were just like, screw the lanes. This hero is going to help us in the mid game, and we know how important it's going to be to fight those Roshans when we're on the Radiant side. So they have to pick a hero which enables them to do so. That was exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it works really well with the Lina, right? Like, you have such fast attack speed. You get the procs on that tag team incredibly fast. But, yeah, it struggled a little bit earlier on, but the game ended up kind of going their way. Like, the game was slow, right? Yeah. And so it kind of allowed them to take this Tusk later. You got some really sick wall punches off. Not just the final one that saved Somnus, yeah, but several other ones in the game that were really important. And, yeah, I mean, we saw fourth Roche, actually, was just melted by the tag team. The whole team was just there. So, yeah, ended up paying off really well.
All right, and that's just going to about do it for the third and final game and the third and final series of the day, which means we can now take a look at the standings and how everything is looking after 2 days of gameplay. And we will, of course, see Team LGD up at the top after their 2 wins, and Phoenix, unfortunately, down at the bottom, as well as Aster, LBZS, and IG down with only 1 loss. Still early days for these guys, and Ehome and Vici and RNG with a win under their belt as well. But as I mentioned, still very early days. You know, LGD in a great position, Phoenix in a not so great position, but yeah, across the board, still, I would say more or less as expected after the first few days. I don't think there's been any huge shock results so far, right?
Yeah, everybody is about where they should be. I mean, Team Aster, some people would expect to beat these other teams in the region, but, you know, not easy opponents to begin.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of those things that we will see is, you know, these are going to change a little bit. Aster with such a good performance on day 1, you know, they don't end up coming out with a win, but they almost took down LGD in the first series. So if they play that well, I mean, we could see them move up on these charts pretty quick.
Yeah, first series when they said, you know, it's a little bit rusty and players playing from Indonesia. Like,
yeah, they have 3 players not there playing on laptops
team.
right now. So there's a lot of potential for this squad, clearly.
A ton. Yeah, I think, you know, in these first few days, we're kind of just discovering which teams are looking the strongest. And, you know, Aster have to be out there. Even though they have lost a game, I'm still putting them definitely up in, like, top 3, top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, they've got 2 days now to take a look at the results of some of these games and what the teams have done and go over that. But these games are all happening so fast. You don't have a ton of time to practice right now. So I imagine the nose to the grindstone the next couple of days here.
Yep, absolutely. We will be taking a 2-day break, as you mentioned, as we'll be taking it off the air for a little bit. But don't worry, on the 7th of January, we will return with more fantastic Chinese Dota, so please join us for then. But for today, we are saying goodbye, and of course, as always, thank you so much for watching the Perfect World Chinese DPC. We'll see you next time.